And Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan takes over as the new UAE president, coming up in a short while.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, break the masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherao. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
Sri Lankans are struggling to procure basic amenities in the country, which is reportedly on the brink of economic collapse with around $25 million left in its foreign exchange. Here's a look at more in this report.
The people of Sri Lanka are facing difficulties in procuring basic essentials in a time of severe economic crisis. Sri Lankans continue to queue for fuel, cooking gas, food and medicine in Colombo.
මෙතන පිටිපෝලින් මෙතන අපේ ළමයි තැලෙන්නේ. උන්ගේ ළමයි කාලා කනවා. රජසැප විඳිනවා. අපේ ළමයි දුක් විඳිනවා. අපේ සල්ලි වලින් තමයි උන් කන්නේ බොන්නේ. ඇයි අපිට මේව කරන්නේ? අපේ ගෑස් එක ඉල්ලලා අපි සටන් කරන්නේ. අපිට ගෑස් එක දෙන්න කියන්නේ.
The Indian Ocean island nation is on the brink of bankruptcy and has suspended repayment of its foreign loans pending negotiations on a rescue package with the International Monetary Fund. The country currently needs to repay $7 billion in foreign debt this year out of $25 billion due by 2026. Its total foreign debt is $51 billion. The Finance Ministry says the country currently has only $25 million in usable foreign reserves. Shortages of hard currency have also hindered imports of raw materials for manufacturing and worsened inflation, which surged to 18.7% in March. Sri Lanka's president swore in 4 new cabinet ministers Saturday in an effort to ensure stability until a full cabinet is formed. The appointment of 4 ministers came 2 days after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa reappointed 5-time former Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe after his predecessor, the president's brother Mahinda Rajapaksa, resigned Monday following violent attacks by his supporters on peaceful anti-government protesters. The administrative vacuum his resignation left led to the dissolution of the cabinet, which was responded to by the appointment of Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new Prime Minister. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And it's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. Vaishno devotees, as 4 Vaishno devotees were killed by terrorists. CBI has registered two FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerge in the investigation.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power. Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आइए,
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके 3रे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने, ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidial?
Ten people killed in mass shootout in New York. Shooter live streams video of killing, surrenders shortly after. Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds passes away in deadly car crash at the age of 46. It's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees were killed by terrorists. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as Chief Minister of Tripura. CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerge in investigation. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed an attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi, meanwhile, has questioned the opposition's silence on the Gyanvapi matter. Joining us now for more on this is Piyush, our correspondent. Piyush, it's day 2. What can we expect?
Well, yes, like you actually pointed out that yes, it's the day 2 of survey which will take place here at Gyanvapi Mosque. Yesterday, the survey had begun at around 8:30 a.m. and went until 11:40 a.m. And after that, the surveyors had also spoken out where they said that it was done peacefully, and today it's day 2. As we are speaking, top officers have now already reached here. Let me try to show you the pictures of this first layer of barricading which has been put in place. Only media persons are now allowed here from this very first layer of barricading, and then there is another layer of barricading, and after that the last layer of barricading. So 3 layers of barricading has been put in place. The surveyors have already reached inside. It's 8 a.m. in the morning, and the survey is all set to begin any minute from now. We have also heard statements coming in from Vishal Singh, who is the court commissioner appointed by the court, and he has also said that the survey will take place in a similar fashion how it took place yesterday also. So it was done peacefully yesterday, and today also we are expecting that survey is also to take place peacefully without any hindrances. Massive deployment has been done by the administration. Good number of police personnel have been deployed. There are 3 layers of barricading. Those have been put in place. Remember that on this entire survey, politics is also taking place, where the likes of Congress and Asaduddin Owaisi are coming out and opposing this survey by saying that they would not like to lose another mosque like they did Babri. So this is what the Asaduddin Owaisi yesterday said. So the entire politics is taking place. On this statement of Owaisi, we have also spoken to the people concerned with this entire survey. They have said that the process is taking place according to the law. Also, let me try to show you pictures of this lanes of Varanasi. You can see as to how devotees in large numbers, in very large numbers, are thronging here they want to go and offer prayers inside the Vishwanath corridor, but the route has now been diverted. Administration has also said that all measures are being taken as far as maintaining law and order situation is concerned. In fact, it has also been said that nobody would be stopped from offering prayers. That is why the route has been diverted. Entrance to the gate number 4 has been stopped as the surveys have been allowed to enter from that particular gate. If we talk about this survey, what we are learning from our sources is that during their first day of survey, the surveyors have found time-worn ancient traces of Hindu rituals there. Swastiks have been found. Structures of temple have also been found. This is what the sources have told us. So today it's going to the second day of survey, which as we are speaking has now officially begun. We'll have to wait and watch how the second day of survey is going to be there. But yes, a massive deployment of police personnel has been done. Once again, 3 layers of barricading has been done right in front of gate number 4. And after that itself, the people are allowed from the Chora Thana. The officers are allowed to enter, and from this side, we are reporting from the other side where the deployment has been done. Only media persons and few officers are allowed to enter from this first layer of barricading, which has been put in place here at this chalk.
Right, Piyush, stay with us. Let's go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, we just heard about how so many precautions are being taken by the state government, by the authorities to ensure law and order is maintained. However, politics has also entered the matter, even as devotees are thronging the site to offer prayers. Tell us more.
Well, like my colleague Piyush was suggesting, that in fact it's a very crucial survey that it's being done over here, because all eyes of Varanasi and of the country are towards this survey, because after a lot of fighting and anticipation that it has begun yesterday, and what we've learned from sources so far is that it was in fact a fruitful endeavor, because the last time when they tried to go inside the mosque, the entire endeavor fell flat because of the massive protest that had erupted at the gate number 4 of the Kashi Vishwanath. However, yesterday's survey was in fact a successful one. Cooperation was given from both the sides and from the side of the administration, which could really give impetus to the entire effort that was being put by the court commissioner's team. We'll also take you straight to the visual as to show you the environment here at the gate number 4. Over here you can see that the barricadings have been put. The police officials are totally in their attention position so as to make sure that no untoward incidents take place over here. Now, what is expected from today's survey is that yesterday the inside rooms of the Gyanvapi Mosque were scrutinized and the entire videographic survey of that particular place happened. Now today the entire survey team will be moving towards the terrace where the namaz is offered. As of now, only 2 people inside the mosque are allowed that belong to the mosque committee. Otherwise, the rest are the participants that have been given permission by the court. According to our sources, the Hindu relics and signs and other evidence that they were looking for, they have found it. However, it is to be noted that whether the evidence that they have found are sufficient in the court's eye or not, because it is up to the court's unbiased decision that a verdict in this entire petition will be taken. Remember, 5 petitioners, 5 women, have sought for a freeway pass to go and offer prayers at the Gauri Shringar temple, because as it is only allowed once on the 4th day of Chaitra Navratri, and this is what they have sought, that they should be allowed to go and offer prayers whenever they wish to. Also, the point needs to be highlighted that this temple is controversial because it lies on one of the walls of the mosque, and which is why it is only granted, the devotees are only granted once a permission to go there, because it's quite a sensitive area. However, these 5 women have sought a permission from the court that they should be allowed to go freely, which is why the court has ordered this particular survey to collect enough evidence so as to make sure
that
yes, it is in fact.
Madhurima and Piyush, stay with us. We'll be right back with you, but let's listen in to more reactions on the matter.
की जा रही है अब उसको देखा जाता है क्या होता है उसमें।
कितना बचा है?
नहीं, हमारा सहयोग जो हमारे सहयोगी है वो लोग कर रहे हैं और हमारे ही नेतृत्व में पूरा कार्रवाई कमीशन की चल रही है।
कितना बचा है?
सर्वे हो चुका है अभी ये सब बताना गोपनीय रिपोर्ट है। अपनी रिपोर्ट हम लोग कोर्ट में पेश करेंगे तब क्लियर होगा।
आज अगर सर्वे कंप्लीट नहीं होता तो कल का दिन
जी जी अब देखा जाएगा। आज कोशिश की जाएगी पूरा किया जाए। ठीक है, अब प्लीज आज कोशिश की जाएगी।
While a huge controversy continues to surround the Gyanvapi Mosque survey, almost half of the videography survey in the mosque complex was completed on Saturday amid tight security arrangements.
नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि सभी मेरी नहीं, मैं सबकी कह रहा हूँ, सबकी परिकल्पना से कहीं अधिक बहुत कुछ है। बस कुछ आपको दिखाई दिया नहीं, बस क्या है मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता। दोनों पक्षों ने अपनी अपनी बात रखी, दोनों पक्षों की सहमति से सर्वे हुआ।
As per sources, 2 basements were surveyed, while surveyors were not allowed to enter with mobile phones. The first survey conducted near the frill on the ground floor for 4 hours included the videography of 2 basements using special cameras. Sources also informed that the survey was carried out peacefully and will continue today.
सहयोग हो रही है और सर्वे हो रहा है। पूरा सहयोग किया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। परसेंटेज मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा, कमिश्नर बताएगा, लेकिन सर्वे साथ ढंग से हो रही है।
Republic has also learned that traces of swastika have been found during the first survey of the mosque conducted yesterday.
जी सबके लिए, सभी आम जो देशवासी हैं सब आस लगाए हुए हैं सर्वे के निर्णय के लिए, और सर्वे हो रहा है, सत्य सामने आएगा।
As per District Magistrate of Varanasi, Kaushal Raj Sharma, almost 50% of the survey work in the mosque has been completed. Further, the survey will continue today from 8 a.m. till 12 in the noon.
Finally, the Gyanvapi survey, or at least the first part of the survey, has been conducted on Saturday between 8 and 12. Nearly a 4-hour exercise, which has been a bone of contention for several weeks now, has been conducted. Completed peacefully on Saturday and will continue on Sunday. Now, why is this significant? If it could be done successfully, what was the need to politicize, to raise questions, to go to the courts? Because it appears that it could have been conducted without the controversy after all. And we are hearing through some of our sources that in the Gyanvapi Mosque on day 1, there were traces or markings of swastika and elephants that were spotted. And we are learning through sources, all of it is source-based of course, that in some places there was an attempt to perhaps cover any emblems through wall putty, to cover any traces of the Hindu places of worship or Hindu motives through wall putty is what we are hearing through our sources. We will have to wait and watch, of course, what the report says finally.
Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Let's take a look now at some more national stories. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray addressed a public rally at the BKC ground in Mumbai. Taking a jibe at the recent developments, the minister addressed the BJP saying that the party had ABC teams giving them loudspeakers and asking them to visit Emperor Aurangzeb's tomb or recite the Hanuman Chalisa. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramanna recently seen in Jammu and Kashmir's capital city Srinagar. The official visited the city to lay the foundation stone of the new complex of the city's High Court. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat recently arrived in Guwahati in Assam for a 4-day-long visit in the state. He was greeted by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma upon arrival at the airport. Shipping Corporation of India holds event on one of its oil products tanker known as the Swarna Godavari. The 10-year-old tanker recently docked at the city after a 10-day voyage from Vadnath in Gujarat. Suspended IPS officer GP Singh, who was recently released from Raipur jail from the High Court in Chhattisgarh, was earlier convicted under the Prevention of Corruption Act by the state's Anti-Corruption Bureau and Economic Offences Wing of the state. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath seen assessing infrastructural work being carried out in the state. He inspected the construction of a 4-lane stretch in Gorakhpur's Sports College Road and the construction of drains on Deoria Bypass Road in the city. Tomato prices reported to have shot up to 80 rupees a kilo in Hyderabad. Effect of the summer on the crop is being attributed to the reason that prices have shot up so recently. The Mahabodhi temple complex was seen decorated in Bihar's Bodh Gaya ahead of Buddha Jayanti. The entire complex was seen decorated with flags in preparation for the occasion. The district of Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh has come to be one of the hotbeds for cannabis cultivation in the country. Taking cognizance of the matter, Andhra Pradesh government has formed a special enforcement bureau to tackle the cultivation of the illegal crop in the state. Union Law Minister Kiren Rijiju and Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir meet in Srinagar to discuss developmental activities in the state. The meet was carried out to specifically discuss the implementation of a centrally sponsored scheme for the development of infrastructure in J&K. And in more news, the CBI has registered 2 FIRs in a multi-city match fixing investigation. The CBI is investigating links to private individuals as well as government officials. A Pakistan link to the match-fixing network is also being probed.
The CBI has booked 7 suspected punters in connection with 2 separate cases related to alleged fixing of 2019 Indian Premier League matches based on inputs from Pakistan. The central agency has started a countrywide probe and was carrying out searches at 7 locations in Delhi, Hyderabad, Jaipur and Jodhpur. The agency received inputs that a network of individuals involved in cricket betting are influencing the outcome of IPL matches based on inputs received from Pakistan. Additionally, the racketeers have mule bank accounts using fake identities and KYC documents in connivance with the unknown bank officials. The FIRs allege that a part of the money received from the general public in India on account of such betting activities is also being shared with their associates based in foreign countries using Hawala transactions.
The Central Bureau of Investigation has launched a probe in the IPL betting scandal, which involves multiple cities from Jodhpur, Jaipur, Delhi and more. Now, this case has been filed against private individuals and government officers, where we have seen that the biggest revelation in this case has been the Pakistani link that has been found out in the IPL betting scandal.
The CBI has named Dilip Kumar based in Rohini, Delhi, Gurram Basu and Gurram Satish based in Hyderabad in its first FIR as accused, while Sajjan Singh, Prabhulal Meena, Ram Avatar and Amit Kumar Sharma, all from Rajasthan, have been named in the second. The CBI has found that Dilip was operating a number of bank accounts in which domestic cash deposits worth Rs 43 lakh have been made since 2013, defying economic rationale. The central agency also detected that in the 6 bank accounts operated by Gurram Satish, Rs 4.55 crore domestic and Rs 3.05 lakh worth foreign cash deposits have been made during 2012 and 2020. In the case of Gurram Basu, the amount is Rs 5.37 crore during the period. The network was active since 2013. The accused were in contact with a Pakistani suspect named Waqas Malik, who would give instructions to racketeers through another Pakistani phone number. The report mentions that the networks operating on the basis of inputs from Pakistan were also cheating the public by inducing them for betting. The CBI has alleged that there is no recognizable business rationale to explain transactions in the accounts and that maximum cash transactions in these accounts are of pan-India nature, which further substantiates the allegation of these unusual financial transactions being linked to cricket betting and other criminal activities. According to sources, over 28 people are under the radar as of now in this massive scandal. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And coming up in a short while, it's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 devotees were killed by terrorists. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as the Chief Minister of Tripura.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Some years ago, after the Bharat Tere Tukde Honge slogans were raised, I had coined a phrase, a term. At that time, it was a hashtag. It was Tukde Tukde Gang. Hashtag Tukde Tukde Gang, because this phrase encapsulated the mindset of a lobby that wanted to break India. This phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang, exposed the motive and intent of a section whose sole objective was to destabilize our country. It ensured that all those who were against the country were lumped together under one common phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang. Now the Tukde Tukde Gang has evolved. Tonight, it is about the Burn India Gang. This gang, the Burn India Gang, is even more virulent, even more devious. The Burn India Gang is even more technologically savvy, and their motives are more sinister. They want to burn India. They want to burn this country with a communal divide. They want to burn this country with riots. They want to burn India by peddling insecurity. They want to burn India to ensure complete anarchy. And they have mastered the art of using the garb of our sacrosanct democracy to cause mayhem and go against everything that our constitution stands for. And tonight it is time to identify them and to expose them. And this Ornob Live, the question is, ladies and gentlemen, is there a hashtag Burn India Gang that is out to destroy and break India?
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
You're watching The Morning Express, and we have for you Congress leader Harish Rawat speaking exclusively to Republic a day after Sunil Jakhar quit the Congress party. He says many issues were discussed in the Chintan Shivir and major changes are expected soon.
तरीके से देखते हैं चिंतन मंथन और परिवर्तन के इस दौर में?
बहुत गंभीर सुझाव आ रहे हैं और एक मंथन चल रहा है और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि इस मंथन से अमृत निकलेगा और कांग्रेस के दूर गांव में बैठा हुआ, किसी मोहल्ले में बैठा हुआ, किसी खलिहान में बैठा हुआ या फैक्ट्री में बैठा हुआ व्यक्ति कार्यकर्ता भी उसका इंतजार कर।
रावत साहब, जिस तरीके से पार्टी में नेताओं का छोड़ने का जो लगातार सफर जारी है, ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया देखें, जितिन प्रसाद देखें, अब सबसे बड़े नेता जो आप पंजाब के थे, पीसीसी चीफ भी रहे वहाँ के, सुनील जाखड़ साहब, उन्होंने भी इस्तीफा दे दिया, ठीक है ना?
देखिए, उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया में कुछ कहा है, लेकिन देखेंगे उन्होंने क्या कहा है। मगर एक तथ्य है कि पार्टी ने उनको पहले भी काफ़ी दिया है और उनके परिवार का कांग्रेस के साथ बड़ा अटूट संबंध रहा है। यदि कोई बात ऐसी लगती थी जो खटकती है, हमारे किसी का व्यवहार ऐसा लगता है कि उनको खटकता है, तो उनको चाहिए था कि कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट से।
रावत साहब, सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि उन्होंने बहुत सारे नेताओं पर आरोप लगाए। उनमें से अशोक गहलोत साहब ने भी कहा कि सुबह से शाम तक अशोक गहलोत साहब को जो है ये साबित करना पड़ता है कि सीएम मैं ही हूँ। उन्होंने हरीश चौधरी पर भी आरोप लगाया, उन्होंने आपको लेकर भी बहुत टिप्पणी की, तो किस तरीके से देखते?
देखिए, मेरे को छोटे भाई थे, उन्होंने कुछ सुझाव मुझको दिए, मैंने हर शक्ति से मेरे हाथ में बात थी तो मैंने उसका सम्मान करने की कोशिश की और आज भी उन्होंने जो कुछ कहा है मैं छोटे भाई का कहा हुआ समझता हूँ। लेकिन कांग्रेस के विषय में या किसी के विषय में भी कुछ उनको शिकायत है, कोई बात है।
Let's take stock of what's happening across the world. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken headed to Berlin to attend a NATO North Atlantic Council Foreign Ministers meeting chaired by NATO chief on Ukraine. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance amid concerns about the threat from Russia. Foreign ministers of NATO countries arrived in Berlin to attend an informal meeting on Saturday. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance amid concerns about the threat from Russia, as well as ways in which NATO can support Ukraine without being drawn into the conflict. Ahead of Sweden's decision on its NATO stance in a meeting of the governing Social Democratic Party led by Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson, Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin said she hoped Sweden would join NATO in tandem with Finland following a party council meeting on its member application. German Agriculture Minister has said he believed that Putin's strategy was to make sure that Ukraine, which he cannot defeat, is at least economically destroyed. In his closing statements at the end of the G7 meeting of agriculture ministers, German Agriculture Minister said global food insecurity was exacerbated by the Ukraine war and climate change. Just days after Marek Lupecci was slain by gunmen at a Colombian beach, the special prosecutor's body arrived back in his native Paraguay. The convoy carrying Pecci was led by a police motorcade on a rainy night in Asunción from the international airport to the Ministry of Public Defense, the headquarters of Paraguay's public prosecutors. 20 people are injured in two shootings in downtown Milwaukee, near an entertainment district where thousands were watching the Bucks lose to the Boston Celtics in Game 6 of the NBA's Eastern Conference semifinals. According to the officials, none of the injuries from the shooting are believed to be life-threatening. South Africa is experiencing a surge of new COVID-19 cases driven by two Omicron subvariants. Here's what we know so far. A report. Take a look.
South Africa is experiencing a surge of new COVID-19 cases driven by two Omicron subvariants. The increase in COVID cases come even as the country enters the southern hemisphere's colder winter months, along with the rise in cases of flu. At a COVID testing center, many people came in to be tested for COVID but found out that they had flu. Sister Magdalene Matsoso, COVID-19 site and vaccination manager, said that people who are vaccinated showed mild symptoms.
We are in a flu season now. We are getting a large number of patients who are coming, especially with flu symptoms. And then because now it's flu versus a COVID now, because most of the people have actually vaccinated, then they come with the flu symptoms even if they are vaccinated. But when we do the test, we find that the majority of them, they are negative when it comes to COVID, but they do have flu symptoms. So they get flu treatment and then they go home, because the majority is just related to flu, not COVID.
A researcher of Vaccine and Infectious Diseases Analytics said that for about 3 weeks, the country has been seeing increasing numbers of new cases of COVID and somewhat higher hospitalizations, but no increase in severe cases and deaths.
So I've not really seen a peak, but normal. So we could really be at the beginning of a wave. And if we look at the earlier waves, we saw that the increase was quite smooth at the beginning. So I think we could be seeing that. But again, we need to look at what the numbers are telling us, and so just the number of positive cases doesn't really tell us much, because how the people that come for testing changes with time. People got tired of COVID, so now I think a lot of people do not go for testing. So just the number of positive cases, we need to take them with a pinch of salt.
South Africa's new cases have gone from an average of 300 per day in early April to about 8,000 per day this week. The new surge is from two variations of Omicron, BA.4 and BA.5, which appear to be like the original strain of Omicron. The new versions appear to be able to infect people who have immunity from earlier COVID, who show mild symptoms. In South Africa, 45% of adults are fully vaccinated, although about 85% of the population is thought to have some immunity based on past exposure to the virus. Agency report, Republic TV.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है
Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds passes away in a deadly car crash at the age of 46. 10 people killed in a massive shootout in New York. Shooter live streams video of the killing, surrenders shortly after. Back home, it's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees were killed by terrorists. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed an attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as Chief Minister of Tripura. CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerge in the investigation. And following the killing of 3 police personnel by black buck poachers in Madhya Pradesh's Guna district, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan's government has taken a vow to take the strictest action against the perpetrators. Here's more in this report.
Following the killing of 3 police officials by black buck poachers in Madhya Pradesh's Guna district, Madhya Pradesh government ordered the demolition of the houses of poachers involved in the ghastly incident. Bulldozers were seen in action at the Baduria village in Guna district. Senior officers of the Guna administration and police officers were seen at the demolition site, where the investigating officers identified 5 more poachers. The incident is of the Friday night when police personnel surrounded the poachers in the forests of Aron Sharok, where the poachers fired at the officers, resulting in the death of 3 personnel. The SI of Aron police station, the head constable and the constable had lost their lives in the ambush.
पुलिस फोर्स है, भेजा गया है। अपराधी किसी भी कीमत पर बचेंगे नहीं, कार्रवाई उदाहरण बनेगी। इस घटना में शहादत देने वाले हमारे तीनों पुलिस के साथी भाई राजकुमार जाटव, नीरज भार्गव और सिपाही संतराम की शहादत व्यर्थ नहीं जाने दी जाएगी।
Expressing grief over the incident, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan announced an ex gratia of ₹1 crore each for the families of the police personnel who were attacked by poachers. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who is personally monitoring the case, has ordered the removal of Inspector General of Gwalior Anil Sharma from his post in the light of the incident. Bureau Report from Republic TV.
And 2 men accused in the Guna poaching case have been shot dead in an encounter operation by the Madhya Pradesh police. Remember, the poachers were involved in the killing of 3 police personnel.
The search operations in the forests of Guna at midnight saw massive action of security forces who eliminated the main accused responsible for the killing of 3 police officials.
ये मुख्य आरोपी जो सजाद है उसकी एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर देखिए। इसका एनकाउंटर अब से कुछ देर पहले रावगढ़ के इसी जंगल में पुलिस ने किया था और गृहमंत्री ने खुद स्पष्ट किया है कि यही मुख्य आरोपी है। देखिए सजाद जो इसके सिर पर पुलिस एनकाउंटर हुआ और उसके सिर पर गोली लगी और सजाद को अब सब वाहन से ले जाया जा रहा है। आपको ये भी बता दें कि सजाद ही इस पूरे घटनाक्रम का जो गोलीकांड पुलिस पर हुआ जिसमें कि 3 पुलिसकर्मियों की हत्या हुई उसका मुख्य आरोपी सजाद ही है।
The father of the main accused was taken to the Guna police station for further probe and process.
पुलिस वालों की हत्या करी कि नहीं करी अब ये तो मुझे पता नहीं है साहब।
अच्छा करते क्या थे वो
ट्रैक्टर में चलाना साहब।
ट्रैक्टर से मजदूरी करते थे
और क्या?
उनका हथियार कहाँ से आया? हथियार कहाँ से?
उसके भाई बंदूक का लाइसेंस है उसके पास। बंदूक का
किसके शासन में बना था
जी?
किसके शासन में बना था?
अब ये तो पता ना साहब कितने दिन हो गए। 6-8 साल हो गए। शहजाद के नाम से सर।
With post-mortem of main accused underway, the investigation will bring more details in the light.
लगातार इस तरह की कार्रवाई देर रात तक कह सकते हैं जिला गुने के रावगढ़ और आरोन के जंगलों में सर्चिंग और पुलिस की ये कार्रवाई चलती रहेगी। कैमरामैन संजय के साथ सत्यवीर सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क, गुना।
Just a day after the tragic incident in New Delhi's Mundka, a fire was reported in the capital's neighborhood of Narela. No casualties were reported at the incident that took place in a plastic granulation factory in the city. Here's a look at more details of the case.
Another fire was witnessed in New Delhi. Just a day after the tragic incident at the factory manufacturing camera parts in the city's area of Mundka. The incident was reported at a plastic granulation factory at Narela in the national capital.
जब फायर स्टेशन की गाड़ी यहाँ पहुंची, ऑफिसर इंचार्ज ने ग्रेविटी को देखते हुए मीडियम कैटेगरी का घोषित किया। टोटल 22 गाड़ियाँ यहाँ काम पर लगी हुई हैं। अभी तक हम लोगों ने खुद भी पता किया और कोई कैजुअलिटी अभी रिपोर्टेड नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी आग बुझने पे हम लोग थोरोली चेक करेंगे।
An official from the city's fire department called it a medium category fire. No casualties have been reported at the time of the incident. A total of 25 fire engines reached the spot to tend the flame. The presence of an electricity transformer reportedly made the fire difficult to extinguish. The fire was eventually confirmed by the Delhi police to have been brought under control. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And ahead of the Congress party's Chintan Shivir, Congress leader Sachin Pilot spoke to Republic, where he revealed that significant decisions have been taken in the Shivir.
मुझे लगता है बड़े सकारात्मक व्यूज़ लोगों के अब तक आए हैं और कल वर्किंग कमेटी की मोहर के बाद वो सब औपचारिक हो जाएंगे, लेकिन युवाओं को, किसानों को, नौजवानों को और अधिक महत्व कैसे दिया जाए संगठन के अंदर और संगठन के माध्यम से, पार्टी के माध्यम से लोगों का मन कैसे हम जीत सकें ताकि चुनाव में हम लोग कामयाब हों, इस पर चर्चा हो रही है।
एक परिवार एक टिकट किस तरीके से देखते हैं आप इसे?
सब प्रस्ताव हैं, उस पर अंतिम निर्णय वर्किंग कमेटी लेगी, लेकिन मैंने कहा कि विचारधारा को व्यापक कैसे बनाएं, चुनावी रणनीति को हम बेहतर कैसे कर जनता के बीच जा सकें, उस सब पर चर्चा हो रही है।
आज चर्चा का विषय एक और है कि सुनील जाखड़ साहब ने पार्टी छोड़ी है। लगातार ये वो दौर है कांग्रेस के लिए जिस पर लगातार जो नेता जा रहे हैं छोड़ करके, अब पार्टी को भी चिंता करनी चाहिए।
ऐसा कोई दल नहीं है, ऐसा कोई राज्य नहीं है जहाँ कोई पार्टी ज्वाइन नहीं करता है, छोड़ता नहीं है, तो हर व्यक्ति को एक फ्रीडम है अपना निर्णय लेने का, वो क्या निर्णय लेते हैं।
आपकी पॉपुलैरिटी राजस्थान में नहीं देश भर में है। जिस तरीके से लोग चाहते हैं कि सचिन पायलट को कमान मिले राजस्थान की,
मैं तो पार्टी के लिए पहले भी काम करता हूँ, आज भी कर रहा हूँ, और जो जिम्मेदारी पिछले 20-22 साल मुझे दी है मैंने पूरी मेहनत से
चिंतन मनन में आपका जो कमान संभालने का मौका है वो अब आएगा।
ये व्यक्ति विशेष का चिंतन नहीं है, ना स्टेट का है, पूरे देश का है, पूरी पार्टी का है। हम सबको सामूहिक रूप से पार्टी को मजबूत करना है।
And it's time now for a short break, but coming up after that, State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as the Chief Minister of Tripura. Coming up in a short while.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidialism. Who decided that genocidialism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
And don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi
Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, break the masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a masjid gang?
Bankrupt India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must stop.
Lebanon, a country currently facing an economic crisis deemed by the World Bank as one of its worst, is preparing for a parliamentary election. The election being held after over 2 years, however, is not being met with great enthusiasm. Take a look.
Lebanon is preparing for parliamentary elections amidst a severe economic crisis. While the country's currency collapsed, foreign reserves remain concerningly low.
هاي الليستة اللي أنا بطمح صوت له تكون موجودة اليوم إنه مش موجودة. فأنا بصوت للي هو يعني أفضل الشرين.
The World Bank has described the crisis as among the world's worst in over a century. In households across Lebanon, it's likely that one or more family members are planning to migrate. Lebanese spend their days at the banks waiting to see what meager amounts they will be allowed to withdraw for the month. They install batteries and solar panels at great cost so their family can survive the humid summer months without electricity from the grid.
هيدا هالوبلاش هيدا يعني هالانتقال السريع خلق وضع بالبلد يلي الناس بحاجة لمساعدات لتقدر تعيش وتستمر. وهي عم تتدهور المقومات الاقتصادية والحياتية، ما لم يظهر معارضة واضحة وجدية للمنظومة السياسية اللي قدرت رسمت خريطة طريق واضحة للناس.
The vote is the first since Lebanon's implosion started in October 2019, triggering widespread anti-government protests against a corrupt ruling class that has been in place since the country's 15-year civil war ended in 1990. It is also the first election since August 2020, when massive explosion at Beirut's port killed more than 200 people, injured thousands, and destroyed parts of Lebanon's capital.
لازم الناس تعبر ولازم الناس تقترع، لازم الناس تدلي برأيها، ولازم تكون للمرة القادمة كمان اختبار هذا قوة الناس، قوة اللا، كلمة اللا يعني بالصناديق الاقتراع.
It has been reported that a long-established history, money and power has kept the ruling class strong, which makes it hard for opposition to complete. Agency report for Republic TV.
When the Bhim Army Chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power. Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was a taking weapons in hand to burn India.
And time for a short break. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey, after surveyors claimed an attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. More on that after this very short break.
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
The Lebanon government has said that the Hindu Muslim marriage ban is a violation of the Islamic law. However, the Lebanese government has denied the allegation.
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang,
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in
राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद 15 से 18 मई तक जमैका के दौरे पर रहेंगे। विदेश मंत्रालय ने एक बयान में कहा कि यात्रा के दौरान वे अपने समकक्ष जमैका के गवर्नर जनरल पैट्रिक एलन के साथ प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की वार्ता करेंगे। वे प्रधानमंत्री एंड्रयूज हॉलनेस और अन्य गणमान्य व्यक्तियों से भी मुलाकात करेंगे। साथ ही वे जमैका की संसद के दोनों सदनों की संयुक्त बैठक को भी संबोधित करेंगे। जमैका और भारत के बीच मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंध है। जमैका भी गिरमिटिया देशों में से एक है। यहाँ 70,000 भारतीय प्रवासी बसते हैं। इस वर्ष भारत और जमैका के बीच राजनयिक संबंधों की स्थापना की 60वीं वर्षगांठ है। भारत और जमैका अपनी स्वतंत्रता की 75वीं और 60वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। राष्ट्रपति 18 से 21 मई तक सेंट विंसेंट एंड ग्रेनेडाइंस की राजकीय यात्रा भी करेंगे। यात्रा के दौरान वे अपने समकक्ष गवर्नर जनरल सुसान डोगन से बात करेंगे। साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर राल्फी गोंजाल्विस के साथ अन्य गणमान्य व्यक्तियों से भी मुलाकात करेंगे। इसके अलावा राष्ट्रपति वहां विधान सदन को भी संबोधित करेंगे। वहीं उपराष्ट्रपति एम वेंकैया नायडू आज संयुक्त अरब अमीरात के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति शेख खलीफा बिन जायद अल नहयान के दुखद निधन पर भारत सरकार की ओर से संवेदना व्यक्त करने के लिए संयुक्त अरब अमीरात का दौरा करेंगे। पूर्व राष्ट्रपति अल नहयान का 13 मई को निधन हो गया था। विदेश मंत्रालय के अनुसार शेख खलीफा बिन जायद अल नहयान के नेतृत्व में भारत यूएई संबंध दोनों देशों के लोगों के पारस्परिक लाभ के लिए काफी समृद्ध हुए। उन्होंने संयुक्त अरब अमीरात में बड़े भारतीय समुदाय की असाधारण देखभाल की, जो उन्हें उच्च सम्मान देते हैं। दोनों देश नए और विविध क्षेत्रों में अपने ऐतिहासिक और व्यापक रणनीतिक संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाना जारी रखेंगे। शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद अल नाहयान को संयुक्त अरब अमीरात का नया राष्ट्रपति चुना गया। शनिवार को हुई फेडरल सुप्रीम काउंसिल की बैठक में अबू धाबी के क्राउन प्रिंस 61 वर्षीय शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद अल नाहयान को संयुक्त अरब अमीरात का तीसरा राष्ट्रपति चुना गया। संयुक्त अरब अमीरात के दूसरे राष्ट्रपति और अबू धाबी के शासक शेख खलीफा बिन जायद अल नाहयान का शुक्रवार को निधन हो गया। वे 73 वर्ष के थे और 3 नवंबर 2004 से संयुक्त अरब अमीरात के जो राष्ट्रपति पद है उसका पदभार संभाल रहे थे। और यूएई के नए राष्ट्रपति चुने गए मोहम्मद बिन जायद सुप्रीम काउंसिल ने शेख खलीफा के निधन के बाद लिया फैसला है ये। अब रुक कर दें कि प्रधानमंत्री ने जो ट्वीट किया है वो क्या है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद अल नाहयान को संयुक्त अरब अमीरात के नए राष्ट्रपति के रूप में चुने जाने पर शुभकामनाएं दी हैं। एक ट्वीट में पीएम मोदी ने विश्वास जताया कि शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद अल नाहयान के गतिशील और दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में दोनों देशों के बीच रणनीतिक साझेदारी और मजबूत होगी। राजीव कुमार देश के मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त पद की शपथ लेंगे। राष्ट्रपति ने चुनाव आयोग के सबसे वरिष्ठ आयुक्त राजीव कुमार को इस पद पर नियुक्त किया है। राजीव कुमार 1984 बैच के भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा के अधिकारी हैं। उन्होंने 1 सितंबर 2020 को चुनाव आयोग में चुनाव आयुक्त के रूप में कार्यभार संभाला था। चुनाव आयोग में कार्यभार संभालने से पहले वे उद्यम चयन बोर्ड के अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं। गौरतलब है कि मौजूदा सीईसी सुशील चंद्रा का कार्यकाल 14 मई को पूरा हो गया है। खबर दिल्ली के नरेला से, जहां कल 24 घंटे के अंदर आग लगने की दूसरी घटना सामने आई है। यहां एक प्लास्टिक दाने की फैक्ट्री में आग लग गई। सूचना मिलने पर दमकल विभाग की 22 गाड़ियां मौके पर पहुंच गईं। किसी के हताहत होने की कोई सूचना नहीं है अभी। घटनास्थल के आसपास पुलिस और दमकल विभाग के कर्मियों ने घेराबंदी कर दी। आसपास के लोगों को घटनास्थल से दूर कर दिया गया है। बात करते हैं मौसम को लेकर, तो राजस्थान, पंजाब, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, उत्तर प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश सहित उत्तर पश्चिम भारत के मैदानी इलाकों, पश्चिमी मध्य भारत और विदर्भ के इलाके में अगले 2 दिनों तक गर्मी का कहर जारी रहेगा। मौसम विभाग ने राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, पश्चिमी यूपी और हरियाणा में सीवियर हीट वेव को लेकर जो अगले 2 दिन है उसके लिए ऑरेंज और रेड कलर वार्निंग आज जारी की है। मौसम विभाग ने 15 मई से बढ़ते तापमान से राहत मिलने का पूर्व अनुमान जताया। मौसम विभाग ने 15 तारीख की रात पश्चिमी विक्षोभ के प्रभाव से पश्चिम हिमालय क्षेत्र में बारिश की चेतावनी जारी की है। विभाग ने कहा कि इसके प्रभाव से चढ़ते तापमान में 5 से 7 डिग्री की राहत की उम्मीद की जा रही है।
Coming up in a short while, CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerge in the investigation. In Tripura, State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as Chief Minister of the state.
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
They destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
Top headlines at 9 a.m. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring links to Pakistan emerge in investigation. It's confirmed a Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees were killed by terrorists. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath as the Chief Minister of Tripura. Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds passes away in a deadly car crash at the age of 46. 10 people killed in mass shooting in New York. Shooter live streams video of killing, surrenders shortly after. And viewers, it's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. So the survey has begun. In fact, remember, AIMIM Chief Owaisi has questioned the opposition's silence on the Gyanvapi matter. We have Madhurima as well as Piyush joining us live from the survey site. Let me first go across to Piyush. Piyush, we understand that the survey has now begun and sources now saying that the survey is likely to be completed today.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha, like you rightly pointed out, that survey is likely to be completed today. And today, the survey, as we are speaking, has now officially begun. And before that, massive deployment of police personnel has also been done. There are multiple layers of barricading which has been put in place. The shops have been closed. You can see the visuals of shops of this entire vicinity. They have been closed. That's the main market area. And after this main market area, there are multiple layers of barricading and after that itself the gate number 4 of Vishwanath corridor also comes, where there is entry to Gyanvapi Mosque. Today officially what we are now learning is that survey has started. All the top commissioners have reached here. Lawyers from both the sides, they have also entered. Petitioners have also entered. A list of at least 65 people has been made by the administration who will be going inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. Remember that yesterday's survey had started at 8:30 a.m. in the morning and went until 11:40 a.m. The sources are now suggesting that today the surveys are going to complete the entire process and they are going to submit their report on 17th to the court. In fact, the commissioners were also telling us that if they are not able to complete the survey and if there are few more things remained to be surveyed, then they would again ask for extension of dates. But sources are suggesting that today itself they are going to complete the survey, and before that massive deployment has been done here. Samiksha, you also you spoke about the kind of politics which is taking place on this entire issue. We'll have to wait and watch how the day 2 of survey is going today. We will be getting more and more details as the day progresses, but we are right now, we can confirm that yes, survey has now begun officially. Right now the officials are inside the Gyanvapi Mosque.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us. And Madhurima, just before I come to you, let's play out that exclusive conversation you had with the police, Varanasi police commissioner a short while back.
देखिए मैम, we are actually executing the orders of the honorable court. As of now, I can say that the process of survey on the second day has started, and secondly, we are also ensuring that the pilgrims who are coming from far off places, they get proper access to the temple and there is no inconvenience caused to any of the pilgrims.
The cooperation was given from both the sides?
Yeah, I mean, that is the best part, that the district administration and the police administrations, they held multi-level meetings with all the concerned parties, and as a result of that there was a consensus, and the entire process of the survey is being carried out on the basis of mutual consents given by the parties, and hence so far the process has been really smooth, and the directions of the honorable court are being implemented both in letter and in spirit.
Thank you, sir. So once for our Hindi viewers, sir, सब सही से हो रहा है, cooperation मिल रहा है?
देखिए मैम, बस ये मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि माननीय न्यायालय का जो आदेश है, उस आदेश का हम लोगों ने अक्षराक्षर पालन कराने के लिए मुकम्मल सुरक्षा की व्यवस्था कराई। जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स थे उनके साथ कई चक्रों की वार्ता हम लोगों ने की, जिसकी वजह से एक कंसेंसस आया, और जो कमीशन की कार्रवाई है वो कार्रवाई एक आदर्श माहौल में बहुत अच्छी तरीके से संपादित हो रही है।
सर, वाराणसी के लोगों से कोऑपरेशन मिल रहा है?
जी, मैं काशी के लोगों का विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि उन लोगों ने हम लोगों की अपील पर हम लोगों को पूरा सहयोग दिया है। इसके लिए मैं हृदय की गहराई से काशी वासियों
And going across to Madhurima now, Madhurima, what are you learning from your sources with regard to the survey that was done on day 1?
Well, as far as the day 1 survey is concerned, it was indeed a successful survey. And while speaking to our sources, they said that the Hindu side is moving towards victory. That is what they hinted us. But we'll have to wait for the commissioner's report and for the court's reaction to it as to know as to what the final verdict is. But as far as our sources are concerned, they said that they have found much more than they could even expect. And with with that motivation, they are today going to conduct the survey on the terrace of the mosque that was left yesterday, where the namaz is offered, and a lot of Hindu relics are expected to be found there as well. These are the claims that are being made by sources, and these were the claims that were being also made by initially by the Hindu petitioner as well. But I'll also take you straight to the pictures as well as to show you the security situation. This is the second barricading over here. Just a couple of 100 meters from here is the controversial site of the Gyanvapi Mosque, where the survey is being conducted by the entire team of the court's commissioner, along with both the sides of the petitioner and of course the district administration. So for today it is expected that the survey might get completed, because yesterday half of the survey was done. The entire exercise was very fruitful, and as you can see, each and every bit is being managed by the district administration, as it was asserted by the courts in its order that the district administration would not make any excuse to halt this particular survey, and that is being followed word by word, and the entire preparation is being made. The entire team is inside the mosque, and it could be expected that by the time the clock strikes 12, the survey will conclude and a constructive report will reach to the court's bench on the 17th as it was requested. However, it could be that the court's commissioner team could ask for more day if they need some more detailing. However, it is highly unlikely, because yesterday's reaction that we have got from all the sides is that it was a fruitful exercise. It has been completed to a large extent, and it could see its culmination today. So we'll have to wait and watch until noon to get a final word from the court's commissioner teams and the other participants of this survey.
All right. Thank you, Madhurima and Piyush, for giving us all those details. So there we have Madhurima and Piyush reporting live from the survey site. On to some breaking news coming in. A tragic incident that has been reported from Bengaluru, where a BBMP truck has mowed down a delivery agent. A 25-year-old delivery agent died on spot after he was hit by a BBMP truck at the Thasindara railway bridge. The police have now nabbed the driver as well, the accused. So very, very tragic news coming in, and the visuals on your screens as well of a BBMP vehicle that has mowed down a delivery agent. We have Sagai on the phone line for the latest. Sagai, if you could give us more details of this incident where a BBMP vehicle mowed down a delivery agent who died on the spot.
Yeah, this particular incident happened yesterday when a delivery boy who was on his duty was hit by a BBMP truck. But what we get to learn from the Joint Commissioner of Mahadevpura is that the delivery boy lost the control of the vehicle and collided first with the divider and then the truck. And the police has already filed an FIR against the driver Dinesh Nayak and also the contractor of a BBMP trash vehicle. And they are investigating further and also trying to get the CCTV footage in and around that particular area to ascertain what really went wrong in this incident, whether it was the mistake of the boy or the truck. So probably once the investigation gets over, we'll get to know who are the main culprits in this entire case.
All right. And Sagai, if you could very briefly also tell us more about this delivery boy. Did he die on the spot, and at what time was this incident reported?
This incident reported yesterday evening in Tanisandra when this boy was on his way to deliver his food, and when he was on his way and this particular incident was been reported. But as I told you earlier, the Joint Commissioner of Mahadevpura has clarified, stating that it is not the BBMP truck which has mowed down him. It is he who lost the control and hit the driver, and later on the vehicle ran over him. And this is not an isolated incident which has been reported from past 2 or 3 weeks. There are several cases of a BBMP vehicle mowing down a few civilians in the city of Bengaluru was been reported.
All right. Sagai, thanks for the moment. So, very tragic incident reported there from Bengaluru. Getting you news in brief, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray addressed a public rally at the BKC ground in Mumbai, taking a jibe at the recent developments. The Chief Minister addressed the BJP, saying that the party had ABC teams given them loudspeakers and asked them to visit Emperor Aurangzeb's tomb or recite the Hanuman Chalisa. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana was recently seen in Jammu and Kashmir's capital city of Srinagar. The official visited the city to lay the foundation stone of the new complex of the city's High Court. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat recently arrived in the city of Guwahati in Assam for a 4-day visit in the state. He was greeted by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma upon arrival at the city's airport. The Shipping Corporation of India held an event on one of its oil product tanker known as the Swarna Godavari. The 10-year-old tanker is recently docked at the city after a 10-day voyage from Vidanar in Gujarat. Suspended IPS officer GP Singh was recently released from the Raipur jail from the High Court in Chhattisgarh. He was earlier convicted under the Prevention of Corruption Act by the state's Anti-Corruption Bureau and Economic Offences Wing of the state. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was seen assessing infrastructural work being carried out in the state. He inspected the construction of a 4-lane stretch in Gorakhpur's Sports College Road and the construction of drains on the Deoria Bypass Road in the road. Tomato prices were reported to have shot up to 80 rupees a kilo in Hyderabad. The effect of the summer on the crop is being attributed to the reason the prices have shot up in recent days. The Mahabodhi temple complex was seen being decorated in Bihar's Bodh Gaya ahead of Buddha Jayanti. The entire complex was seen decorated with flags in preparation for the occasion. The district of Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh has come to be one of the hotbeds for cannabis cultivation in the country. Taking cognizance of the matter, the Andhra Pradesh government formed a special enforcement bureau to tackle the cultivation of the illegal crop in the state. Union Law Minister Kiren Rijiju and the Lieutenant Governor of J&K met in Srinagar to discuss development activities in J&K. The meet was carried out to specifically discuss the implementation of a centrally sponsored scheme for the development of infrastructure in the state. And straight away, getting in breaking news right now, a shell has been recovered by the Jammu police from Apna, Vihar area of the Gangyal in Jammu. Police has seized a shell that has been recovered from the Apna, Vihar in Jammu. And primarily it seems to be a rusted shell. We have Gursimran also joining us for more details. Gursimran, what more details can you share with us?
See, Samiksha, mortar shell, possibly a 120 mm shell has been recovered by Jammu police from the Apna Vihar area. This was on the roadside that it has been recovered from the garbage. Now the police teams are on the spot. They have seized it, and now as per the procedure it will be destroyed. The police is saying that primarily it seems to be a rusted shell, and they are following all the protocols to ensure that there is no damage from this shell, because see, this is a rusted shell, but it has the capacity to cause damage if it splits. So that's why the police is taking the all the security measures, and this will be detonated soon using the controlled explosion.
Well, Gursimran, thanks for giving us all those details. So the visuals on your screens of the mortar shell recovered by the Jammu police in the Apna Vihar area or in Jammu. Moving on, the CBI has registered 2 FIRs in a multi-city match-fixing investigation. The CBI is currently probing links to private individuals as well as government officials in this case. A Pakistani link has also emerged to the match-fixing network that is also being probed.
The CBI has booked 7 suspected punters in connection with 2 separate cases related to alleged fixing of 2019 Indian Premier League matches based on inputs from Pakistan. The central agency has started a countrywide probe and was carrying out searches at 7 locations in Delhi, Hyderabad, Jaipur and Jodhpur. The agency received inputs that a network of individuals involved in cricket betting are influencing the outcome of IPL matches based on inputs received from Pakistan. Additionally, the racketeers have mule bank accounts using fake identities and KYC documents in connivance with the unknown bank officials. The FIRs allege that a part of the money received from the general public in India on account of such betting activities is also being shared with their associates based in foreign countries using hawala transactions.
The Central Bureau of Investigation has launched a probe in the IPL betting scandal, which involves multiple cities from Jodhpur, Jaipur, Delhi and more. Now, this case has been filed against private individuals and government officers, where we have seen that the biggest revelation in this case has been the Pakistani link that has been found out in the IPL betting scandal.
The CBI has named Dilip Kumar based in Rohini, Delhi, Gurram Basu and Gurram Satish based in Hyderabad in its first FIR as accused, while Sajjan Singh, Prabhulal Meena, Ram Avatar and Amit Kumar Sharma, all from Rajasthan, have been named in the second. The CBI has found that Dilip was operating a number of bank accounts in which domestic cash deposits worth Rs 43 lakh have been made since 2013, defying economic rationale. The central agency also detected that in the 6 bank accounts operated by Gurram Satish, Rs 4.55 crore domestic and Rs 3.05 lakh worth foreign cash deposits have been made during 2012 and 2020. In the case of Gurram Basu, the amount is Rs 5.37 crore during the period. The network was active since 2013. The accused were in contact with a Pakistani suspect named Waqas Malik, who would give instructions to racketeers through another Pakistani phone number. The report mentions that the networks operating on the basis of inputs from Pakistan were also cheating the public by inducing them for betting. The CBI has alleged that there is no recognizable business rationale to explain transactions in the accounts, and that maximum cash transactions in these accounts are of pan-India nature, which further substantiates the allegation of these unusual financial transactions being linked to cricket betting and other criminal activities. According to sources, over 28 people are under the radar as of now in this massive scandal. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere, lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as the Chief Minister of Tripura. And investigation underway into the killing of 10 people mass shootout in New York.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Some years ago, after the Bharat Tere Tukde Honge slogans were raised, I had coined a phrase, a term. At that time, it was a hashtag. It was Tukde Tukde Gang. Hashtag Tukde Tukde Gang, because this phrase encapsulated the mindset of a lobby that wanted to break India. This phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang, exposed the motive and intent of a section whose sole objective was to destabilize our country. It ensured that all those who were against the country were lumped together under one common phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang. Now the Tukde Tukde Gang has evolved. Tonight, it is about the Burn India Gang. This gang, the Burn India Gang, is even more virulent, even more devious. The Burn India Gang is even more technologically savvy, and their motives are more sinister. They want to burn India. They want to burn this country with a communal divide. They want to burn this country with riots. They want to burn India by peddling insecurity. They want to burn India to ensure complete anarchy. And they have mastered the art of using the garb of our sacrosanct democracy to cause mayhem and go against everything that our constitution stands for. And tonight it is time to identify them and to expose them. And this Ornob Live, the question is, ladies and gentlemen, is there a hashtag Burn India gang that is out to destroy and break India?
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी। आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5-8 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism.
And on to a quick EBIX cash alert. The Thane police has arrested Marathi actress Ketki Chitale for allegedly sharing a derogatory post on NCP chief Sharad Pawar on social media platforms. In her post on Friday, Ketki made remarks on NCP chief Sharad Pawar. She will now be produced before a court today. And a total of 4 cases have also been registered against the actress under the relevant sections. In fact, we are also told that the NCP workers threw ink on her after she was detained by the police. So the visuals on your screens of the Marathi actress who has now been arrested for allegedly posting remarks against Sharad Pawar. A quick wrap from across the globe. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken headed to Berlin to attend a NATO North Atlantic Council Foreign Ministers meeting chaired by NATO chief on Ukraine. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance amid concerns about the threat from Russia. Foreign ministers of NATO countries arrived in Berlin to attend an informal meet on Saturday. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance amid concerns about the threat from Russia, as well as ways in which NATO can support Ukraine without being drawn into the conflict. Ahead of Sweden's decision on its NATO stance in meeting of the governing Social Democratic Party led by Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson, Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin said that she hoped Sweden would join NATO in tandem with Finland following a party council meet on its member application. German Agriculture Minister said that he believed that Putin's strategy was to make sure that Ukraine, which he cannot defeat, is at least economically destroyed. In his closing statements at the end of the G7 meet of agriculture ministers, German Agriculture Minister said global food insecurity had been exacerbated by the Ukraine war and the climate change. Just days after Marcelo Pesci was slain by gunmen on a Colombian beach, the special prosecutor's body arrived back in his native village. The convoy carrying Pesci was led by a police motor car and on a rainy night from the international airport to the Ministry of Public Defense, which is the headquarters of Paraguay's public prosecutors. 20 people were injured in 2 shootings in downtown Milwaukee near the entertainment district, where thousands had been watching the Bucks lose to Boston Celtics in the game of the NBA's Eastern Conference semi-finals. According to the officials, none of the injuries from shooting were believed to be life-threatening. And viewers, time for a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. It's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees were killed by terrorists. And the Gyanvapi survey day 2 has begun after surveyors claimed attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1.
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes, we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel, they say
not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang,
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was a taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद
It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claim an attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1. CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerge in investigation. It's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees killed by terrorists. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as Chief Minister of Tripura. Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds passes away in deadly car crash at the age of 46. 10 killed in mass shootout in New York. Shooter live streams video of killing, surrenders shortly after. And breaking news coming in now, getting you news from Tirunelveli, where a giant stone fell on a private quarry near Ponakudi in Nellai district. It has been reported that 6 workers who were there are trapped in the rubble. The fire department has been notified as other workers were involved in trying to rescue them. NDRF teams are being brought in from Arakonam for helping in the ongoing rescue operations. 2 people have been rescued and rescue operations are ongoing for the 3rd person. Apurva joins us with the latest updates. Apurva, it's over to you. How is the rescue operation progressing? We believe that various rescue teams are on the spot.
Well, that's right. In fact, this accident had taken place earlier this morning near Ponakudi in Nellai district. In fact, immediately there had been firefighters and other rescue officials who had been deployed from the nearby areas, including that of Pariyankote and Anganeri. What we are knowing as of now is that totally over 6 people had been trapped inside the rubble, and firefighters who were already on the scene had engaged in rescue operations. NDRF teams have also been called in from Arakonam for helping more in the rescue operations as well. So far, 2 people have been rescued. Another person, in fact, is being rescued. Rescue operations are underway right now for recovering yet another person. The condition of the other 3 who are still trapped inside is unclear, but what we are learning is that the rescue operation has been going on steadily, and people are being rescued even as we are speaking.
Well, are there any concerns being raised about the kind of safety conditions that are there? Is there, and what is the administration speaking? And also, what about the owners of the quarry?
There is still information that is yet to be released regarding the owner of the quarry or what is happening, but the police are on the spot and investigation is going on. In fact, Nellai district SP there, Saravanan, he has also arrived here following the news of 6 persons being trapped inside the quarry. So investigation is ongoing. What sources are saying is that a case is likely to be filed against the owner as well. The workers there, they are also being questioned. Those who are also part of the other things who had been trapped inside the quarry, who are in fact trapped inside the quarry. I remember 2 of them have been rescued. 1 person rescue is underway. They are also being questioned, but primarily they are being given a first aid even as they are being rescued as well. Ambulances and several fire services and NDRF teams that are being deployed to take out all the 6 people out of there safely.
Right. Usually, these are not isolated incidents, particularly in quarries. This particular quarry, as you told us, is a stone quarry. A huge stone fell and blocked the area. What about those who were trapped inside? What is their condition, as you can see so far?
Well, what we are learning is that initially there hasn't been any status as to what is the current condition of those people who have been trapped inside. 2 of them who have been rescued, they have suffered minor injuries, and in fact they were also treated by the first responders there on team, and they have also been shifted to hospitals so that the extent of their injuries can be completely taken into account. In fact, the families of those who have been trapped have also reached the spot as well. In fact, several of these quarry workers and the families had in fact gathered at the site and in fact had protested their demanding as to the lack of action that had been taken and demanding the rescue of those 6 who have been trapped inside. What we're learning as of now is that yes, there are injuries that the 6 of them have sustained, but we are yet to know for certain the extent of the injuries that the 6 of them have, the extent of injuries inflicted on the 6 of them, given that they were inside a quarry at the depth that they were in, the oxygen that is being provided, the rest of the other fire and rescue teams that are working continuously to help and rescue all of them safely. That is the first priority, is what we are learning. In fact, that is the first priority, is what our rescue officials on spot are also saying, for them to safely evacuate all the 6 people out of the trapped location, the trapped area over there, and to ensure that they are being given the utmost first aid that is possible for them before they are being shifted to receive a treatment.
Apurva, many thanks for joining us there with those details. Moving on now, shortly after Tripura Chief Minister Biplab Deb tendered his resignation, Dr. Manik Saha was announced as the new Chief Minister of the northeastern state. The shuffle in the top post comes in the lead up to the 2023 Tripura elections.
BJP announced its state unit president Dr. Manik Saha as the new Chief Minister of Tripura hours after the Biplab Deb resigned from the post. Dental surgeon turned politician, Saha had quit Congress to join BJP in 2016 and was made the party's state president 4 years later. Known for his clean image, the Rajya Sabha MP has the tough task of leading the state into elections next year. Deb, on the other hand, was the BJP's first chief minister in Tripura after the Saffron Party defeated the CPIM in the historic 2018 state polls, bringing an end to the 25-year-long run of the left party. However, reportedly, the Biplab Deb could not contain the constant bickering in the state unit. The former chief minister, though, claimed that his ouster was an inclusive decision. It's also speculated that Saha and Deb may swap roles in the state, with the latter taking up charge of BJP party president of Tripura. Bureau report for Republic TV.
More news from across the country. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray addressed a public rally at the BKC ground in Mumbai. Taking a jibe at recent developments, he addressed the BJP, saying that the party had ABC teams, given them loudspeakers, asking them to visit Emperor Aurangzeb's tomb or to recite the Hanuman Chalisa. And Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana was recently seen in Jammu and Kashmir's capital city of Srinagar. The official visited the city to lay the foundation stone of the new complex of the city's High Court. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat arrived in the city of Guwahati in Assam for a 4-day-long visit in the state. He was greeted by State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma upon arrival at the airport. Shipping Corporation of India holds event on one of its oil products tankers known as the Swarna Godavari. 10-year-old tanker recently docked at the city after a 10-day voyage from Vadinal in Gujarat. Suspended IPS officer GP Singh released from Raipur jail by the High Court in Chhattisgarh. He was earlier convicted under Prevention of Corruption Act by the state's Anti-Corruption Bureau, an economic offences wing of the state. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath seen assessing infrastructural work carried out in the state. Inspects construction of a 4-lane stretch in Gorakhpur's Sports College Road and construction of drains on the Deoria bypass road in the city. Tomato prices reportedly have shot up to 80 rupees a kilo in Hyderabad. Effect of the summer on the crop is being attributed as for the reason for prices shooting up recently. Mahabodhi temple complex decorated in Bihar's Bodh Gaya ahead of Buddha Jayanti. Entire complex decorated with flags in preparation for the occasion. Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh has come to be one of the hotbeds for cannabis cultivation. Taking cognizance of the matter, Andhra Pradesh government has formed a special enforcement bureau to tackle the cultivation of the illegal crop in the state. Union Law Minister Kiren Rijiju and Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir meet in Srinagar to discuss development activities in the state. Meet carried out to specifically discuss implementation of centrally sponsored scheme for development of infrastructure in J&K. And a teenage gunman wearing a military gear and in live streaming with a helmet camera opened fire with a rifle at Buffalo in New York at a supermarket in what authorities described as a racially motivated violent extremist killing. He killed 10 people, wounded 3 others on Saturday before he surrendered. Police officials said the 18-year-old gunman, who is white, was wearing body armor and military-style clothing when he pulled up and opened fire at people at a Tops Friendly market. The suspected gunman was later identified as Peyton Grendon of Conklin, a New York State community about 200 miles southeast of Buffalo. Let's listen in to some reactions on this story.
It's hard to know what to say. This is my community. I know this community well. I've walked these streets. I know the individuals who live here. It's a wonderful, tight-knit neighborhood. And to see that sense of security shattered by an individual, a white supremacist who has engaged in an act of terrorism and will be prosecuted as such, in a cold-hearted, cruel, calculating way. A military-style execution targeting people who simply want to buy groceries in a neighborhood store. It strikes us in our very hearts to know that there's such evil that lurks out there.
What started out as a beautiful day in the city of Buffalo has turned into a terrible day and one of tremendous heartbreak for every member of our community. We have suffered a mass shooting with multiple casualties and several people injured.
Approximately 2:30 today, an individual who the mayor stated is not from this area and is from hours away drove to Buffalo, went to 1275 Jefferson Avenue to the Tops Market. He exited his vehicle. He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming what he was doing. The individual exited his car and engaged 4 individuals. He shot 4 people in the parking lot. 3 of those were deceased. 1 individual at this time is surviving the injury. The individual went inside. As I said, he was an 18-year-old white male, walked into the store and began engaging customers inside the store.
Sri Lankans are struggling to procure basic amenities in the country, which is reportedly on the brink of economic collapse, with around $25 million left in its foreign exchange. Here's more in this report.
The people of Sri Lanka are facing difficulties in procuring basic essentials in a time of severe economic crisis. Sri Lankans continue to queue for fuel, cooking gas, food and medicine in Colombo.
මෙතන පිටිපෝලින් මෙතන අපේ ළමයි තැලෙන්නේ. උන්ගේ ළමයි කාලා කනවා. රටසැප විඳිනවා. අපේ ළමයි දුක් විඳිනවා. අපේ සල්ලි වලින් තමයි උන් ගන්නෙ බොන්නේ. ඇයි අපිට මේව කරන්නේ? අපේ ගෑස් එක ඉල්ලලා අපි සටන් කරන්නේ. අපිට ගෑස් එක දෙන්න කියන්නේ.
The Indian Ocean island nation is on the brink of bankruptcy and has suspended repayment of its foreign loans pending negotiations on a rescue package with the International Monetary Fund. The country currently needs to repay $7 billion in foreign debt this year out of $25 billion due by 2026. its total foreign debt is $51 billion. The finance ministry says the country currently has only $25 million in usable foreign reserves. Shortages of hard currency have also hindered imports of raw materials for manufacturing and worsened inflation, which surged to 18.7% in March. Sri Lanka's president swore in 4 new cabinet ministers Saturday in an effort to ensure stability until a full cabinet is formed. The appointment of 4 ministers came 2 days after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa reappointed 5-time former Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe after his predecessor, the president's brother Mahinda Rajapaksa, resigned Monday following violent attacks by his supporters on peaceful anti-government protesters. The administrative vacuum his resignation left led to the dissolution of the cabinet, which was responded to by the appointment of Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new Prime Minister. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And the CBI has registered 2 FIRs into the alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan have emerged in the investigation, coming up in a short while. And it's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees killed by terrorists.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid, you are challenging the Gyanvapi, Jahangirpur you attacked the masjid, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, break the masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang,
break a masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा
Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana was in Srinagar, where he spoke on the major challenges the judiciary faces in the modern day. He said one of the major challenges to the protection of rule of law and human rights is the inability of the formal justice system to deliver speedy and affordable justice to all. The justice delivery mechanism, he said, in India is very complex and expensive. Let's listen in.
One of the major challenges to the protection of rule of law and human rights is the inability of formal justice system to deliver speedy and affordable justice to all. The justice delivery mechanism in India is very. One of the major challenges to the protection of rule of law and human rights is the inability of formal justice system to deliver speedy and affordable justice to all. The justice delivery mechanism in India is very complex and expensive. The judiciary must be at its innovative best to ensure that the challenges to its working are met with just and constitutional measures. Technology has been a strong aid to the judiciary. Now, virtual courts are bridging the gaps of accessibility by reducing time and cost and distance. But in a country like India, where a vast digital divide still exists, much needs to be done in order to harness the full potential of technical.
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
there he goes.
Is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpakshe. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
They destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
And coming up, State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath today as Chief Minister of Tripura. Also coming up, it's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed an attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी उस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5-8 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism?
Top headlines at 10 a.m. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed attempts to hide Hindu signs on day 1. CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring links to Pakistan emerge in investigation. It's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees were killed by terrorists. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath as the Chief Minister of Tripura. Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds passes away in a deadly car crash at the age of 46. 10 people killed in mass shootout in New York. Shooter live streams video of killing, surrenders shortly after. Starting with a news break coming in from Maharashtra, where a state BJP leader Vinayak Ambedkar has approached the Pune police alleging that some 20 NCP workers attacked him in his office. And Ambedkar, the BJP leader, said he was a tax consultant as well as had written a social media post for which he was asked to apologize by party MP Girish Bapat. So there we have the state BJP leader Vinayak Ambedkar saying that he was attacked by 20 NCP workers in his office after he allegedly put out a social media post on NCP, on Sharad Pawar. So in the backdrop of all this, we have an NCP worker who has given an application at a police station against the BJP leader for writing an allegedly demeaning post about Sharad Pawar. So a big allegation there being leveled by BJP leader saying that NCP men attacked him in his Pune office. He has now approached the Pune police as well, alleging that 20 NCP workers attacked him in his office. We have Satya Prakash joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Satya Prakash, if you could give us more details of this case, a very shocking allegation that have been leveled that has been leveled by BJP leader there.
देखिए, एनसीपी के नेता जो कार्यकर्ता है, जो कि बीजेपी नेता विनायक अंबेडकर के ऑफिस में घुसकर
थापड़ मारे हैं, झप्पड़ मारे हैं और इसी को लेकर विश्रामपुर पुलिस स्टेशन में शिकायत दर्ज कराया है। जो जानकारी मिल रही है, कल देर शाम की घटना है और जो विनायक अंबेडकर हैं, बीजेपी नेता हैं, उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया पर एनसीपी अध्यक्ष शरद पवार के खिलाफ पोस्ट लिखा था, जिसके खिलाफ एनसीपी कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे विनायक अंबेडकर के ऑफिस में और वहां पर उनको मारा है, अटैक किया है। तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं किस तरह से थप्पड़ मार रहे हैं एनसीपी कार्यकर्ता। 20 से ज़्यादा कार्यकर्ता एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता घुसे थे, जो कि बीजेपी नेता विनायक अंबेडकर है उनके ऑफिस में घुसे थे। आरोप है, जो एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं का आरोप है कि एनसीपी अध्यक्ष शरद पवार के खिलाफ उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट लिखा था, जिसके खिलाफ उन्होंने लगातार उनको इस पोस्ट को डिलीट करने और माफ़ी मांगने की मांग कर रहे थे। लेकिन डिलीट नहीं करने के बाद एनसीपी के जो कार्यकर्ता थे पुणे के ऑफिस में विनायक जो अंबेडकर है उनके ऑफिस में जाकर उनके ऊपर अटैक किया, थप्पड़ मारा, गाली गलौज किया। हालांकि दोनों तरफ से एफआईआर दर्ज किया है पुलिस ने और पूरे मामले की जाँच कर रही है।
जी, और प्रकाश, it's significant to note here that the kind of allegations that have been made by the past as well by BJP leaders, be it Mohit Kamboj or Kirit Somaiya as well for that matter, who have alleged that they were attacked by Shiv Sena goons. So what is even happening in the state of Maharashtra?
देखिए, जिस तरह से ये पुणे की घटना आई है, बीजेपी नेता विनायक अंबेडकर के ऊपर अटैक किया गया है एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर, कहेंगे बीजेपी की तरफ से आक्रोश है। महाराष्ट्र बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट चंद्रकांत पाटिल ने कहा कि इस मामले की जांच होनी चाहिए, जो जिन लोगों ने अटैक किया है उन पर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। क्योंकि जिस तरह से विनायक अंबेडकर ऑफिस में बैठे थे और एकाएक जो एनसीपी कार्यकर्ता घुसते हैं और तुरंत ही थप्पड़ मारते हैं, अटैक करते हैं, गाली गलौज करते हैं, वजह यही थी कि जो एनसीपी अध्यक्ष हैं शरद पवार हैं उनके खिलाफ सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट लिखा था, यही वजह था। और एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने विश्रामपुर पुलिस स्टेशन जो कि पुणे में है, वहां पे जो विनायक अंबेडकर उनके खिलाफ एक शिकायत भी दर्ज कराया था। यही पोस्ट को लेकर विवाद बढ़ता गया और जिसके बाद एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने विनायक अंबेडकर के ऊपर अटैक किया। जी,
Well, absolutely. I'm told we have a guest also joining us. We have BJP MLA from Maharashtra, Atul Bhatkalkar, also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, we can see the visuals on our screens right now. Very shocking incident. The NCP workers, complete hooliganism there, and BJP leader attacked. He has been slapped by the NCP workers. How would you respond to that?
So it is very shocking picture, but unfortunately in Maharashtra, for last 2 years, it is order of the day. Whenever BJP person or any Hindutva-wadi worker puts something on Facebook or social media against any leader, they always take law in their own hand. Earlier also, you have shown that when one ex-naval officer just circulated one cartoon of Chief Minister, Shivasainik barged into his house. And I had to make agitation to just file an FIR against that Shivasainik. Till today, there is no charge sheet against this Shivasainik, even after 2 years. And so, unfortunately, there is a complete breakdown of law and order, lawlessness situation in all over Maharashtra. Whoever speaks against any leader, immediately MA workers comes, they take law in their own hand, but they should not forget that this is BJP, which fought against the emergency. And so we will not bow down. They may try to muzzle our voice. They may try to muzzle the voice of democracy, but we will continue our agitation against their corruption and against their caste-based politics.
जी, yes.
देखिए, जिस तरह से एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने कल पुणे में अटैक किया, बीजेपी नेता विनायक अंबेडकर के ऑफिस में घुसे और वजह यही थी कि सोशल मीडिया पर एनसीपी अध्यक्ष शरद पवार के खिलाफ उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट लिखा था, जिसको लेकर नाराज थे एनसीपी कार्यकर्ता और उसी लिए उनके ऊपर अटैक किए, थप्पड़ मारा, गाली गलौज किए। दोनों तरफ से पुलिस ने मामला दर्ज किया है, मामले की जाँच कर रही है। फिलहाल जिस तरह से एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने अटैक किया है,
the BJP leader, but very shocking incident coming to light where in Pune, a BJP leader was slapped by the NCP workers. And remember, this is not an isolated case there. We also reported earlier in the morning how a Marathi actress has now been booked and was arrested for allegedly posting a derogatory post on social media against Sharad Pawar. So the NCP workers there on complete hooliganism there by the NCP workers. Satya Prakash, if you could give us more details of this particular incident. ये किस टाइम का इंसिडेंट है और अभी हम देख रहे हैं काउंटर एलिगेशन भी है एनसीपी के तरफ से अगेंस्ट द बीजेपी लीडर।
देखिए समीक्षा, जिस तरह से एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने अटैक किया है, इसके पहले कल ही देखा गया कि जिस तरह से केतकी चितले जो कि मराठी एक्टर्स हैं उनके ऊपर स्याही फेंका है एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने और उनके ऊपर भी अटैक करने की कोशिश किया गया है, क्योंकि एनसीपी अध्यक्ष शरद पवार के खिलाफ पोस्ट किया था केतकी चितले जो कि मराठी एक्टर हैं और उनके खिलाफ एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने पुलिस के सामने उनके ऊपर स्याही फेंका था। ये दूसरी घटना है, पुणे में है, कल की घटना है जब एनसीपी कार्यकर्ता जो कि बीजेपी नेता है विनायक अंबेडकर उनके ऑफिस में घुसते हैं और उनको थप्पड़ मारते हैं, अटैक करते हैं, गाली गलौज करते हैं। वजह एक ही है कि सोशल मीडिया पे एनसीपी अध्यक्ष शरद पवार खिलाफ पोस्ट लिखा था जिससे नाराज होकर एनसीपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने अटैक किया। लगातार 2 मामले हैं महाराष्ट्र में, एक मराठी एक्टर केतकी चितले के ऊपर अटैक स्याही फेंका गया, उनके ऊपर अटैक करने की कोशिश किया गया जो कि पुलिस के सामने। दूसरी ये घटना है बीजेपी नेता विनायक अंबेडकर कहीं एनसीपी कार्य
All right, so Satya Prakash there reporting on this incident coming to light from Pune where a BJP leader was attacked by NCP workers. Moving on then to other big story that we are tracking with respect to the Gyanvapi survey which is underway. Remember, it's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey which has begun amid the heavy security presence. The visuals on your screens as well, the live visuals we are getting to you from the Gyanvapi survey site. We have Madhurima reporting live as well as Piyush reporting live from the survey site. Madhurima, if you could give us more details as to what is happening right now. We understand that the survey has begun and it is also being said that the survey is likely to be completed today.
Well, yes, absolutely. The survey began around 2 hours back at somewhere around 8:15 a.m. today in the morning and is being conducted ever since then. And like yesterday, it was also expected to finish around 11:30 to 11:45. However, we'll take you straight to the pictures as I talk about the Gyanvapi survey. As you can see that the entire area has been enveloped by police officials over here bit by bit so as to make sure that the law and order situation here remains intact. Also, you can see that a lot of cooperation that have been given by the residents of Varanasi. As you can see, all the shops here are shut, and that too on a Sunday, because relevance has been given to this particular survey, which is a highly anticipated one. The entire country is looking towards it, and it's the day 2 of that particular survey. What needs to be noted here is yesterday, where all the rooms where initially the entry was prohibited and a lot of people had came out on the doorstep. In fact, there was an entire mob that protested against the entry of the courts commissioner team inside the Kashi Vishwanath gate number 4. At the same time, this time, all cooperation has been given, and in fact, it was the Muslim community which handed over the keys to the court commissioner's team, and the entire survey of even the Garbha Grah that was, most anticipated one, that the maximum number of evidence could be collected from that particular Garbha Grah was also done yesterday. Today, it was the turn of the controversial wall where the renovation work was stopped by the Hindu petitioners 3 decades back because it depicted that yes, it was in fact a Hindu temple. That particular wall needs to be videographed properly, and also the upper side of the tomb where the namaz is offered will be scrutinized well and combed off for evidence as it is expected. So we'll get to know in another an hour as to what was the outcome, whether the entire survey has been completed or not, because it is highly likely that it will get completed as 50% of the work was done yesterday.
Yes.
And it's just 2 portions.
Madhurima, just stay with us. Let me also briefly go across to Piyush also, who's reporting live from the survey side. Piyush, tell us about the scenes you are seeing around you right now.
Well, Samiksha, it's been 2 hours that the survey is going on here at Gyanvapi Mosque. Remember that today is the second day where the surveys have gone inside. The sources are suggesting that today itself they are going to complete the survey. Let me straight away try to show you the pictures. So you can see the massive deployment of a police personnel. That's the second layer of barricading which has been done by the UP police officers, and then there is third layer of barricading, and after that itself the entrance to the gate number 4 is there where surveyors have gone, and as we are speaking they are doing survey. Yesterday when they had reached here, they faced multiple problems, including the darkness inside the tehkhanas, the basements there of Gyanvapi Mosque, because the doors of that tehkhana was not opened in the last many years, many days, centuries we can say, where it was not opened. And when it was opened today, I beg your pardon, yesterday, they found many time-worn traces of Hindu rituals, swastik, mangals, and many other things were seen by the surveyors. So today is the second day, and what we are learning is that most likely it is going to be completed, and they have to submit their report by 17th, and before that each and every corner of Gyanvapi Mosque is being videographed. A team of 3 commissioners along with lawyers from both the sides, around 65 people, list of 65 people has been made by administration, and amidst the high security, tight security, the survey is right now underway. The shops have been asked to be closed. I would ask Manish to pan the camera. This is the market area of the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, which has been closed. Devotees who are coming here, they are being advised to take some other route to go and offer prayers, though administration is also saying that nobody is being stopped to offer prayers, but only concerned officials and media persons are allowed to come in this area from where we are right now reporting. And right behind me is the place which goes towards the gate number 4, and from there these officers have gone inside. We'll have to wait and watch how the survey is going to take place, but sources yesterday suggested us that many time-worn rituals, many time-worn Hindu signs have been found there, and there was an attempt also to hide the Hindu structures there, structures of Lord Shiva, Lord Ganesha, they were also found. So these are the details which we are right now getting. Before I toss it back to you, let me also try to ask Manish to zoom and try to show you the convoy of officers which is also still there. You can see multiple vehicles are standing there of UP police personnel, and then there is the convoy of DM, Commissioner of Police Varanasi, that is parked there, and right outside, right after this very lane, the third layer of barricading is the entrance to the gate number 4, where these surveyors have now gone inside. We'll have to wait and watch how the day is going to progress further. It's been 2 hours, Samiksha, survey is going on inside the Gyanvapi Mosque.
All right, Piyush and Madhurima, many thanks for giving us all those updates live from the survey site. Moving on to more newsbreak coming in, the Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju has made a significant statement in the backdrop of the sedition hearing in the Supreme Court. Rijiju has said that close to 1,500 obsolete laws have already been scrapped, and that the process is on to identify more such acts that were made in the colonial era. We have a soundbite of Kiran Rijiju as well. Let's listen in.
We have already removed close to 1,500 obsolete laws and provisions which are becoming a burden for the common man. And we are in the process of identifying more such acts which are not required in the present time. Some of the colonial era laws, some of the provisions which are not necessary in today's time. We are working out. I am also engaged with my colleagues and the team, and to identify that India is the India of emerging new India, and in this emerging 21st century, India must take a lead role, not only in terms of other issues, but also in terms of providing the best access.
We have Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Nalin Kohli, also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, thanks for speaking to us. How would you respond to the very significant statement made by Kiran Rijiju saying that the process is currently on to review more such obsolete acts, and that over 1,500 obsolete laws have already been scrapped?
When Prime Minister Modi's government came in 2014, you will note that several things were done in a large manner to transform the entire system of India. One of them was to remove such obsolete and archaic laws that were unnecessary, no longer required, and were just adding a compliance burden. In that context, as the Law Minister Mr. Kiren Rijiju has pointed out, the government has repealed over 1,500 such laws. Additionally, sometimes there are also compliance burdens that are unnecessary, and a major achievement has been also removing some 25,000 unnecessary compliance burdens, which help now in terms of the ease of doing business, making the environment better for business as also for the functioning of the citizen. So, in that continuous movement of reforming the structure and removing what is unnecessary, which is burdensome to the country and to the citizens, what the Law Minister has pointed out is significant, because Mr. Rijiju is talking about the commitment of the Modi government in reviewing every such thing on a continuous basis, and therefore it's a welcome thing what the Law Minister has pointed out.
Well, absolutely. Sir, thanks for speaking to us and sharing your thoughts with us on the same. So, Kiren Rijiju there saying that the process is on and that more laws, so obsolete laws, could be scrapped in the near future. Here's a quick roundup from across the globe. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken headed to Berlin to attend a NATO North Atlantic Council foreign ministers meet chaired by NATO chief on Ukraine. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance amid concerns about the threat from Russia. Foreign ministers of NATO countries arrived in Berlin to attend an informal meeting on Saturday. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance amid concerns about the threat from Russia, as well as ways in which NATO can support Ukraine without being drawn into the conflict. Ahead of Sweden's decision on its NATO stance in a meeting of the governing Social Democratic Party led by Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson, Finland Prime Minister said that she hopes Sweden would join NATO in tandem with Finland following a party council meet on its member application. German Agriculture Minister said he believed that Putin's strategy was to make sure that Ukraine, which he cannot defeat, is at least economically destroyed. In his closing remarks at the end of the G7 meet of agriculture ministers, German Agriculture Minister said global food security had been exacerbated by the Ukraine war and climate change. Just days after Marcelo Pesci was slain by gunmen on a Colombian beach, the special prosecutor's body arrived back in his native place. The convoy carrying Pesci was led by police motor car on a rainy day from the international airport to the Ministry of Public Defense, which is the headquarters of Paraguay's public prosecutors. 20 people were injured in two shootings in downtown Milwaukee near an entertainment district where thousands had been watching the Bucks lose to the Boston Celtics in Game 6 of the NBA's Eastern Conference semi-finals. Time for a very short break, viewers. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. We'll get you the latest on Assam floods as the Indian Army has now been roped in for the rescue operations in Assam. And CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerge in investigation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Some years ago, after the Bharat Tere Tukde Honge slogans were raised, I had coined a phrase, a term. At that time, it was a hashtag. It was Tukde Tukde Gang. Hashtag Tukde Tukde Gang, because this phrase encapsulated the mindset of a lobby that wanted to break India. This phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang, exposed the motive and intent of a section whose sole objective was to destabilize our country. It ensured that all those who were against the country were lumped together under one common phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang. Now the Tukde gang has evolved. Tonight, it is about the Burn India gang. This gang, the Burn India gang, is even more virulent, even more devious. The Burn India gang is even more technologically savvy, and their motives are more sinister. They want to burn India. They want to burn this country with a communal divide. They want to burn this country with riots. They want to burn India by peddling insecurity. They want to burn India to ensure complete anarchy. And they have mastered the art of using the garb of our sacrosanct democracy to cause mayhem and go against everything that our constitution stands for. And tonight it is time to identify them and to expose them. And this Ornob Live, the question is, ladies and gentlemen, is there a hashtag Burn India gang that is out to destroy and break India?
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए, रस्सी उस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए।
And viewers, on to a quick EBIX cash alert coming from the US, where a helicopter crashed on Saturday into the ocean waters off the Miami beach, plummeting a few feet away from swimmers in a crowded stretch which is popular among the tourists. What we are told is that 2 passengers were then taken to a nearby hospital and are currently in a stable condition, whereas no one else appeared to be injured. So the visuals on your screens of the helicopter crash, the Miami chopper that crashed, and 2 people were injured, as a result of which they were taken to the hospital but are currently said to be stable. The video was shared by the police as it captured the helicopter descending over the ocean and crashing into the water as a crowd in the beach was still there. So that's a quick EBIX cash alert. 2 passengers who have now been hospitalized after the helicopter crash which happened in Miami. And the police department said that the Federal Aviation Administration is currently probing the incident. So the chopper crash which happened in US Miami, and 2 passengers who were injured, as a result of which they were hospitalized.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes, we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
I tell you, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad
Bihar
No, not
versus
at all.
the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid, you are challenging the Gyanvapi, Jahangirpur you attacked the masjid, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang,
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. So you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage from Guwahati as the Indian Army troops have been deployed for rescue operations following massive floods in Assam.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 58 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpakshe. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Top headlines at 10:30. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey after surveyors claimed attempts to hide Hindu signs on day 1. CBI registers 2 FIRs into alleged IPL betting ring. Links to Pakistan emerged in investigation. It's confirmed the Katra fire in Jammu was a terror attack. 4 Vaishno Devi devotees were killed by terrorists. State BJP President Manik Saha to take oath as the Chief Minister of Tripura today. Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds passes away in a deadly car crash at the age of 46. 10 people killed in mass shootout in New York. Shooter live streams video of killing, surrenders shortly after. Starting with breaking news coming in from Assam, where 3 people, including a woman, died in landslide incidents that were reported in Dima Hasao district on Saturday. Till now, more than 24,600 people of 94 villages in 6 districts have been affected due to the floods. We have Aniruddha joining us live from Guwahati. If you could give us some more details as to the situation right now. We understand 3 people have already died and thousands have been evacuated.
Yes, the floods following the incessant rain for the last several days have created havoc across several parts of the region, not only in Assam but also in parts of Meghalaya. Road connectivity has been snapped, particularly in Dima Hasao district and also in parts of Meghalaya as well, as the national highway was partially washed away by the flash flood following the incessant rain in Dima Hasao district. And meanwhile, in landslide that has taken place in Dima Hasao district, 3 individuals, including a woman, have lost her life. And also because of landslides on the railway tracks that goes to Barak Valley of Assam through Dima Hasao district, the rail connectivity has also been disrupted as landfills have blocked the railway tracks, and we are getting to learn that NF Railway is sending another train now from Lamding division or in Nagaon district to rescue the stranded passengers who are stranded following the landslide in Dima Hasao district. Studio.
Well, absolutely. Also tell us more about the thousands who've been displaced. Have they been relocated? Like, where have they been relocated? And the traffic snarls as well as other problems that people are facing as a result of landslide and flash floods in the area. If you can hear us, Aniruddha, if you could give us more details as to the problems being faced by the people. We understand thousands, more than 24,000 people have been relocated. If you could tell us more about the situation and how are people really grappling with this condition.
Rescue operation.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you, Aniruddha. If you could give us more details, please continue. Well, we will try and connect with Aniruddha again. So those are some very dramatic visuals also coming in of massive floods in Assam. The floods that also led to landslide, and 3 people also died as a result of this landslide that happened. More than 24,000 people across 6 districts of Assam have been affected by the first wave of floods in the state. And following the incessant rains in the state, their people are also facing a lot of problems. Aniruddha is back with us. Aniruddha, take it away. Tell us about the situation and the problems being faced by the people in the area. All right, we seem to have lost that network, but situation very grim in Assam. 3 people died, including a woman, in the landslide that happened. So that's a developing story. We'll keep getting you more on that from Guwahati. News in brief, in a tragic incident reported from Bengaluru, a BBMP truck mowed down a delivery agent. 25-year-old delivery agent died on spot after being hit by a BBMP truck at the Thani-Sandra railway bridge. The police have now nabbed the driver. Thane police arrested Marathi actress Ketki Chitale for allegedly sharing a derogatory post on NCP chief Sharad Pawar on social media platforms. In a post, Ketki had made some remarks, after which she was arrested. She has now been booked in 4 cases under the relevant sections. Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju, while addressing an event in Srinagar, said that central government has already removed close to 1,500 obsolete laws and provisions which had become a burden for the common man. He added that the government is in the process of removing more such obsolete laws.
We have already removed close to 1,500 obsolete laws and provisions which are becoming a burden for the common man. And we are in the process of identifying more such acts which are not required in the present time. Some of the colonial era laws, some of the provisions which are not necessary in today's time. We are working out. I am also engaged with my colleagues and the team and to identify that India is the India of emerging new India, and in this emerging 21st century, India must take a lead role, not only in terms of other issues, but also in terms of providing the best access of justice to the common man.
And a mortar shell was recovered by the Jammu police from the Apna Vihar area in Jammu. The police has seized it, and primarily it seems to be a rusted mortar shell. Now, another big story that we are tracking: shortly after Tripura Chief Minister Biplab Dev tendered his resignation, Dr. Manik Saha was announced as the new Chief Minister of the northeastern state. The shuffle in the top post comes in the backdrop of the 2023 Tripura elections.
BJP announced its state unit president Dr. Manik Saha as the new Chief Minister of Tripura hours after the Biplab Dev resigned from the post. Dental surgeon turned politician, Saha had quit Congress to join BJP in 2016 and was made the party's state president 4 years later. Known for his clean image, the Rajya Sabha MP has the tough task of leading the state into elections next year. Dev, on the other hand, was the BJP's first chief minister in Tripura after the Saffron Party defeated the CPIM in the historic 2018 state polls, bringing an end to the 25-year-long run of the left party. However, reportedly, Biplab Dev could not contain the constant bickering in the state unit. The former chief minister, though, claimed that his ouster was an inclusive decision. It's also speculated that Saha and Dev may swap roles in the state, with the latter taking up charge of BJP party president of Tripura. Bureau report for Republic TV.
On to a quick Ebix cash alert, then getting in visuals of a fire that engulfed the forests in the upper reaches of Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine. The forest fire is suspected to be due to the prevailing heat wave in Jammu and Kashmir. The fire is at a distance from the Bhavan where the Yatra is taking place. So the visuals also coming in of the fire that engulfed the forest in the upper reaches of Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine. We have Gursimran joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, give us more details.
It was around yesterday evening when this fire broke out in the upper reaches of the Tripura Hills. It has totally engulfed a large area of the forest, and this is due to the prevailing heat wave that is going on in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir that this fire has occurred. Now the attempts are being made to douse this fire. This fire is at adequate distance from the path, the route to the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine as well as Bhavan of Ma Vaishno Devi. So there is nothing to worry as of now, but the attempts are being made to douse the fire at an earlier so that any kind of eventuality can be avoided. It is almost an annual affair. We have seen that it happening in the past year as well, but the administration of Sri Vaishno Devi Shrine Board is taking all due precautions.
Yes. Well, Gursimran, thank you so much for giving us all those details. Moving on to another news that we are getting in, where the from Tirunelvi in Tamil Nadu, where a giant stone fell on a private quarry near Ponakudi in Nellai district of Tamil Nadu. It has been reported that 6 workers who were working there are trapped in the rubble. And the fire department has also been notified as other workers were involved in trying to rescue them. So the NDRF teams have also been roped in for helping in the ongoing rescue operations because 6 workers are still said to be trapped. What we are told is that 2 people have been rescued and that the rescue operations for the third person is still on. We have Apurva also joining us on the phone line. Apurva, give us more details of this incident.
Well, we are learning that so far 6 people have been trapped. Out of them, 2 people have been rescued. Rescue operations is ongoing for a third person. We are also being told that the NDRF officials from Arakonam base camp have already been deployed. Around 30 NDRF officials have been deployed to Tirunelveli in help for the rescue operations that is currently underway. We are also learning that so far all the 6 of them who have been trapped there in that mine quarry, they are trapped below 300 feet. This is the latest details that we have. Not only that, several of the families of those people who have been trapped there have also gathered there at the mining quarry asking about the rescue operation that is currently underway. Deployment has already been made for NDRF officials. On the spot, we also have fire and rescue officials as well as police officials who are monitoring the situation over there. Several other rescue teams are also en route to ensure that the rest of the 4 of them for whom the rescue operation is currently underway, they are also being rescued out safely. The first 2 people who have so far been rescued, they have been given initial first aid treatment on ground post, which they had also been moved for checkup and to check on their injuries as well. Sources do state that around 30 NDRF officials have been deployed. All of these officials of the NDRF teams who have been deployed, they have been deployed with rescue equipment, including that of rope rescue, chipping hammer, as well as well equipment, which they will be required to take forward with them for the rescue operation that is currently
Yes, Apurva, stay with us. We also have Praveen Prakash, Assistant Commander of the NDRF, joining us. Sir, your first, if you could tell us more about the rescue operations which are still underway, because we understand that 6 workers are still trapped in this private quarry.
Received requisition from state government around 9:15 today morning that 6 workers have been trapped under the debris, out of which 2 have been rescued by the local police. And some people are still under lead, and we were requested to send our team as soon as possible. So accordingly, we have sent our team. They are on their way. Once the team reaches the location, I'll be able to give you more updates on that, ma'am.
Sir, anything you can tell us with regard to how many personnel, how many officers are deployed right now in this rescue operation which is underway?
Ma'am, we have sent one team. We have one team with all the equipment, which consists of collapse structure, search and rescue equipment, and further whatever equipments are required. Our team has moved already. But we have sent a team of 30 personnel as of now. If required, we'll be sending more teams, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. So that was Praveen Prakash, the Assistant Commander of the NDRF Tamil Nadu, speaking to us as the rescue operations are still on to rescue the 6 trapped in private quarry in Tirunelveli of Tamil Nadu. So the visuals also on your screens right now of the rescue operations, where you can see that the personnel in the private quarry, they're trying to rescue those trapped in this private quarry in Tamil Nadu's Tirunelveli, because 6 workers are still said to be trapped. The NDRF personnel have also been roped in for the rescue operations. So those are the live visuals we are getting to you of the rescue operations which are currently underway, in which 6 workers are said to be trapped in this private quarry, and this incident coming to light from Tirunelveli of Tamil Nadu, where a giant stone fell on a private quarry near Ponakudi in Nellai district. It has been reported, as we told you, that 6 workers are currently trapped, and that the fire department was notified as other workers were involved in trying to rescue the operations. And now we have the NDRF personnel who have also been roped in for the rescue operations. These are the latest visuals we are getting to you of the Tirunelveli rescue operations which are currently underway. So situation tense there in the area, as 6 workers are said to be trapped inside this private quarry. The latest what we are told is that 2 people have been rescued, and that still many are trapped in this ongoing rescue operation. So situation, all out efforts there being made by the NDRF teams as well as other personnel who are deployed in the rescue operations. The latest visuals we are getting to you of the Tirunelveli rescue operations. And we have Apurva back with us. Apurva, give us more details on the rescue operations which are still underway.
Well, the rescue operations are underway in Tirunelveli. What we are learning is that so far 6 persons have been trapped under a rubble below 300 feet. This rescue operation is ongoing near Punnakudi in the district. We are also learning that an NDRF team of 30 people have been deployed as of the moment. This team, which will be deployed and who have already moved from Arakonam base, they will be carrying rescue equipment, including that of chipping hammer, rock ropes, as well as several other equipments that will be necessary as well. Fire and rescue operations are already underway with rescue operations that have started since early this morning. So far, 2 people have been rescued. Another person is also, a rescue operation is currently underway. We are yet to learn what is the present condition of the rest of the people who are still trapped under the debris, their present condition as well, which is still unclear. But so far, Tirunelveli's SP as well as fire and rescue officials.
Okay. Apurva, thanks for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that. Getting you news and brief from the war-torn country Ukraine, where the Ukrainian forces continue to clear retaken villages north of Kharkiv, which is the second largest city of Ukraine, as they press on to push back Russian forces towards the border. Ukrainian military said that the Russian troops were withdrawing from around Kharkiv after bombarding it for weeks. Ukrainian soldiers load refrigerated train wagons with the bodies of the dead Russian soldiers in Kiev, awaiting their potential return to Russia. Ukrainian armed forces colonel supervised the moving of Russian bodies found in territory under Ukraine's control or to the special refrigerators car stationed in the capital. The Ukrainian military released videos said to show it showed a destroyed pontoon bridge over the Seversky Donetsk River after they prevented Russian forces from crossing the waterway in the country's east. The footage also showed damaged Russian armored vehicles nearby. In Kiev, where instead of a TV studio, a commentator provided a live voiceover for Ukraine State TV for the Eurovision Song Contest from an undisclosed basement in Ukraine. He explained that his team were forced to move underground for security reasons after the TV tower in Kiev, where he worked for the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Ukraine, was hit by Russian forces. And don't go anywhere, viewers. We have a lot lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. State BJP President Manik Saha set to take oath today as the new Chief Minister of Tripura.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn in India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
It's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj.
बेरोजगारी के लिए कितनी मीटिंग्स, कितने डिसीजन ये सरकार ने और मुख्यमंत्री ने लिए, उन्होंने बताना चाहिए. और एक वीडियो, मैं ज्यादा वीडियो नहीं मांग रही हूँ. विदर्भ में कौन से गांव में, कौन से क्षेत्र में घूमे, कौन से सब्जेक्ट के लिए घूमे, वो एक वीडियो उन्होंने जाहिर करना चाहिए. किसानों के बारे में तो कोई तकलीफ की एक शब्द बात नहीं की गई. किसानों की परिस्थिति आज क्या है? बेरोजगारी पर एक शब्द बोले नहीं कि इतने रोजगार देने के लिए, हम हाथों को रोजगार देने के लिए ये सरकार बनी है. 2019 के बाद 3 गुना ज्यादा बेरोजगारी है मेरे महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ी है. इसका डाटा उनके डिपार्टमेंट ने और मुख्यमंत्री ने देना चाहिए. कितने युवकों को, कितने बेरोजगार हाथों को उन्होंने रोजगार दिया, ये बताना चाहिए उन्होंने. वो बोलते हैं हाथों को रोजगार दिया, कौन से हाथों को रोजगार दिया? 3 गुना ज्यादा बेरोजगारी देवेंद्र फडणवीस की सरकार के बाद महाराष्ट्र में 3 टाइम ज्यादा बेरोजगारी महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ी है. और कल संभाजी महाराज की दिन था, अभिवादन जयंती थी, अभिवादन करना का दिन था. और औरंगजेब के कब्र पे जाकर जिन्होंने फूल चढ़ाए, पूरी महाराष्ट्र की एक, उन्होंने इलेक्शन के पहले कहा था कि औरंगाबाद का नाम हम संभाजी नगर रखेंगे, और उस मंच पे बोलते हैं कि संभाजी नगर रखने की क्या जरूरत है? तुम्हारे ही एजेंडे में था और तुम ही आज बोलते हैं उसकी क्या जरूरत थी? फिर तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि 370 हटाने के लिए जब आदरणीय बाला साहब ठाकरे ने अपना विचार रखे थे मोदी जी के सामने कि 370 हटनी चाहिए और कश्मीर के जितने भी लोग हैं उन्हें न्याय मिलना चाहिए, वो सपना पूरा मोदी जी ने किया. और आप छोटा सा काम, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, नगर बदल सकते नहीं, इतने लाचार मुख्यमंत्री हो गए हैं कि अपनी विचारधारा से बहुत अलग दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं। उन्हें ये पता है कि औरंगाबाद को अगर संभाजी नगर कर दिए तो बाकी पक्ष हमसे बाजू में हटकर वो दूसरी राह पकड़ लेंगे। यही डर रह गया सिर्फ तुम्हारे मन में। कल एक एमपी ने, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ने, संकट मोचन जी का गदा हाथ में दिया, देने की कोशिश।
And news break coming in on the Munka fire incident. We are told that the owner of the building has now been arrested. Latest arrest in the Delhi Munka fire incident. The building landlord has now been arrested. And that's the latest we are tracking. Remember, over 2,000 people lost their lives in this fire incident. And the latest, what you're told, is that the landlord has been arrested. The Delhi police has nabbed Manish Lakra, the landlord of the building which caught fire and took 27 lives. And the outer district police arrested him after conducting various raids. So the big update coming in: the cops arresting the owner of the Munka fire building that caught fire and claimed lives of 27 people.
और आप बात करते हैं कि हनुमान चालीसा अगर पढ़ना है तो कश्मीर में जाके हनुमान चालीसा पढ़िए। इससे आपने ये दिखाया है पूरे देश को कि हनुमान चालीसा का विरोध ये मुख्यमंत्री कर रहे हैं।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए, रस्सी उस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpakshe. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out our
The people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
News breaking just now. Delhi police has nabbed Manish Lakra, landlord of the building which caught fire and took 27 lives. Outer district police arrested him after conducting various raids. So news just breaking. Landlord of the building that claimed 27 innocent lives nabbed by Delhi police after various raids were conducted. He is the owner of the building that caught fire in Mundka. And they conducted a raid also in order to nab Manish Lakra, who is one of the main accused in the case. He is the owner of the building that caught fire in Mundka. Joining us now is our correspondent Anuj. Anuj, a big breakthrough there, the capture of Manish Lakra in the Mundka fire case. Anuj, our correspondent joins us. Anuj, it's over to you for all the details. When was he nabbed? What are Delhi police saying about the various efforts they must have made in order to nab him, considering how big a breakthrough it is in the Mundka fire case? Well, we seem to have lost touch with our correspondent. We'll try and connect to him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, breaking news coming in. Manish Lakra, the main accused in the Mundka fire case, nabbed by Delhi police after having conducted various raids. And well, many lapses were found as far as fire safety measures in the building were concerned. But the tragedy is that 27 innocent lives were lost during that terrible fire that broke out in Mundka. As our reporters have been continuously reporting, no fire license of the building, and the owner, Manish Lakra, who had been absconding, has now been nabbed by Delhi police. The 4-story building killed 27 and 8 have been injured. Preliminary inquiries found that the 4-storied commercial buildings are generally used for providing office space. It was used for providing office space for various companies. The fire that broke out was massive, and it took all the efforts of the fire department to douse it, but not before 27 lives were lost. Ananya joining us for the latest details. Major breakthrough, Ananya, in the Mundka fire case. Manish Lakra, who had been absconding, now nabbed by the police.
Well, yes, it's a major breakthrough by the Delhi Police's outer district unit, where it has arrested the landowner of that particular building which had caught fire and claimed 27 lives. In fact, various raids were conducted not only in Delhi but also in Haryana in order to nab this accused person. We are still awaiting for the exact operation details, but as per the Delhi Police outer district and the Delhi Deputy Commissioner of Police outer district, multiple raids were conducted in Delhi and in Haryana in order to nab Manish Lakra. He had absconded after the fire incident had happened. This is the third arrest, in fact, in this whole case, wherein 27 people had lost their lives in this unfortunate fire that occurred on Friday night at around 4:24 in the evening. But now a very, very major breakthrough coming in from the Delhi Police's outer district unit, and we'll have to wait and watch as to how and what he reveals into the interrogation. Back to the studios.
Right, Ananya, when we talk about the various lapses that were spotted after the fire broke out, well, major concerns raised there about safety measures that are in place in buildings across the national capital. Ananya, we'll have to leave it at that for now. Many thanks for joining us. And it's day 2 of the...
कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस जैसा मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र में चाहिए
और आज उद्धव ठाकरे बोलते हैं उनके विरोध में जिस तरह से टिप्पणी कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा भी कुछ तुम्हारे में होगा तो उनके नखून की भी बराबरी काम के माध्यम से देवेंद्र फडणवीस के नखून की बराबरी तो भी करके बताओ। क्योंकि आज जिस तरह से आपने सिर्फ आरोप किया है 2.5 साल में पर कभी काम नहीं किया, ऐसी परिस्थिति महाराष्ट्र में की है। और देश के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के बारे में बोलते, अरे आप ही लोगों ने बोला था स्टेज पे बार बार, जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा मोदी जी हमेशा साथ रहेंगे, मोदी जी के साथ हम रहेंगे। और आज मोदी जी का विरोध करते। अरे पूरे देश को मालूम है कि विधानसभा तुम कैसे लड़े, लोकसभा कैसे लड़े, किस तरह से तुम्हारी सीटें चुन के आई। लोकसभा में तुम्हारे 17-18 खासदार जाते, कभी सपने में भी तुमने सोचा नहीं था। सिर्फ मोदी जी का फोटो लगा के तुमने वहाँ वोट मांगे और उसी मोदी जी के साथ गद्दारी करके भाजपा के पीठ पे खंजीर खुपस के तुम मुख्यमंत्री बने। अरे जो आज बाला साहब ने कभी जीवन में सोचा नहीं कि कांग्रेस के साथ बैठ के सरकार बनाएंगे। बाला साहब ने आखिरी तक यही बोला, जिस दिन कांग्रेस के दरवाजे में मैं जाऊंगा उस दिन शिवसेना पार्टी बंद कर दूंगा। वो बाला साहब के विचार तुमने गड्ढे में डाले और आज खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए और खुद के पद के लिए आप मुख्यमंत्री पद का वहां पे भोग रहे। और ये मुझे मालूम है कि कश्मीरी पंडितों का जो बलिदान है उनका व्यर्थ नहीं जाना चाहिए। इसलिए बाला साहब ने हमेशा बोला है कश्मीर को न्याय मिलना चाहिए। उस कश्मीर को न्याय देने का काम मोदी जी ने किया। आज देश में जो जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी काम कर रहे हैं, और आप बोलते हैं कि सिक्योरिटी महाराष्ट्र में कुछ लोगों दिया है। अरे तुमने महाराष्ट्र में पावर का दुरुपयोग किया है। जब नवनीत राणा पे आपने राजद्रोह का गुना दाखिल किया, बिना बाहर निकले उनको डिटेन किया, शिव सैनिकों को रास्ते पे उतारा, हमारे शिव सैनिक के गुंडों को रास्ते पे उतारा, हमारे घर पे पथराव किया, पर उनपे एनसी मैटर नहीं होता। और जहाँ पे हम घर से बाहर नहीं निकले उस महिला के साथ राजद्रोह दाखिल होता है। आप ही कायदा तोड़ते हैं, आप ही रास्ते पे उतरते हैं और आप ही कायदा सुव्यवस्था की बात करते हैं। ये महाराष्ट्र देश देख रहा है कि दोगली नीति जो है उद्धव ठाकरे की, और दोगली नीति के माध्यम से ही उन्होंने यहाँ पे हिंदुओं के गला घोटने का काम उद्धव ठाकरे ने किया है। और मुझे लगता है कि आज सिक्योरिटी की बात अगर करते तो संजय राउत को सिक्योरिटी है, अनिल परब को सिक्योरिटी है, आदित्य ठाकरे को सिक्योरिटी है, खुद उद्धव ठाकरे को सिक्योरिटी है। जो वहाँ के छोटे छोटे कार्यकर्ता है शिवसेना के, उनको उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी देके रखा है। उसके बजाय महाराष्ट्र के जनता की सिक्योरिटी उन्होंने करना चाहिए। वो ना करते हुए महाराष्ट्र में सबसे ज्यादा क्राइम, सबसे ज्यादा गुंडागर्दी, सबसे ज्यादा तोड़ी वसूली, जो वाजे जैसा एक ऑफिसर मुख्यमंत्री के आदेश से पुलिस में भर्ती होता है और मातोश्री के लिए वसूली करता है और उसके माध्यम से कई मंत्री जेल में जाते हैं, ये महाराष्ट्र कभी नहीं था। वो उद्धव ठाकरे ने महाराष्ट्र बनाया। पता होना चाहिए।
कालची जी, हाँ
हिंदी में बोल दो पहले।
क्या पहले अभी तो मुझे लगता है कि जो दो दर्द उन्होंने मुझे
हनुमान चालीसा
लॉकअप से हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने के लिए लॉकअप से लेके जेल तक जो पीड़ा दी है, आज भी मैं उस दर्द में ही हूँ। मैं एक चीज जरूर बोलना चाहूंगी, जिस दिन रश्मि ठाकरे को
उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहेंगे,
जिस दिन उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहेंगे, पावर चले जाएगा, उस दिन अगर रश्मि ठाकरे को जेल के पीछे डाला, तब उनको पूछूंगी मैं कि अब कैसा लगता है, दर्द कैसा रहता है,
लॉकअप क्या रहता है,
लॉकअप क्या रहता है, जेल क्या रहती है, और जेल में हर एक मिनट जो जिसने कुछ क्राइम नहीं किया है अगर उसको डालते हैं तो उसकी पीड़ा क्या रहती है, झूठा ऑफेंस दाखिल करके। तो तब मैं पूछूंगी, पर वो वक्त भी जरूर आएगा जिस दिन आप पावर से साइड में हटोगे,
तुम्हारे घर की महिला जाएंगी
और तुम्हारी घर की महिला वहां जाएगी, तब मैं आपको पूछूंगी लॉकअप कैसा लगता है, जेल कैसी लगती है, और बिना क्राइम के जेल में जाना कैसा लगता है। मी कालजी सभा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये उद्धव ठाकरेजींनी जी सभा घेतली त्याच्यामध्ये एकही शब्द माझे शेतकऱ्यांबद्दल नव्हता, एकही शब्द शेतमजदूरांबद्दल नव्हता, एकही शब्द बेरोजगारांबद्दल नव्हता, एकही शब्द लोड शेडिंगचा नव्हता, एकही शब्द माझे विद्यार्थ्यांच्या भविष्याचा नव्हता। ते सगळं ना बोलताना फक्त टार्गेट करण्याचं काम उद्धव ठाकरेंनी कालच्या सभामध्ये केलं. मुख्यमंत्री जेव्हा एखादा सभा घेते, पूर्ण महाराष्ट्राची जनता अपेक्षाने पाहते की आज मुख्यमंत्री या सभेमध्ये जनतेसाठी, जनतेच्या हितामध्ये काहीतरी आम्हाला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये देणार आहे. या विश्वासाने, या अपेक्षाने मुख्यमंत्रीकडनं पाहिल्या जाते. पण काल फक्त विरोध दाखवण्यासाठी आणि ज्या वेळीस एक खासदारांनी त्यांना गदा हातात दिलं, अनटचेबल जसा गदा असते त्या पद्धतीने त्यांच्यासोबत त्यांनी बिहेव केला आणि हात लावून, जसं हात लावून करंट लागते काय, हात लावून काय पाप होते काय, या पद्धतीचं बिहेव करून तिथून टर्न करून दुसऱ्या बाजूनी चालले गेले. गदाचाही अपमान केला काल, हनुमान चालीसाचा अपमान केला. हनुमान चालीसा वाचणं काही जरुरी नाहीये म्हणे, वाचायचं आहे तर काश्मीरमध्ये जाऊन वाचा. अरे किती लाचार, मुख्यमंत्रीची लाचार सभा काल झाली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये म्हणतात काश्मीरमध्ये जाऊन हनुमान चालीसा वाचा. अरे हनुमान चालीसा काश्मीरमध्ये जर वाचले जाते तर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये का वाचू शकत नाही? तुम्ही म्हणता लॉ अँड ऑर्डरची गोष्टी करता. काल जे त्यांनी शब्द म्हटले, एक महिला म्हणून त्या शब्दाची रिपीट मी करू शकत नाही खुलेआम. अरे पावर जरी तुमच्याकडे असली तर पावरची असा दुरुपयोग करणं मला नाही वाटत हे योग्य आहे. आणि जे आव्हान मी केलं,
talking about the power in his sabha that I held yesterday. He's talking about the law and order situation in Kashmir, but he should understand what happened in Maharashtra, what happened with us. Just to recite Hanuman Chalisa, just we wanted to read Hanuman Chalisa.
नेहमी त्यांनी भाष्य केला. जर तुम्ही पदाचे लालच तुमच्या मनात आहे, तुम्ही स्वतः, मी, माझा मुलगा, माझा परिवार, माझा कुटुंब, मामे भाऊ, मामे बहीण, मामा, याच गोष्टींमध्ये तुम्ही ज्या पद्धतीने राहत आहे, मला असं वाटते की मुख्यमंत्रीचे काम फक्त एवढंच नाहीये. हनुमान चालीसाबद्दल म्हटलं, जे लोक आमचे मातोश्रीचे पर्यंत येणार होते ते काय माहित कुठे पळून चालले गेले.
उद्धव ठाकरे शुड नो व्हाट
महाराष्ट्राचे, मुंबईचे
Chief Minister of the Maharashtra, but he only concerned about who is reading Hanuman Chalisa.
आणि आम्ही स्वतः महाराष्ट्राचे मुलं आणि मुलगी आहे. माझाही जन्म तिथे झालेला आहे आणि आम्ही पळून जाणारे लोक.
You should understand that even I am born in Maharashtra, born and brought up in Mumbai.
हनुमान चालीसाचं हा माझा प्रश्न होता त्यांना मी प्रश्न केला होता की तुम्ही
इलेक्शन बिहाइंड
मला द्या.
मिनिस्टर showed his
तर त्याच्या
violence against reading us Hanuman Chalisa. What problem does he has of us reading Hanuman Chalisa? We are a Maharashtrian people. We are a proud Maharashtrian.
जेव्हा हे नाम करण
problem of chief minister for us to recite Hanuman Chalisa.
तुम्हीच म्हटलं की औरंगाबादचं नाव आपण संभाजीनगर करणार आहे आणि काल म्हणताय काय गरज आहे म्हणे संभाजीनगर करण्यासाठी. हीच विचारधारा तुमची राहिलेली आहे. हेच विचारधारा लोकांसमोर आली पाहिजे.
मेंटॅलिटी ऑफ द शिवसेना and specifically what Uddhav ठाकरे mentioned yesterday about Aurangzeb.
अरे जर बाळासाहेब ठाकरे जिवंत
at some certain point where Shivsena has only
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये एक बाहेर
wanted to rename Aurangabad as a Sambhajinagar. But yesterday when Uddhav ठाकरे is clearly stating that what is the need to change the name of Aurangabad, it clearly shows the mentality and in what way the Hindutva is what going off for Shivsena and of course the Chief Minister Uddhav ठाकरे.
देवाला मानत नाही, जे संभाजी महाराजांना मानत नाही, त्या लोकांची परिस्थिती येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये संभाजी महाराजांना मानणारे लोक, हनुमान चालीसाला वाचणारे लोक, संकटमोचनला प्रार्थना करणारे लोक येणारी वेळमध्ये तुम्हाला ती जागा दाखवून देणार आहे. कॉर्पोरेशन म्हणता BMC,
people will show their place. The people who read Hanuman Chalisa, the one who wanted, who are the followers of Sambhaji Maharaj, one day will show their place.
आणि म्हटले
what Uddhav ठाकरे and Shivsena has been opposing for.
त्यांना एक कार्यकर्त्यांनी आठवण करून दिली, ते कार्यकर्त्यांनी करून दिली की दिवसभर तुम्हाला तेच कामं असतात की कोणत्या विरोधकांना कसं उत्तर द्यायचं, फक्त त्याच्यावर अभ्यास करता. विकास कामं राहिलेच नाही उद्धव ठाकरेकडे. आणि मुन्नाबाई MBBS मध्ये काय घडलं, कसं स्वप्नात महात्मा गांधीजी येत होते आणि यांना स्वप्नात बाळासाहेब ठाकरे येत आहे. अरे स्वप्ने खरे होत असतात, हे लक्षात ठेवा. आणि जे खरं झालं तर ते सुपरहिट होईल आणि तुम्ही डिझास्टर होणार आहे, तुम्ही फ्लॉप होणार आहे, हे लक्षात ठेवा. तुम्ही फ्लॉप आहेत. आणि जर ते MBBS जशी सुपरहिट झाली होती तसंच जर यांचं स्वप्न सुपरहिट झालं तर तुम्ही फ्लॉपमधून डिझास्टरमध्ये येणार आहे. हे गोष्टी लक्षात ठेवली पाहिजे तुम्ही.
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था. बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी.
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे. एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5-8 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया. सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब.
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidialism. Who decided that genocidialism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government.
Well, breaking news arriving just now. Delhi police has arrived in Jaipur to arrest Rajasthan Minister Mahesh Joshi's son, who is accused in a rape case. A 15-member police team under the leadership of an ACB arrived in Jaipur. The 15-member Delhi police team now says that the accused is not to be found. Joining us is our correspondent Amardeep with the latest detail. Amardeep, we believe that Delhi police, a 15-member team of Delhi police headed by an ACP, have arrived in Jaipur. What is the latest update you can give us? We believe that, well, he is absconding. That's what police say.
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस के 15 सदस्य दल जो है वो जयपुर पहुंचा है और दोनों ही मकान जो उनके सरकारी आवास है, जो कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर का सिविल लाइंस वाला आवास है वहाँ भी, और इसके अलावा जो उनका पुश्तैनी मकान जो है वहाँ भी दबिश दी थी दिल्ली पुलिस ने। चूँकि रेप का एक बड़ा आरोप 24 साल की युवती ने महेश जोशी के बेटे रोहित जोशी पर लगाया था, और दिल्ली में जिस तरीके से दिल्ली में जो एफआईआर दर्ज कराई थी युवती ने, उसके बाद लगातार जिस तरीके से प्रेशर बिल्डअप हुआ था, उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो पहुंची है। और पहुंचने के बाद में 15 सदस्यता दल में बड़े अधिकारी भी दिल्ली पुलिस के शामिल हैं, जो लगातार स्टे कर रहे हैं जयपुर में ही और अलग अलग ठिकानों पर छापेमारी करने का काम कर रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ रोहित जोशी और महेश जोशी दोनों को पकड़ने के लिए पुलिस ने सिविल लाइंस वाले आवास और इसके अलावा जो बनी पार्क में महेश जोशी का पुश्तैनी मकान है, जहां पर उनका प्रॉपर रेजिडेंस है, वहां पर भी दबिश दी थी। लेकिन सुबह जल्दी जब दिल्ली पुलिस पहुंची तो वहां पे दोनों ही लोग, महेश जोशी जो कि कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर हैं अशोक गहलोत सरकार में, उनके बेटे रोहित जोशी, दोनों मकान पर नहीं मिले। इसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो स्टे कर रही है जयपुर में ही, और जो ठिकाने, जो सोर्सेज दिल्ली पुलिस को मिल रहे हैं, उन्हीं सोर्सेज पर जा करके दबिश देने का काम कर रही है। तो समझा जा सकता है कि 24 साल की युवती ने जो दिल्ली के सदर थाने में एफआईआर दर्ज कराई थी, जिसमें 376 रेप का जो आरोप लगा था, उसी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए पहले 0 एफआईआर जो थी वो काट करके राजस्थान पुलिस को दिल्ली पुलिस ने दी थी। लेकिन मामले की गंभीरता को समझते हुए दिल्ली पुलिस ने खुद ये निर्णय लिया कि इसकी छानबीन और इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है वो खुद दिल्ली पुलिस करेगी। इसीलिए दिल्ली के सदर थाना इलाके के जो एसीपी हैं वो, और इसके साथ साथ में करीब 15 जो दिल्ली पुलिस के लोग हैं वो जयपुर आए। और आज सुबह जिस तरीके से जो सिविल लाइंस वाला सरकारी आवास था मंत्री महेश जोशी का और उसके बेटे का जो आवास बनी पार्क में था, वहां दबिश दी। लेकिन दोनों ही लोग अभी फिलहाल दिल्ली पुलिस की पकड़ से बाहर हैं और कैंप करने का काम अभी दिल्ली पुलिस जयपुर में ही कर रही है।
Well, many thanks, Amardeep, for that update. You keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more.
When the Bhim Army Chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power. Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
सेंस ऑफ इनसिक्योरिटी बढ़ी है, तो प्रशासन को, एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से हमने निवेदन किया है कि तुरंत वहां का विजिट करके वहां काम करने वाले तमाम सरकारी मुलाजमों की हौसला अफजाई की जाए, कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर्स लिए जाएं ताकि उनकी हौसला अफजाई हो सके। और साथ ही साथ हमने माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय जी से ये भी निवेदन किया है, जो कश्मीर घाटी के अंदर अन्य लोग हैं, सरकारी मुलाजिम हैं, जो कश्मीरी मुसलमान हमारे भाई बहन हैं, चाहे वो बिजनेस कम्युनिटी के हों या अन्य डिपार्टमेंट में काम करने वाले लोग हों, उनकी भी चिंता की जाए, जम्मू कश्मीर के हर नागरिक की चिंता की जाए। और ये टारगेटेड किलिंग्स जो हो रही हैं, ये जम्मू कश्मीर के देशभगत लोगों के खिलाफ एक दहशतगर्दों की, पाकिस्तानियों की साजिश है। पाकिस्तान ने हमेशा जम्मू कश्मीर को लहूलुहान किया है। जिस रोज श्री राहुल भट्ट साहब की निर्मम हत्या की गई, उसी रोज पुलवामा के रहने वाले श्रीमान रियाज साहब, जो पुलिस में एसपीओ थे, उनका कत्ल कर दिया गया, बड़ी बेरहमी से उनको मारा गया। ये सब हमको तकलीफ है। पाकिस्तान कश्मीरियों का कातिल है। पाकिस्तान जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर रहने वाले हर एक शख्स, चाहे वो हिंदू है, मुसलमान है, सिख है या ईसाई है, जम्मू का है या कश्मीरी है, वो हर एक के खिलाफ है। जिस शख्स के अंदर हुब्बल वतनी का जज्बा है, ये सब उसके खिलाफ है।
कश्मीरी पंडितों का कहना ये है कि वो इधर सेफ और सिक्योर फील नहीं कर रहे हैं और वो जम्मू जाना चाहते हैं। उन्होंने एक रेजिग्नेशन ऑफर भी दिया है गवर्नमेंट को। क्या गवर्नमेंट ने उनको मुस्तरद कर दिया? ये बोला कि इधर ही रहना आपने, ये क्लैरिफाई करें।
कश्मीरी पंडितों की कश्मीर घाटी में सुरक्षा को लेकर एक विस्तृत बातचीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रतिनिधि मंडल ने माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर मनोज सिन्हा साहब से की है। कश्मीरी पंडित जो यहाँ कश्मीर घाटी में काम कर रहे हैं, जो यहाँ नौकरी कर रहे हैं, अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, उनके अंदर डर और भय का एक माहौल बना। जिस प्रकार श्रीमान राहुल भट्ट साहब की हत्या की गई, उनके ऑफिस के अंदर जाकर आतंकवादियों ने पॉइंट ब्लैंक से पिस्टल से गोली मारकर उनको शहीद कर दिया। उसके बाद कश्मीरी पंडित समाज हो या अन्य जो हिंदू समाज, सिख समाज, गुजर बकरवाल, पहाड़ी कबीले के लोग, उनके मन में एक डर है, खौफ है। और कश्मीर के अंदर रहने वाले जो हुब्बल वतनी का जज्बा रखने वाले हमारे जो मुसलमान भाई बहन हैं, उनके दिल में भी डर है। ये तमाम खदशात, कंसर्न माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब के सामने रखे हैं। माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने जो रेजिग्नेशन 350 कश्मीरी पंडित सरकारी मुलाजमों ने दिया था, हमने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की और उन्होंने वो रेजिग्नेशंस नामंजूर कर दिए हैं। और उन्होंने कहा हम कश्मीरी पंडित समाज के हर सरकारी मुलाजम, कश्मीरी पंडित समाज के हर एक शहरी, हर एक बशर, हर एक व्यक्ति की हम चिंता करेंगे, सबकी समस्याओं का समाधान करेंगे। हम सबको मिलकर, चाहे सिविल हो या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लोग हो या पुलिस हो, हम सबको मिलकर इस पाकिस्तान परस्त आतंकवाद से हमको लड़ना होगा। ये दहशतगर्दी इंसानियत की दुश्मन है।
कल कश्मीरी पंडित कह रहे हैं कि हम यहाँ से जाके जम्मू में सर्व करेंगे, वहाँ के डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में सर्व करेंगे। प्राइम मिनिस्टर पैकेज को बंद करिए क्योंकि अभी तक प्रोमिसेस हुए हैं, डिलीवरेंस बीजेपी की खासकर कहीं नहीं देखने को मिली।
सर, इसमें और एक सवाल कि वो कह रहे हैं कि लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर जो है उनसे मिले, तो क्या लगता है आपको क्यों वहाँ पे नहीं जा पाए?
जी, माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से इन सभी मामलों पर हमने माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब के नोटिस में ये सारी चीजें लाई हैं। बड़ी गंभीरता के साथ माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने हमारी बात सुनी है और उन्होंने अधिकांश बातों पर निर्णय ले लिया है। उन्होंने कहा है कि बहुत जल्द कश्मीरी पंडित समाज से ताल्लुक रखने वाले जो सरकारी मुलाजम कश्मीर घाटी में हो, वो पीएम पैकेज के तहत लगे हों या दूसरी किसी योजना में लगे हों, या जो दूसरे माइनॉरिटी हिंदू और सिख, डोगरे हो या गुजर बकरवाल और पहाड़ी कबीले के लोग, उनको सुरक्षित जगहों पर उनकी पोस्टिंग होगी, उनकी सुरक्षा का ख्याल रखा जाएगा, उनकी सभी विषयों, उनकी समस्याओं का सरकार समाधान करेगी। मैं एक बार फिर सबसे ये अपील करता हूं कि ये मुश्किल वक्त है, जो चिंताएं कश्मीरी पंडित समाज के लोगों की हैं या बाकी समाज के लोगों की हैं, वो बहुत जेन्युइन है। हम सबको मिलकर काम करना है, वो चाहे हिंदू है या मुसलमान है, सिख है या ईसाई है, जम्मू का है या कश्मीर का है। ये जो पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर एक जंग चल रही है आतंकवाद की, इस जंग को हम सब ने मिलकर हराना है, इस जंग से हमने मिलकर लड़ना है, क्योंकि ये जंग जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाम के खिलाफ है।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes, we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang,
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
Navneet and Ravi Rana fire another warning at the Maharashtra government, say they are not ready to back down just yet. Day 2 of Gyanvapi survey, reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu signs. BJP delegation meets Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor, demands safety for all Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. Indian Army deployed for rescue operations as multiple residents are trapped after floods in Assam. Shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers. Six people trapped in private quarry in Tirunelveli. NDRF teams deployed for rescue operations. And it's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey. After surveyors claimed an attempt to hide Hindu signs on day 1, AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi, meanwhile, has questioned the opposition's silence on the Gyanvapi matter. Joining us is our correspondent Piyush. Piyush, what is the latest from the Gyanvapi site? It's day 2 of the survey. Lots of expectations today as well.
Well, absolutely. As we are speaking, only half an hour is left for the allotted time, which has been allotted by the court to the surveyors who went inside today in the morning at around 8 a.m. So after half an hour, today's survey will also come to an end. Let me try to show you pictures from right this very place where the survey is underway. That's the second layer of barricading which has been put here by the senior police officers of Uttar Pradesh. Police top officers are also there on the spot.
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, क्या कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ करने की
Taking oath there as the Chief Minister of Tripura.
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, अब आप मनोनीत मुख्यमंत्री को कार्यालय तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ दिलाने की कृपा करें। डॉक्टर मानिक साहब।
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ আমি শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেক পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি ও বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয় বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থাপিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তাহা মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর কার্য নির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তিবিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না।
And joining us now is Anirudh on the phone line. Anirudh, we are seeing the swearing-in ceremony of Dr. Manik Saha, the new Chief Minister of Tripura. Give us a sense of the significance of this changeover. Was it a sudden decision on the part of the BJP? Tell us the details. Dr. Manik Saha sworn in as the new Chief Minister of Tripura there. We are watching the swearing in ceremony as he takes oath as the new Chief Minister, the new face of the government there in the northeastern state. Our correspondent Anirudh joins us with more. Anirudh, give us a sense of the significance of this changeover. Was it a sudden decision? Was it expected? Tell us more.
Yes, in fact, the change of Tripura just a few months ahead of the elections. Elections are scheduled in the early part of 2023, and this change of guard is very, very significant. It has also been criticized by the Trinamool Congress as well as the left and the Congress party. However, if we go to the internal dynamics of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Tripura, then yes, in order to bring the chaos and the infighting that was on within the party, Dr. Manik Saha has been made the Chief Minister, whereas now Biplab Kumar Deb will take over the reins of the organization in the state of Tripura. And as the state marches towards the 2023 elections, the Bharatiya Janata Party is hopeful that under the leadership of Biplab Kumar Deb in the organizational setup and under the leadership of Dr. Manik Saha in the government as the Chief Minister, the BJP will be able to sail through smoothly through the 2023 elections. However, given the rising popularity of the Tripura Mortar, which has been recognized as a significant force, and the very fact that the change of guard has taken place ahead of the 2023 elections, the significance of the Tripura Mortar cannot be ruled out, and Bikram Manik Debbarma, who happens to be the chairman of Tripura Mortar, has been taking the government head on. On the other hand, similarly, the TMC...
So Anirudh, we are seeing those live visuals there. Breaking news coming in, Dr. Manik Saha sworn in as the new face of the government in Tripura, as Biplab Deb, just a day after Biplab Deb resigned. Many thanks for joining us there.
अन्य संकीर्णताओं के आधार पर समाज को विभाजित करना चाहते थे, उनको दरकिनार करते हुए राष्ट्रवाद और विकास के नाम पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाने के लिए अपना समर्थन किया, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहली बार, दूसरी बार जो है लगातार दूसरी बार प्रदेश के अंदर अपनी सरकार बनाने में सफल हुई है। इसके लिए मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता का भी हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, विकास की इन परियोजनाओं में सड़कों की है, नालियों की है, बाढ़ बचाव से संबंधित है, विकास से संबंधित तमाम अन्य प्रकार की योजनाएं हैं, जिनका आज यहां पर लोकार्पण भी हो रहा है और शिलान्यास भी हो रहा है। कुल 61 परियोजनाएं हैं, और 61 परियोजनाओं को समयबद्ध ढंग से 40 परियोजनाओं को पूरा करते हुए आज उनका लोकार्पण हो रहा है, तो 21 नई परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास का कार्यक्रम भी हो रहा है। इसमें नगरीय क्षेत्र की भी तमाम मोहल्लों से जुड़ी हुई सड़कें हैं, जल निकासी की व्यवस्था से जुड़ी हुई प्रबंधन भी हैं, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र भी सड़कें हैं, बाढ़ बचाव से संबंधित तटबंधों की मरम्मत, बाढ़ बचाव के कार्यों से संबंधित अन्य महत्वपूर्ण कार्य भी इसके साथ समाहित हैं। प्रदेश सरकार की विकास के प्रति इन सभी कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने और जनप्रतिनिधियों की रुचि के अनुरूप उन कार्यक्रमों को उन क्षेत्रों में उपलब्ध कराने के सरकार के नीतिगत निर्णय का यह हिस्सा है, जिसे लेकर के आज हम गोरखपुर के सभी माननीय सांसद, माननीय विधायक, महापौर जी और इन सब के साथ मिलकर के हम लोग आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं आज के इस अवसर पर आप सबको हृदय से बधाई देता हूं, अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। विकास केवल शासन के अनुसार ही नहीं चलना चाहिए, आम जनमानस की सहभागिता उसके साथ हो, जनप्रतिनिधि उनका प्रतिनिधित्व करता हुआ दिखाई दे और एक योग्य जनप्रतिनिधि निरंतर प्रयास करके अपने क्षेत्र के लिए एक न एक परियोजना निरंतर लेकर के आता है। और आज उसका परिणाम गोरखपुर जनपद की, गोरखपुर कमिश्नरी की प्रत्येक विधानसभा सीट पर देखने को मिल रहा है। कहीं सड़क बन रही हैं, कहीं स्कूल कॉलेजेस बन रहे हैं, कहीं उद्योग धंधे लग रहे हैं, कहीं पर कस्तूरबा गांधी विद्यालय का निर्माण हो रहा है, कहीं पर अटल आवासीय विद्यालय का निर्माण हो रहा है, कहीं पर ऑपरेशन कायाकल्प के अंतर्गत बेसिक शिक्षा परिषद से जुड़े हुए विद्यालयों के नवनिर्माण की कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य हो रहा है, कहीं पर बाढ़ बचाव से संबंधित कार्य हो रहे हैं, कहीं हॉस्पिटल का निर्माण हो रहा है, कहीं मेडिकल कॉलेज का निर्माण हो रहा है। कुछ न कुछ कार्य किसी न किसी क्षेत्र में ये निरंतर हो रहे हैं। और मैं आज आप सबको यही आश्वासन देने के लिए आया हूं कि सरकार धनराशि देती है, हमारे माननीय सांसद विधायकगण उसके लिए प्रयास करते हैं, सरकार उसको स्वीकृत करके धनराशि भी अवमुक्त करती है। और जनता जनार्दन का भी दायित्व है कि सकारात्मक रूप से विकास की इन परियोजनाओं में अपना सहयोग करते हुए उन्हें समयबद्ध ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने में हम लोग भी अपने स्तर पर मदद करें। विकास कार्य में किसी भी प्रकार का कोई रोड़ा नहीं आना चाहिए, किसी भी प्रकार की कोई बाधा नहीं आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर कोई बाधा आती है और कार्य 2 महीने, 4 महीने, 6 महीने लेट हुआ तो
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
प्रशासन को भी हमने निर्देश दिए हैं कि कहीं भी बल प्रयोग करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि हमारे कश्मीरी पंडित भाई जो पीएम पैकेज में लगे हैं, उनसे मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि वो थोड़ा धैर्य रखें। प्रशासन और भारत सरकार पूरी तरह से उनके साथ है और उनकी समस्याओं का मुकम्मल समाधान किया जाएगा।
सर, आज भी आप कुछ डेलीगेशन से मिले? जैसे
हम कल भी कुछ लोग आए थे, भट्ट साहब के नजदीकी रिश्तेदारों से भी मैं मिला था और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक डेलीगेशन अभी आया था। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री और कुछ और भी प्रमुख नेता थे, उन्होंने भी एक ज्ञापन दिया है और उनको भी मैंने आश्वस्त किया है कि आप भी इस कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर में हमारा सहयोग करिए। प्रशासन संवेदनशील है और प्रशासन पूरी तरह से उनकी समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए हर संभव प्रयास करेगा।
तो दूसरी पार्टियों का भी डेलीगेशन?
सबका स्वागत है और सभी राजनीतिक दलों से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि इस तरह के वातावरण बनाने में वो सब मदद करें और मुझे लगता है कि वक्त आ गया है कि सभी राजनीतिक दल, मुझे लगता है कि इसके लिए मार्च भी लोगों को करना चाहिए और एक अपील भी जारी करनी चाहिए सामूहिक कि इस तरह के लोगों का सामाजिक बहिष्कार हो। मेरा सभी राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह होगा।
सर, जिस तरह से हमारा पड़ोसी मुल्क लगातार यहाँ पे पीस को डिस्टर्ब करता है, तो क्या कहना चाहेंगे उनको?
मुझे लगता है कि पड़ोसी मुल्क को ये मालूम है कि प्रत्यक्ष युद्ध में भारत से वो लड़ नहीं सकता है, इसलिए काफी लंबे समय से वो ये साजिश कर रहा है। काफी हद तक हम कामयाब हुए हैं। कुछ चीजें हैं जिन पर हम गौर कर रहे हैं और भारत सरकार भी गौर कर रही है। उसे भी निकट भविष्य में हम ये अंजाम देने की कोशिश करेंगे कि इस तरह की घटनाएं न हो और ऐसे लोगों को सबक सिखाया जाए।
And getting in news from Tirunelveli, where a giant stone fell on a private quarry near Ponakudi in Nellai district. It has been reported that 6 workers who were working there were trapped in the rubble. The fire department was notified as other workers were involved in trying to rescue them. NDRF teams are being brought in from Arakonam for helping in the ongoing rescue operations. 2 people have been rescued and rescue operations are ongoing for the 3rd person. Apurva, give us the details. Also tell us what are the kind of challenges that rescue teams are facing while rescuing the 6 people who are trapped in the quarry.
Well, what we are learning as of now is that 2 people have been rescued, 4 others have been unfortunately trapped. What we have learned from district officials is that they are saying due to the unsteady terrain, it has been raining over the last couple of days here in southern districts of Tamil Nadu, and the quarry, the land is unfortunately had been soft, which is why the landslide had taken place in the first instance. And now with the second landslide that has occurred, now the rescue operation has been put on hold. In fact, the district collector has also gone on to say that due to the terrain being rough and due to the terrain being uncertain, the rescue operation is being taken up very cautiously, and they are proceeding on very cautiously as well. 2 people so far have been rescued. NDRF team has also been deployed. 30 personnel of NDRF team had also been deployed. Earlier, in fact, we had also got to know that the Navy officials had also been involved in these rescue operations. In fact, a helicopter had been sent in, but what we are receiving from sources is that because the quarry and the location of landing was too narrow, they were unfortunately unable to go down and help with the rescue operations, and they had to return, is what we are getting from our sources. Not only that, as of now, with the second landslide that has unfortunately taken place just a couple of minutes back, we are also seeing that the rescue operation has come to a halt as for the time being, even as the dust and the other debris is being settled there. 2 of them who have already been rescued, 4 others, including the person who the officials had been trying to rescue earlier on, they have been stuck inside the rubble. That is what we are hearing. The status of the 4 of them who are currently stuck is yet to be known. Their health condition, the vitals are being monitored is what we are hearing from officials on ground. Police as well as fire and rescue officials have already been deployed and have been working on the rescue operation since earlier this morning. And now with the NDRF team that has also been deployed, almost 30 personals who are en route to Tirunelveli and to Nellai where this accident had taken place. What we are learning from officials and people on ground is that owing to the weather conditions that had been unstable over the last couple of days there in Tirunelveli, given there had been heavy rains. The weather report had also predicted rains for the next for these 3 days, that is Friday, Saturday and Sunday, in southern parts of Tamil Nadu, including that of Tirunelveli, Coimbatore and several other regions. And now with the weather conditions that has worsened and rains, as you can clearly see from the visuals there, that had
Well, many thanks, Apurva, for joining us there. And Marathi actress Ketki Chitle, who made controversial posts against NCP President Sharad Pawar, was produced in a Thane court today. She has been sent to police custody till the 18th of May. News just breaking. Marathi actor Ketki has been sent to police custody.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bag had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's Satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's Satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Some years ago, after the Bharat Tere Tukde Honge slogans were raised, I had coined a phrase, a term. At that time, it was a hashtag. It was Tukde Tukde Gang. Hashtag Tukde Tukde Gang, because this phrase encapsulated the mindset of a lobby that wanted to break India. This phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang, exposed the motive and intent of a section whose sole objective was to destabilize our country. It ensured that all those who were against the country were lumped together under one common phrase, Tukde Tukde Gang. Now the Tukde Tukde Gang has evolved. Tonight, it is about the Burn India gang. This gang, the Burn India gang, is even more virulent, even more devious. The Burn India gang is even more technologically savvy, and their motives are more sinister. They want to burn India. They want to burn this country with a communal divide. They want to burn this country with riots. They want to burn India by peddling insecurity. They want to burn India to ensure complete anarchy. And they have mastered the art of using the garb of our sacrosanct democracy to cause mayhem and go against everything that our constitution stands for. And tonight it is time to identify them and to expose them. And this Ornob Live, the question is, ladies and gentlemen, is there a hashtag Burn India gang that is out to destroy and break India? I have one simple proposition today. Is there a Burn India gang operating within the nation to cause its destruction and to break India? And that is the big debate on Ornob Live. Ladies and gentlemen, from those pining for a Sri Lanka-like crisis in India, to those who actively work to create a divide, to those who plunge at any opportunity to spew venom in this country. A section, a dangerous section within is working against the nation. A Burn India gang is not a piece of fiction or my fantasy. It is a reality and it is in operation. And tonight, we call, we confront, we call out and expose the Burn India gang. But first, here is what they are all about.
भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह
First, a Tukde Tukde gang surfaced.
भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह
But over time, it metastasized into something more sinister. A gang that wants to block India.
मूवी मेरी सरकार को जगाने के लिए कम से कम 1 लाख साइन बाग चाहिए पूरे देश में। और हम जाएंगे हर प्रदेश में और अपनी बहनों से एक दरखास्त करेंगे कि आज मुल्क को बचाने की, इस देश के संविधान को बचाने की, इस मुल्क की एकता को बचाने की इम्तिहान की घड़ी है। तो जबकि ये कहना नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि ये जिम्मेदारी पहले हमारी है, लेकिन हम अपनी बहनों से दरखास्त करें कि वो आए और जो भी बात वहाँ सूखा हो उसे हरा भरा कर दे, उसे साइल बाग बना दे।
A gang that wants a riot-struck India. A gang that wants to cut India off.
फौज के लिए और जितने भी जो भी यहाँ से सप्लाई जा रहा है बंद कर, और वो बंद कर सकते हैं। चिकन नेक्स्ट मुसलमानों का है, वो जो इलाका है मुस्लिम अक्सरियत है। कन्हैया जैसे नेता क्या करेंगे, जाके इनकलाब के नारे लगवाएंगे, फोटो खिंचवाएंगे और चले आएंगे। क्या होंगे हमारे अवाम की, चेहरा होगा इनका, और उससे एक भी प्रोडक्टिव चीज नहीं निकली आज तक।
And a gang that looks at the situation in Sri Lanka and rubs their hands with glee, fantasizing about a similar situation in India.
इन्होंने हाइपर नेशनलिज्म का नारा चल रहा था, बुद्धिस्ट और मुस्लिम्स और क्रिश्चियंस उनको आपस में लड़ाया जा रहा था, और आज आपने देखा उसका क्या हाल है। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि अभी हमारे मुल्क में जो लोग, जो सरकार में बीजेपी ये होश के नाखून लेगी, they will learn a lesson from what is happening in Sri Lanka.
The Burn India gang sees devastation in foreign borders and wants to emulate it in India. This is a gang vying for anarchy in the country. And they use the garb of democracy to justify it all. But fact is, there was nothing democratic about the Shaheen Bagh blockade. There was nothing anti-democratic about banning a terror group. The farmers' protests were not a sign of local democracy, and simple restrictions on hijabs in school were no threat to democratic ideals of our great nation. The Burn India gang may look to the West for funding, but they must take a deep look at how the West treats such elements. Now it's time the Burn India gang is identified and exposed. This Ornob Live, expose the Burn India gang.
And ladies and gentlemen, on the proposition today I have with me Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. I have with me Prafulla Ketkar, editor of The Organizer, and Sanjay Dikshit, former IAS officer and columnist. I have with me Sajid Yusuf. He is the CEO of the Real Kashmir News. I have with me, of course, the one and only Mohandas Pai. And I have with me Kamru Chaudhary of the Congress and Taslim Ahmad Rahmani. And I have with me Vivek Srivastav, popularly known as Vivek Jinping, a name he does not really object to. And I have with me Ahmad Ayaz, and I have with me Syed Asad Abbas. And ladies and gentlemen, I have with me a proposition, and the proposition is on the Burn India gang. Now, to open the debate, I invite Mohandas Pai to come into the debate with anyone he chooses.
I'd like to come in with a Bangalorean.
I know you want to come in.
Mohandas Pai.
I know you want to come in. But Mohandas Pai will first begin with an opening remark. Is the Burn India gang real, or is it a figment of our imagination? Mohandas Pai, please.
Anna, the Burn India gang is very real for a simple reason. A part of this country's opinion makers have taken it upon themselves to think they're going to save this country from Narendra Modi and the BJP. The fact is, Narendra Modi and BJP are the legitimately elected government of this country, elected by the people of this country. They've broken the shackles of power that these people held in Delhi. They liberated India from the family and from many others. They're ruling the country by the will of the people of this country. Narendra Modi has done more for the poor of this country in the last 8 years than any prime minister or any government in living history. Everything has been seen. Narendra Modi has stopped the stop the corruption in Delhi, which many of these people fed off for too long. He has restored the respect to India globally. An Indian is welcome in all parts of the world today. He has stepped up to the hegemonistic powers, whether they are from China or from the West, to make sure India is independent. He has helped the minorities. If you look at the Muslims in central government jobs, 10% of them incrementally from 2014 to now, as against 5%. Muslim women are the largest beneficiaries of the program in UP. He has brought in the Triple Talaq law to give freedom to the Muslim women so they can enjoy the rights guaranteed by Article 14. And he has made sure that all across India, there is growth and development at a scale never seen before. Infrastructure is at an all-time high. This year, we're going to spend 7 lakh crores. And he has brought in DBT, by which 22 lakh crores has been given to the accounts of poor people all across the country. He has used technology. GST collection is at a 1,68,000 crores, an all-time high. Yes, there is inflation now because of high oil prices, the war with Ukraine, etc. And he has changed India, transformed India all over. And people of this country voted to him to power. And hopefully he'll come back to power. We don't know what will happen in 2024.
Yes.
These people cannot fathom India doing well.
Everyone
so they have to create these fake narratives. They have to create these fake narratives of doom and gloom.
Okay, let me complete. Why are you getting worked up, Mr. Rahmani? Don't worry.
From one Bangalorean to the other.
Who is the real burning?
Okay, we'll take one at a time, please. Can the volume be increased, Anand? Thank you so much. So I can hear everyone appropriately. Thank you. Mr. Rahmani, what's your problem?
That's why I have quoted all the GDP and the inflation rate. My problem is that if you are symbolizing Sri Lanka with the Indian circumstances, then the Sri Lanka, the main cause was the economy, the shattering economy. They have gone bankrupt. At the same direction we are moving to. Then who is the burning gang here?
Rubbish, talk with data.
The government itself, the BJP.
Mohandas Pai versus Taslim Rahmani. Mohandas Pai tells Taslim Rahmani that he's talking rubbish and does not have the appropriate data. I agree with Mohandas Pai. Mr. Taslim Rahmani, you are sounding incalculably uninformed today. I feel sorry for you. I feel bad for you. I feel like giving you a book on economics. I feel like telling you, Mr. Rahmani, what have you done in your entire adult life if you don't know basics like this? I don't want to. I don't want to. But you know, this calculation, this comparison with Sri Lanka is so stupid. It's such a stupid comparison. I don't know what to do now.
The wheat flour is the highest.
Continue louder. Louder, I want to hear him.
You have compared it. If it is a stupid,
I have not compared it at all.
Stupid a comparison.
I have not compared it at all. I'll tell you one thing. 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 1 minute. I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing. You asked Mohandas Pai, okay? He's one of India's best known and sought after investors, right? Now, the foreign exchange reserves of Sri Lanka fell to $50 million. $50 million is about 340 crore rupees. You ask ask Mohandas Pai, any mid-sized Indian company, has reserves of $50 million. Any mid-sized Indian company has reserves of 50. I'm not talking about Infosys. I'm saying there would be 100 companies near Bangalore which have 350 crore rupees in their corpus.
How can you compare it?
How are you comparing Sri Lanka with India?
They were
are you out of your mind?
They were better placed than us.
Better placed than us?
What
are you talking about? This is the problem.
You are comparing Sri Lanka with India. How can you compare Sri Lanka with India?
I can never. My country's tourism budget is more than the GDP of Sri Lanka.
Then why you referred?
I didn't refer. You people referred. No, you've been going on about Sri Lanka last 1 week.
At the name of communalization.
You just hate Modi. You hate Modi. You hate Modi, and you are wishing that something like this happens in India. Can you tell these misinformed people or ill-informed people why Sri Lanka won't happen in India?
I'm opposing Mr. Modi, not hate.
Last year,
on the other side.
Last year to 21-22, we added 38 lakh crores to a GDP, $500 billion. $500 billion is huge. This year, we're going to add $300 billion, so 3.15 trillion to 3.5 trillion.
Exactly.
All growth indicators are saying that this is what is going to be added. And if you look at our investment, our savings rate, our investment rate, foreign currency reserve, our reserves of food grains, our everything else.
GDP is what you have borrowed, sir.
Yes, we are having high inflation now.
83% of the GDP is what you have already borrowed.
You know, Japan's
Sri Lanka
currency has
borrowed
fallen
93%.
20+%.
One minute. You are, is it? Okay, Mohandas Bhai throwing a challenge at you. Mohandas Bhai, Mr. Mohandas Bhai, Vivek Jinping is throwing a challenge at you. And please throw your challenge.
Yeah, what is the challenge?
Yeah, Mr.
It's a bit of a
Mohandas Bhai.
boomerang, but let him throw it.
Yeah. See, I'll tell you one thing very clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, there is Babar Nama, there is Akbar Nama, and today, Mr. Pai, you are reading Modi Nama, you know. I mean, whatever you spoke
Can you get
now,
serious?
it was nothing but praises.
Can you speak serious?
Give me data, man.
Probably for your own reasons you want to
give him
keep
data,
the
don't talk without
and
data.
Let me speak, please. Please let me speak, Mr. Pai. Yeah, data de rahe hain. And probably you want to keep the government and the Prime Minister on the right side, on your own right side, maybe. But that is not how the country runs, okay? This country
don't talk
is
rubbish,
not
my
doing
friend.
well.
Give me data. Don't make accusations. I'm one of the critics of the government. You don't know.
Please don't use words like rubbish. I mean,
yeah, you're talking rubbish.
Mohandas Bhai is getting angry. Mohandas Bhai.
I am not a sycophant.
Right side of government. What rubbish is that?
I'm not a sycophant. I'm not a sycophant. I'm not a sycophant like you.
I'm a critic of the government. I admire the government when they do good work and stop making personal accusations and statements. Stick to the point.
Break the masjid gang. There is a new gang.
What is that?
Break the masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang. I'll
Break
tell you.
a masjid gang?
Bankrupt India gang. You know. That
One minute. What is break a masjid gang?
That has got the big.
What is the break a masjid gang? One minute. What is the break a masjid gang? 1 minute. I think Prafulla Ketkar will have to come in right now. This is going absolutely crazy right now.
Break the masjid.
No, 1 sec. Break a masjid. Which
break
masjid?
the masjid gang.
Which masjid? Which masjid?
Yeah.
Which masjid? Don't shout like that. Don't make a spectacle.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening.
Are you out of your mind? Are you? 1 minute.
Swords,
Jinping.
More than 5.5
Jinping.
in length.
1 minute. Prafulla, you want to respond? Okay, you do that.
Communists globally and
Prafulla Ketkar is on the debate right now.
Yes.
Vivek, be quiet.
Yes.
Prafulla is on the debate countering you. 1 minute. 1 minute. 30 seconds.
Liar.
Prafulla is countering you. Prafulla.
China admirer.
About my nation.
Prafulla, go on.
China admirer, we can't expect better things from them. You know, the people
Louder,
who have
Prafulla, louder,
always stood against India's interest, they can't mention China, that China is responsible for Sri Lanka's downfall, and they want the same thing to happen in India.
Oh, well.
In 1962, they wanted to, you know, China take over India, and today also they want the same. India is going for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that is their pain. Can we talk about Kerala government in 40% increase in GDPs?
So what is this?
Which are the states are in debt trap?
Why don't you criticize the masjid gang for a change? No.
You know,
You are going
someone
to
should
China?
file a
But
case
we
against...
are talking about
I really think...
nobody is breaking masjid.
Somebody, I think the only way... I think 1 minute. This point made here... Prafulla, I'll tell you how the Break India gang operates. 1 minute. Prafulla, 1 minute. You see, it's Vivek, just be quiet for a minute. I'll explain this to you. You see, they spin a yarn. And the yarn is this. Mosques will be broken. Are Baba, which mosque?
Yes.
Who broken? Oh, Gyanvapi mosque will be broken. 1 minute. Mr. Meramani, are you my echo? Are you my echo? Do you have to echo me? You have to echo me?
By a rogue criminal.
Listen to me. Listen to me properly. I'll tell you who the rogue is. I'll tell you who the rogue is now. Now, listen to me. Just because I'm polite. The fact of the matter is that, Tuhin, you have to come in right now. Five women have only put a petition in the court through the due process of law, respecting the court, saying only that may I not be disturbed, may we have the right to pray. And I'm asking everyone tonight who's on the screen. I'm asking them tonight, I will stop anchoring this program. If anybody can prove to me, 1 minute, if anybody can prove to me that these 5 women want the mosque demolished, I will walk out right here from the program.
Yeah, I'll tell you how.
No. Mr. Jinping, don't come in uninvited. Don't behave like a frustrated member of the Chinese Communist Party who's been suspended because of corruption. My question is right now, Tuhin, I'm throwing a challenge, and Tuhin is on the debate with Syed Assad Abbas. Tuhin is on the debate with Syed Assad Abbas. Syed Assad Abbas has to prove to me that someone wants to destroy a mosque. This is part of the way the Burn India gang operates, Tuhin. Do you know the impact of this? Do you know the domino effect of this? Do you know what happens when you go around and you tell other people, you know, your citizenship will be taken? Oh, do you know? Then your mosque will be broken. And do you know? Then Modi's people and Tuhin Sinha will hold you from the scruff of your neck and throw you out of the country. But tonight there is republic. Now, Syed Assad Abbas, you have to prove to me.
Just like Asaduddin Owaisi does not understand law.
Tuhin first.
Just like
Louder.
Yeah, please allow me some time. Just like Asaduddin Owaisi does not understand law, some of your panelists like Mr. Rahmani neither understood.
Tuhin, carry on, Tuhin, come on.
Yeah, please give me 90 seconds.
You have the floor.
Arnab, in the same way that Asaduddin Owaisi does not understand law and resorts to fear-mongering, some of your panelists like Mr. Rahmani neither understand law nor economy. I was hearing his debate, I'll come to this Gyanvapi Mosque issue also, but I was hearing his debate on inflation. He does not know that 7.9% due to an external trigger is a very normal rate if he looks at global figures. If he looks at UPA figures, they were in excess of 10% for most of the second half of the second term. So they are living in oblivion. Now coming to Gyanvapi Mosque, isn't this a fact that over a period of time, 40,000 temples were massacred, were destroyed in India? Now over here, nobody is asking for the resurrection of the temple. But your faith cannot be based on half-truth. We need to know the truth. And if 5 women petitioners have approached the court, I think it is only natural for us to know the history in its entirety. Why should a part of history be hidden from the world? I think for faith and for closure, it is important that the Gyanvapi Mosque survey is not only conducted, but it should be made live ideally. That is the way you attempt closure, that is the way you attempt faith.
But Tuhin, you know what I want, what I think it's about? Sanjay Dixit's coming in. Sanjay Dixit's intervening. Yes, Sanjay.
Yes, I just
Sanjay Dixit's intervening. Yes, Sanjay.
I want to read the plaint. I mean, what are they talking about, the Gyanvapi Mosque? The plaintiffs pray that the Honorable Court may be pleased to grant following reliefs. And they say that decree the suit for declaration, declaring that plaintiffs are entitled to have darshan, puja, and perform all the rituals of Ma Shringar Gauri, Lord Ganesh, Lord Hanuman, and other visible and invisible deities within the old temple complex situated at settlement plot number 9130. And all the other prayers are related to this. So what are they talking about? Demolishing the mosque and...
I tell you, Sanjay, that's why I said today, and I want just 20 seconds to explain what my thought process is on the subject. If I may, please, Vivek, can you be quiet for a minute? Please, remember. You see, the thing is that I think there's a fair bit of reverse engineering going on, Sanjay. And what is happening, every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and praise and hopes and praise and hopes and really praise that the same thing happens in India. They see hope. They are excited if Sri Lanka burns because they feel one day India will burn too. Mohandas Bhai, I'm telling you, one day India will burn too, and after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise. Like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen. I'll tell you, I see your finger go up. Tasneem Rahmani, did I take your name? Do you have a guilty conscience? Why are you responding to me right now? Why are you on the defensive? Are you calling yourself a liar? Please, Tasneem Rahmani, the day you get 200 votes in a parliamentary election, you can respond. Not till then. Now listen to me.
That's why we are trying to stop you and your Modi government.
Not my Modi government, your Modi government too. Not my Modi government, your Modi government too. It is your Modi government too.
You write it.
Do you have a different government?
Don't communalize for the sake of winning a few elections.
Do you owe your allegiance to Turkey, though you have not told me whether you took money from the Turkish when you went there as a member of an SDPI delegation? Is your allegiance to Erdogan? Is Erdogan your president?
That's what our problem.
Is Erdogan your president? Modi is my prime minister, but is Erdogan your president?
I am opposing this government.
No, is Erdogan who wants khilafat?
That's why
Is Erdogan your president?
You are the fancy of this government.
Now listen to me.
I'm at the opposition side.
I'm asking here. You see, when on a serious note, Syed Abbas is on the right. Syed Abbas, when the Capitol Hill riots took place, when the Capitol Hill riots took place and America failed to ensure a safe transition of power, this lobby in India, Mohandas Pai, remember, they got very excited. They said people like Prashant Bhushan. I mean, I don't know what he says. I sometimes think he himself does not know what he says. I won't comment on his abilities as a lawyer, but certainly I think his abilities as a troll are beyond compare. But it's tragic, you know, people who at this stage of their career become professional trolls like Prashant Bhushan and Ramachandra Guha. My point is, at that time they said, we must never forget Modi's cry. We must understand that democracy, there are countries where democracy is dangerously fragile. Arey bhai, you had a beautiful transition of power in the country, but you're looking at Capitol Hill and you're saying, oh, I really hope we also burn like Capitol Hill. And then when George Floyd, when someone called George Floyd is brutally killed in the US, right? At that time they say, what India can learn from Black Lives Matter. Arey, where is Black Lives Matter in India? Which African American, which black is being attacked in India? Then there is this fellow who's now crying about not being allowed to leave the country, some fellow called Patel, Akar Patel, bit of a joker as far as his comments are concerned. He says, protest is craft, world will notice. Remember that, Mohandas Pai? World will notice, protest is craft, which means what I'm trying to say, why are you looking so shocked? What I'm trying to say, these people they are not happy that enough people did not die during COVID, you know. They're not happy. They are saying more people should have died. WHO knows better. And we are saying, no, don't worry, so many people didn't die. We did very well, Mohandas Pai. They said, no, we were expecting more people to die. We want the economy to be finished. We want a Sri Lanka-like situation. We want Black Lives Matter-like situation. We want a Capitol Hill kind of situation. We want absolute anarchy in this country. But why? Why, Syed Abbas? Tell me why. Don't tell me, tell Mohandas Pai. What will you gain?
Certainly. I will.
What will you gain? What will you gain?
From one Bangalorean to the other, with great respect, Mohandas Pai ji made a very beautiful
Flattery
point.
will get you nowhere. Come to the point.
Yes, coming to the point about being a critic of this government. I agree with you, sir, and I thank you because you tweeted with respect to the potholes in Bangalore, and thank you, sir. The work has begun. I think, Arnab, one thing I have learned over the 5 years debating on Republic is we need to be fair and we need to debate with facts, data, statistics, and figures.
Can you end your preamble and come to the point?
The straight point, Arnab. Is there a burn India gang in India? Arnab, I might differ with you on many ends, but one thing I tell you, nation first to me. But my question to Mohandas Pai Sahab is a very simple one. Pai Sahab, there is a gang which is existing, but what about the Bharatiya Janata Party, sir, who formed the government with the Mehbooba Mufti, who is a terror sympathizer?
Terrible decision.
Duplicity and hypocrisy is this, sir? And she's saying India will be Sri Lanka.
There's no doubt.
Sir, if you can, honorably, sir, I was the one who announced the Pride of Karnataka award to Mr. Mohandas Pai.
Abbas,
and with great respect
you, Abbas,
to you, sir.
that was the mistake the BJP did. They mistakenly joined with her, who was against India, in the hope that Kashmir will have a stable government. It failed, and Kashmir went backwards. And I think we should be critical of them for making a wrong decision. They're a nationalistic, patriotic party. That's what they say. And they probably joined for the wrong reason. And I think, it turned out to be terrible for the country, for this country, because you don't play hook hockey with a person who's against you and who's been abusing you for too long. There's a wrong decision.
That's a clear answer. Now, can you come to the point, please? Since you're not coming to the point, Syed Abbas, I'll have to go to Ahmed Ayaz. You please understand Ahmed Ayaz. Understand Ahmed Ayaz. You see, these people, the Burn India gang, they use the garb of democracy to promote anarchy. You know what this Burn India gang does? They're very happy when the Kashmir Files is banned by Singapore, and complete absolute turncoats and hypocrites like Shashi Tharoor, like Mehbooba Mufti, right? They celebrate when that happens. And people like you, unfortunately, people like you want to bat on both sides. Ahmed Ayaz, there's a reality about you. I told you, you were wrong. You were one of those people who was even supporting Shaheen Bagh. You know what happened? The people in Shaheen Bagh, they didn't even respect the courts of this country, which means you don't believe in the courts of this country. You oppose 370, which means you're against the integrity of this country. And did people like you not try to say that the JKLF ban is undemocratic? And today, will you tell me as an associate member of the Burn India gang, that what are your comments when Yasin Malik has confessed to terrorism charges? You were part of the group that did not want Afzal Guru to be hanged. Do you want me to remind you about all these things? You were part of the group, and Kamru Chaudhary was part of the group that supported the people, that supported those Khalistanis who were infiltrating into our domestic policy when the Red Fort was desecrated. Kamru Chaudhary was part of the group.
Arnab,
Ahmed Ayaz, let's talk straight.
Listen now.
I'm listening.
I must counter you.
Kamru, let Ahmed Ayaz go first.
Gang, let me just remind you one thing.
Ahmed Ayaz goes first.
Yes. Let me counter Arnab. Let me counter you by saying that nobody will be happy to see his home or the place of living burning. And I must not expect you to say that anyone living in a country where he lives or a place he lives, he would like to see that country is burning or that the place is burning. I think it's unexpected.
Then why has one group been asking for India to burn after seeing Sri Lanka? Why has one group started thinking that the same will happen in India?
Let me complete. India being a very big country with various religion, multicultural, multi-religious, with different issues, with different problems. Once they raise the issues of their own way, which they have, different people have different issues, but unfortunately the people at the helm of affairs, instead of listening, addressing the grievances, they divert it, give it different names, like this gang, like that gang, like this man, like that man. They don't address to the real problem, the way they are dealing with the Kashmir. Do you think that for last 32 years nobody could see the Kashmir problem? Nobody could see what is happening in the Kashmir. Nobody could see what is the ground reality, and why people are not addressing the problem, why people are getting killed every now and then, why the Rahul has got killed yesterday. Do you think that people are not capable who are at the helm of affairs to deal with the situation? Why are not they dealing with it? Point is
because of people like you. Because of people like you. Because there are people like you, because of people like you who do not even accept that Rahul Bhatt was killed because he was a Hindu. Rahul Bhatt was killed because he was a Hindu. He was targeted among 7 people working in the office because he was a Hindu. A 35-year-old Hindu man was killed because he was a Hindu. First, you have the courage to accept that.
It is not a matter of Hindu or Muslim.
Of course it is. Of course it's a targeted killing. That's what you're...
Of course it was Hindu phobia. It is blatant Hindu phobia.
And it has increased for last so many months. It's not that...
Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask you.
The problem rise.
No, Tuin, let me ask him. Tuin, 1 minute. Let me ask him. Tuin and Sanjay is on the debate. And my next question is, look at the kind of discomfort they will have. I would like to bring in at this stage of the debate, Taslim Rahmani back into the debate and just see how he gets worked up. Taslim Rahmani and Ahmed Ayaz, welcome back to the debate. On the other side, we have Sanjay Dikshit and we have Prafulla Ketkar. And my simple question to these worthy gentlemen will be this. They say nobody is killed because of his religion. There was a young man in his 20s, a very proud Hindu called Harsha. Was he killed because he was a Hindu?
Of course he was killed because of his Hindu. The problem in Kashmir is simple and straight. It is a problem of Islamic jihad. Everybody who gets killed in Kashmir is, whether he is a Hindu or a Muslim, he gets killed because of jihad. Anybody who is a supporter of India is termed as a kafir by this Takfiri Islam that is being practiced in Kashmir. And that has been the case right since the beginning. And I also blame even the government of India, which doesn't call out
Sanjay Ahmed Ayaz, take it forward right now.
Jihad by its name. You have to call out Islamic Jihad by its name.
Calling it a Hindu-Muslim issue is a diversity. You want to
Of
divert
course,
it.
it is not a Hindu-Muslim issue. It is a pure Islamic Jihad. Islamic Jihad kills Hindus, and Islamic Jihad also kills those Muslims which are nationalists.
Ahmad has only two on the debate. Ahmad has thank you very much, Anand.
It brings in its takfiri fangs into the picture, and it bites them as well. As simple as that.
I tell you, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
It's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand? Are you also trying to be a munafiq?
50-50.
This is how you want to divert the thing.
No, it's not a question of diverting. Read the template that Pakistan prescribes. Read Brigadier S.K. Malik's Quranic concept of war. What it says, the total war. What it says, that not only you kill the kafir, kill everybody who is sympathetic to the kafir. It's there in black and white. And all of you follow that template. And when it comes to the Kashmir, then you start talking about, no, it is not Hindu-Muslim. Muslims also got killed. Only those Muslims got killed who were nationalists, who were sympathetic to India, who wanted to live with India. Those were the people who got killed. Not the Jamaat-e-Islami people.
No, just stepping back, I think Mohandas Pai, the next point I want to raise is this. One minute. I want Mohandas Pai and Kamru Chaudhary to be in the debate. You see, Kamru Chaudhary, at the core of all this, at the core philosophy, what binds all people who are part of the Burn India gang together, is their dislike for Mr. Narendra Modi. Now, Kamru, you need to come to terms with one thing, okay? Just come to terms with one thing. Listen to me. Come to terms with one thing, okay? You are a proud member of the Vadra Congress. Please continue to be, and take it from me in writing that this party in its present form, guided by these Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka, and now the upcoming new youth leader called Robert Vadra, let me tell you, they have no future. Okay? Now, just because you're anti-Modi, you'll have to stop it somewhere. Now what's happening is, you are so anti-Modi. What is the core intent behind the mayhem the Burn India gang wants to cause? It is because they don't like the ruling dispensation of this country that is led by the BJP and Prime Minister Modi. But I want to ask you simple. Do you want India to burn because of your anti-Modiism? Do you want India to burn?
No, it is not that. From just please listen to me. From a aspirational India of the 1991, when India started its economic liberalization, to the shining India of Vajpayee ji, to the new India of Modi, wherein a Najib's mother is still waiting for his son, a Rohit Vemula's family is waiting for justice, where Stan Swamy died for asking for a straw to sip his water, to the millions of people.
He died asking for a straw to sip his water. Who told you this? Who told you he died because he didn't get a straw? I'm sorry, you are clutching at a straw. I'm asking you, how dare you lie like this on television? Stan Swamy died because he was denied a straw? I really want to, Mohandas Pai, let's get to the bottom of lies like this.
Anna, people are so used to creating fake narratives that they forget that people have well-read, people can find out data. Now, let me say this to everybody. All of us are equal citizens of this great country. All of us must put India first. We cannot prosper if India burns. We must all work together to build the future for every citizen in this country, irrespective of gender, irrespective of religion, irrespective of any kind of difference between us. Put India first. Anybody who is trying to burn India, anybody who is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India. It's very difficult working in this country to grow India. We have been working very hard for 40, 45 years to grow this country. We have come a long way. Let us build a good future for every citizen. Don't go on pulling down India, writing negative things about India. Political parties will come and go, governments will come and go. India will live forever. And our future is linked with India.
Further question, Kamru. Further question. Just to set the record straight on issues such as this, it becomes so important. Please, Kamru. The courts in this country, which you do not believe in, the courts in this country decided there was merit in keeping Stan Swami, who is 83 years old and suffered from Parkinson's disease and did not die for not being given a straw, but as a result of health complications which were long-standing, and he died of a cardiac arrest, not for being denied a straw, and he was accused of terrorism charges. So please don't lie and then try to be glib about it on my program. Now question goes here. Yeah, again Taslim is shouting. Yes, Mr. Rahmani. Yes, Mr. Rahmani, what's your problem?
He was denied. It was a national news.
No, you can put out anything as national news. Doesn't make it news.
83-year-old jail inmate was not provided a straw by the jail authorities. This was a news.
Now you can keep writing your stories.
Only you can deny.
You can keep writing your stories because you're an alarmist kind of fellow. You are the kind of person who says India has no place for Muslims, and yet the fact of the matter, you say India has no place for Muslims. Yet the fact of the matter is,
who says India has no place?
People like you, and the Burn India gang says it.
Will live always. Always.
No. Burn India gang says it.
Till the last day.
Burn India gang says it. Okay, no. Burn India gang also says. Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. I want to know what that is. Mr. Jinping, please come to the debate and tell Prafulla Ketkar what is genocidalism. Which apparently, according to an article in that pamphlet called The Wire, according to an article in the pamphlet called The Wire, whose finances I don't know anything about, and I would love to know their finances and everything. I would love to be curious about their sources of funding and their revenue, etc. But I would still ask, what is genocidalism?
Yeah.
And who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism? I want to know which one of you intellectual twerps decided that.
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities.
There he goes.
Is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. Like Communist Party does in China. Like communists are doing in Kerala, in hand in glove with PFI. That is the mindset you want to know.
Prafulla Ketkar is on the debate. Prafulla Ketkar.
Follow the dynastic policies of Rajpakshe. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpakshe. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. Why China? Why Sri Lanka is facing this, vandalism? Why China? Why Sri Lanka is burning?
There is no comparison to Sri Lanka.
Due to
there is no, Prafulla Ketkar, can I?
The reduction of tax base and all these things you want in India. You want dynastic politics, you want over-dependence on China, you want reduction in tax base, and that is the thing you want. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
He does.
Masters and give them lectures on human rights.
Shame on you.
Please go to China.
Yes, Vivek.
See how the Muslims and the mosques
you have not been able to control Kashmir, and you should not have removed 370.
By the state machinery.
You have not been able to control it. And the armed forces can never control the state.
It is government of India
or it's like Mizoram, or it's Punjab, or it's Kashmir.
Just taking my views forward. Taking my views forward. My next point. Taking that forward. I want to go back to Tohin. On a serious debate right now. On a serious debate with Syed Asad Abbas, who was unfortunately unable to construct half a logical sentence right now. I'm giving him a second chance, but remember, there are no consolation prizes on my show. The fact of the matter is this, that my proposition is this, Syed Abbas, that they want India to burn because they are anti-Modi and they are not getting enough. They're not getting finances, investment, funding, patronage, land, anything. It's all over. The party is over. Now only people... No. The problem, and that's why you see they want foreign countries to intervene. I'll give you an example. Rahul Gandhi was calling for American intervention, into India's affairs. In his conversation with the former ambassador Nicholas Burns, and he said, I don't hear anything from the US establishment on my country's internal affairs. Now, I know the person has severe challenges of his knowledge base, expression, ability, articulation, and various other issues which I've had some personal experience with whenever I encountered him in 2014. And since then, he has not had the courage to face me. However, my question is this. Which self-respecting person tells a former US ambassador, please come and do something in my country? Because you don't like Modi. Think about it, sir.
More illogical. Give me 60 seconds before he constructs more illogical sentences.
Okay, who goes first? Tuin goes first. Tuin goes. Who goes first? Syed goes first. Syed goes first.
No, he will say.
No, let Syed go first. The question was to him. Syed goes first.
Simple question for you, but nevertheless, let me come in.
Syed goes first. Tuin, let Syed go first. Tuin, let Syed go first.
Tuhin, well, you're a national spokesperson of the BJP. I also have a friend who's a national spokesperson, Sudhanshu Trivedi. Many a times on debates he said, कुछ तो बात है हमें कि मिट्टी नहीं हंसती हमारी, सदियों रहा एक दुश्मन दौरे जहां हमारा. We all stand for India. I want you to know that, Tuhin. But my question is, what happens? Why is your party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, so opportunistic in their aid to get power? You will form an alliance with the Burn India gang. And let me expose how the Bharatiya Janata Party across the state, their hunger for power is such that they will form alliance with them. Let me give you a simple example. There are many of these leaders who are coming out and saying that India is going to be like a Sri Lanka. I disagree with that. But those respective leaders have been or are the partners of the party.
You're doing lecture bazi. You're doing lecture bazi now. I want to make it. No. You're doing what I colloquially call in my Hindu college language lecture bazi. Lecture bazi mat kijiye, zara point pe आइए. भाई साहब मेरी बात सुनिए. नहीं मेरी बात सुनिए. अरे बात सुनिए मेरी. Listen to me. अरे भाई listen to me. Listen to me.
Go to BJP.
No, listen to me. Please tell me.
To shake hands with Burn India gang. To shake hands with Tukde gang.
Okay, he'll respond now.
This is what matters to BJP.
Okay.
Now give me time. I will decimate. Arnab, before I respond to him, let me
louder in the studio, louder.
Very nicely.
Yeah.
There is a very succinct, there is a very precise and compact commentary of the present situation doing the rounds on the social media. If you elect a leader like Rahul Gandhi, your country will face the kind of problem that Ukraine is facing today. If you elect a person like Arvind Kejriwal, your country will... No, please don't interfere. Please don't interfere. Have that courtesy. Have the basic manners. If you elect somebody like Arvind Kejriwal, your country will face the kind of problem that Sri Lanka is facing. And if you elect a Mamata Banerjee, your country will face the kind of problem that Afghanistan is facing. But if you elect a visionary leader like Narendra Modi, the country will surge ahead even today. The Economist says that India will continue to be the largest growing economy in the world. They can't come to terms with the fact that in the next 5 years,
also countering on the other side right now, Taslim Nabhani is coming into the debate. 1 minute. What's happened? Why is everyone so worked up? Taslim Nabhani.
The slew of PLI schemes that we have unleashed in the last 2 years have basically eroded China's credibility in the world. They can't come to terms with these facts. Now let me respond to him. Now he has been blabbering about our association with Mehbooba Mufti. Let me respond to him about that also.
I said it. He's not ready to listen.
Okay, Tuhin, continue.
The country is being...
Tuhin, continue.
The country will be...
Tuhin, continue. Vivek on the right.
He has been talking about...
Tuhin, continue. Vivek on the right.
He has been talking about our association with Mehbooba Mufti. So let me answer that also once and for all. In 2015, when elections took place in Kashmir, there was an unusually fractured mandate where out of 83 seats, they got 28 and we got 25. So in very unusual circumstances, we formed the alliance, but we had had the courage to walk out of the alliance the day they realized that PDP could never grow out of the Jive Pakistan mentality. Unlike that, the Agadi will never grow out of the corrupt alliance in Maharashtra.
If there was not a complete mandate, then what was the necessity to form the government with the Mahbuba Mufti?
All of you are cumulatively engaging in.
No, if there was no mandate for them, then what was the necessity to form the government with the Mahbuba Mufti?
They could not grow out of the Jive Pakistan mentality.
No, it is nothing other than the selfishness the political parties have been showing. Nobody is seeing the interests of the people.
Okay, now I want to come to a very serious point.
The nationalist mindset that by the day we realized that they are
Also,
we had the courage to stand, we had the courage to sacrifice our government in the national interest. But you guys in Agadi will continue the Vasuli. You guys in Vasuli in the Agadi will continue your extortion. That is the tragedy of the situation.
Okay.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं।
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5-8 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens. I want to know how many tourists, Sanjay.
Have you ever been there?
I know. I want to
Have
know
you
how
ever
many
been there?
tourists. How many tourists, Sanjay? Like are there like Taslim Remani who go with a katora and with open arms and they go to the Turkish, bhai thoda paisa de dijiye, thoda paisa de dijiye. And I'm asking them, why did the Turkish give the money? Do you know, Sanjay, the Turkish economy is a disastrous economy. They don't have money to feed themselves. They may have all kinds of aspirations. We'll create, whatever this and that. But the fact of the matter,
who is saying?
Who is saying?
You know the cost of the lira?
Oh God, I can't. The cost of the lira. I don't know, Mohandas Pai, whether to laugh or to cry. But I want to tell him that when the cost of the currency goes up, it means the currency is in trouble. What's wrong with you?
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel, they
It's
say,
not
if
Hindu
someone
and
against them,
Muslim.
they kill them.
It's jihad
So it is not-
versus the rest. It's jihad
No, not
versus
at
the
all.
rest.
Not at
And
all.
don't you
This is your
understand?
this is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid, you are challenging the Gyanvapi, Jahangirpur you attacked the masjid, you know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang, I'll
Break
tell you.
I come to a very important point, which is the foreign hand. Please give me a minute to explain it. And I want to come to Mohandas Pai. You see, Mohandas Pai, I want to come to him first because, you know, he's an investor. And as an investor, he puts in capital into the growth of certain media companies as well. Right? We are very proud here at Republic to have Mohandas Pai as one of the investors in our company in a seed round which happened, right? And everybody knows that when he puts in an investment, he would ask 1,000 questions about the business, right? Because there is nothing called a free lunch. There has to be a business proposition. Now, Mohandas Pai, why were crores, dozens of crores put by Chinese funds into a news portal called NewsClick, which has no business potential, in which there is no established advertising revenue, source of money, etc. At least not to the extent of justifying the nature of investment, but it was told. It was told. And why are you jumping? Have you got also some investment from the Chinese? Or is it only into your mind? Or is it in that rainbow behind you? My question is, Mohandas Pai, on the foreign hand, and allow me to expand the question, please. What about the Chinese funds to a news portal? Were alleged links to Chinese funds found when the news portal was investigated for money laundering by the Enforcement Directorate? The second question happens, and this is more complex, is about an individual called George Soros. A person called George Soros. Allow me to complete, yeah. Listen, please don't behave like that. The Delhi violence in February 2020, Mohandas Pai, happened after George Soros announced $1 billion to awaken masses against nationalism in India. So I may ask, I mean, this is a very curious coincidence. And isn't it true that there is a person who is a commissioner at the US CIRF, 1 minute, Commission on International Religious Freedom, which constantly abuses India, a person who has been previously associated with the organization of George Soros himself. So I'm thinking, Mohandas Pai, Chinese funding, George Soros, money being put in, Amnesty receiving foreign funds for organizing protests in our country, including in Jammu and Kashmir. Does the Burn India gang have a clear foreign hand as well? Mohandas Pai, please.
You know, Arnab, I'm happy you asked the question. There's a gentleman called Harsh Mandar. You heard about him, right? Harsh Mandar.
Yeah, I do.
He sits on the Open Society Global Board, one of the global boards of Open Society. And Open Society is founded by George Soros. And George Soros has reportedly been funding a lot of this news organization. One of the other funds is currently under investigation by the NIA has been funding. A lot of foreign money has come overseas because the float companies overseas put money there and then pay the companies in India to create content and broadcast on overseas. The links are all there. They're all being bought over. Many of the NGOs in Delhi have been bought over. You can see what Amnesty International did for it. The government of India has gone after them. What did they do? Because the government of India and the UPA has said the FCNRA could not be done, they started giving money to the consulting assignment to create content. And that's why the FEMA cases were used against them. There is definitely, the global left is coming after people in this country. There's definitely funding coming from overseas. There's funding coming from Canada. We saw it through the farmers' agitation. Tell me, how much money was spent in the farmers' agitation?
He's asking a question, how much money was spent in the farmers' agitation?
How much money is required every day? Where did the money come from? There is a
It's a
foreign hand,
nonsensical
funding
question.
is coming in.
Nonsensical
I wonder if the
question.
government
Why?
of India
He's out
will
to make
investigate
profits.
and give
He
all
doesn't
the
like
details
us.
to the people
He
of this
hates
country
us
openly.
because we
We need
represent
our
the working
media to
class.
go behind the sources
Our
and find out the
newspapers,
money and to
our
give money.
portals,
It's very clear.
Our magazines talk of the cause of the poor, whether it's a poor farmer or it's a poor worker. Mr. Mohandas Pai, you are just nothing but a crony capitalist who thinks only of his profits. You cannot tolerate the working class coming up.
Mohandas Pai responding right now, please.
Share of my personal income for the poor. I started Akshay Patra Foundation, which has given more than 400 crore meals. You'll never do even 1% of what I've done in my life for the poor. And stop shouting and stop behaving like an idiot.
One left-wing oriented portal.
What is this stupid crony capitalism and all this nonsense you're talking? I've done more for the people of this country than you'll ever do in 10 janams.
You don't
You
like
don't
us.
know.
You
Shut
don't
up.
like our trade unions. You don't like our
What is
trade
that?
unions. You made.
I don't
Mr.
like the
Modi
trade
made
union, they're destructive
labor laws
in
which are
every
against the
country.
labor force.
I don't like the
And we are
trade union, they're
agitating
destructive in every
people
country.
like you
They destroy
who got
this
those
country.
farmer bills,
They destroyed employment in this
capitalists like
country.
you,
The
crony
data is very
capitalists,
clear. Look at the public
businessmen,
sector, how they've been
capitalists,
destroyed.
Out to destroy us.
Look at Air India, how
we
it has
of
been
the working
destroyed.
class,
What
we
are
will
you
hit
talking?
back. We will agitate and hit back. We'll make you take back your bills.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
The
our
people of
pamphlets.
this country
We
will
do
give
the
you a
strikes.
fitting rebuttal.
Mr. Mohandas Pai, your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor. You can speak
Yes, you
whatever
have kept them
want.
poor.
Thousands
You are
of
interested
newspapers
in
will come
keeping
up.
the people
Thousands
poor.
of
That's
papers
why
will
you've been
come up.
thrown out of
That will
power.
talk for the poor.
You've been thrown out
That
of
will
power
talk for
because
the
you
trade
kept
unions.
people
That
poor.
will talk for the labor
You are
class.
the people who created corruption in Delhi. Why are you
eaten up
shouting?
the nationalist banks.
Man, you're so
Sarkari
illogical.
bankoं को आप खा गए. You have
You're
eaten
making
up
some
the-
stupid
up the
comments,
Sarkari
illogical,
banks,
stupid
okay?
comments.
It
Stop
is-
with reason and data.
This is
Mr.
by the
Modi
way,
has distributed
let me tell you,
the
Mohandas
entire
Pai, on a
public
lighter
money
note,
to the likes
on a lighter note, let me tell you, there is
man is
nobody,
so demented
nobody in this
now.
country, who can match who can match Vivek's collection, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, he has a absolutely stunning collection of bespoke paintings. He has hundreds of designer, the most expensive branded sportswear which he likes to fashion. No shirt he wears costs less than 10,000 rupees. And this poor suffering worker, working for the working classes, only working to awaken the poorest people of this country, has a rather glittering lifestyle. But I will ask him. No problem. My question is, where did the 120 crores funding for Shaheen Bagh come from? Is it not true that 120 crores were deposited in bank accounts in Western Uttar Pradesh after CAA was passed? Now please tell me. Yes, Tasneem Ramani, tell me. Tasneem Ramani, tell me. Did some of it come to you?
Where?
No.
Tell
Praful Ketkar.
Can you prove it? Could the ED prove it? Could any other investigating agency prove it? It was a media news.
Confiscated in Jammu
It was a Godi media news like you.
120 crores.
And nothing more.
PFI,
So it
SDPI,
was a
I
malicious
called us the
propaganda
most
against the country
dangerous,
and
violent
against the poor
organization.
people.
Praful Ketkar is on the debate. Praful Ketkar.
Yesterday, where are you? Why do you want to burn country with your false agenda? What is your real agenda? Do you want to forward the agenda of Khilafat?
You want
to forward the dangerous agenda of partitioning India again? Are you not satisfied with one partition? Why do you want to burn our country? Why do you?
PFI is yours. No, it's not mine. PFI is yours.
Of what? Of what? Of Khilafat? Of Khilafat? Why do you? Where did the money come from?
Of the PFI.
Yeah, where did the money come from? Tell us. Where did the 120 crores come from?
Where
Where did the 120 crores come from? The nation wants to know.
What was the agenda behind your visit to Turkey?
Where
did the money
what did
come
you do
from?
during
Did
your
it come
visit
from
to Turkey? Did you take money from them?
Khilafat?
In the country.
Did you take money? Did you take money? I want to ask you. No. 1 minute. 1 minute. Look here. Firstly, Tasneem Ramani, so much palpitation on the program is not good. Sanjay, what am I asking? I am saying 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute.
They will tell you.
No, 1 minute.
You go and check
1
my
minute.
bank account.
People go to Turkey for various reasons. Some go for the food. It's quite nice, Sanjay. Some people go because they like a ferry ride, ferry ride from one side of Istanbul to the other. And all right, that's all right, And pretty much in 1 or 2 days you're done. My question is, I want to know how many tourists, Sanjay.
Have you ever been there?
I want to know how many tourists, Sanjay, are there like Taslim Remani who go with a katora and with open arms, and they go to the Turkish, bhai thoda paisa de dijiye. And I'm asking them, why did the Turkish give them money? Do you know, Sanjay, the Turkish economy is a disastrous economy. They don't have money to feed themselves. They may have all kinds of aspirations. We'll create, whatever this and that. But the fact of the matter.
Who is saying?
Who is saying?
You know the cost of the lira?
Can I
God, I can't. The cost of the lira. I don't know, Mohandas Pai, whether to laugh or to cry. But I want to tell him that when the cost of the currency goes up, it means the currency is in trouble. What's wrong with you?
Look who is saying.
The lira is worthless. The lira has become worthless. The Turkish economy is in trouble. Even when the Turkish economy is in trouble, why are the Turkish giving you money?
80 rupees, old time.
No, I want to ask you. Sanjay.
You have no shame.
Sanjay, why are the Turkish who have no money for themselves giving Taslim Remani money? Why are the Turkish?
Ask me that I'm going to have money.
Why
I call
cost of my kurta?
I call them Panch Makkar, Panch Makkar.
Okay, Sanjay Dixit, louder.
Yeah, I call them Panch Makkar, this Tukde gang. This is Mullah, Marxist, missionary. Then there is the Lutyens media and the Macaulay Putra who want to turn India into the West. And Panch Makkars out of this, you have the Vivek Srivastava type. The Vivek Srivastava, ask him whether his party has disowned the Gangadhar Adhikari thesis which seeks to break India. It hasn't, not till date. And Mr. Rahmani, of course, he talked about Qayamat. That's his dream, to bring Qayamat, to bring Ghazwa-e-Hind. Because without Ghazwa-e-Hind, the Qayamat will not come. So that is the agenda of at least these two brands, and then you have, of course, the missionary types who are.
But I want to know. But I want to know. No, but Sanjay, Taslim Remani, 2 minutes. Sanjay, Taslim, just for a minute, because I think there's a lot of funding coming from outside the country. Taslim Remani, 1 minute, okay? Very serious question now. Tuhin, please come on the debate. The question is this, and I'm putting a small example. Only in this whole world, only Taslim Remani feels the Turkish economy is doing well. As far as I know, Turkish economy has collapsed. Mohandas Pai is laughing away. But he says, Turkey, my favorite Turkey, my lovely Turkey. I love Turkey. I love Turkey. I want to live in Turkey. I want to go there. I'm an Erdogan fan, he says. I'm an Erdogan fan. I am a Lira fan. Are you Erdogan fan or a Lira fan? You're a Lira fan. But the problem is all the liras that Erdogan or his psychophans gave you is worth nothing because the Turkey is collapsing.
These crony capitalists and my finance minister.
How did you get money in Turkey? Did you get any money in Turkey?
Day by day.
Did you get money in Turkey?
This debate on a day
No, did you get money in Turkey? Tuhin, ask him. Why? No, my larger point is very simple, which I've not been able to make. No, my point I've not been able to make. Please tell me, Tuhin. Please tell me, Tuhin, a country that is collapsing, a currency which is in trouble, why would they want to fund Taslim Remani and his friends? What is the logic? Kuch to agenda hoga na.
Like Asaduddin Owaisi does not understand law. Mr. Rahmani does not understand economy. You have to be a little sympathetic towards him. Just like Owaisi does not understand law, Mr. Rahmani does not understand economy. So you have to be a little sympathetic towards him. But Arnab, look at the coincidence today. Today, the Kerala High Court has passed some very indicting observations against PFI. By extension, it is also an indictment of Mr. Rahmani's politics because Mr. Rahmani runs the political wing of PFI. So it's an indictment. You're missing a very big thing which has happened today. The Kerala High Court has indicted PFI and by extension has indicted the politics of Mr. Rahmani, which is based on tacitly fomenting terror acts within the country. Secondly, you know, these people thrive on this debate of ये Muslim area है, Muslim area से processions नहीं जाना चाहिए. I want to ask him on this show, does he believe that in India these Muslim areas should be encouraged? Because if you're doing that, you are sowing the seeds of mini Pakistan, which is what seems to be your politics and which is also the politics of Owaisi.
Like the Britishers, you are looting these countries. You have given all the money
how
to some
are we looting? How are we looting? Tell me, how are we looting? Today, 80 crore people for the last 2 years have been getting free ration every month. How are we looting? Just don't make rhetorical statements which are baseless. For the last 2 years, 80 crore people are getting free ration. So how are we looting
Why
the
you are
poor?
distributing the free ration?
By direct benefit transfer, the poorest of the poor are benefited. Today, tier 2 and tier 3 cities are seamlessly connected with airports, leading to improvement in their economy.
Because why are we distributing free ration? Prafulla Ketkar, he asked. 1 minute. Why are we distributing free rations? Because everyone does not have as much money as you have. Mr. Rahmani, you are a very wealthy man. You are a very wealthy man. You have lots of money, lots of cars, lots of houses. I'm sure you have a lot of wealth, but everybody is not like you. You don't need free rations, I know. But my question to you is, why do you justify the 2021 Republic Day violence? Why do Manish Sisodia and the Bhim Army chief bat for Shaheen Bagh? Why do you try to exonerate Sharjeel Imam's anarchic speech of cutting off the chicken steak so that the one part of the country is cut off from the other? Answer me on that. 1 minute. Answer that. That's the question. Vivek is on the debate. Vivek is on the debate with Prafulla. Answer that.
We want to denounce.
There is Praful. Nobody is against the country. Stop victimizing the Muslims and giving a label that all the Muslims, including Mr. Rahmani, are anti-India. Nobody is anti-India. It's your concept of Hindu Rashtra, which is against Muslims and the minority, and you are not comfortable with them. That is why I said you have this break the masjid gang, masjid Todo gang. Masjid Todo gang
proven track record. You are China sympathizers. We still don't know why your party is Communist Party of India, not Indian Communist Party. Why you are just a branch of communism, global communism. What kind of poor politics you are doing? What did you do for poor in India? Why industries are closed down in all communist-run states in India? Why Kerala is in debt trap? Why Islamic jihadism is growing in Kerala? What is your politics? Tell me, Mr. Srivastav. You are more dangerous. You are more dangerous because you give ideological cover to burn India gang.
Okay, tell me the consequence.
That's why you need to be ideologically exposed.
Tell me the consequence. When somebody says, okay, we got 15 minutes on the debate. 1 minute. Tell me one thing. When the Bhim Army chief says, when the Bhim Army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Baghs. Please let us be a little responsible. I want Mohandas Pai back on the debate with Kamru. And my question is, when the Bhim Army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Baghs, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed. Which means you say you want 1 lakh Shaheen Baghs, which means you want 50 into 1 lakh, right? Which means you want 5 million people to be killed. You want 5 million people to be killed in riots for your hunger for power to be quenched. One Shaheen Bagh led to 50 plus 52 people being killed.
Question of power. This is not a question of power. Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. If need be Shaheen Bagh, I am telling you on your channel, there will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in Parliament by the majoritarian government in power. This is a warning to you, Arnab. We will not sit idle against any unpopular measure. Why was the farm bill being renounced after 700 people lost their life against the farm bills? Why don't you discuss that? You are trying to create a pseudo-nationalism along
Voters
with your
of India?
dose of Hindutva.
He's
Who has
threatening.
given you
He's
the right?
threatening.
Who
It's
has
an open
given you the
threat.
right?
Of
It's an open threat the Congress leader
Gandhi
is issuing.
never talked about weapons. Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was taking weapons in hand to burn India. It was taking money from foreign countries to disturb India's democracy. Please don't give these lectures.
How much did you spend
No, India will not tolerate any more Shaheen Baghs.
How much you are spending?
No, so he said.
Please, India is governed by the constitution and not by Sharia. Please don't give these lectures.
Syed Abbas,
no ghettoism
Syed
will
Abbas.
be accepted.
I think the Mohandas Pai is coming in. It's a very serious. Mohandas Pai is coming in. In the.
After this gentleman.
Mohandas Pai. Kamru, Mohandas Pai is saying something to you.
Anna, after this gentleman has made the threat openly on your channel,
yes,
it is very clear that is part of a conspiracy with foreign money to destroy this country, to bring down this country. Therefore, all of us as citizens of this country should isolate this person, find out who is funding him, where is the money coming from to protect our country. The enemies from within, as Vinith Goenka writes in his book, are the biggest threat to this country, because the enemies from within are the one who sell their souls for a few dollars to outsiders to create riots in this country and to destroy this country. So Anna, it is up to us as people of this country to oppose these forces, to stand up against them. And you, Arnab, as the channel, Republic as the channel, has to expose these people, because this person is openly threatening 1,000 million. What is this 1,000 Shaheen Baghs with foreign money? Shaheen Bagh was funded with foreign money. We all know that. We all know what kind of threats they did. They called the rest of India kafirs. They were hate mongers there. They were fake narrators. They were creating a fake narrative against the people of this country. And this person is saying, we want more Shaheen Baghs to pass the laws.
Do you think that demonetization has not done anything? Was demonetization not supposed to put a check on the foreign funding? Where to end the foreign funding? Where from the foreign funding has come?
What are you talking? Demonetization stopped a lot of foreign funding coming with cash.
When you say there's a foreign funding, illegal funding, my question is where from that is coming? Does it mean that demonetization has not done anything?
Fake currency coming in from the western neighbor.
As a very proud action of the government. And does it mean that demonetization has not checked anything foreign or anything illegal coming inside the India?
Anna, these people need to be educated. Demonetization stopped fake currency coming in. Today there is very less fake currency, but money is still coming in through Hawala. Money has come in through Hawala in Kashmir. It has come in Delhi. It is coming through drugs. Recently in Shaheen Bagh, there was a big catch of huge drugs from Afghanistan. There is a nexus that has been created by enemies within. They have to be exposed. We need the government to take action against all these people.
I need you to understand.
Put them inside.
I'll put it differently, Mohandas Pai. Mohandas Pai, I'll put it differently. I need people to understand one thing. Just 1 minute, please. I need people to understand one thing, and I'll put my point of view out. Syed Abbas, 1 minute. You see, you can't get away by doing whatever you want to in India. Shaheen Bagh was an example of doing what we want. Now, no other country allows this. So let me give you one example. There was this COP. 1 minute. Taslim Rahmani. There was this COP 26. I think COP 26 climate summit. Okay, and when the COP 26 climate summit happened, some of these protesters in near around London in UK, they said, let's do some tamasha. So what they said was, let's try and cause some disruption in the M25. You know, the M25, anyone's been to London knows it's an orbital motorway around London. You know what the police did? Just picked them up and put them in jail. Khatam. Over. Do you understand? That's how law and order is established. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? You know what happened to the truckers in Canada? No, you know what happened to the truckers in Canada? They were, no, 1 minute, emergency laws by your favorite, that fellow, what's his name? Justin. And you know what happened in Australia? 1 minute. So I'm asking you here, since I'm giving global examples right now, don't shout. You try doing this in UK, Taslim Rahmani, they will pick you up and put you in for the rest of your life. ये शाहीन बाग वाला तमाशा मत करिए इधर.
That's why I said, that's why I ask you, give us that.
क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? चिल्लाइए.
You can do it with the Shaheen Bagh, but you cannot name the Kisan movement, where the government has to succumb to the Kisan demand. And you have to take
Kisan movement, you ran out of money to fund them, no?
So this
you
is
ran out of money to fund them.
This is the selectivity. This is the selectivity by this government.
Arnab, see, there's a larger point over here. See, Shaheen Bagh was a toxic winter carnival. This is something I've said before and I'll repeat. But the larger point, Arnab, you know, after seeing the reinforced and some of the most sordid instances of persecution of minorities in the last few months, how can anybody, any human being oppose CAA? That is the larger point. Only somebody most heartless, somebody most inhuman can still oppose CAA. Have you not seen the brutal cases of persecution, especially after the Taliban takeover? And you will still oppose CAA? How heartless and how inhuman can somebody like you be? Anybody who is non-Muslim, is he not a human being for you? Anybody who is non-Muslim, is he not a human being for you? Very important question, answer that.
Okay, yeah, we're getting two.
I always raise important points.
Two others on the side.
I don't talk illogical things like you.
It has
everything
to do with the Indian
and still
Muslims,
you cannot do
and
it.
It's just a tool to
you have
harass them.
withdrawn NRC, and you can never come out with NRC. That's how the Shaheen Bagh movement was a successful movement.
NRC was mandated under a legislation in 1955. We are not saying it is going to happen now. But yes, any nation which is serious about its national security should be open to the idea of NRC.
You are the people who rejected the NRC in Assam.
Didn't you get the message? Didn't you get the message? 1 minute. Your problem with you is Taslim Rahmani. Sanjay Dikshit is with you. You know, most half intelligent people get the message after it's given to them 2-3 times. I'll give one example. On the one side there is you. You are the person who says Dalits are finished, Muslims are finished, Dalit Muslim unity, we need to have caste unity, caste religion unity, all these things you've been practicing. At the end of the day, you got 83 votes, I think, in the last Lok Sabha election you tried to fight. You got 83 votes. I am told that even your neighborhood did not vote for you.
We are talking.
Even your neighbors did not vote for you, I'm told.
Yes.
Yeah. So on the other hand, did you see the result of the UP election?
You are ill-informed about that.
Did you see the result of the UP election? Did you not learn every caste religion formula was used? In UP, what happened?
I have seen.
What happened?
I have seen.
No, what happened?
I have seen.
You still don't get the message. You tried to create insecurity using the CAA. You tried to instill fear amongst Muslims. They have rejected the logic. They moved on.
I challenge you. You don't have any information about the UP.
You are the kind of person you thrive on fomenting insecurity and creating fear and perpetually doubt mongering, and people have rejected you. Sanjay Dikshit, please tell them. This Burn India gang needs to understand the way the people of this country look at them.
He is talking about Dalit and Muslims. You ask him what happened to Joginder Nath Mandal, who was the original meme icon. What the Muslims did with him. And as far as the non-Muslims are concerned, they always believe that non-Muslims are like cattle. This is what they have been saying all this while. That's why even if the CAA actually comes out of the Liaquat Nehru Pact, it is actually a continuation of the Liaquat Nehru Pact, and because the Pakistani nation did not keep its part, that CAA had to be brought in. So CAA was necessary.
On a broader level, I want to conclude by saying that see the writing on the wall. You see, despite everything you've tried, and I want to give Mohandas Pai the last word on this, you see India is progressing. India is progressing. We are going to be the fastest growing major economy in the world. Actually, I think this should call for celebrations, and the momentum of this country should be unstoppable. Even the worst critics of the Modi government are now realizing this economy, the way the Modi government is moving is unstoppable. We are a power to reckon with. We are not somebody's client state. We have made tremendous strides. And this is huge growth. And we are destined to see it, Mohandas Pai, in our lifetimes. The most exciting thing exciting thing. India superpower by 2030. Can you imagine, Mohandas Pai, what that will mean for somebody born at the turn of the century? That the majority of their lives will be as citizens of a superpower. Are we not to grab that opportunity instead of allowing this crab-like behavior to carry on? Mohandas Pai.
India will be a $5 trillion economy by 2026, $10 trillion economy by 2032. All the young people in this country, including my friend Abbas, have a great future in a great country because they will see high growth. India will be a country where all the needs of our people will be met. India will be a country which is globally respected. India will be a country where technology will dominate. Third largest power in the world for startups. More than Europe, more than Japan. We will overtake China by 2026 in technology. We have the largest technology services industry in the world. We have the largest number of tech talent in the world by 2025, more than the United States. Bangalore has more tech talent, my friend Abbas, than Silicon Valley right today. India has got a very bright future. That's why, Anna, we must fight against the enemies within. We must fight against people who say there'll be 1,000, 1 million shine bags in this country. We must fight against these communists who want to keep people poor. We must fight against these communalists who go to Turkey to get money for India. We must fight against all these people like George Soros who send money here to create fake narratives. And we must make sure our people have a bright future. India does well, and these people must be isolated. I think it's very important for us to unite and make sure the future remains bright.
For the price list and a comparison of price list after the 2040 to 2022. Can you give me a comparison? Don't talk about what will happen after 10 years.
Well, I will only tell you this. We look at the future and we change our direction. And it's very, very important that before they face further isolation in this country because of wanting complete anarchy, that the Burn India gang learns its lessons. And the first lesson is this, that they have been identified. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the evening without fail. Till then, thank you for watching and goodbye.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
there he goes.
Is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out our
The people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenix.
Top headlines at 1:30. Day 2 of Gyanvapi survey concludes. Reports emerge of attempts to hide proof of Hindu signs. Who is trying to hide the truth? BJP delegation meets J&K Lieutenant Governor, demands safety for all Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. J&K LG breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate threat to Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Pandits stage protest against the Abdullahs outside their residence over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Four people trapped in a private quarry in Thirunelveli. NDRF teams deployed for rescue operations.
डेढ़ 2 घंटे का और होना है। कितना सर्वे और होना है लगभग? कितना? 12 बजे।
आज तालाब तक का सर्वे हो गया। तालाब तक
12 बजे तक किया जाएगा। दोनों पक्षों की तरफ से सर्वे हुआ। सर्वे के बारे में कोर्ट में वही बताया जा सकता है।
कितना प्रतिशत बाकी है? काम क्या बाकी है?
दोनों पक्षों की तरफ से संतुष्टि है अभी तक। संतुष्ट है।
विरोध नहीं हुआ आज कोई?
एकदम सामान्य तौर पर कमीशन किया जा रहा है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। और जो कार्रवाई हो रही है तो कोर्ट के अंदर कोर्ट को बता नहीं सकते।
आज सर आधे घंटे
80%। सर कल 4 तहखाने चलिए और सफाई कर्मी बुलाए गए थे। दिक्कत
कोई दिक्कत नहीं बस नाम अरुण कुमार त्रिपाठी।
अभी जो सर्वे हुआ है पूरा 80% पूरा हो चुका है। कल कितना काम बचा?
कल जो भी बचा हुआ हो जाएगा। कल कमिश्नर साहब डिसाइड करेंगे।
कल 20% का काम 12 बजे तक पूरा होगा।
हाँ 12 बजे तक कोल टाइम है। 12 तक पूरा होगा।
अच्छा अभी आज तालाब तक का काम पूरा हो गया है।
अब हम कुछ बता नहीं सकते तालाब का पूरा क्या हुआ, लेकिन सर्वे हो गया है। सर्वे का काम पूरा कर लिया गया है।
क्या मिला है आज? कुछ तो बताएंगे।
कुछ नहीं बता सकते हम। कंटेम्प्ट हो जाएगा हम लोग खिलाफ। कुछ बता नहीं सकते हैं।
कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कल्पना से ज्यादा मिला कल।
हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। हम उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। कुछ नहीं कर सकते। जो भी कार्रवाई हो रही है कोर्ट प्रोसीडिंग है। कोर्ट में जाएगा। आप लोग नकल प्राप्त कर लीजिएगा।
कल पूरा 8 से 12 सर्वे करेंगे।
कल पूरा सर्वे होगा।
सभी लोग मौजूद रहेंगे। कुल कितने लोग थे मेंबर?
सर
कितने लोग थे?
कोई 51 लोग थे जिनका नाम है।
51 लोग थे कुल।
जिनका नाम है वही लोग थे।
कोई सभी ने समर्थन किया?
सब समर्थन किए। सब शांतिपूर्ण हुआ। कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुआ। शांतिपूर्ण प्रक्रिया में सर्वे हुआ। कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
तो कहीं कोई विरोध नहीं हुआ। शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सर्वे खत्म हो गया है। सरकारी वकील हैं ये जिनका कहना है कि शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सर्वे हो चुका है। और
कुछ ज्यादा समय भी आपने दे दिया। कोई उम्मीद नहीं है क्या? पहले दिन आप कह रहे थे चल रहा है।
सर सब कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है। बस अभी हम लोगों से कुछ भी मत पूछिए। जो कुछ बताएंगे आगे समय बताएगा। सर कमिश्नर महोदय जो कुछ भी आदेश देंगे वो हम लोग शूट करेंगे।
आज गुंबद की भी हुई है।
हाँ शूट करने के बाद मेमोरी कार्ड हम लोग जमा कर देते हैं। वहीं का वहीं रोज नया मेमोरी कार्ड लेते हैं और वहाँ जमा कर देते हैं। जी कल के लिए सर कार्रवाई का समय 8 से 12 आप लोगों को मालूम है।
आज क्यों नहीं पूरी हो पाई सर?
सर ये कमिश्नर महोदय का आदेश होता है। जहाँ जहाँ बोलते हैं वहाँ हम लोग किया जाता है। जी अब वो जब तक नहीं टाइम नहीं बढ़ेगा, लेकिन वो जब तक जो है
And we have Piyush and Madhurima joining us live from the Gyanvapi site. Going across to Madhurima first. Madhurima, the survey has concluded for the day. Give us more information.
Well, the day 2 for the Gyanvapi Mosque survey is over, and as we are listening that the entire work that was initially said that it's highly likely that could be completed today has not been completed. Day 3, the survey will continue. Multiple evidences have been gathered. Of course, the officials that are speaking to the media are not eligible to speak because it's a court monitored monitored case and it's a court monitored survey. However, what we are learning is that it was once again a successful survey. Both the sides cooperated well, and at the same time the evidence have been collected from multiple sides of the mosque. However, there are few evidences, a few sections that are yet to be scrutinized, and the evidence need to be calmed out of them, and which is why the survey has been extended till tomorrow. Once again, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. this survey will continue, where all participants, the 51 participants that have been approved by the court committee, will participate in this very controversial survey. We'll take you the visuals as
Madhurima,
well.
stay with us. Let me also take in a word from Piyush as well. Piyush, if you could also briefly tell us about the survey today, anything more that you're learning from the sources?
So that the district magistrate has just left from here. We are showing you the pictures of a DM of Varanasi who is now leaving from here. We tried to get in a word from him, but he did not speak. Remember, that survey was peacefully done, and after conducting survey for more than 4 hours, finally the day 2 survey has come to an end tomorrow. Once again, the process of survey will take place from 8 a.m. What we're now learning from our sources is that a survey is going to be completed tomorrow itself. District magistrate has just left from here. Let's try to go beyond and try to show you more pictures from this very point where the officials are now leaving. We have just seen district magistrate leaving from this very spot. This is telling us as to how all the officers are now leaving from here. Around 51 members had gone inside, including the petitioners, lawyers, and all the concerned officials who have been appointed by court to go inside to do the survey. Second day survey has come to an end. Tomorrow, once again, the survey will take place, and that will begin from 8 a.m. What we are now learning is that tomorrow itself, the survey is now going to complete, and then the committee which has been appointed by court is going to submit its report to the court on 17th. We are straight away showing you pictures from the same spot from where DM has just left, but the security apparatus is still at place. The UP cops have been deployed in large numbers looking at the security concern of this very area. One more official can be seen coming. We'll try to get in a word from him. Let's continue to zoom the pictures. Let's continue to beam the pictures. One more officer is seen coming. We'll try to speak to them also. We believe that Commissioner of Varanasi is now coming. Commissioner of Varanasi is now coming. No, he's ADM. He's ADM from Varanasi. We'll try to speak to him also. Though DM did not speak, we'll try to get in a word from ADM, Additional District Magistrate of Varanasi, who is also now leaving from here. So if you can tell us about the survey. So anything if you can tell us about the survey, sir. Sir, so ADM is also not speaking. So the people who have been asked to speak on this case, they will be speaking. But we are now seeing a district magistrate. After district magistrate, now ADM is also leaving from here. We tried to speak to ADM, but he is also not uttering a word about the survey. So tomorrow, once again, the survey will take place. We are standing at the another exit point from where the officers continue to leave from this very spot. Tomorrow, once again, the survey will take place. What we are now learning is that survey is going to be completed tomorrow itself, and then the committee which has been appointed by the court will be submitting its report on 17th. So here, the police officers continue to make announcement asking people to maintain law and order. They are asking them to also vacate this area, as they are not allowed to stand here in these numbers where they have gathered here. Remember that devotees also want to go and offer prayers, but because of the restrictions of route, they are not being allowed to move beyond this first layer of barricade which has been put in place. So as the officers are now leaving from here, we can also see in few minutes from now the clearing of this way, and then we would see the next process to be adopted by the officers, where they will be moving forward to prepare for tomorrow, because tomorrow also survey is also to take place. If we talk about what the findings about this
survey लगभग कंप्लीट है कल कितना समय लग सकता है?
असंतुष्ट लग रहा है क्या वजह? नहीं, हमारे समझ से असंतुष्ट नहीं लग रहा है।
आपके उम्मीदों के मुताबिक कुछ मिला या इन लोग को मिला?
नहीं, इस पर मैं कोई कमेंट नहीं करूंगा।
अच्छा सर, देरी होने के कारण क्या? आज क्या
वो पीछे जो नंदी की तरफ इंस्पेक्शन हो रहा था ब्यास जी की तरफ, उधर उसी में थोड़ा सा देरी।
मतलब अंदर कुछ मलबा भी था?
अंदर नहीं भाई, इसके बारे में मैं कुछ नहीं कमेंट करूंगा।
कि क्या व्यास परिवार का जो कमरा था, एक बार व्यास परिवार के कमरे का एक बार
क्या 4 घंटे? कल के 8 से 12 का वक्त लगेगा?
लगे
तो हम हर पक्ष से बात करने की
Well, we just heard one more officer who has told us that tomorrow the survey is going to be completed and almost the work has been completed. The videography has been completed. The work of entire survey exercise which has been carried out, which has to be carried out, has almost been completed. And tomorrow they are going to finish this. Tomorrow they are going to conclude the survey which is right now underway, which is taking place on the directions of court. Remember that day after tomorrow, which is on 17th of this month, the team which has been appointed to do the survey, they have to submit their report also before the court, and after looking into the evidences, court is going to give another date. So right now as we are speaking, the day 2 survey has concluded. We can also see a few more officers leaving from this very place, though the barricading still is in place. Multiple layers of barricading still in place. We can see movement of UP senior police officers taking place inside the survey. There was a much delay also today. The survey was today completed at around 12, but soon after that, the team which was inside, around 51 members team which was inside to do the survey, they had also gone to offer prayers before Kashi Vishwanath temple, and that is where they also took a lot of time to come out. What we are also learning from our sources is that the rooms, those were opened yesterday in presence of the court commissioners. Those rooms have now been sealed. So after opening those rooms, they went inside, they recorded the evidences, and now what we are learning is that those rooms have been sealed. There are some remaining portions still left which needs to be surveyed, which needs to be videographed, and that is why tomorrow is the day when the survey is going to be concluded. This is what the officers are also telling us. In fact, they are also telling us that they will take only 1.5 hours tomorrow from the allotted time, which is from 8 to 12. They are going to do survey for only 1.5 hours, which is telling us as to how tomorrow the survey is going to be concluded, and then they will be submitting their reports. As we are speaking, we are still seeing the devotees, Hindu devotees thronging here in large numbers. They want to go beyond this point of barricading to enter inside the Kashi Vishwanath temple corridor to offer prayers, but the route has been diverted. As we are speaking, we can see one more car coming, one more vehicle of another senior officer coming out. Let's try to see who is coming. Then we'll try to get in a word. ACP of this district, ACP Varanasi, additional commissioner of police, he is now coming out. Let's try to speak to him if he tells us about this survey or the kind of preparations which they are looking forward to do for tomorrow's survey, because the police personnel are here to tell us about the deployment. Remember that amidst this massive deployment and the tight security, this survey is underway. We'll have to wait and watch how the survey is going to further proceed, but we can see the pictures of massive deployment of police personnel which is still in place. The route is now being cleared by the cops who are deployed in large numbers. So as the officers are now leaving from this place, we can expect this entire route to be cleared and barricading being removed, because now we can see as to how this route is being cleared. So any minute from now we'll see the entire route is also cleared, because now people are allowed to travel. So what we are now learning is that the officers who were inside, they have now left from Gyanvapi Mosque. All 51 people who were inside, they have now left from Gyanvapi Mosque, and any minute from now this route is also said to be cleared, and then people would be allowed to go inside the temple and offer prayers. But looking at the security concern, there was a restriction which was put in place, and that is why the route was diverted. Now this route is being cleared. The barricading is being removed because officers have now left. Barricading is being removed. People now go from this very point, which is certainly telling us that not only the officers have left, but also the police personnel have been asked to now open the road and now clear the way, so that there can be normal movement of traffic. We are also now moving ahead. We'll try to show you pictures from the same place where the survey took place, because the route has now been cleared. The layers of barricading had been put in. All these layers have have now been removed. We'll go beyond. We'll try to show you pictures from the same place where the survey took place. Remember that today is the second day where survey took place. A second day where survey took place for more than, in fact, for at least 4 hours itself. And yesterday also these 4 hours survey took place. Tomorrow we are expecting survey to once again take place, where the officers who had come today, around 51 people who had come today, once again they will be coming tomorrow and they will do a survey. If we talk about this entire case, remember that in 1991, petitioners had moved to court saying that there are Hindu relics there inside the mosque. In fact, there are ancient traces of Hindu temples, which is there right beneath that particular Gyanvapi mosque. And that is why they want to offer prayers there, because years old, centuries old temple still exists there. So now we are moving ahead, we are moving beyond, where we will show to our viewers the same place, gate number 4, from where the surveyors had entered today in the morning. Now the route has been cleared, we are moving ahead, then we'll show you pictures from the same place, same entrance, and the same Gyanvapi mosque, which is in news. Remember that this structure, according to the petitioners, this structure was erected after demolishing a Hindu temple. That is the entry to the gate number 4, which we are right.
वो चूंकि सर्वे की कार्रवाई है, अब वो बहुत गहराई से आपको विस्तृत 17 के बाद पता चल जाएगा, लेकिन यह है कि कल अभी 1 से 1.5 घंटे की कार्रवाई और बची है।
क्या रोड अटका रहा है? क्या
कोई रोड़ा नहीं, सबका सहयोग मिल रहा है, शासन प्रशासन वादी प्रतिवादी सभी का भरपूर सहयोग मिल रहा है।
And going across to Madhurima now, who's also reporting live from the Gyanvapi Mosque survey site. Madhurima, you also tell us more. What are you learning from your sources?
Well, we're learning from our sources that it was indeed a successful day number 2 of the entire survey. And yes, like what Piyush was saying, building on that, now the barricades here have been opened for the commute of civilians over here, because initially the entire route was blocked for the managerial movement, including the courts commissioner team and the district administration. Now you can see that the entire route has been opened, which indicates that the entire team of 51 people has left and there's nobody left inside of the mosque. This is the place from where we've been reporting since morning. The entire route has been blocked, and there's a couple of 100 meters over here, around 500 to 600 meters from here is the Gyanvapi Mosque, where today's survey was conducted. What we are learning at the moment is that a major portion of the survey has been completed. It is only some sections that is left and needs to be scrutinized, from where the videographic survey has not been completed. That would be the places where the tomorrow's assertion will be made. These are the lanes of Banaras, the very crucial portion that leads to gate number 4, the VIP gate of the Kashi Vishwanath. Remember, this petition was filed by 5 females who wanted a free pass, that they should be allowed to go whenever they want to go and pay obeisance or worship or for prayers at the Gauri Shringar temple, because it is only allowed once a year. Now we are showing you that the entire route has been opened up, and this petition, while being heard from the court has sought videographic evidence. Initially, in the first round, when only Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra was the court's commissioner, he was stalled on day number 2 when he tried to go inside. However, we've come to know that both
all
the
right,
sides...
Madhurima, I'm sorry I'll have to interrupt you there, but thank you so much for giving us all back-to-back updates on the Gyanvapi survey, which has concluded for the day. And on to a quick EBEX cash alert then. The Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar has taken over as the new Chief Election Commissioner of India. President Ramnath Kovind, we are told, has cleared his appointment. And Rajiv Kumar has replaced the former Chief Election Commissioner Sushil Chandra, who demitted the office on 14th of this month. So a new Chief Election Commissioner of India has taken charge. The visuals on your screens as well of Rajiv Kumar taking over as the new Chief Election Commissioner of the country. So Rajiv Kumar there, who has taken over as the new Chief Election Commissioner of India, and President Ramnath Kovind, who has cleared his appointment. Remember, Rajiv Kumar has replaced the former Chief Election Commissioner Sushil Chandra, who demitted the office on 14th of this month. So Rajiv Kumar there taking charge as the new Chief Election Commissioner. And more news break coming in. The Kashmiri Pandit staged protest against Umar Abdullah's residence over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Taking on the Gupkar gang, the protesters called them terror sympathizers and supporters of Bitta Karate as well. So the visuals we have on our screens of the Kashmiri Pandits staging protest outside the Abdullah's residence, and in fact slamming the Gupkar line, saying that calling them terror sympathizers and supporters of Bitta Karate. We have the soundbite as well of the protester. Let's listen in.
The meeting was, in our view, useful, and we conveyed our concerns and the concerns of all those affected Kashmiri Pandit belonging to Kashmiri Pandit community who are working in the valley as employees or as non-migrant families. After the unfortunate killing of Mr. Rahul Bhatt, there is a large-scale fear among this community here in Kashmir, and of course that is genuine concern. Genuinely they feel disturbed. We have yesterday also appealed to the people of all the shades of Kashmir, irrespective of their affiliations, irrespective of their political agendas.
Let's go across to Zeenath as well, who's reporting live from Srinagar. Zeenath, we can see the visuals on our screens as well of the Pandits, Kashmiri Pandits, who staged protest outside the Abdullah's residence. Tell us more.
Yes, as far as the protest of Dr. Sandeep Mawa, a Kashmiri activist, he held protest outside the Farooq Abdullah residence, and it is Farooq Abdullah and the Bitta Karate because of which the Kashmiri Pandits are suffering. We also heard Mohammad Yusuf Tarigami, who is also the spokesman of PAGD, People Alliance for Gupkar Declaration, and also a CPIM leader coming from the Kulgam district of South Kashmir, where he said that it is because that the Kashmiri Pandits yesterday met the PAGD leaders and apprised them about the situation that they are facing, and appealed them to meet the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and apprise him about the situation that they deal with. Although PAGD leaders said that they had received an assurance from the LG Manoj Sinha that yes, the things will be taken care as far as the demands of Pandits go. Similarly, they will be transferred soon to the safer districts, and also the security review of the Pandits will be taken into consideration. Meanwhile, LG Manoj Sinha also said that yes, the Rahul Pandit's killing was a target killing. The probe has been launched, SIT has been constituted, and government is trying their best to provide all suitable help to the Kashmiri Pandits and to the family of Rahul Pandit.
All right. Zeenath, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you as you get us more details on that story. But as we wrap up this bulletin, leaving you with these visuals that are coming in from MP's Jabalpur, where the night boating has commenced. Take a look at these visuals.
डूब चलो माई डूब चलो डूब चलो माई डूब चलो डूब चलो दिन डूब चलो माई डूब चलो डूब चलो माई डूब चलो
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities.
There he goes.
Is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
When the Bhim army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power.
It's a question.
Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे.
Day 2 of Gyanvapi survey concludes. The reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu signs. Who is trying to hide the truth? BJP delegation meets Jammu and Kashmir. Lieutenant Governor demands safety for all Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. Jammu and Kashmir LG breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate threat to Kashmiri Hindus. Kashmiri Pandits stage protests against the Abdullahs outside their residence over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Four people trapped in private quarry in Tirunelveli. NDRF teams deployed for rescue operations. Indian Army deployed for rescue operations as multiple residents are trapped after floods in Assam. Navneet and Ravi Rana fire another warning at the Maharashtra government, say they are not ready to back down just yet. Shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers. And breaking news coming on Republic right now. Atrocities on minorities in Pakistan on the rise. Two people of the Sikh minority community are shot dead in Peshawar. Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, both shop owners, shot dead at Batatal Chowk, Bara Road in Peshawar. Gursimran joining us with the latest on that. Gursimran, shocking news coming in. Although when we are talking about Peshawar in Pakistan, 2 Sikhs shot dead, targeting of the minority community once again.
Yes, the minorities are being pushed into a corner in Pakistan, and there is no doubt to it. But these kind of attacks on the Sikh community have become a new normal, because in 2021 we have also seen similar kind of attacks taking place in Peshawar as well as in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And today's incident that has taken place in the northwest city of Peshawar also shows that how these atrocities are being committed upon the Sikh community in Pakistan. Even minorities are being pushed to the corner. There is no doubt to it. Though Pakistan always claim that the minorities are safe there, but in broad daylight, 2 Sikh shop owners, Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, as per the initial identification of these two, they have been shot dead by unknown gunmen, and they have been able to escape from that very spot, these gunmen. Now the police is claiming that they will be arresting them soon, but there is no clue about who were those people who shot them dead. And this has become a new normal in Pakistan, where the minority community, be it Hindus or the Sikhs and the Christians, Buddhists, they are always
right. Gursimran, we are getting Mr. Manjinder Singh Sirsa on the phone. Let's go across to him. Mr. Sirsa, when we talk about the targeting of the minority community, it continues unabated in Pakistan. 2 Sikh youngsters killed there.
This is a target killing, and the purpose is to scare the Sikhs of that area. यहाँ पे कुल 4,000 के आसपास सिख रहते हैं, and ये continuously उनको टेरर किया जा रहा है. Around 8 months back, Satnam Singh was killed. उससे पहले भी 2 कत्ल हुए. Continuously we have been approaching the High Commission also. We have been एक मीटिंग भी हमारी हाई कमीशन के साथ हुई. हमने प्रोटेस्ट भी सड़कों पे आके बहुत सारे किए. गवर्नमेंट से इंश्योरेंस भी मिलती है, लेकिन होता कुछ नहीं. रीजन बीइंग, अभी मेरी वहाँ लोगों से बात हुई थी, लोकल लोगों से. दे टोल्ड मी कि सिंगल पर्पस है. अगर मार्केट में आए हैं, किसी और पर गोली नहीं चली, किसी को कुछ नहीं देखा, बस सिख ढूंढा. जहां पर सिख बैठे थे उन दोनों को, गरीब लोग थे, रोजगार करते थे, 1,00,000-1.5 लाख रुपए की दुकान थी, तो उनको टारगेट करके उनको मारा गया है. तो सोल पर्पस इज कि इन लोगों को यहाँ से हटाना है, स्वाद के एरिया से भगाना है इनको. और ये कोई पहला तो घटना नहीं है, लेकिन सरकार इस पे कुछ भी नहीं कर पा रही. अब ये बेचारे कहते हैं हम करें क्या, हमारे पास और कोई हुनर नहीं है, हम यहाँ से जाएं तो कहाँ जाएं, किस मुल्क में जाएं, और जाकर क्या करें, क्योंकि 1,00,000-1.5 लाख की दुकान है, और वो भी वो तय कर देते हैं. अगर वो देखते हैं कि यहाँ पे मिनॉरिटी बेच के जा रही है, तो वो मेजॉरिटी कहते हैं कि किसी ने खरीदनी नहीं है, इनको घुटनों पे लाना है, फ्री में लेनी है इनसे. तो दिस हाउ वर्स्ट इज द सिचुएशन देयर. सो अभी क्योंकि रीजन बीइंग, आफ्टर इमरान खान ये जो नई गवर्नमेंट बनी है, दे आर ऑलरेडी इन अलायंस विद दोज हार्डलाइनर्स जो पहले से ही मिनॉरिटीज के ऊपर खिलाफ चलते हैं. वो सारे हार्डलाइनर्स जो पार्टीज हैं, दे आर इन अलायंस विद दिस न्यू गवर्नमेंट विच इज जस्ट फॉर्म नाउ. सो अब उनके लिए बहुत बड़ी ये चिंता बन गई है कि अब तो वो लोगों का और बोलबाला हो गया जो हम यहाँ से निकालना चाहते हैं. And as per their information, I'm not aware of that, but they told me, अब ये क्या करेंगे क्योंकि भारत में मीडिया शोर मचाएगा, तो they'll find out two hardcore criminals who are already in jail for a few murders, and उनको लाएंगे, उनके मुंह पे कपड़ा डालेंगे और उनको कोर्ट में पेश कर देंगे, कहेंगे जिन्होंने मारा था, बस thing is finished. They have never tried to investigate the depth of the case. Had they did this earlier, this incident would have never happened again. But because the people are a very limited number, of 4,000 or total number of people there, so nobody damn cares for them.
Mr. Sirsas, many thanks for joining us and for sharing your thoughts with Republic TV. And moving on to other stories, on the backdrop of the hearing on the colonial era sedition law in the Apex Court, Union Minister of Law and Justice Kiren Rijiju has said the centre is in the process of identifying and scrapping more such laws which are obsolete.
Already removed close to 1,500 obsolete laws and provisions which are becoming a burden for the common man. And we are in the process of identifying more such acts which are not required in the present time. Some of the colonial era laws, some of the provisions which are not necessary in today's time. We are working out. I am also engaged with my colleagues and the team and to identify that India is the India of emerging new India, and in this emerging 21st century, India must take a lead role not only in terms of other issues but also in terms of providing the best access of justice to the common man.
And more news from across the country. The Bharatiya Janata Party's Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga has dared the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann to take action against pro-Khalistan protesters. In his tweet, terming Khalistan supporters as anti-Indians, Bagga asked if the Punjab CM would take any action against the group. This comes only days after Bagga got relief from the Punjab and Haryana High Court in relation to the case filed against him over an alleged threat to Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. On Saturday, Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana laid the foundation stone of the new High Court complex in Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar. At this event, along with J&K Governor Lieutenant Manoj Sinha and Union Law Minister Kiren Rijiju, other Supreme Court judges UU Lalit and Sanjay Kishan Kaul were also present. Chief Justice of India raised the fact that India faces a serious challenge with respect to protecting the rule of law and human rights.
One of the major challenges to the protection of rule of law and human rights is the inability of formal justice system to deliver speedy and affordable justice to all. The justice delivery mechanism in India is very complex and expensive. The judiciary must be at its innovative best to ensure that the challenges to its working are met with just and constitutional measures.
In the past couple of days, the water level of several rivers have been gradually rising, and the water in the river Kopili is flowing above the danger mark in Assam. 3 people are reportedly dead in landslide incidents in Haflong. In Dima Hasao district, nearly 25,000 people across 6 districts of Assam have been affected by the first wave of floods in the state this year. PAGD seeks appointment with Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha to raise issue of safety and security of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. Alliance leaders Dr. Farooq Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti, Tariq Ami, Muzaffar Shah will meet the LG today at Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. PAGD President Farooq Abdullah spokesperson says killing of Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt in Badgam has shaken Kashmiri society. And breaking news now, we're getting you a video from Bagalkot in Karnataka of a woman brutally assaulted. The video has now gone viral and the person has been arrested. Sagai Raj joins us with more details. Sagai, these shameful visuals of a woman being brutally assaulted in full public view.
Absolutely, and this particular incident has come to light after this particular video has gone viral on social media. And the woman that you get to see on the pictures is identified as Sangeeta, who is also an advocate. And according to the accused who has assaulted this woman, claims that she was mentally retarded, and that is the reason he had attacked her. But the lady and the husband who were assaulted by this man claimed that there was some kind of personal vengeance against them, and that is the reason they had attacked them. A case has been registered and investigation on, and this particular video has gone viral on social media as well as mainstream media now.
Well, Sagar, has any action been taken in this regard by the concerned authorities? Has any complaint been lodged? You're mentioning something about mental illness. We're still not clear about the situation.
Till yesterday evening, there was no complaint lodged against Mahadesh, and what we get to learn is police have taken suo motu on this yesterday evening, and by this afternoon, there might be a possibility of Sangeeta and his husband filing a complaint against accused Mahadesh.
Well, many thanks, Sagar Raj, for joining us there. You keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. And the Chief Justice of India, Justice N.V. Ramana, laid the foundation stone for the construction of a new High Court complex in Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar. Speaking on the current state of law and order in India, the Chief Justice of India expressed that while speedy justice is the need of the hour, protection of rule of law and human rights are serious challenges the country faces today. Let's listen in.
One of the major challenges to the protection of rule of law and human rights is the inability of formal justice system to deliver speedy and affordable justice to all. The justice delivery mechanism in India is very complex and expensive. The judiciary must be at its innovative best to ensure that the challenges to its working are met with just and constitutional measures. Technology has been a strong aid to the judiciary. Now, virtual courts are bridging the gaps of accessibility by reducing time and cost and distance. But in a country like India, where a vast digital divide still exists, much needs to be done in order to harness the full potential of technical.
And well, 4 people trapped in a private quarry in Tirunelveli. NDRF teams deployed for rescue operations. Coming up in a short while. Also coming up, Indian Army deployed for rescue operations as multiple residents are trapped after floods in Assam.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5-8 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
there he goes.
Is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out
the
our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burnt, from the ashes, we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyanvapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang, Break the Masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a Masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
And getting you the latest updates from the Tirunelveli quarry accident. The quarry license bearer, Shankara Lingam, has been arrested. A special team has been created to arrest Chamber Selvaraj, who is the owner of the quarry. So the quarry incident in which out of 6 people who were trapped, 2 have been rescued. When reports last came in, the accident happened because of the falling of a huge stone. Let's listen in to what the district collector had to say.
திருநெல்வேலி மாவட்டம் பாளையங்கோட்டை தாலுக்காவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தருவை கிராமத்தில் இன்றைக்கு அதிகாலையில் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 12:30 மணி அளவில் நடந்த ஒரு விபத்து. இப்போதைக்கு 6 நபர்கள் அதில் அடிபட்டார். நிலச்சரிவு தான் முதல் காரணமாக கண்டறியப்பட்டுள்ளது. இது வந்து ஒரு தனியார் நடந்த விபத்து தான். இப்போதைக்கு நம்முடைய ஃபயர் சர்வீஸ் மற்றும் காவல்துறை இணைந்து 2 நபர்களை பத்திரமாக முயற்சிகள் மேற்கொண்டு வருகிறது. அதிகாலையிலேயே இந்தியன் நேவியினுடைய உதவி தேடி ஹெலிகாப்டர் மூலமாகவும் நம்ம ஒரு முயற்சி எடுத்தோம். தேசிய பேரிடர் மேலாண்மை குழுவையும் அரக்கோணத்திலிருந்து வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. விரைவில் மீதி 4 பேரையும்
has also been informed and the team from Arakonam has been deployed to arrive here shortly.
இப்போதைக்கு இதனுடைய ஜியாலஜிக்கல் ஃபார்மேஷன், அந்த ஸ்டோன் ஃபார்மேஷன் எப்படின்னா கண்டினியூஸா அது ஃபாலோ ஆகிட்டே இருக்கு. அதுதான் நம்மளுடைய மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு இருப்பினும் இணைந்து விரைவில் அது இப்ப செக் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அதனுடைய சர்வே பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கு. இப்ப மாவட்ட நிர்வாகத்தினுடைய முதல் நோக்கம் வந்து ரெஸ்கியூ ஆபரேஷன். கண்டிப்பா அவங்க மெடிக்கல் டீம் இருக்காங்க. ஆக்சிஜனை பொறுத்தவரை ஒன்றும் இஷ்யூஸ் இல்லை. அவங்களுக்கான லிக்விட் ஃப்ளூயிட் இப்போ கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஆனா கண்டினியூஸ் நிலச்சரிவு வர காரணத்தினால நம்ம ரெஸ்கியூ டீமுக்கே அது ஆபத்தான சூழ்நிலை.
Joining us is our correspondent Apurva. Apurva, what is the latest situation of the victims? The last we heard, 2 of the 6 victims had been rescued.
Well, 2 of the 6 people who have been trapped have been so far rescued. We have also come to know that there has been a second landslide that had unfortunately taken place near the spot where the rest of the 4 of them have been trapped. Like the collector had said, due to the geological nature of where the quarry is placed, and also due to the weather conditions that had been over the last couple of days with incoming rains that had taken place in most of the southern parts of Tamil Nadu, including Tirunelveli, the rescue operations is going on very cautiously and is proceeding very cautiously. In fact, even when they were trying to rescue the third person is when the second landslide had taken place. We are also learning as of now that with the
बिल्डिंग में फंसे हुए थे और फिर पुलिस ने और लोगों ने मिलके साथ वाली बिल्डिंग के शीशे तोड़े और वहाँ से लोगों को रेस्क्यू करना स्टार्ट किया। मौके पे फिर फायर ब्रिगेड्स की गाड़ियाँ भी आ गई और आग को बुझाने के प्रयत्न होने लगे। उसके बाद कम से कम 50 से 60 लोगों का हमने रेस्क्यू किया। पुलिस ने, लोकल लोगों ने, फायर ब्रिगेड ने सबने मिलकर इनमें रेस्क्यू किया। और लेकिन कुछ लोग जो है कि सेकंड फ्लोर और थर्ड फ्लोर की उसमें फंसे रह गए, जिसमें 27 लोगों की हमें फिर बाद में डेड बॉडीज़ बुरी कंडीशन में मिली। इसमें ये जो बिल्डिंग थी ये 193 खसरा नंबर की थी। ये पिलर नंबर 544 के सामने वाली बिल्डिंग है। इसका जो ओनर है वो मनीष लाकड़ा है, जो कि फ़रार हो गया था उसी टाइम। ये इनका ऊपर घर था टॉप फ्लोर पे, जो थर्ड फ्लोर के ऊपर जो रूफ़ वाले में, वहाँ पे इन्होंने अपने 2 कमरे और एक रसोई और घर बनाया हुआ था एक तरह से। वहाँ इनकी पूरी फैमिली रहती थी। मनीष लाकड़ा की वाइफ, उसकी मदर और उसके 2 बच्चे रहते थे। जैसे ही ये आग लगी उसके बाद मनीष लाकड़ा और उसकी फैमिली वहाँ से निकल गई और बाकी भी जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनमें से 50-60 निकल गए प्लस, लेकिन जो 27 थे वो फंसे रह गए और जिनकी मौत हो गई। इसमें ये कंपनी थी कॉफे इम्पैक्ट्स नाम की प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। ये सीसीटीवी और 4G रोटर बनाती है। ये एक असेंबलिंग यूनिट थी वहाँ पे और यहाँ पे ऑफिस का काम भी था। उस दिन 4 बजे यहाँ पे एक कोई मोटिवेशन सेल्स मोटिवेशन कल पे लेक्चर हो रहा था, जिसमें 2 फादर और सन बाहर से आए थे और लेक्चर दे रहे थे जितने भी वहाँ पे जो कर्मचारी हैं उनको। जो इसमें जो कंपनी के मालिक है वो भी वहीं पे थे, वो भी वहाँ से बच के निकल गए, मतलब इन द सेंस रेस्क्यू हो गए और उनको हमने अपने डिटेन किया। प्लस इसमें फिर हमने FIR रजिस्टर की। इसमें हमने 304, 308, 120, 34 IPC में FIR रजिस्टर की और इसमें हमने जो इसके जो कंपनी के मालिक थे उनको हमने अरेस्ट किया और फिर हमने इसमें जो मनीष लाकड़ा जो इसका ओनर था वो सीन ऑफ क्राइम से भागा हुआ था, तो उसको भी हमने आज मल्टीपल रेड्स कर रहे थे उसके ठिकानों पे, उसके जहाँ वो हो सकता है रिलेटिव्स के घर और जहाँ हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी। इसमें हमने स्पेशल टीम कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की थी इसकी ग्रेविटी को देख के और हमने इसमें हम सक्सेसफुल हो गए आज सुबह उसको पकड़ने में। उसको हमने घेवड़ा मोड़ से पकड़ा और उसके बाद हमने इसको अरेस्ट किया है और अभी इसमें आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी। इसमें जो इसमें जहाँ गलतियाँ पाई जाएंगी, जिन की इसमें कल्पेबिलिटी आएगी, उनके खिलाफ़ एक्शन होगा और पुलिस इसमें आगे इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी। बाकी इसमें 27 जो डेड बॉडीज़ जो मिली हैं उसमें से 8 की पहचान हो चुकी है, 8 के पोस्टमार्टम भी कल हो चुके हैं और बाकियों के हमें DNA सैंपल ले रहे हैं और DNA सैंपल से बाकी बॉडीज़ की जो बची हुई हैं उनकी पहचान होगी और बाकी जो 8 हैं इनकी भी DNA सैंपल भी लिए हैं, इनकी भी पहचान होगी। और इसमें जो आंकड़ा है मेरे पास, उसमें टोटल जो डेड बॉडीज़ हैं उसमें से जो मिसिंग पर्सन क्यूरीज़ आई हैं हमारे पास वो भी 27 आई हैं। उसमें हमारे पास 21 फीमेल की मिसिंग क्यूरीज़ आई है और 6 मेल की आई है और डेड बॉडीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई करने में हम 14 फीमेल आइडेंटिफाई कर चुके हैं और 3 मेल आइडेंटिफाई कर चुके हैं। बाकी इसमें अभी DNA सैम्पलिंग हो रही है, प्रोसेस है ये। इसको थोड़ा हम जितनी जल्दी हो सके इसको DNA सैम्पलिंग करके पता चल जाएगा कि किसकी कौन सी बॉडी है। विदिन 5-10 डेज़ में हम इसको कंप्लीट करने की कोशिश करेंगे और बाकी की जो आगे की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है इसमें जिसका रोल आएगा उसमें हम आगे कार्रवाई करेंगे।
सर कितने लोग अभी तक आइडेंटिफाई हो चुके हैं, कितने नहीं हुए?
इसमें अभी तक मैं जैसे बताया आपको 8 लोग जो हैं वो तो आइडेंटिफाइड हो चुके हैं। वो जो उनके रिलेटिव्स हैं उन्होंने उसके कड़े या उंगली या वैसे करके देख के उसको आइडेंटिफाई किया है, लेकिन हमने तब भी उसकी DNA सैम्पलिंग की है जिससे कि हम उसको पक्का कंफर्म कर सकें।
सर बिल्डिंग के अंदर टोटल कितने लोग थे उस समय, ये आंकड़ा पता चल पाया है?
ये आंकड़ा हमने कोशिश किया कि ओनर से जो है उसका जो कंपनी का मालिक है उससे पता करने की, उसके जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स जैसे वो बता रहा था कि वो सारा जल गया है, तो जो आइडिया से लग रहा है कि इसमें 80 से 100 लोग तक थे बिल्डिंग में।
सर कितने लोगों ने DNA सैंपलिंग के ब्लड टेस्ट दिए हैं?
अभी ये प्रोसेस चल रहा है, अभी 20 तक ने दे दिया है, 20 ने कल दे दिया हुआ है 20 तक, तो अभी आज भी ये हो जाएगा, आज ही कंप्लीट हो जाएगा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली।
तो इसने क्या बताया मनीष ने कि इसके पास बिल्डिंग के अप्रूवल था, लाइसेंस इसने लिया हुआ था, NOC वगैरह पाया की थी कुछ नहीं थी, जो कैसे चल रही थी, मतलब किसकी परमिशन?
जो अभी तक ये जो हमारे फैक्ट सामने आए हैं उसमें अभी हमारे पास फायर की NOC अभी तक इसमें पता चला है कि नहीं लिया हुआ है। प्लस ये बिल्डिंग जो है 2016 में इसने ली थी, 2011 में ली थी इसने, एग्जैक्टली इसके फादर ने ली थी, फादर से फिर बाद में 2015 में इसके फादर की डेथ हो गई, फिर 2016 में ये बिल्डिंग इसके नाम पे हो गई थी। और ये इसमें कमर्शियल जैसे ये जो इसमें किराए पे इसको दिया हुआ था इस कंपनी को, इसमें टेनेंट वेरिफिकेशन नहीं कराई थी, ना PCC कराया था। और बाकी इसमें जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स है वो आगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पता चलेगा क्या क्या इसमें कमियां पाई गई हैं। यस।
तो फिर जिस तरीके से लाल डोरे की ज़मीन पर ये बनाई गई थी, कमर्शियल एक्टिविटी चल रही थी, तो क्या रिलेटेड बाकी एजेंसीज को भी लिखेगी कि किनके अप्रूवल से चल रही थी या फिर?
जी बिल्कुल, इसमें जैसे जिसका मैं बता रहा हूँ, जैसे कि जो एजेंसीज इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जैसे MCD है, DSI DC इंडस्ट्री अगर चल रही है, या जो भी इसमें एजेंसीज बाकी इन्वॉल्व हैं उसको एज़ पर जो चलना चाहिए उस सबको लिखेगी और सबसे डॉक्यूमेंट्स वेरीफाई किए जाएंगे।
क्या मनीष लाकड़ा का कोई पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड भी है?
नहीं, अभी तक मनीष लाकड़ा का पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड नहीं है। इसको गेवड़ा मोड़ से अरेस्ट किया है। इसको ये भागा हुआ था, इसको मल्टीपल रेड्स कर रहे थे और हमें कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन आई कि वो वहाँ से हरिद्वार भागने की उसमें है, तो हमने इसको वहाँ से अरेस्ट किया।
सर इसमें क्या इस एंगल से जांच होगी कि अगर जो अन्य एजेंसीज हैं उनके साथ मिलीभगत करके गैर कानूनी तरीके से अगर इस बिल्डिंग को चला रहा था, या इसके अंदर ऑफिस चल रहा था, तो वो सब भी इस केस में जाँच के दौरान अगर जो आपने 120 भी लगाई है उसके दायरे में आएगी?
बिल्कुल, ये जितना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है इसमें तो हर एंगल से और हर बारीकी से इसमें देखा जाएगा कि किस किस एजेंसी क्या क्या इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, उस सभी एजेंसी से भी पूछा जाएगा, उन सभी एजेंसी की कल्पेबिलिटी पक्का फिक्स की जाएगी और इसमें सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी।
सर इसमें दरवाजे की बात सामने आई है, लगातार सामने आई कि कोई दरवाजा शायद बाहर से बंद था या अंदर से बंद था, थोड़ी क्लियरिटी अगर हुई है तो बता दीजिए, उससे कोई पूछताछ हुई, क्या सामने आया? कुछ लोग निकल नहीं पाए थे, एग्जिट नहीं था, इमरजेंसी के लिए कोई एग्जिट नहीं बचा था, ऐसा कुछ बताइए।
वैसे तो ये अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, मैं पूरा आपको जो मुझे प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी से जो मुझे लगता है, जैसे एक नीचे दरवाज़ा था और एक टॉप का दरवाज़ा था जो छत की तरफ जाता है, और एक नीचे जो था जिसमें गेट कीपर होता है, तो गेट कीपर का दरवाज़ा तो गेट कीपर से वो नीचे से खुला हुआ था जो गेट कीपर बता रहा है। लेकिन बाकी हमने इसमें इसकी हमने वो DVR भी ली हुई है, DVR वहाँ से मिली है, हमें DVR को हमने सीज़ किया हुआ है, उसको भी हमने आगे FSL में दिया है, उसको हम उसमें जो CCTV है वो चेक करेंगे एग्जैक्ट जो है कि ऊपर का दरवाज़ा बंद था या नहीं था, ये अभी मैं कह नहीं सकता कि एज ए मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है कि क्या हुआ था उस टाइम।
एक दरवाजा जो है, मतलब एक जो रास्ता है सीढ़ियों का, वो मनीष लाकड़ा ने अपने लिए बस पर्सनल बनाया हुआ था, वहाँ एंट्री और की अलाउ नहीं हुई।
देखिए, जैसे उसका ऊपर घर है तो उसके घर के ऊपर के लिए जाने के लिए वो दरवाज़ा था वहाँ पे, और वहाँ पे अगर किसी को उसके घर पे जाना है तो उस दरवाजे से होके ही जाना पड़ता है, तो पर्सनल दरवाज़ा कह सकते हैं, या उसके रूफ़ में जाने के लिए दरवाज़ा कह सकते हैं कि रूफ़ में जिसने जाना हो तो वो, या उसके घर जाना हो तो वो दरवाजे से होके ही जाएगा।
सर तो आग के बीच में वो लोग भाग कैसे गए सर? मतलब अगर आग लगने के तुरंत कितना वो लोग भाग कैसे गए? मतलब पुलिस की टीम?
देखिए, अभी तक जो प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बता रहा हूँ, जैसे मनीष लाकड़ा से पूछा गया, अभी बातचीत चल रही है, बाकी इसकी जो फैक्ट्स है उसको वेरीफाई किए जाएंगे क्या बोल रहा है वो। उसमें ये पता चला है कि अभी तक मनीष लाकड़ा ने जैसे वो वहाँ पे पहुँचा, उसको चाय पीने लगे, वो सोया, चाय पीने लगे, उसके बाद जैसे ही वो उठा और उसकी वाइफ ने कहा कि चाय पीनी है, तो उसने जब उसको स्मेल आई, धुएँ की स्मेल आई, उसने देखा और तो कि वहाँ से धुआं आ रहा है, तो उनको पता चला कि यहाँ पे नीचे कुछ आग लगी है, तो उसके बाद वहाँ से भागने के लिए उसने कहीं अपने रिलेटिव्स को फ़ोन किया, और फिर वो जो साथ वाली बिल्डिंग है वहाँ से वो उतर के वहाँ से भागे हैं।
So there has been negligence from the civic body. So will we see action against that?
जी डेफिनेटली, इसमें जैसे जो हमने केस रजिस्टर किया है, और आपको जैसे मैं बता रहा हूँ कि ये एक बहुत बड़ा हादसा है, ये इसमें हम जो भी मैक्सिमम एक्शन होता है वो करेंगे, कोई भी इसमें चूक नहीं बरती जाएगी।
सर गोयल ब्रदर्स को आपने रेस्क्यू कराया है?
गोयल ब्रदर्स जो हैं वो रेस्क्यू हुए थे हमारी मदद से, हमारी पुलिस और पब्लिक की मदद से रेस्क्यू हुए थे और उनको भी हमने अरेस्ट किया है।
सर
उनके फादर का जैसे बता रहे वो मिसिंग में आते हैं, अभी उनका डीएनए लिया है उस बॉडी का और इनका डीएनए लेके मैच कराएंगे कि क्या वो जो बॉडी है उनमें से क्या वो उसके फादर की है नहीं है, तो प्रिलिमिनरी वो भी मिसिंग में कह सकते हैं उनको।
जो मनीष लाकड़ा है उनकी वाइफ और मदर भी बता रहे हैं इस प्रॉपर्टी के ओनर है और एफआईआर में उन्हें भी एक्यूज की कैटेगरी में रखा है, तो क्या उन्हें भी अरेस्ट किया जाता है?
जी मैं जैसे बता रहा हूँ उसमें ओनर जो आया है वो मनीष लाकड़ा है, वाइफ और जो उसकी जो मदर है उसका जो रोल होगा उसके हिसाब से उसमें कार्रवाई होगी।
सर एक बाहर से दो पिता और एक पुत्र आए थे, कोई ऑस्ट्रेलिया से शायद, उसकी क्लैरिटी सर कर दीजिए कि
क्या प्रोफाइल है?
जी देखिए अब तो उनकी डेथ हो गई है, वो दोनों ही ऊपर फंस गए और उनकी बॉडी मिली है। उसकी बॉडी उसके जो यहाँ पे जो रिलेटिव्स ने आइडेंटिफाई की है कि ये फादर की बॉडी है और ये बेटे की बॉडी है। जो बताया गया कंपनी के ओनर ने, उसने बताया कि कोई मोटिवेशनल स्पीच देने आए थे और सारे एक साथ ये स्पीच चल रही थी, जो फादर स्पीच दे रहा था और बेटा बैठा हुआ था। तो इसमें अब इसकी डेड बॉडी तो हो गया और इसके जो रिलेटिव्स हैं वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हैं, तो वहाँ से वो आएंगे और डीएनए सैंपल कलेक्ट करके प्रॉपर तरीके से आगे देखेंगे कि कार्रवाई करेंगे।
खुद भी ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रहते थे?
ये खुद भी कह रहे हैं, जो हमें बताया गया ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रहते थे, वहीं से आए थे, बट ये इसके लिए आए थे, स्पेसिफिकली नहीं आए थे इसी प्रोग्राम के लिए, ये मैं श्योरिटी अभी कह नहीं सकता।
फैमिली में जिनकी बॉडी आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हो पाई है उनको कुछ आश्वासन मिल सकता है कि कब तक डीएनए की प्रोसेसिंग हो जाएगी?
जी ये बिल्कुल काफ़ी कॉल्स भी आ रहे हैं हमको, क्योंकि फैमिली काफ़ी इसमें डिस्ट्रेस में है कि क्या मतलब काफ़ी दुख भी है। तो मेरी बात फैसल से चल रही है, हम पूरा कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं, एसीपी साहब एसएचओ साहब सब कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं इसमें, एज सुन एज पॉसिबल डीएनए की मैचिंग करके उनको, ताकि उनको क्लियर हो जाए कि ये बॉडी हमारी है या नहीं है, करेंगे। इसमें 5 to 10 डेज लग सकते हैं मैक्सिमम।
फायर स्टाफ की कोई इंजरी है?
अभी इसमें फायर स्टाफ की कोई इंजरी का नहीं। Yes, Manish Lakra was hiding. He was absconding also. We have tried lot of we have give pressure to his family members, and we have pressurized his friends, and he has switched off his mobile, and we are able to get his information that he is going to run to Haridwar, and we arrested him in Gyanvapi.
Where was he during that period?
As I'm telling you, he is absconding. He is roaming. As he was telling, he is yes. Yeah, no, he was in Haryana also, in some Hanuman Mandir there. He was there also. As he was saying, he went to a Hanuman Mandir and he slept there, and he destroyed his mobile phone, and then he was just roaming, and then he got the message कि somebody he got money from somebody, from some friend or from some his relative. That we have to inquire properly, but finally we will be able to nab him in the morning.
He was roaming alone or along with his family?
As per his statement, he is roaming alone, and
where was his family?
That's what we are finding. Where his family is, his brother is missing, his wife and his mother is also missing.
सर जब उसको भागना था तो फिर घेवड़ा मोड़ क्यों आया था?
मैं ये बता रहा हूँ आपको, ये यहाँ से हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन आई थी कि घेवड़ा मोड़ से वो हरिद्वार भागने की तरफ जा रहा है, और ये भागा हुआ था एक तरह से। ये हमारी जो प्रेशर है और जो हमने रेड्स की थी उसके डर से कह सकते हैं आप, और हमें था कि हम इसको पकड़ेंगे। हम तो कल रात को भी हमने काफ़ी रेड्स की थी, तो हम ये कंटिन्यूस काम चल रहा था, जिसकी वजह से हम इसको सक्सेसफुल हम इसको पकड़ पाए। मोर तो
Straight away cutting across to these visuals we are getting from Assam, where the flash floods have resulted in deaths of 3 people, and we will be going across to a reporter as well who will be joining us from the flood site. So very dramatic visuals there, situation very grim in across Assam. Massive floods in Hojai district. We have a reporter as well joining us live. We have Litmoni Nath joining us from the Hojai district. Litmoni, if you can hear us, show us around what is the situation like. 3 people died as a result of the landslide because of the flash floods. We will be going across to a reporter as well who will be joining us from the Hojai district. But situation very, very grim in Assam, and the visuals on your screens as well, where the normal life has been completely disrupted as a result of the flash floods in the area. So rainfall, in fact, what we are told is has washed away a portion of road in Dima Hasao district as well. The visuals on your screens of the floods in Assam. And what we are told is that more than 24,600 people have already been displaced, affected because of the incessant rainfall in the state, which has been predicted to continue. And the visuals on your screens as well of the destruction, the havoc that has been wrought as a result of the incessant rainfall across the state. Now, these are the visuals from the Hojai district that has also seen unprecedented damage as a result of the incessant rainfall that the area has been witnessing. And what is the latest, what we are told is that the villages have been inundated. More than 24,000 people have been displaced as well. Life has been thrown completely out of caution, and traffic snarls, waterlogging in the areas is also being seen. These are the live shots we are getting to you. Our reporter who is getting us these shots from the Hojai district of Assam. More than 24,600 people in 94 villages in 6 districts of Assam have been affected by these flash floods triggered as a result of incessant rains in the state. And in fact, the rainfall has also triggered landslides in 12 villages in several parts of Dima Hasao district. We have a reporter also joining us live right now. We have Litmoni Nath joining us from the Hojai district. Litmoni, if you can show us around the visuals, we can see the floods there, the havoc that it has caused. Show us around and tell us about the latest situation.
Now going on this very bad situation from the Assam, and there are some basically 4 or 5 districts that going on very bad situation at this moment, because this is the hill area from Dima Hasao and Karbi Alang. So heavily rain from 5 days. Going on flood area. Basically, this is a flood area after 5 and 6 districts from Assam, basically middle Assam. So Hojai, Morigao, Karbi Alang, and also Dima Hasao, and basically Karbi Alang. This is the river, probably the big river. Some going on the overall control of flood at this moment. So the situation is going very bad at this moment.
Yes. And also help us understand the people who have been displaced in the area, where have they been relocated? Of course, the floods have caused widespread damage, and normal life has been completely disrupted as a result of these rainfall.
Now going on recovery from the flood area, and this moment, basically SDRF, NDRF, the team going on recovery from the flood area. Some near about 50 places in the flood area. In this at this moment, 50 and 55, 56. Some have the place now going on flood from the district administration, and also SDRF and NDRF now going on recovery from the people, the area of flood area, from the flood area, now going on rehabilitation from the rehabilitation camp, and going on start from last 2 days, now going on very bad situation at this moment.
Yes. So, Litmoni, thanks for getting us all those updates. So, very dramatic visuals coming in from across Assam, where incessant rainfall has resulted in flash floods. The visuals, of course, on your screens as well. The life has been completely disrupted. Thousands of people have been displaced. 3 lives have been lost as a result of landslide triggered as a result of these flash floods in the state. The visuals that we are getting to you show that widespread damage that has been wrought across the state as a result of incessant rainfall that the state has been witnessing for the last couple of days. In fact, what we are told is that over 24,600 people have also been displaced as a result of the rainfall. A very short break. On the other side, Navneet and Ravi Rana fire another warning to the Maharashtra government, say they are not ready to back down just yet. Shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं।
कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
तो देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग
के तमाम विषयों पर आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने और जम्मू संभाग से यहाँ काम करने वाले और देश और विदेश से जम्मू कश्मीर में आने वाले जितने भी साथी सहयोगी हैं, उन सब की चिंता, उन सब के कंसर्न्स को आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय श्रीमान मनोज सिन्हा साहब के सामने रखा है। श्रीमान मनोज सिन्हा साहब से हमने ये गुजारिश की है कि कश्मीर घाटी के अंदर जितने भी अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के लोग काम करते हैं, जिसमें बड़े पैमाने पर कश्मीरी पंडित जो पीएम पैकेज में हैं और उससे पहले के जो सरकारी मुलाजिम हैं और उनके साथ साथ जो अलग अलग रिजर्व्ड कैटेगरीज में जिनकी सिलेक्शन हुई है, एससीज के हों, एसटीज के हों, पहाड़ी कबीले के हों, एएलसी के हों या पंचायत के जो अकाउंटेंट्स हों, एनएचएम में हों, इन तमाम लोगों की चिंता की जाए। इनको सिक्योर एरिया में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और तहसील हेडक्वार्टर्स में यहाँ सुरक्षित स्थानों पर इनकी पोस्टिंग की जाए और साथ ही साथ एक नोडल ऑफिसर तय किया जाए राज्यपाल भवन में, जो कश्मीरी पंडित और बाकी के माइनॉरिटीज़, चाहे वो सिख हैं, जम्मू के डोगरा यहाँ काम कर रहे हों या अन्य लोग हों, उन सभी सरकारी मुलाजमों की वो चिंता करें।
And slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the shocking video that has emerged from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office by NCP workers.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी उस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी उस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था, बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे।
Welcome back, viewers. Now, talking about the loudspeaker issue, Chief Minister Yogi said that over 1 lakh illegal loudspeakers have been removed from the state. Listen into that soundbite of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
आपने देखा होगा कि तमाम लोग धर्मस्थलों पर माइक लगा करके अपनी आस्था को व्यक्त करते थे। ये हर एक की आस्था हो सकती है, लेकिन आस्था व्यक्ति का व्यक्तिगत विषय है। हम अपनी आस्था को किसी पर जबरन नहीं थोप सकते और इस दृष्टि से जब सरकार ने तय किया कि किसी भी धर्मस्थल पर माइक की ध्वनि उसके परिसर के बाहर नहीं आना चाहिए, 1 लाख से अधिक माइक या तो धर्मस्थलों से उतरे हैं या उनकी आवाज धीमी हो गई है और वे परिसर तक सीमित हो गए हैं।
Now, 2 people belonging to the Sikh community were shot dead by unidentified gunman in the Sarband area in Peshawar, a suburban locality which is situated in Pakistan's restive Khyber region. The victims, identified as Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, died on the spot.
The minorities have been pushed to the corner in Pakistan even after the regime change in Pakistan, and now the incident came from the northwest city of Peshawar, where 2 Sikh from the minority community have been killed by unknown gunmen in broad daylight in the north city of Peshawar. Pertinent to mention that these 2 Sikh who have been identified as Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, as per the initial identification of the duo, they were running a shop at that very place when unknown gunmen barged inside their shops and killed them brutally. The Pakistani administration, however, has condemned it, but there is still no trace about those people who have killed them, and it is not a standalone incident that has taken place. Even in last year, there were multiple incidents where the Sikhs from the minority community were pushed to corner, they were brutally killed, thrown out of their houses, and even there were reports that they are being treated as third-class citizens in Pakistan. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Here's a quick roundup of all the news from across the globe. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Germany ahead of an informal meet of NATO foreign ministers in Berlin. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance, as well as ways in which NATO can support Ukraine. SpaceX launched another 53 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The Falcon 9 first-stage booster returned to Earth following state separation and landed on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean.
MOD chamber pressures are nominal.
And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Clashes broke out between supporters and opponents of Peruvian president in Lima, and his detractors gathered to march through the capital streets. Police, meanwhile, intervened as the 2 sides came together in the plaza and swinging sticks and flagpoles at each other. New York City held its first ever Japan Day parade to celebrate Japanese Americans and their heritage. The parade included dance and musical performances and was led by the event's Grand Marshal, actor George Takei. Ukrainian military said that Russian forces were pulling back from the northeastern city of Kharkiv and focusing on guarding supply routes. As the troops withdrew, Ukraine forces and officials continued the grim task of recovering the remains of Russian servicemen killed in battle. Officials, meanwhile, said at least 41 bodies were recovered from villages near Kharkiv on Saturday. And the live visuals we are getting to you right now. And the visuals on your screens right now of the tickets BKU that has of the breaking into 2 parts. The BKU there revolting that has led to the breakup of the BKU. And that is Rajesh Singh Chauhan, in fact, leading the breakaway group. So there are differences that have cropped up in the BKU, and that has split in 2. That's the breaking news coming in from Lucknow. Complete breakup in the BKU. That's a big blow to the Tukde Tukde gang as well. The visuals on your screens of the BKU that has broken into 2 parts. We will go across to our reporters as well to get you more details. We have Vivek joining us for more information. Vivek, what can you tell us? That's a breakup of the BKU that the visuals we are showing to our viewers right now.
देखिए बिल्कुल, जो भारतीय किसान यूनियन है वो आज दो हिस्सों में बट गई है। पिछले दिनों जो भारतीय किसान यूनियन थी, जिसके राकेश टिकैत और नरेश टिकैत जिसके हिस्सा थे, वो आज उनको आज जो यहाँ पर चौधरी नरेश टिकैत
Yes, Vivek, if you can hear us, please tell us more. We can see the visuals there on our screens of. Yes.
चौधरी महेंद्र सिंह टिकैत जी की पुण्यतिथि पर आज एक कार्यक्रम आयोजित हुआ था, जिसमें भारतीय किसान यूनियन ने भारतीय किसान यूनियन के आज दो पार्ट हो गए हैं और उसमें कुछ लोग जो भारतीय किसान यूनियन के थे, उनका ये आरोप है कि किसान आंदोलन के बाद राकेश टिकैत ने जिस तरीके से अलग अलग जिलों में घूम करके किसी एक राजनीतिक दल को वोट करने को लेकर
Well, we will go across to Vivek again, but that's the latest what you're learning right now. That's a breakup of the Bharatiya Kisan Union, revolting within the BKU that has led to the breaking up. We have Abhishek joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Abhishek, over to you. What more can you tell us?
Well, so this was National Executive Meeting of the Bharatiya Kisan Union in Lucknow taking place, and just a while back, in the pictures, in fact, we see Rajesh Singh Chauhan breaking away from Mahendra Singh, from Rakesh Tikat on the death anniversary of his father Mahendra Singh Tikat, and forming Bharatiya Kisan Union or Rajnatik. Essentially what we are seeing is a falling out happening within BKU over the issue of unnecessary politicization and hijacking of the farmers' issues by a certain political view, a certain political slant, which was playing in the hands of the lobby. The kind of farmers' crisis that was created in the country through farmers' protests, led essentially by Rakesh Tikat over the last year or more around the farm laws, has not been liked by those even close to him. And that's why we are seeing this breaking away happening of the Bharatiya Kisan Union, with a big faction within the BKU jettisoning the leadership of Rakesh Tikat and forming an apolitical group. So the whole idea behind this group is that the farmers' issues should be above politics, beyond politics, should not become a handmaiden of a certain political group, a certain lobby. There was an internal rebellion brewing for a while and had been taking shape. In fact, we are told over the last 6 months, even during the protests that were carried out under the leadership of Rakesh Tikat over the farm laws, there was a big faction within the BKU which never liked the manner in which the farmers' protests were getting hijacked, even not just by lobbies having a political view on the Modi government and hence the farm laws, but even by some separatist elements. And they thought that this was moving in the direction of even bordering on anti-national, and that's why this rebellion finally taking shape in the form of breaking away from BKU. We are told that this is a huge cadre base that is breaking away from under the leadership of Rakesh Tikat and effectively makes his leadership of farmers groups redundant, and over a period of time this might, Rakesh Tikat's leadership over those Kisan and farmers groups might frizzle out. That's what we are hearing. In fact, let's go to Vivek, who's there on the ground, who was present at the press conference that was addressed by Rajesh Singh Chauhan just a while back. Vivek, जरा बताएं ये कितना बड़ा ग्रुप है, इनका क्या एजेंडा है, क्यों ये राकेश टिकैत से अलग होकर इन्होंने एक ग्रुप बनाया है?
देखिए, एक बहुत बड़ा ग्रुप है जिनके किसानों में बहुत अच्छी पकड़ है। राजेश पटेल, जिसको इसका चेयरमैन बनाया गया है, वो बहुत बड़ी खाप से आते हैं। इसके बाद राजेश सिंह चौहान को इसका अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है और ये अपने आप में किसानों के मुद्दों की लड़ाई लड़ने वाला एक बहुत बड़ा संगठन निकल के आने वाले समय में सामने आएगा। हालांकि जिस तरीके से ये लोग भी पिछले दिनों भारतीय किसान यूनियन के ही ये सदस्य थे, लेकिन उनका ये आरोप है कि भारतीय किसान यूनियन के जो राकेश टिकैत और नरेश टिकैत था, इन लोगों ने राजनीति एकत्रीकरण किया इस पूरे यूनियन का। हालांकि किसान आंदोलन को लेकर इनका ये कहना है कि उस दौरान चीज़ें राजनीतिक नहीं थी, लेकिन जैसे ही किसान आंदोलन खत्म हुआ उसके बाद किसी एक दल को समर्थन करने को लेकर के अलग अलग जिलों में, अलग अलग मंडलों में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुई, और उसके बाद जब ईवीएम रखने की बात थी तो ईवीएम के रखरखाव को लेकर के भी राकेश टिकैत की तरफ से जो तमाम कार्यकर्ता थे उनको निर्देश दिए गए, और इस बात को लेकर के लगातार जो संगठन के लोग थे उन्होंने अपनी आपत्ति भी दर्ज कराई, लेकिन राकेश टिकैत कभी किसी बात को नहीं माने। हालांकि ये भी उन्होंने कहा कि अगर कोई किसान यूनियन का नेता किसी राजनीतिक दल के मंच पर दिखता है तो उसके क्या मायने होंगे। कहीं ना कहीं जो पिछले दिनों राकेश टिकैत की अलग अलग तस्वीरें कुछ अलग अलग मंचों से आई थी उसकी कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने जिक्र किया, और उन्होंने साफ किया कि जो भारतीय किसान यूनियन है उसका किसी भी तरीके से राजनीति से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, और वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ किसानों के मुद्दों के लिए है। और आज जो नया संगठन बनाया गया है इसका नाम उन्होंने दिया है भारतीय किसान यूनियन अराजनैतिक। हालांकि हम जो राकेश टिकैत के जो बैनर की अगर बात करें तो उसमें भी ये तमाम भारतीय किसान यूनियन अराजनैतिक ही लिख के आता था, लेकिन जब इस पर हमने उनसे सवाल किया तो उनका कहना है कि वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ अराजनैतिक शब्द का इस्तेमाल करते थे, लेकिन जो रजिस्टर्ड बॉडी है उसमें वो सिर्फ भारतीय किसान यूनियन की है। आज जो नया संगठन बना है भारतीय किसान यूनियन अराजनैतिक, अब जब इनका रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा तो ये भी भारतीय किसान यूनियन अराजनैतिक के तौर पर इनका ये अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कराएंगे, और सिर्फ जो किसानों से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं, किसानों की खेत से जुड़े हुए जो मुद्दे हैं, सिंचाई से जुड़े हुए जो मुद्दे हैं, किसानों को बिजली की समस्या से जुड़े हुए जो मुद्दे हैं, उन तमाम मुद्दों को लेकर के ये किसानों के बीच में जाएंगे, किसानों के मुद्दों को आगे रखेंगे, और साथ ही साथ किसानों के मुद्दों पर संघर्ष करेंगे, और सरकारों को कहीं ना कहीं घेरने का काम आने वाले समय में करेंगे। राजेश सिंह चौहान ने साफ किया कि लगातार वो जब से लगभग 33 साल से वो इस संगठन से जुड़े हुए हैं, और लगातार उन्होंने हमेशा किसानों के हितों की ही बात की है, लेकिन पिछले 5-6 महीने से जिस तरीके से कुछ राजनीति हो रही थी इस संगठन में वो बिल्कुल भी बर्दाश्त नहीं है। और जो संगठन के लोग हैं वो राजनीतिक लोग नहीं है, वो अपने मुद्दों की बात करते हैं, और राजनीति तभी उन्होंने एक बात और उन्होंने कही कि अगर पिछले दिनों जिस तरीके से राकेश टिकैत अलग अलग जगहों से जाकर के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे तो संगठन ने एक बार उनसे ये बात कही थी कि अगर आपको किसी तरीके की पद पदवी की चीज़ें हैं, अगर आपको ये चीज़ें मिल रही हैं तभी संगठन आपका सहयोग कर सकता है, लेकिन अगर सिर्फ और सिर्फ आप अपने लाभ के लिए इस तरीके की चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, संगठन का इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं, और संगठन किसी भी तरीके की राजनीतिक चीज़ों में आपकी हिस्सेदारी नहीं करेगा। लेकिन तमाम बार चीज़ों को मना करने के बावजूद राकेश टिकैत ने ये तमाम चीज़ें नहीं मानी। हालांकि सीधे तौर पर उन्होंने नाम नहीं लिया। जी
विवेक, एक और बात बताइए, जानने को ये मिला कि राकेश टिकैत he flew down to Lucknow, rushed to Lucknow on hearing about the possibility of this division happening, but then his efforts also failed. वो राकेश टिकैत वहां पहुंचे लखनऊ पर, उनका कोई सुनने को तैयार नहीं है।
देखिए, अभी जिस जगह पे हम मौजूद हैं, जहाँ पे ये बैठक चल रही है, यहाँ पे अभी राकेश टिकैत नहीं पहुँचे हैं। हालांकि इस बात की ये बात सुनी गई थी कि वो कहीं आ रहे हैं, रास्ते में हैं, लेकिन अभी यहाँ पर इस जगह पर पहुँचने जैसी उनकी कोई भी बात नहीं है। यहाँ इस संगठन में राकेश टिकैत नहीं पहुँचे हुए हैं, उनके संगठन के बाकी लोग हैं जो पुराने समय में भारतीय किसान यूनियन के लखनऊ के जिलाध्यक्ष रहे। इसके अलावा जो प्रदेश स्तर के तकरीबन 200 से 300 ऐसे कार्यकर्ता हैं जो अलग अलग जगहों से आए हुए हैं। इसके साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के बाहर के भी, मध्य प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड के भी जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो आए हुए हैं। फिलहाल राकेश टिकैत यहाँ पर नहीं उपस्थित थे, और जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उन्होंने आज जो महीन टिकैत की पुण्यतिथि थी उस दौरान वो उपस्थित हुए थे, और उपस्थिति के दौरान ही राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति की एक बैठक भी थी जिस दौरान उन्होंने ये तमाम बातें रखी कि वो किसी भी तरीके से राकेश टिकैत के समर्थन में अब नहीं रह सकते हैं, और चूंकि वो पूरी तरीके से राजनीतिक हो गए हैं, और भारतीय किसान यूनियन किसी भी तरीके से राजनीतिक किसी भी चीज़ का समर्थन नहीं करता है। जी
Also, Vivek, there is this big issue of giving the arrears of sugarcane farmers. गन्ना किसानों का जो मुद्दा है उस पर हमने देखा किस तरह से भारतीय किसान यूनियन में मतभेद उजागर हुए। एक धड़ा था जो मानता था कि सरकार से बात करके हल निकल रहा है और उसको निकालना चाहिए, और जो राकेश टिकैत है वो मानते थे कि नहीं, लड़ाई लड़के ही इसका हल निकलेगा। तो मैं समझता हूँ उस बात पे जो लड़ाई थी उसकी भी ये फलश्रुति हुई है, उसके कारण ये हुआ है आपस में जो लड़ाई हुई है भारतीय किसान यूनियन में। और जिस तरह से राकेश टिकैत राजनीतिक लाइन लेते थे, अभी कुछ शायद 3 दिन पहले उन्होंने बोला था कि ट्रैक्टर जो है वो बुलडोजर पे चढ़ जाएगा, एक राजनीतिक पोजीशन लेते थे, इसलिए ये हुआ है। विवेक,
जी बिल्कुल, ओवरऑल जो भारतीय किसान यूनियन को पॉलिटिकली उसको मोटिवेट किया जा रहा था, पॉलिटिकली कनेक्ट किया जा रहा था, यही तमाम वो मुद्दे हैं जिससे ये पूरा का पूरा संगठन अलग हुआ। आपने जिस तरीके से गन्ना किसानों का जिक्र किया, उसमें जो संगठन के जो तमाम लोग थे उनकी अलग रणनीति थी अपने भुगतान को लेने की, तो वहीं राकेश टिकैत की अलग रणनीति थी। इसी तरीके से आपने जो ट्रैक्टर और बुलडोजर का जिक्र किया, तो ये तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसको लेकर के किसान यूनियन के लोग नाराज़ थे। उनका कहना है जी ये तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसको लेकर के किसान आंदोलन जो कि किसान थे, वो किसान यूनियन के लोग वो नाराज़ थे राकेश टिकैत से, और उनको कई बार समझाने के बावजूद कि संगठन किसी भी तरीके से राजनीतिक चीज़ों का समर्थन नहीं करता, लेकिन उसके बावजूद राकेश टिकैत जब अपनी चीज़ों पर अड़े रहे, वो अपनी चीज़ों पर टिके रहे, उसके बाद आज संगठन को ये फैसला लेना पड़ा और अपना एक नया रास्ता आज से चुनना पड़ा है।
बिल्कुल विवेक, एक और बात बताइए कि इस पर उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का क्या नजरिया है, क्या रवैया है?
देखिए, फिलहाल अभी सरकार ने इन चीज़ों को, सरकार की इस पर अभी तक कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं आई है, लेकिन पिछले दिनों जिस तरीके से हमने सरकार से इतर अगर बात करें तो जो संगठन है वो कई बार राजनीति का आरोप लगाता था, लेकिन अभी तक सरकार की तरफ से फिलहाल अभी तक कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं आई, लेकिन संगठन लगातार जो राजनीतिक आरोप लगाता, तब कहीं ना कहीं जब इसी संगठन से भारतीय किसान यूनियन ने ये बात कही है कि वो राजनीतिक रूप से प्रेरित थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं आने वाले समय में ये जो तमाम बातें अलग अलग दलों की तरफ से कही जा रही थी, वो कहीं ना कहीं निकल के सामने आएगी, और लोग कहेंगे कि जिस तरीके से वो बार बार ये कहते थे कि ये राजनीति से प्रेरित है, कुछ एक दलों का इनको समर्थन प्राप्त है, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं निकल के सामने आएगा, और लोग कहेंगे कि हमने जो बातें कही थी वो सही निकली। हालांकि क्योंकि संगठन के ही लोगों ने ये बात कही है, भारतीय किसान यूनियन संगठन के ही लोगों ने ये बातें मानी हैं कि राजनीति रूप से राकेश टिकैत प्रेरित थे। हालांकि अभी सरकार ने सीधे तौर पर इस पर अपनी कोई प्रतिक्रिया अभी तक नहीं दी है।
विवेक, आप बने रहिए, मैं फिर से आपके पास आऊंगा, बट शहजाद पूनावाला ऑफ द बीजेपी इज जॉइनिंग अस। शहजाद पूनावाला, BKU breaks up on the grounds of politicization of the group, and in fact the rebel group believes that the politicization that took place under Rakesh Tiket was not healthy, and that's why they are breaking away, in fact calling the new group BKU apolitical. In fact, they believe that they are the true BKU and they have thrown out Rakesh Tiket out of it.
Look, this is an internal matter for the BKU to decide upon, but many people were raising questions on the fact that if this was all about principled issues of Kisan, the very same issues are continuing to be prevalent in Punjab. 2,000 FIRs have been registered by the Aam Aadmi Party government against Kisans. No action was taken by these so-called leaders of the Kisan Union there. Nobody went to Rajasthan when the farmers have now been basically threatened that their lands will be snatched away from them. Instead of giving them free loan waiver, their lands are being snatched away. Nobody has gone there. In Kerala, the APMC Act does not exist and there are no mandis, but nobody has gone there. So it seems that this was less about Kisan and more about Siyasatdan, and therefore if a voice within the BKU today has come out and articulated that, it is for the Kisan Netas to tell us.
Right, Shahzad, it's a very important development. Just let's listen into Rajesh Singh Chauhan, the president of the new group now, and then come back and we'll discuss it further, Shahzad. Just stay on.
आपने देख लिया, हमें बताने की जरूरत नहीं। आप तो रोज माननीय राकेश टिकैत जी से रूबरू होते हैं प्रेस में, और वो राजनीति में है या अराजनीतिक सिस्टम में है, ये ये एक चलो। तो आप माननीय राकेश टिकैत जी से डेली साथ रहते हैं उनके, आपको भली बात पता है कि हर मंडलों में प्रेस किया गया और एक दल विशेष को टारगेट किया गया, जो हमारी महात्मा टिकैत की परंपरा नहीं थी। उस परंपरा को हम बचाने के लिए किसान और किसान यूनियन के लोग किसी दल से प्रभावित नहीं होते थे, सरकार किसी की हो। आज भी सरकार से हम लड़ाई लड़ने का काम करेंगे।
सर, जो किसान बिल वापस हुए हैं, दोबारा मंशा होती है सरकार किसी तरीके का बिल उस तरीके का लाने की, तो आप लोग फिर से विरोध करेंगे उसी तरह?
अगर उसमें खामियां हैं और किसान हित में बिल नहीं है, उस बिल का आप उस बिल का थोड़ा 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 से बिल में कहीं कोई गड़बड़ी हुई, हमने 13 दिन हम आंदोलन के बीच रहे, आंदोलन में बराबर के हिस्सेदार रहे।
पहले मंत्रिमंडल में हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए एक समान कानून को लागू करने वाली बात करेंगे। और मुझे खुशी है आप सबको बताते हैं कि हमने पहले मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक करी, उस मंत्रिमंडल की पहली बैठक में हमने सर्वसम्मति से पास कर दिया कि उत्तराखंड के अंदर हम यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करेंगे और इसकी हमने पूरी कार्रवाई कर दी है। इसमें हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को हम जोड़ रहे हैं, विधि विशेषज्ञों को ला रहे हैं, ऐसे लोग जो हितधारक हैं।
Conversation between the people of this country. Doesn't matter where they come from, doesn't matter whether they're rich, poor, what community they're from, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, anybody. This party has always provided a platform for a conversation, a platform where people can speak without fear, without worry. And that is what this party continues to do. Unfortunately, this is not how the politics of the country is progressing. The politics of the country now does not entail a conversation. It does not entail the expression of views. It does not entail the expression of feelings. Some days back in Parliament I made a speech where I said, India, Bharat is a union of states. That is the line that is written in our constitution. India is not described as a nation, it is described as a union of states. Meaning, the states of India, the people of India, have come together to form the union. They have come together to form the union. And it is critical for the union of this country that the states and the people are allowed to have a conversation. Because the only alternative, and I say this with full responsibility, the only alternative to a conversation between the people of India is violence between the people of India. You can either choose to have a conversation between the people of India, or then you can choose to have violence between the people of India. And this conversation that takes place between the people of India, between the states of India, the instruments of this conversation, the mechanism of this conversation are the institutions that the Congress party, that your great leaders, Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Patel, Azad ji, Ambedkar ji, have helped us create. These institutions do not belong to any one individual. They do not belong to a political party. They belong to the union of India. They belong to every single person in this union. And today what we are seeing is the systematic destruction. The systematic destruction of the institutions that help India, help the states of India speak to each other. We see it, those of us who are in Parliament, we see it in Parliament House. Our mics are shut off, members are thrown out of the House, conversations are not allowed. We see it when the judiciary is pressurized. We see it when the arms of the election commission are twisted. We see it when the media is muzzled. And we say, okay, we lightly say that the conversation is being muzzled. But what we do not understand is the consequence of this muzzling. India does not understand it yet. Most people in this country do not understand it. Because the day this country's institutions stop working, the day this country stops speaking to itself, the day this country does not communicate with itself effectively, is the day that we will all be in very serious trouble. And you can already see the tension. It is there for everybody to see. You speak to the press people, they will tell you that we are muzzled. You speak to the political class, speak to the leaders, every single politician knows the word Pegasus. There is not a single politician in this country who does not know what Pegasus is. Pegasus is not a software. Pegasus is the method of silencing the political class of this country. It is not simply a software. It is the way to strangle. It is the way to strangle the political discussion in this country. And so this is what we are seeing. Now the question is, how does the Congress party respond to this? It's a question on all your minds. We see economic collapse. Some days back, the Prime Minister said, we are going to be exporting wheat. And then suddenly, a few days later, we are not going to be exporting wheat. We put a ban on the export of wheat. My friends from Punjab and the rest of the country know the impact of the farm laws. You know what the farm laws were designed to do, and you know the devastation and the pain that the farm laws caused to the people of Punjab. And had they not been stopped, what would have happened to Punjab? And you know, you spoke to me yesterday, you know what is happening in Punjab today and the feelings that are rampant in Punjab today. जो हमारे युवा हैं, आज हिंदुस्तान के युवा को रोजगार नहीं मिल सकता है. नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2 करोड़ युवाओं को रोजगार देने की बात की. आज अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट आज से ज्यादा कभी नहीं रहा है. और ये उनके आंकड़े, हमारे आंकड़े नहीं है. क्यों? क्योंकि जो रीढ़ की हड्डी है, जो रोजगार पैदा करती है, उस रीढ़ की हड्डी को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, बीजेपी ने और उनकी विचारधारा ने तोड़ दिया है. नोटबंदी, जीएसटी ये लागू करके और पूरा का पूरा फायदा 2-3 बड़े उद्योगपतियों को देकर सरकार ने हिंदुस्तान के युवाओं के भविष्य को नष्ट कर दिया है. और आने वाले समय में आपको देखने को मिलेगा, देश का युवा रोजगार नहीं पा पाएगा. एक तरफ बेरोजगारी, दूसरी तरफ महंगाई. यूक्रेन में लड़ाई हुई है. आने वाले समय में इन्फ्लेशन जबरदस्त तरीके से बढ़ेगा. और जो हमारा, जिसको हम डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड कहते थे, खतरा है कि डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड डेमोग्राफिक डिजास्टर में बदल जाए. इसके लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है? कांग्रेस पार्टी जिम्मेदार नहीं है, बीजेपी जिम्मेदार है, सरकार जिम्मेदार है, मगर हमारी भी एक जिम्मेदारी है। हमारी जिम्मेदारी जो विचारधारा की लड़ाई है,
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था, बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
Viewers, we're coming across to some great breaking update that we're getting of India. In fact, has registered the first victory in 73 years of winning the Thomas Cup. And we are seeing those visuals of the winning team of Team India, in fact, celebrating their first victory in 73 years, the Thomas Cup that the Team India, in fact, has won as well. We have seen just a few minutes back as well that the Prime Minister has also congratulated the team. In fact, has lauded the team for their effort and their performances as well. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Shaurya, who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Shaurya, tell us more about this great victory that India has finally registered after 73 years.
Yes, as we know, the Kidambi Shrikant and others have created history today with this win. He won the opening game, and now we've seen Narendra Modi also tweeting that the entire badminton team has scripted history and the entire nation is proud of him. This is the first victory of the country in Thomas Cup, which is one of the most elated tournaments in badminton, and we are going to see more sports persons motivating and inspiring the nation for this victory. Back to you.
Well, that's right, Shaurya. We are seeing how there is, in fact, a massive victory, a massive celebration, in fact, for Team India, since they have registered the first victory in 73 years, the prestige Thomas Cup that Team India has also won. And we have the tweet by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulating the team as well. We'll put it out for you viewers, but I read from that tweet, and the Prime Minister has stated that the Indian badminton team has scripted history today. The entire nation is elated by India winning the Thomas Cup. Congratulations to our accomplished team and best wishes to them for their future endeavors as well. Now, this win will motivate so many upcoming sports persons. Well, a massive victory today, viewers. A time for celebration for Team India, and those are the visuals speaking for themselves. The kind of excitement, the kind of victory celebrations, the visuals of which you can see that Team India is in fact celebrating the massive victory after 73 years that Team India in fact has brought home the Thomas Cup as well. And let me bring in Shaurya once again on the broadcast. Shaurya, a prestigious win for India, isn't it? After 73 years, Team India has registered a victory of the Thomas Cup, and we are seeing some star players as well coming to light, isn't it? Tell us more about the entire game as well as the kind of reaction that is pouring in.
As we saw, Kidambi Shrikant secured a historical win for India. It's not just historical in just the victory in the 73 years history of the tournament. The Indian team has defeated champions, multiple time champions, including Malaysia and Denmark, and they've defeated Indonesia in the finals, who were 14-time champions in this tournament. So this feat of the Indian team is not a regular feat. It's a huge win at the Thomas Cup, where India, led by Kidambi Shrikant in the final game, won Thomas Cup for the country. And starting from PM to the entire sports fraternity, this has been lauded, and it opens up various doors for the badminton sport and various other tournaments for Indian sports persons to shine. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. Tell us more. We are seeing the kind of victory celebrations that is going on, the kind of reaction as well. We heard
a massive celebration, a history that is created by the Indian team, and if you could speak to us a little bit more about what really happened in the match, how it really panned out, and highlights of it as well.
Yes, as we saw, Lakshya Sen won the first match, and then Shrikant in the final game in the straight sets won the game against Jonathan Christie. So as we have seen, comprehensive victory has been seen in the case of Indian victory at Thomas Cup, as now we know it's the first ever Thomas Gold for the country, and now we've seen how this win will impact India's further representation in the sport of badminton, how this can further open doors in the Commonwealth Games and Olympics, because this is not just one victory, not just a singles players, but multiple players are there. So it boosts India's chances in at the international circuit. And with this win, it's not just one defending champion of Indonesia which has won this tournament for 14 times. It has also defeated Denmark and Malaysia, who have previously won these editions. So it's a comprehensive victory for India, and it's a historical win as stated by Prime Minister Modi and various other sportspersons who are lauding this particular feat. So it's a comprehensive and historical win for the Indian team at Thomas Cup. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya, just stay with us while I also read out the tweet that has been put out by PM Modi, who says that the Indian badminton team has scripted history. The entire nation is elated by India winning the Thomas Cup. Congratulations to our accomplished team and best wishes to them for their future endeavours. This win will motivate so many upcoming sportspersons. And rightly so, Shaurya, since you are also a sports fan, how do you read into this victory of India? Because this is indeed going to motivate a lot of sportspersons as well.
Absolutely. Since in the last Olympics we've seen India get a historical run at the Olympics, we are now seeing only the elevation in terms of the sports infrastructure, where government is taking multiple efforts to boost the infrastructure and thereby creating a platform and a setup and an ecosystem for sportspersons to shine at both national and international level. And today's victory at Thomas Cup for India, it's only a testimony to the fact that infrastructure and the preparation of the sportsperson at an international level is clear, that India is here to be a sports superpower in not just singles but team efforts also. With Neeraj Chopra's gold, with India's victory at Thomas Cup, we are giving a clear message to the world that we have arrived, and every competition, no matter how tough it is, no matter how prestigious it is, India is a tough contender. And with this victory, with the first victory, and defeating a 14-time champion, we have made a clear statement, and India has created history today, and it's a testimony to all the infrastructure initiatives and a lot of hard work that these sportspersons have put. So this message is very clear to the world that we have arrived, and we're only going to shine at the international circuit. Back to you.
Yes, and Shaurya, let's just stay on this story. Tell us more about the reactions you're picking up on the social media as well, because a lot of appreciation posts for Team India, because this is indeed a maiden victory for Team India.
Yes, as we are seeing right from Prime Minister Modi to all the sports fraternity in badminton, we have just seen appreciation for the team that has shined at Thomas Cup, because as we know, this is not a regular win. In the 73-year history of this tournament, we are seeing the first victory of India today, where Lakshya Sen and Kidambi Srikanth are shining for India. We are seeing comprehensive and straight set victories also. And we, en route to the final, we have defeated Malaysia, we have defeated Denmark. These teams have been winning in this tournament for multiple years. And finally, Indonesia, which has won this tournament for 14 years. So just the magnitude of this victory, especially, it's not just a regular victory. We've defeated veterans in the sport, where special teams like Indonesia and Denmark have been shining. And the message with this victory is very clear, that no matter which tournament, no matter what level of tournament, India will be shining, and India will be a strong contender, which cannot be taken lightly. And right now, this is a historic achievement of the Indian team, and it's a proud moment for the nation. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. Very, very proud moment. And while we talk about it, lot of Twitter is in fact abuzz with lot of appreciation posts as well. In fact, Dr. S. Jaishankar has also tweeted congratulating Team India for their historic win in men's badminton in the Thomas Cup, a real inspiration for so many young Indians. So yes, from the Twitter post, we can really read into how the appreciation posts really say that this is going to set a benchmark for a lot of sportspersons across the country.
Absolutely. It's not just about the appreciation for today's win. It's also the hard work of these sportspersons and the infrastructure that Centre is trying to boost since the time of Olympics also. It's not just the Olympics, which come once in 4 years. It's about regular tournaments. It's about regular boosting players' performances. It's about regular representation of sportspersons. So this win is also a testimony to that. Back to you.
Well, yes, Shaurya, stay with us while I also read out the tweet that has been put out by Kiran Rijiju, who says, fellow Indians, today India 15th May Indian badminton team is on the verge of victory. They will take on Indonesia in the final Thomas Cup. In fact, beg your pardon, this is a tweet that was put out by Rijiju while India was set to compete against Indonesia. And yes, of course, Twitter is abuzz with a lot of appreciation posts lauding the victory of the Indian team, and the visuals also, saying talking 1,000 words there of the kind of happiness we can see on the faces of the Indian team, because this is indeed massive, a mega victory for Team India. That's in fact the tweet that has been put out by Rijiju after India won the game, saying congratulations to our India men's badminton team on the historic Thomas Cup win. This day will be etched in the minds, in the sporting memory of every person. So yes, Kiran Rijiju also there tweeting, and we have External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who has also lauded the Indian team. In fact, a lot of tweets that I can read out that have been put out. A tweet that has also been put out by Narendra Modi, who has also lauded the team, saying that the Indian badminton team has Prime Minister Modi, who has said that the Indian badminton team has scripted history. The entire nation is elated by India winning the Thomas Cup. Congratulations to our accomplished team and best wishes to them for their future endeavours. So if Shaurya, you are still with us, tell us about the reactions you are picking up on social media right now, because as I can see, social media is abuzz with a lot of posts lauding the team.
As we are seeing not just the political reactions, we are also seeing people from other sports fraternity also praising the badminton team for the historic win. As we are seeing that this is not just a regular win, because this is the first victory of India at Thomas Cup in its over 70 years of history. Now, there have never been a defending champion in the last 5 years. All the 5 different champions have been different countries. So the magnitude of this win is huge, because we've defeated Indonesia, who are a 14-time champion at this stage. And it's not just Anurag Thakur, who is our Union Sports Minister, who has said that, who called it an extraordinary feat. The football veteran Sunil Chhetri also has praised the Indian team, saying that what a moment for Indian sport, and we've beat the best to make it happen. So it's a clear testimony to the hard work of the Indian team of Kidambi Shrikant, of Lakshya Sen, who have made the country proud, who are garnering appreciation across the world and in India, not just from the nation's leaders, but also from their peers, from other sports fraternity. And it's a historic win, and it's a magnitude of huge hard work by these players. Back to you.
Indeed, Shaurya, and you know, while we speak, it's important to note here that India has beat 14-time champions Indonesia to win the Thomas Cup. So India there beating the 14-time champions Indonesia to score this massive victory, scripting history there, winning the Thomas Cup in 73 years.
Absolutely. The singles and doubles players have made us proud, and it also shows that in the next Olympics we can have a good and a strong chance for boosting India's medal tally, and there'll be a strong
Shaurya, just hold your thoughts there. I'll come back to you. We have Chandrasekhar Luthra as well, sports journalist. Sir, thanks for speaking to us. Your first reaction to the massive victory by India, scripting history there, winning the Thomas Cup for the first time in 73 years.
I think it's a great moment for Indian badminton, and we have been watching Indian badminton, you know, coming up for last almost 10-15 years, ever since Saina Nehwal, if you remember, she became the toast of the nation, and after that it was all I think women's section, they have achieved so much, but in the men's section there were achievements, there were individual achievements, but as far as team was concerned, I think we were lacking somewhere somehow. But I think this is a moment, and all credit, I would say, the second match, the doubles game was a game changer. We were never expecting doubles pairs, you know, both the double pairs, because they were much higher. In fact, in the number one pair we were playing against, and I think that particular match changed the entire scenario. And when they won the doubles second match, I think I was sure that between Kidambi Shrikant and HS Pranay, we are going to win at least one match, and we are going to win this tournament. This is a great achievement, and playing against Indonesia in Thailand, again against a crowd also, we had some crowd there, you know, backing us, but most of the crowd was for Indonesia there. So I think it's a great time for India.
Well, sir, just one last question before I let you go. How much of it do you think could be contributed, should be said for the government as well? Because if we talk about the sports infrastructure that the government has facilitated over the last few years, it cannot really go unnoticed if we talk about how much has been done by the former sports minister, Kiran Rijiju, for that matter. If you could throw some light on that as well.
Well, as far as I know about the badminton, the rise of badminton in India. I think the government has always been supportive, but it is not a contribution of entirely government. It is also the corporate sector. And also don't forget that it is that academy, the Gopi Chand Academy and Prakash Padukone Academy, Pro Academy, they have contributed immensely. Yes, government has been supportive. There is no doubt about that. Government has done their bit. But you can't give all the credit to the government. And
well, absolutely, sir. It is the right amalgamation of the effort by the government as well as the effort of the sports person. But yes, the point I wanted to make there is that the infrastructure that the government has provided over the past few years cannot go unnoticed. So thank you so much on that note. Speaking to us, we have Harpal Singh Bedi, also sports journalist, joining us on the broadcast. Sir, your first reaction to the victory that India has had in this Thomas Cup, scripting history there, bringing back the trophy home after 73 years.
See, it is a big, huge achievement. Bringing back, it's the first time India has got this victory in badminton.
Yes.
It's a big achievement for Indian sports. I won't say Indian badminton is a big sport for India. And India has become only the 6th country to win this trophy. The maximum number has been won by Indonesia, followed by Malaysia, and Japan, Denmark. Denmark has won once, and India is the third one. So 6 countries have won. India is the 6th country, and 4 of them are from Asia. So I think it's a big achievement, and I was just listening to you, who has done it. I think the boys and the girls have overcome this inferiority complex. Government has helped everything, but you must realize now that our boys and girls have started going abroad very frequently. Be it boxing, be it wrestling, be it badminton, be it golf, where the individual events are very important. And here we used to suffer from inferiority complex while fighting the foreigners. That is not the case now. And in the last 5-10 years, whether government supported or not, or whether there was infrastructure, but with the opening up of the economy and people going abroad, our boys and girls have gained confidence, winning medals in Olympics, winning medals in international competition. Leave aside team games where government has to play very important role, like cricket or hockey or football. But in individual games, it is their own work, their own confidence. I think credit be given to Prakash Padukone, Gopi Chand, but overall, then this all the girls, they have the girls didn't win it, but PV Sindhu, she has been a shining star, winning tournaments after tournaments, and after that, Srikanth has done it. But in this today's victory also, we should not forget the role of the doubles player. Chirag and Shetty, they played very well. Although Lakshya Sen was expected, they won it. Lakshya Sen has been in great form. Srikanth has been in great form. But the crucial match was won by the double pairs, and that led to India's victory. I think it is a congratulation to Indian sports. It is coming up of the age. And in individual events, now we are at par. Whichever, even you see golf, which is highly elitist game, we are doing very well. We have been doing very well in boxing, and at international or world level, not only the South Asia level, we are doing very well in this thing. And when you say it is, what is the reason? The reason is that we have overcome that complex in the individual games, that we cannot win against the foreigners. That complex is gone. Now we are winning tournaments after tournament. And this victory, though it is a big victory for badminton, it is a huge achievement for Indian sports.
Yes, Mr. Bedi, we wanted to understand at Republic that this is not a regular feat. Now, we've seen Sports Ministry announcing 1 crore cash reward for the Thomas Cup winning team, and we're seeing the elevation of the Indian sports persons at badminton level. What we wanted to understand was, in the last 5 editions, there have been 5 different champions, and India has defeated the Indonesian team, which has won this tournament 14 times. Now, how do you see this development going forward to Olympics, where the infrastructure of sports is ramping up and the players are giving a tough fight regardless of the level and the status of the competition? So how do you see this win towards Olympics, sir?
A huge event. Each Yeah, I think it's a bigger thing even in Olympics because it's a world championship as far as badminton is concerned. It is a bigger thing. All the countries, it's an individual team event is a very big achievement. And to beat us, Indonesia, and so comprehensively. And I think this is, I told you, this is only India is the 6th country to win this trophy. And as far as you are saying about Olympics, we are definitely going to do well. Because this individual competitions, my contention is, and my belief is that our boys have overcome that inferiority complex which they used to have. We used to spend money earlier also. It's not that we are starting spending money now. When we used to send huge contingents to Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, in Olympics we used to get qualified, but we never did well. Now that complex is over. We have started believing in ourselves. This is one of the biggest achievements among the individual players. You must remember this thing. When you are praising government or this thing, this is also that our belief in ourselves, that we can beat them. Otherwise, whenever you used to be a foreigner, we used to lose. And I have been in so many programs in the last 20 years when we used to win one match, which is history created by winning a one match.
Yes.
And after that, the boy used to display. Now we have started winning, and I think we have a long way to cover. But we should have faith in our boys, and the boys are paying it back. They have confidence in themselves, and they have done it today.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. We have Narendra Batra, the Indian Olympic Association chief as well, joining us on the broadcast. Sir, your first thoughts on this big victory of the Indian team bringing home the Thomas Cup. Your first thoughts?
Oh, my first thoughts, I think they have done a fantastic job. And India now becomes the 6th country to be winning the Thomas Cup. So my salute to all the athletes who have done this brilliant job. I saw the matches. I was seeing all this today. And I think they have done an amazing job the way they won 3-0. So my compliments, and I have no words how to express my thoughts, but they've done an amazing job, I guess.
Yes. And sir, while we speak, we have the Union Sports Minister also announcing 1 crore reward also for the team. How would you want to respond to that as well?
No, I would say I would like to thank the Union Sports Minister, Mr. Anurag Thakurji, for his immediate reward for the athletes, because it makes the athletes feel proud that they are, whatever they are doing is being acknowledged back home. And I would say even the state government and private business houses should also come forward and announce awards, because this should be an all-India spread now. The team has done a fantastic job, made the entire country proud. So the entire country should welcome that. And yes. I must once again thank the Honorable Sports Minister.
Absolutely. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was the IOA president speaking to us. We have Shaurya as well, who continues to be with us and who tracks sports very, very closely. Shaurya, if you could share with us some more reactions that are coming on the social media as people from across the spectrum. We have people from the sports world, from the political arena as well, lauding the team with the massive victory that we are seeing now.
Yes, as we are seeing from JP Nadda to Prime Minister Modi, everybody is lauding India's victory here at the Thomas Cup, because as we know, this is not a regular win. As Anurag Thakur, the sports minister of the country, has announced 1 crore cash award for the winning team here. We've seen singles and doubles players shine at the Thomas Cup, defeating Indonesia. And on route final, they've defeated previous past champions also in Malaysia and Denmark. Now, we know that this only elevates India's level ahead of the Olympics. Today's historic win is only a testimony to the fact that the hard work has been put in by these players, and it's being recognized not just by the leaders but also by sportspersons across the aisle who recognize this, how special this victory has been, where 5 different teams have won the 5 previous editions, where one of the toughest tournaments in the world have been conquered by Indians comprehensively by both singles and doubles players. And this is being appreciated by the entire nation and particularly the sports persons across the aisle. Back to you.
Well, Shaurya, stay with us. We have Niseet Pramanik as well, the MOS sports minister. Sir, your first reaction to the big victory of India in the Thomas Cup, bringing home the trophy first maiden victory of Team India.
It's a great victory. It's one of the proud moments for all Indians, defeating 14 times Thomas Cup winner by dominating and winning by 3-0. Really, our players deserve a bow from us. Guidance of under the another PM, Narendra Modi ji, India has become a powerhouse of sports. It's a history created. Today will take Indian बैडमिंटन a long way. और भी बहुत दूर जाना है इंडियन बैडमिंटन को, और पूरा भारतवासी की ओर से 130 करोड़ जनता की ओर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं सभी खिलाड़ियों को।
Sir, as Sports Ministry has just announced a 1 crore cash award, sir, and we've seen how in the past Olympics also India has bettered its tally. Like, how do you see the sports initiatives and the infrastructure initiatives your government has taken for these sports persons, and how it's impacting their performances at an international level, and how can we further boost it so that India is a primary contender for all the tournaments across sports?
I've lost that connection, but Shaurya, if you can still hear us, talk to us about this great feat of Team India, because this is not a small win, as you rightly said. How is it really going to boost the morale of the sports persons really across the world, because this has definitely set a benchmark for thousands of aspirants across the country?
Absolutely. It's not just Thomas Cup's victory of India here. We've seen India shine in the previous edition of Olympics, where we gave one of our best performances. So since that period, we have seen across the sports in multiple contingents where India has been shining, and today's victory is also going to be a reminder of how India is a primary contender for all the sports, regardless of the location. And just we know the gravity of this victory, as 5 previous editions we saw different teams winning it. Nobody was able to defend the title here, and still en route the final, they also defeated previous champions here, and they finally defeated a 14-time champion, Indonesia. So we can understand that how just the singles and doubles contenders have been shining, and this will only elevate India's representation in badminton, but it also motivate other sports persons in other fields, as the Union Ministry is also taking initiatives to further bolster the infrastructure, and the players are shining through across the world. It's not just in India but outside, and this will only elevate India's performances at international level, particularly Olympics and badminton. As we have seen today, the men's team has shown, and we have seen multiple times Olympic medal winner PV Sindhu also shining. So this is going to be a very strong morale booster for both men's and women's badminton game, and India, no matter which contingent it is, no matter which format it is, whether it's singles or doubles, India will remain a strong contender, and it will be winning multiple medals, it will be winning multiple tournaments, regardless of the tournament, team and the stage it faces.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. As we speak, talk to us about the infrastructure facilities that we have seen over the past few years. If we talk about several initiatives by the government as well that have only, given the right platform to the sports person to not just, practice, but also making sure that we have enough infrastructure facilities to make sure we reach that benchmark.
Yes, as we've seen in the past couple of years, there have been various schemes by the government that have been introduced to fund the players, and a lot of infrastructural elevation also has happened. For example, there is a top scheme which boosts and motivates the youngsters to perform. There are certain budgetary allocations that have recently increased, and this will only ensure the enhanced performances of the players, because it's not just the hard work of the players, it's also the infrastructure with which they are being provided where they can shine. In the past, we've seen the players did not have as many as tools, as many as facilities, but now they have just been increased, and the center is intending to further increase and elevate their performances so that it can provide the requisite formalities and facilities to the players so that they can shine at an international level, as we've seen it today. We've seen the major impact at multiple tournaments. It's very clear with today's victory that India is not just a cricket-obsessed nation. No matter which sport it is, whether it's javelin throw, whether it's a team sport of hockey, whether it's badminton, you name the sport and India will shine. That's the message that has gone with today's victory. So it's the combination of the players' hard work, the adequate facilities that they face in terms of infrastructure, and the coordination and the team effort that we have seen today. And now with today's victory at Thomas Cup, this morale has been boosted for other sports persons also who are acknowledging this massive victory of the country, and this will only keep elevating.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. And like you rightly said, that there is a common notion that one tends to associate India only with cricket. So there we have the Indian team proving that it's not just cricket. There are other arenas as well. And now we have in badminton field as well, where Indian team has proven its mettle.
Absolutely. We've seen in individual and team sports that India is only shining, and we can only see with the enhanced performances of the players that no matter which team they face, whether they're defending champions, whether they're multiple time champions, in cases of Indonesia and Denmark, they will only perform and outperform them. And with Kidambi Srikanth's victory, the doubles victory today, it's very clear that no matter which format of the game they face in, no matter which facility or no matter which venue they are playing in, they will be shining. So it's not a regular phenomenon. With what we have achieved, this is a historical win, and how they're going to perform at Olympics is they've set the bar very high, and they are likely to perform extremely well with this win, as they're motivated and they're motivating the rest of the country to further shine in other sports as well.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. And while we see that euphoria that has gripped, of course, after India won the Thomas Cup, let me also read out some of the Twitter reactions we have right now. We have JP Nadda, who's also tweeted saying that this historic maiden victory for the Indian men badminton team in the Thomas Cup will always be remembered, celebrated, and will inspire an entire generation of sports persons for years to come. Congratulations to all the players and best wishes to them all for the future. So JP Nadda as well as S. Shankar, be it Kiran Rijiju, who has also lauded the team for the massive victory. Then we have other ministers as well, sports persons, of course. Anurag Thakur, the sports minister, also tweeting saying congratulations to Indians men's badminton teams for winning the Thomas Cup. This extraordinary feat with successive victories over Malaysia, Denmark and Indonesia calls for matching honour by the nation. And of course, the Prime Minister lauding the team as well and congratulating it on its great feat. So yes, reactions galore of people congratulating the team from across the spectrum. We have Harsh Goenka as well from the corporate sector. He has tweeted saying that India has created history, 3-0 win over 14 times world champion Indonesia. First time ever, what fight, passion, grit and desire to win. Shaurya, if I can come back to you, the words of... Well, I'm told we have Sanjay Mishra also on the phone line. Sir, your first response to India's feat winning the Thomas Cup for the first time. Well, we will go across to him again, but the tweet that has been put out by Harsh Goenka as well, who has lauded the team, saying that what fight, passion, grit, desire to win, proud of you boys. And the kind of synonyms, Shaurya, that Harsh Goenka has used, and rightly so, it's the fight, passion, grit and desire and the determination to win that actually drove the team to defeat the 14-time champion Indonesia.
It is just historical, and it's not just the sports persons who are acknowledging it, it's the leaders across the entire nation is proud of the Indian badminton team here, as we've seen that this is a victory that will inspire a lot of youngsters to perform for the country. As we know that we are a cricket loving nation, but we are seeing the love rising for other sports like hockey, for javelin throw, for badminton, for tennis is only rising. Indians are performing and outperforming in multiple cases at multiple levels, at multiple contingents and tournaments across the world. So this victory is not just a regular victory. As we've seen, it's a historical victory, but what has to be seen is how the momentum is taken forward from here and how further these players, these youngsters are going to shine for India and winning more for the country.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, I'm told we have Sanjay Mishra as well, General Secretary of Badminton Association of India. He will also be shortly joining us. But yes, a great feat for the Indian team bringing the Thomas Cup home. Shaurya, talk to us more about this great feat, the kind of infrastructure facilities we have seen over the past few years. Well, we have Sanjay Mishra back with us, the General Secretary of Badminton Association of India. Sir, your first thoughts on India's feat winning the Thomas Cup. Sir, if you can hear us, your first thoughts on India's great feat, winning the Thomas Cup, bringing the award home for the first time ever. Well, we seem to have lost that connection. We will go again to connect with Sanjay Mishra again. But Shaurya continues to be with us. Shaurya, talk to us more about this great feat that India has achieved.
This tournament, Thomas Cup, represents the supremacy of the sport, and India has shown that it is giving supreme performances across the board with singles and doubles win in both the format. We have secured the victory. And in this 73-year-old tournament, this is the first victory of India. Just to remind the viewers how significant this victory is, as 5 different editions saw 5 different champions. So there was no defending champion in the past 5 years, and India in such circumstances managed to defeat not just 1 but 3 previous champions, and in the final it fittingly defeated Indonesia, that has come up with 14 wins in this tournament. So it's not a regular win at a regular tournament, it's the biggest possible win at the Thomas Cup for India, and this win is being lauded, as we've seen, Samiksha, by Prime Minister, by Union Ministers, by sportspersons across the aisle, whether it's cricketers, whether it's badminton players themselves, or the football field. So everybody is acknowledging the hard work put up by Kidambi Srikanth and others. But this win will be remembered for many years to come, and this will bolster India's chances ahead in other tournaments, regardless of the format, regardless of the sport.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. On that note, let me go across to Abhishek as well, our senior executive editor joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Abhishek, as Shaurya put it, this feat is not small. This will be remembered for years to come. Well, Abhishek, if you can hear us, talk to us about India's feat, because this is big, first time ever India winning the Thomas Cup.
Well, exactly. So apart from the fact that for the first time we have won this cup, the fact that India won all the matches through the event underscores the level of consistency and competence shown by the team. So Kidambi Srikanth capping the team effort with this spectacular win in Impact Arena of Thailand, and bringing the cup home for the first time. But what is important is, Samiksha, that the team won all the 14 matches that it played and won them convincingly. So be it the final match in which Kidambi Srikanth defeated Jonathan Christie in straight games, 21-15, 20-21, and sealing the title with that, or before that it was Lakshya Sen. India was leading 1-0 with that win, beating Indonesia's Anthony Ginting in the first match itself, and having taken the 2-0 lead after Satvika Sairaj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty beat Mohammad Ehsan and Kevin Sanjay Sukhmolyo in their third match. So when the cup began. So I think what we are seeing is a sporting achievement extraordinary coming India's way because of team effort and of course individual training. We have seen of late how India has excelled in badminton over the last few years between PV Sindhu and others, and now of course with Kidambi Srikanth and his team bringing Thomas Cup for the first time back home. So I think big sporting achievement. Everyone congratulating Team India, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who tweeted a while back congratulating India's massive victory. And of course, the nation is celebrating the win of our badminton players, sporting fraternity, and celebrities, fans, essentially taking to social media to congratulate Team India for winning Thomas Cup there for the first time.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Talk to us about the sports facilities, the changes we've seen over the past few years. Because yes, even though, it is, of course, something which is being lauded by everyone, the hard work of the sports person, what cannot go unnoticed is the kind of facilities, the changes we've seen over the years, ramping up of the sports facilities across the country.
Well, absolutely. So it began with the first term of the Modi government, where various schemes were launched to improve performance parameters of Indian athletes and sports persons. In fact, the most important one being the TOPS, which was targeting Olympic podium scheme, under which those sports persons selected for their excellence were trained further without any encumbrances, without any limitations of funding, at the best of facilities around the world. The government arranged best of coaches from around the world, and those sports persons have been trained. Parallelly, we have seen Khel Mahakumbh happening, Khel Mahotsav happening across the country to groom sporting talent and bring in a culture where there is a little bit of premium given to athleticism, to sports in day-to-day life, and that has translated into better levels of motivation, better levels of performance. And in fact, if you look at our Commonwealth Games tally, our Asiad Games tally, even in Olympics, the biggest ever haul of 7 Olympic medals coming in the last edition. All that a result of a focused approach to leverage excellence and to make sure that funding, the bane of Indian sports earlier, is taken away. And no limits there for best of sporting talent to get trained, get owned, and to take care of their nutrition. So all aspects being taken care of over a period of time, leading to a sporting culture seeping down to the level of districts, and that's from where the talent is coming in. So that's what we are seeing today, a culmination of an effort that has been put in a very dogged manner, and between the government and the private sector, individuals coming together and bringing in this honor for the country. Prime Minister there earlier tweeting support and happiness at the sporting achievement, and of course other celebrities. But what we are seeing is shaping up of a sporting nation, and be it the Paralympics, be it the Olympics, be it the Asiad, be it the Commonwealth Games. Before this, the All England Badminton Championship, even tennis, overall performances are improving, and we are seeing a result of that effort coming in. Samiksha.
Yes, Abhishek, and like I was talking to Shaurya as well, we were talking about the kind of notion people have. They associate India only with cricket, but there we have, the badminton team proving their mettle and putting out a very strong message as well of sorts that it's not just cricket. Every arena, and you talk about it, India there proving its mettle.
Yes, the acknowledgement of this victory is enormous. Saina Nehwal has also just tweeted that congratulations Team India, and she called it a great win. Now we're seeing massive accolades being earned by this particular team led by Kidambi Shrikant, Lakshya Sen and others, where Sports Ministry has just announced 1 crore cash award for these sports persons. Now advocating other sports persons also is has to be given primacy, because as we've seen in the past, India has been a cricket obsessed nation, but now with the recent victories we can also see the rising popularity of other sports like hockey, tennis, javelin throw, badminton has just been rising and rising, and this will further elevate and inspire other youngsters, because right from Prime Minister to Jagat Prakash Nadda to Jai Shankar to all the sports person across the aisle have said that it's not just a regular victory. This victory will also inspire youngsters and other sports persons to boost their performances and make India proud like these boys have. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Shaurya. A lot of tweets that I'm also reading and coming across, everybody from the sports arena, from the political spectrum, everyone lauding the team for this massive victory, because this is the first time that India has won the cup, and they're, putting out a very strong message, setting a benchmark of sorts for so many aspirants who want to rise in, specifically in the badminton field, that yes, nothing is unattainable. It's the desire, the grit and the determination that eventually leads one to the path of success.
Stats speak for themselves. They are so impressive that we are seeing defending champions, the previous champions being defeated by India en route to this trophy. We've seen Denmark being lost, we've seen Malaysia losing, who have previously won in this tournament of Thomas Cup. And the biggest victory of India that came in the final so comprehensively was against a team that won this 14 times. And this is India's first victory in 73 years. So it's a major history that has been created by the Indian team here. And the gravity of it will be always remembered as all the sports persons, right from Saina Nehwal to Sunil Chhetri, whether they are from badminton or not, it doesn't matter. The sports fraternity understands how crucial this win was, as this was one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world. So this victory will resonate with other sports persons also, and it will inspire more youngsters in the country to represent India and to work hard and shine regardless of the tournament, regardless of the stage, regardless of the platform.
Yes. And Abhishek also continues to be with us. Abhishek, if I can ask you, if we talk about all these years when India has not really been able to get that Thomas Cup, if we were to analyze what are the factors you think really that this time around India managed to overcome all those challenges and get this big feat?
Well, I think a focused approach to reward sporting talent, groom it with no encumbrances whatsoever. And, you know, going by the award that has been announced by the Sports Minister Anurag Thakur just a while back, rewarding achievement, I think that triggers a lot of sporting culture at the grassroots, and that translates into the kind of achievement we are seeing with the Indian team winning Thomas Cup for the first time in 73 years. And we'll continue rolling coverage of this stupendous effort put in by Indian shuttlers led by Kidambi Srikanth. But we have to go for a short break. Before that, headlines, viewers. It's a historic Thomas Cup victory for India. Men in blue bring home the first Thomas Cup in 73 years. Rakesh Tiketh of the Bharatiya Kisan Union completely loses control, expelled from BKU as it breaks up into two parts.
When the judiciary is pressurized, we see it when the arms of the election commission are twisted.
Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions including the judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. Day 2 of Gyanvapi survey concludes. Reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu science. Who is trying to hide the truth? Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha breaks silence on Rahul Bach killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindus. Marathi actor Ketki Chitale is sent to police custody for remarks against NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. And shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers. Navneet and Ravi Rana fire another salvo at the Maharashtra government, say they are not ready to back down just yet. In Delhi, absconding owner of the Mundka complex, Manish Lakra, arrested by Delhi police. And in Pakistan, persecution of minorities continues. 2 Sikh shop owners shot dead in Peshawar. All right, in Udaipur, where Congress party is having a brainstorming session on how to salvage its sagging fortunes politically, in a speech, Rahul Gandhi took to attacking institutions, said whatever institutions exist have been built by the Congress party alone and that they are getting compromised. He also said that if Congress comes to power, they would jettison electronic voting machines, another institution that was brought by the Congress party, by the way. Let's listen in.
आने वाले समय में आपको दिखेगा हिंदुस्तान में आग लगेगी। मैंने कोविड की बात की थी, याद रखो, मैं बता रहा हूं, जितना ये इंस्टीट्यूशंस को तोड़ेंगे, जितना ही हमारे स्टेट्स के बीच में, धर्मों के बीच में, जातों के बीच में कॉन्वर्सेशन को खत्म करेंगे, दबाएंगे, उतनी जोरों से आग लगेगी देश में। मैं साफ बोल देता हूं। और कांग्रेस पार्टी का काम उस बातचीत को, उस कॉन्वर्सेशन को फिर से शुरू करने का है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का काम हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनको, उनकी रक्षा करने का है। ये हमारा काम है। ये कोई रीजनल पार्टी नहीं करेगी, बीजेपी नहीं करेगी, आरएसएस नहीं करेगी, कांग्रेस पार्टी ही करेगी। हमने कभी भी हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर आक्रमण नहीं किया। हमने कभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को छुपा कर हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अंदर नहीं डाला। आरएसएस और बीजेपी ये काम कर रही है, सिर्फ इंस्टीट्यूशंस में नहीं, हर जगह ये अपने लोग डाल रहे हैं। और इससे जो कॉन्वर्सेशन होता है, जो बातचीत होती है लोगों के बीच में, वो खत्म होती है। एक तरफ, एंड टुडे व्हाट वी आर सीइंग इज द सिस्टमैटिक डिस्ट्रक्शन, the systematic destruction of the institutions that help India, help the states of India speak to each other. We see it, those of us who are in Parliament, we see it in Parliament House. Our mics are shut off, members are thrown out of the House, conversations are not allowed. We see it when the judiciary is pressurized. We see it when the arms of the election commission are twisted. हमारा शिकायत है, हमारा पूरा का पूरा डिस्कशन, पूरी की पूरी बातचीत हमारी अपनी इंटरनल मामले में होती है। कौन सी पोस्ट किसको मिल रही है, इंटरनल हमारा फोकस रहता है।
All right, short break, but on the other side, Marathi actor Ketaki Chitle sent to police custody because she made some remarks against NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. Also, Navneet and Ravi Rana not giving up yet. They say that they will take on the Maharashtra government.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं।
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई।
सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा?
जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
Welcome viewers. Having made it as one of his election promise, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has spoken again on the Uniform Civil Code. He has said that his cabinet has already resolved that UCC be brought in the hill estate, and that a committee has been formed based on the recommendations and draft of which Uniform Civil Code would be implemented in Uttarakhand. Take a listen.
पहले मंत्रिमंडल में हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए एक समान कानून को लागू करने वाली बात करेंगे। और मुझे खुशी है आप सबको बताते हुए कि हमने पहले मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक करी। उस मंत्रिमंडल की पहली बैठक में हमने सर्वसम्मति से पास कर दिया कि उत्तराखंड के अंदर हम यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करेंगे और इसकी हमने पूरी कार्रवाई कर दी है। इसमें हमारी स्टेक होल्डर्स को हम जोड़ रहे हैं, विधि विशेषज्ञों को ला रहे हैं, ऐसे लोग जो हितधारक हैं उन सभी को एक उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी के रूप में उसका गठन हम कर रहे हैं और गठन के बाद वो कमेटी हमारी उसका ड्राफ्ट बनाएगी और वो ड्राफ्ट हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर लागू करेंगे और हम केवल उत्तराखंड के अंदर लागू कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद हम पूरे देश के लोगों से, हम अन्य राज्यों से भी।
Right, up next, shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई।
सर क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा?
जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
After conducting survey for more than 4 hours, finally the day 2 survey has come to an end. Tomorrow once again the process of survey will take place. District Magistrate has just left from here. The videography has been completed. The work of entire survey exercise which has been carried out has almost been completed. Tomorrow they are going to conclude the survey.
It's a historic Thomas Cup victory for India. Men in blue bring home the first Thomas Cup in 73 years. Rakesh Tiket completely loses control, expelled from BKO as it breaks up into two parts.
We see it when the judiciary is pressurized. We see it when the arms of the election commission are twisted.
Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions and the judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. Now it's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey, which has concluded. Reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu sites. Who is trying to hide the truth? Jammu and Kashmir LG breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindus. Marathi actor Ketki Chitale is sent to police custody for remarks against the NCP president Sharad Pawar. Well, viewers, we're tracking a very politically important story there of a major setback to the former leader Rakesh Tiket, as he has now been rejected by his own Kisan Union. Now, the BKU has broken up into two parts, and Rajesh Singh Chauhan is leading the breakaway group as well. Now, Republic viewers has spoken to the man who is leading the breakaway unit as well. And Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, also continues to join us on the broadcast. Let's listen in first to what Rajesh Chauhan had to say, and then we'll come to you.
चौहान जी, राजेश सिंह चौहान जी, आज आपको भारतीय किसान राजनीति का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है। सबसे पहली बात तो ये समझना चाहूँगा, दो फाड़ का होने का कारण, आप भले ना माने दो फाड़, लेकिन सर हुआ तो है।
हम कभी नहीं मानेंगे दो फाड़। हम रीत नीति सिद्धांत महात्मा टिकैत जी के रीत नीति सिद्धांत को लेकर चले हैं। माननीय राकेश टिकैत और नरेश टिकैत जी को भी निमंत्रण है कि इस अराजनैतिक सिस्टम को अराजनैतिक रखिए आप, और जो राजनीतिक हथकंडा संगठन के अंदर घुस रहा है, आप सब लोगों ने उसको देखा भी है। 13 महीने चुनाव चला, 13 महीने आंदोलन चला। आंदोलन के दौरान हम लोग कंधे से कंधा मिला करके माननीय राकेश टिकैत, माननीय नरेश टिकैत जी के साथ बराबर लड़ाई लड़े। आंदोलन के दौरान
सर आंदोलन भी राजनीतिक था, इस बात की?
नहीं, आंदोलन बिल्कुल राजनीतिक नहीं था। आंदोलन गतिविधियां राजनीतिक बिल्कुल संलिप्त नहीं थी। टिकैत साहब के जो नेतृत्व में आंदोलन चल रहा था, मैं गलत नहीं बोलूँगा। मैं
आंदोलन खत्म होने के बाद राजनीति शुरू,
आंदोलन खत्म होने के बाद उन्होंने पूरी तरह एक दल विशेष का काम करना शुरू कर दिया।
कौन सा दल था सर?
वो दल आपके नज़र में है, वो भी किसी दल का नाम खोले नहीं है।
समाजवादी?
मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता हूँ। जैसे उन्होंने किसी दल का नाम नहीं खोला, कान पकड़ते थे और भाजपा के लिए कहते थे इसको वोट मत दो, तो मैंने इस बात को कहा कि हमारे महात्मा टिकैत जी का यह उसूल और सिद्धांत नहीं था। वो हमेशा हम लोगों को शिक्षा दिया, उनके वसूल और सिद्धांत हमेशा ये रहे कि भारतीय किसान यूनियन अराजनैतिक है, अराजनैतिक रहेगी। हमारे मंच में ना तो कोई राजनीतिक दल के लोग आएंगे और ना हम किसी राजनीतिक दल का चुनाव प्रचार करेंगे।
सर जब आप उनको समझाते थे कि आप किसी राजनीतिक दल का समर्थन ना करें, तो उनके क्या?
उन्होंने हमसे कई उदाहरण रखे। उन्होंने कहा कि
सरकार ने 13 महीने हमको आंदोलन करने के लिए मजबूर किया। हमारी समस्याएं ज्यों की त्यों बनी रही और मैंने कहा मुद्दा लेकर के बिल वापसी का गए थे, बिल वापसी हो गई, चुनाव आ गया, चुनाव होने दीजिए। बिल वापसी तो हमारा मुद्दा था, जिस मुद्दे को लेके हम सारे बॉर्डरों पे गए थे, हमारा एक ही मुद्दा था कि सरकार जो ये गलत बिल लाई है उसको वापस करे। बिल वापस हो गया, हमारा वो मुद्दा जिस मुद्दे को लेके हम गए थे वो मुद्दा समाप्त हो गया। तुरंत बाद चुनाव आ गया। तो मैंने इस बात का ज़रूर उनसे अनुरोध किया कि ये निर्णय आपका गलत है, हमें किसी राजनीतिक दल का सपोर्ट समर्थन नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि महात्मा टिकैत के वसूल और सिद्धांत में ये चीज़ें नहीं थी।
Well, viewers, we have seen this entire political controversy unraveling. Abhishek, if I could come to you on this, and our colleague Vivek also continues to join us live. But Abhishek, put this into perspective for us. Isn't it that Rakesh Tikait is also losing credibility because his own counterparts, his own allies are now coming out and saying he's become deeply political?
Well, yes. In that tic-tac with Vivek, Rajesh Singh Chauhan almost stopped short of saying that Rakesh Tikait was effectively playing in the hands of Samajwadi Party. He did say he was playing with one political party. Before that, in fact, Priyanka, we saw how Rakesh Tikait had gone to Bengal and campaigned there. We saw how he travelled to Punjab. He travelled to Hyderabad. So complete politicization was happening of the Bharatiya Kisan Union under Rakesh Tikait, and it seems there was discontent and then rebellion building up against him for some time for letting this happen. Also, viewers would remember Priyanka and Vivek, that when the foreign laws protest was taking place on the outskirts of Delhi at all these places, it was not just that the protests were outsourced to a certain lobby, a certain political persuasion, but in fact it was outsourced in many ways to some separate
इंडस्ट्री चल रही है। उसके बाद भी ये पूरी की पूरी कार्रवाई चल रही थी। क्यों? इस बिल्डिंग के ओनर हैं मनीष लाकड़ा जी। कौन है मनीष लाकड़ा? ऐसी क्या पावर है उनके अंदर कि मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी के सील करने के बाद भी फैक्ट्री चल रही है? एमसीडी ने फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस कैंसिल कर दिया है, फिर भी फैक्ट्री चल रही है। क्या कारण है ऐसा? कौन है मनीष लाकड़ा जी? मैं अपनी साथियों से कहूँगा कि 2 फोटोग्राफ्स हैं, वो फोटोग्राफ्स दिखाएं। साथियों, ये जो आप फोटो देख रहे हैं, जिसके ऊपर एक क्रॉस चिन्ह लगा हुआ है, ये मनीष लाकड़ा जी हैं, जो कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पटके में हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कैंपेन में हैं। इस फोटोग्राफ्स में आपको वहाँ के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सारे प्रबुद्ध, सारे मजबूत नेता इस फोटो में दिख रहे हैं। अगली फ़ोटो दिखाइए। ये अगली फ़ोटो में जो ड्राइविंग सीट पर हैं वो मनीष लाकड़ा जी हैं, और जो बगल में पैसेंजर सीट पे बैठे हुए हैं ये मास्टर आज़ाद सिंह जी हैं। मास्टर आज़ाद सिंह जी कौन हैं? मैं बहुत इंट्रोडक्शन उनका बता दूं। कई बार पार्षद रहे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, मेयर रहे हैं, पिछले 3 चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी की टिकट पर मुंडका से लड़ते हैं। और थोड़ी सी जानकारी और बता दें आपको कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट श्री प्रवेश साहब सिंह वर्मा जी के सगे चाचा हैं। सिटिंग पैसेंजर सीट पे जो बैठे हैं, मैं फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, ये आज़ाद सिंह जी है। जो गाड़ी की ड्राइविंग सीट पर है वो मनीष लाकड़ा जी हैं, जिनकी बिल्डिंग है, जिनकी बिल्डिंग में अनऑथराइज तरीके से सारी फैक्ट्री चल रही थी, इंडस्ट्रियल काम चल रहे थे। वो मनीष लाकड़ा जी हैं जो ड्राइविंग सीट पे बैठे हुए हैं। दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आपके सामने है। दिल्ली वालों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एमसीडी ने दिल्ली को तबाह कर दिया है। दिल्ली, इनके लोगों ने, अपने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने ये सारी की सारी इलीगल एक्टिविटीज़ दिल्ली के अंदर कर रखी है और सिर्फ एक ही मकसद है, भ्रष्टाचार। मनीष लाकड़ा जी वहाँ पे इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट, और एक चीज़ और बता दूँ, इस बिल्डिंग में 2015 में जब दिल्ली के चुनाव हो रहे थे तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कैंपेन ऑफिस इसी बिल्डिंग से चल रहा था। 15 का जब चुनाव हो रहा था, विधानसभा चुनाव, तो इस बिल्डिंग से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कैंपेन ऑफिस चल रहा था। मुंडका के विधानसभा का कैंपेन ऑफिस इसी बिल्डिंग से चल रहा था।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं।
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द
सकता। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक सगुफा छोड़ रही कि जी फायर की एनओसी, फायर की। अरे क्या बताऊं मैं, शर्म आनी चाहिए। जब बिल्डिंग सील है तो फायर की एनओसी कैसे मिलेगी? तुम्हें इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि 2016 में जब तुमने फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस कैसे दी, तुमने 17 में रिवोक कैसे कर ली, उसके बाद इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी कैसे चल रही है, मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी ने सील कर दी बिल्डिंग को, उसके बाद इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी कैसे चल रही है? जवाब तो आदेश गुप्ता को इसका देना चाहिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जब बिल्डिंग सील है तो इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटीज कैसे चल रही है? किस नेता ने पैसे खाए तुम्हारे? तुम्हारा पार्टी का, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आदमी था, इसलिए ये सारी की सारी चीजें हो रही थी, इसलिए एमसीडी का हाथ था उसके ऊपर। जवाब तो इसका दो। कोई और प्रश्न?
लेकिन वरुण गोयल, हरीश गोयल मालिक बताए जा रहे हैं, इसमें जो गिरफ्तारी हुई है,
भाई उनको भी आप कार्रवाई करिए, उनके खिलाफ भी सारी चीज करिए, लेकिन जो बिल्डिंग के मालिक हैं उनके बारे में मैंने आपको सारी बात बता दी।
ये कहा जाए कि प्रवेश वर्मा के चाचा का मतलब खास आदमी है मनीष लाकड़ा।
मैं तो आपके सामने फैक्ट रख दिया, कंक्लूजन आप निकालिए। मेरी गाड़ी अगर कोई चलाएगा, मैं किसी के घर में अपना कैंपेन ऑफिस बनाऊंगा, जानकारी आपके सामने है, पब्लिक डोमेन में मैंने सारे फैक्ट रख दिए। कंक्लूजन आप निकालिए।
ये आपका आरोप है कि उनका करीबी है मास्टर आजाद से, आरोप तो है।
मैं बहुत क्लियर हूँ अपने आरोप में। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आदमी है, इसलिए उसके साथ पूरी एमसीडी ने उसको संरक्षण दिया था, इसलिए सारी की सारी इलीगल कार्रवाई हो रही थी। जो 27 लोग मरे, उनकी जान के लिए अगर कोई एक व्यक्ति जिम्मेदार है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, कोई एक इंस्टीट्यूशन जिम्मेदार है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है।
आदेश गुप्ता दिल्ली सरकार पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि फायर डिपार्टमेंट में कितना हमारा ढीला है कि ठीक से काम ही नहीं कर रहा है।
मैंने बहुत क्लियर तरीके से बता दिया कि फायर की एनओसी तब मिलती है जब बिल्डिंग सील ना हो। जब बिल्डिंग ही सील है तो फायर की एनओसी कैसे मिल सकती है? आदेश गुप्ता को सब पता है। आदेश गुप्ता को ये सारी फोटोग्राफ्स भी पता है। आदेश गुप्ता को ये भी पता है कि ये कैंपेन ऑफिस उनका था। आदेश गुप्ता को ये भी पता है कि मनीष लाकड़ा कौन था। आदेश गुप्ता को सारी जानकारी है। अब मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता।
आप इसके ये जो मामला सामने आया है तो कंप्लेंट दर्ज कराएंगे पार्टी की तरफ से, कुछ आप एक्शन लेंगे? आप बड़ा आरोप लगा रहे हैं।
हम पार्टी की तरफ से भी कंप्लेन वकीलों से एक बार बातचीत करेंगे। साथ ही साथ दिल्ली सरकार ने इसके ऊपर मजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी भी ऑर्डर की है, हम उसका भी वेट कर रहे हैं। उस इंक्वायरी में अगर हमारी तरफ से कोई सबूत देने होंगे तो हम उन सबूत को भी देंगे। थैंक यू।
Well, there you have it, viewers. Massive allegations coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party in a press conference with respect to the fire that had broken out, and also claiming that there was in fact a considerable amount of BJP hand in the same as well, claiming that in fact the building had been sealed and there is no question of the fire NOC as well, since the building itself had been sealed. And he's also claiming that because the person occupying the building as well was from the Bharatiya Janata Party, there had been no action that was taken as well. These are some of the statements that were made by the Aam Aadmi Party, allegations being leveled against the Bharatiya Janata Party when it comes to the Mortar fire that had broken out, unfortunately, that had claimed several lives of civilians as well from inside of the building. And we were seeing the heartbreaking visuals of body parts of people as well that had been found by the NDRF and other officials as well when they were carrying out the debris clearing exercises. And now in the midst of those images, we see these kind of allegations as well that are coming in now from the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that it was in fact the BJP worker in fact who had the occupancy, and that is why there was no action that was being taken. For more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Subi, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Subi, tell us more about these allegations that are now being leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party, major allegations. What does the investigation say?
Yes, absolutely. Aam Aadmi Party has been entirely blaming it on the Bharatiya Janata Party and in fact the MCD for the unfortunate incident that happened day before yesterday. But we had just attended the Munka press conference by the DCP Sameer Sharma, who very clearly said that according to the preliminary investigation that has been launched into the entire incident, the possession of the building went to the son, the owner, the current owner of the building in 2016. The building was bought by his father back in 2011 and the possession went to him in 2016, and according to the Aam Aadmi Party, the license was also revoked in the same year. However, the Delhi police has made it quite clear that the agencies, whoever are involved in the entire fire incident and whoever are involved in the discrepancies due to which the fire incident took place in the first place, the relevant actions, relevant sections of the IPC will be imposed against them and very strict action will be taken, be it MCD, be it any other agencies that were responsible, and in fact for the non-compliance, of course. And in fact there was no NOC also of the building, and the MCD certainly is in a lot of doubts, and that's what the Delhi police also made it clear, that any agency's involvement will be taken quite seriously and the investigation is going on. However, we also asked him about the identification process as to how many corpses have been identified. So far, out of the 27 dead bodies that were recovered from the spot, 8 bodies have been identified and their relevant families have been informed about it. However, the identification process of the corpse will also take 5 to 10 days for its completion. So the inquiry has reached a point where there's further questioning, and today the landlord of the building, the owner of the building, has also been arrested and he will be thoroughly grilled to to get to the bottom of the entire fire incident that shook the national capital as well as the nation.
Well, Sumi, that being said, you're telling us some very important details of the very investigation that is being carried out as well. But, let's talk about the allegations that are now being leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party. It seems like a little bit of a case of a pot calling the kettle black, isn't it? Because it is the Aam Aadmi Party government there, and they're also claiming that it is the BJP, which is why, who in fact had the occupancy as well, which is why they couldn't take any action as well. What are you picking up with respect to the ramifications of these allegations by the Aam Aadmi Party?
Yes, absolutely. Aam Aadmi Party also meticulously chose the time, the relevant time, and in fact, they did a press conference right after the press conference of the DCP, Samir Sharma. And in that press conference, Samir Sharma made it clear that if MCD or any other agencies are involved, relevant sections will be imposed on them. And Aam Aadmi Party took lead from that particular press conference and has begun the blame game. Aam Aadmi Party has been entirely blaming it on the Bharatiya Janata Party. However, it is the subject of the investigation, and the investigation will take its own due course and time for the real facts to come out. But before that, Aam Aadmi Party has been alleging that MCD was involved, and there is a nexus between the MCD as well as the owner of the building, Manish Lakra. In fact, Adesh Gupta, who's the Delhi BJP president, he also knew Manish Lakra, and that is how the non-compliance and in fact the discrepancies can be explained. And they are boiling it down to entirely the Bharatiya Janata Party and the MCD.
Sumi, that's exactly what's happening. The kind of war of words also now breaking out with respect to this fire and the investigation that is also being carried out. We trust you to keep us ahead, Sumi, on that story. For the moment, thank you. We'll move on to some other stories. And taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of Rahul Gandhi now attacking institutions and the judiciary, even and his own party faces a crisis. Marathi actor Ketki Chitale sent to police custody for remarks against the NCP president Sharad Pawar. Stay tuned, viewers, for more details on the other side.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं।
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
And NCP has been reported from the state of Maharashtra, where BJP leader from Pune, Vinayak Ambedkar, has been allegedly assaulted by NCP men. According to the complaint given by Vinayak Ambedkar, he has said that a person called him in his office to seek his advice on tax, and after which he, along with few others, reached his office and attacked him. On the other side, NCP has also given a complaint against Vinayak Ambedkar for writing demeaning posts against Sharad Pawar on social media. Now, massive war of words have broken out between BJP and NCP on this, where Chandrakant Patil, who is also senior leader of BJP from Maharashtra, has tweeted and demanding strong action against the NCP goons. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to how the investigation will be carried forward by the Pune police in the complaint which has been registered by both the sides. With Manish Karakoti, I'm Piyush Mishra for Republic TV.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, it's a historic Thomas Cup victory for India. Men in blue bring home the first Thomas Cup in 73 years. Rakesh Tiket completely loses control, expelled from the BKU as it breaks up into two parts. Stay tuned for more details.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई।
सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा?
जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
Good evening and welcome viewers this Sunday evening, 5 p.m. live and breaking, and here are the headlines. It's a historic Thomas Cup victory for India. Men in blue bring home the first Thomas Cup in 73 years. Rakesh Tikait completely loses control of BKU, expelled from the Bharatiya Kisan Union as it breaks up into two parts. Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions and the judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. In Varanasi, day 2 of Gyanvapi survey concludes. Reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu signs. Who's trying to hide the truth? Jammu and Kashmir, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindus. Marathi actor Ketki Chitale is sent to police custody for remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar. All right, some breaking news coming in there from Pakistan this time. Atrocities against minorities continue. 2 Sikhs have been shot dead in Peshawar today. Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, both shop owners, were shot dead at the Batatal Chowk Bara Road in Peshawar. And now, massive protests have erupted in Peshawar against the killings by the Sikh community there. Pictures, viewers, from Peshawar, where on the Batatal Chowk Bara Road, 2 Sikh gentlemen, Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, shop owners, while they were at their shop, have been shot at, killed from close range. Shot at from close range and killed. Police presence there. Peshawar is the capital of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. Gursimran joins us over the phone. Gursimran, what are the details that you can share with viewers on why these 2 Sikhs from the minority community in Peshawar were killed? All right, before we get more details, let's go to Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP now. Sirsa Saab, targeted killings of minorities, be it in Kashmir or Peshawar, are very bad, but the ideology seems to be same. 2 Sikhs killed in Peshawar today.
Especially while these 2 Sikhs were killed in the market, I have not spoken to the local people. They pride me that they not shot a single shot here and there. He came specifically, identified the Sikh and targeted him, killing to death. So this is just because there are 4,000 Sikhs left in Peshawar and these people want them to move out of Peshawar. और कह रहे हैं किसी सूत्र यहाँ से नहीं खाली करेंगे, हम जाएंगे कहाँ, कौन है बर्बाद को काम करने में, हम कितनी पीढ़ियों से यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, हमारी जगह है, यही ढूंढेंगे। और जिस तरह से किया है हमने पहले महल को मिलकर देख लिया, सबको प्रोटेस्ट भी करके देख लिया, लेकिन को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता। आज वो भी प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे, लेकिन अब ये तो पाकिस्तान सरकार को बड़ी संजीदगी नहीं है और जो पूरी है।
Well, all right, that was Manjinder Singh Sirsa, got dropped. We'll try to connect him again, but then he was suggesting that this is again part of the same ideology that targeted Rahul Bhatt in Kashmir, and that's ethnic cleansing of minorities that happens or has happened. We have seen happening in Afghanistan, in many parts of Pakistan, particularly Sindh, and now in Peshawar, the minuscule minority of Sikhs being threatened by targeted killings. In this case, or this instance, 2 Sikhs, Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, shop owners, as we can see in the picture of the Sikh community coming out, protesting whatever numbers they have in Peshawar. A historic city which has had Sikh presence, now of course dwindled to a few hundreds, and yet they are being targeted. If we can connect Manjinder Singh Sirsa again, or Gursimran, who can get more details about what was the motivation, why the 2 Sikh youth were targeted. Okay, Gursimran joins us over the phone. Gursimran, what details can you share with the viewers on why the 2 Sikhs were targeted in Peshawar?
See, Abhishek, it seems to be a policy of the Pakistani establishment to wipe out the minorities from the country, because this is not a standalone incident that has taken place in Peshawar. Even in 2021, we have seen almost 5 such incidents taking place in different parts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Sindh and other areas where the Sikhs were targeted and other minorities, religious places were totally vandalized. And the establishment is totally mum on this. There has been no strict action by the then government of Imran Khan, and same seems to be taking place even after the regime change in Pakistan, because the minorities have always been treated as a third-class citizen in Pakistan, and these atrocities on the minorities are still continuing. Now, the Sikh community, those who are few hundred in numbers in Peshawar, they are out on the streets. They are demanding justice, because in broad daylight, these two shop owners who were just earning their bread and butter for their families, they were killed, and there is no single word, though there has been some statements by the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, but there has been no action by the local authorities so far, and that's why they are staging protests. Abhishek.
Gursimran, you gave a list of earlier targeted killings of Sikh community in Pakistan. We have seen it happening in Afghanistan. In this instance, is it that they were asked to leave, and because they were not leaving, they have been targeted, essentially to send a message that whatever remains of the minuscule minority of Sikhs in Peshawar, they should leave the country?
See, so far it has not emerged, but there is a trend that is being followed in Pakistan, that the minorities are pushed, they are harassed, and they are harassed in such a way that they are forced to leave that particular area. Even in some instances, there were some reports that the minorities, when they left that place, even there was no taker of their property, so they have to left their property there only, and later it was grabbed by the local people. So these kind of incidents have also come into fore. However, in this case, the family has not spoken yet about what were they facing any threats or what it was. But yes, it was a broad daylight murder in which the police and the local administration has failed to act so far.
All right, that was Gursimran narrating what has happened in Peshawar with the killing of 2 Sikh gentlemen, shop owners, eliminated for being there, just being there. Perhaps that underscores the need, if all these Sikhs or the Sikh community in Peshawar has to find refuge, the need underscores the need for CAA, about which the government for some time has been silent. Let's move on. Speaking at an event in Dehradun, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami reiterated his government's commitment to bring in uniform civil code, an election promise for which, post a decision by the Dhami cabinet, a committee has been set up. Once the committee gives a report or a draft, Dhami said that they would be implementing UCC in Uttarakhand. Take a listen.
पहले मंत्रिमंडल में हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए एक समान कानून को लागू करने वाली बात करेंगे। और मुझे खुशी है आप सबको बताते हुए कि हमने पहले मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक करी। उस मंत्रिमंडल की पहली बैठक में हमने सर्वसम्मति से पास कर दिया कि उत्तराखंड के अंदर हम यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करेंगे, और इसकी हमने पूरी कार्रवाई कर दी है। इसमें हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को हम जोड़ रहे हैं, विधि विशेषज्ञों को ला रहे हैं, ऐसे लोग जो हितधारक हैं उन सभी को एक उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी के रूप में उसका गठन हम कर रहे हैं, और गठन के बाद वो कमेटी हमारी उसका ड्राफ्ट बनाएगी, और वो ड्राफ्ट हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर लागू करेंगे। और हम केवल उत्तराखंड के अंदर लागू कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद हम पूरे देश के लोगों से, हम अन्य राज्यों से भी
Okay, and a historic sporting achievement for the country. Team India won Thomas Cup for the first time in 73 years, led by Kidambi Shrikant's excellent straight games win against his Indonesian counterpart. What is more important is the consistency with which Team India played, winning all the 14 matches in the tournament. Let's go to Shaurya on that note. Shaurya, more details with you. Prime Minister has already lauded the effort of Team India shuttlers in winning Thomas Cup, and in fact, as we speak, just a while back, he has spoken to the team individually. In some time, we'll get more details about the conversation that the Prime Minister has had with the Thomas Cup winners. What more details you have about the victory, Shaurya?
See, as we know, Abhishek, that we've seen Prime Minister Modi was one of the first people to congratulate the team for their emphatic victory in Thomas Cup, the first victory in 73 years. Now, what we do know is the fact that 5 different teams were different champions in the 5 editions, but now India has defeated 14-time champion Indonesia, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is currently speaking to the winning team of Kidambi Shrikant, Lakshya Sen and others, and this is a major development that has come where we've seen Prime Minister Modi speaking to them. Sports Ministry has announced 1 crore cash prize for the team, and Anurag Thakur has lauded the team as well. Sports fraternity across the aisle have lauded this emphatic victory, and this victory will be operating as a major inspiration for sports persons across the aisle. Right now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in conversation with the winning team, and he will be talking to the team about their emphatic and historic victory at the Thomas Cup. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Shaurya there. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur, in a spontaneous decision, announced a reward of 1 crore rupees to Team India, joining in the celebrations that the nation is having. He also spoke about the victory. Take a listen.
भारतीय बैडमिंटन टीम ने आज इतिहास रचा है। 73 सालों में पहली बार थॉमस कप जीतकर एक ऐसा कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया है। मैं अपनी ओर से और सभी देशवासियों की ओर से सभी खिलाड़ियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इसमें 14 बार की चैंपियन इंडोनेशिया को तो 5 बार की चैंपियन मलेशिया और डेनमार्क को भी हराया है। ये छोटी नहीं, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के लगातार प्रयास, उनकी योजनाएं, जो खिलाड़ियों को प्रशिक्षण भी देने का काम, सुविधाएं देने का काम, मनोबल बढ़ाने का काम समय समय पर किया है, और हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने भी पूरी ताकत लगाकर एक के बाद दूसरा चैंपियनशिप जीतने का काम किया। मैं अपनी ओर से और खेल मंत्रालय की ओर से 1 करोड़ रुपए का नकद पुरस्कार कैश प्राइज टीम इंडिया के लिए घोषित करता हूं थॉमस कप जीतने पर। और मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि खेलों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के जो प्रयास हैं, हमारे खिलाड़ी अपनी मेहनत के साथ ऐसे और टूर्नामेंट जीतेंगे और मेडल जीतेंगे और तिरंगे की आन बान शान को और बढ़ाएंगे।
All right, Team India coach P. Gopichand joins us. Stupendous achievement there, Gopichand, by the team, by individual sports persons, and of course your effort there in grooming the next generation of badminton talent in the country. Your first thoughts?
I think it's a huge victory. I think for all of us in Indian sport and in India, I think this victory is as big as it gets. I think to win a Thomas Cup for a badminton nation is something very big, and it's really fantastic to see the entire team rally together day after day to actually pull out such great wins. And it's great to hear our Honourable Sports Minister and our Honourable PM talk about it and announce the prizes, but also I think the support of the government and the Badminton Association of India has been something fantastic.
Also, Gopichand, you know, I'm not a badminton watcher from up close, but what I notice is that the team won all the 14 matches. So the kind of consistency that the team showed, and the fact that badminton is essentially a stamina sport, you think we have really arrived in terms of sporting talent, grooming that takes place by way of training, by way of infrastructure, logistics, support, and nutrition, most important.
I think overall, thanks to the entire support team, which is actually out there, whether it's the physios, coaches, and trainers, who actually ensured that the team is not only playing well but also recovering for the next matches. And each of those members of the team have contributed positively to ensure that the entire team of players are recovering for the next matches. And it's great to see because as a sport, as you mentioned, it's a very hard physical sport to actually play day after day. And I know that few of these players actually were going through a lot of pain and pushing the barrier to ensure that we got this medal. So very, very proud of the effort of all of the members of the team.
Also, Gopichand, if I could pick up your thoughts on the fact that the teams that India defeated, Denmark and Indonesia, they have been champions so many times, 5 times Denmark, 14 times Indonesia. So the kind of nerves of steel that the players really showed in terms of sticking to their training and the perseverance with which they really went out in every match. Any favorites that you have from the first match of Lakshya to the doubles between Satvik and Chirag? Any favorites from the 14 matches in the tournament?
I think there are a lot of them which I can point out. Maybe I think the 2 matches which Pranay pulled out on both those days were important. Having actually sprained his ankle and going through pain, actually he pulled through. Laksh today actually fought like hell to actually pull out that match after being a game out. I think that was incredible. But also Satvik and Chirag to be out there, having lost many of their previous encounters with Kevin Sanjaya and Ehsan, actually to go out there and actually pull the tie out is something really remarkable. So overall, each one of them, and Srikanth has had a complete wins in all his matches. I think perfect slate record. I think is huge for his effort.
Right, thank you so much there. You must be a proud coach as well. Pulila Gopichand there, national coach and groomer of badminton talent across the country. A proud nation watches.
And this phone is ringing. I can't even receive so many. I am just now I am sitting here and now I'll call back to them because so many phones are coming. So many messages that came. My friends, my relatives, my native place, Almora, Haldwani. They all are very happy.
Now your family are happy.
They are very happy. They are very happy because they are very happy for the team also, and especially the Lakshya is playing. So this make the double celebration for them also. Yeah.
Outgoing celebration, the match is winning now. So what's your reaction in Hindi?
अच्छा. So क्या कह सकते हैं, ये तो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. इतने साल के बाद जब से थॉमस कप स्टार्ट हुआ है, ऐसा मैं सुन रही हूँ, बच्चे से बता रहे हैं कि इतने सालों के बाद पहली बार इंडिया में एक मेडल आ रहा है और वो भी गोल्ड मेडल आ रहा है. तो दैट इज़ अ वेरी वो तो एक बहुत बड़ा जलसा है हमारे लिए, एक उत्सव जैसे है. जैसे क्रिकेट का वर्ल्ड कप जीत करके जो 83 में हमें लगा था, तब हम छोटे रहे होंगे, इतना हम कॉलेज में पढ़ते थे उस समय, तो हर जगह आतिशबाजियाँ और ये सब कुछ हो रहा था, हमें लगा पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है. वही सेम चीज़ ये है बैडमिंटन के लिए. जैसे ये वर्ल्ड कप से कम नहीं है कि वर्ल्ड कप जैसे वर्ल्ड कप ही है, सोचिए. तो उतना ही उत्साहित है हम, उतने ही हमें बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है. बहुत सारे फ़ोन्स आ रहे हैं लोगों के, सब लोगों को लग रहा है कि कब एक गेट टुगेदर हो और कब हम सेलिब्रेट करें, बिकॉज अभी हम सब दूर हैं. तो जैसे घर हम पहुंचते हैं तो वहाँ पर भी मेरे जहाँ हम लोग रह रहे हैं रॉयल गार्डन में भी, वहाँ मेरी फ्रेंड्स या हमारी सोसाइटी में जो लोग रह रहे हैं, तो उनको सबको मालूम है कि लक्ष्य थॉमस कप के लिए गया है. तो वो लोग वेट कर रहे हैं कि तुम कब पहुंच रहे हो. दे आर ऑल्सो रेडी फॉर द सेलिब्रेशन, है ना. तो ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. ये बैडमिंटन के लिए बहुत बड़ा प्रमोशन भी है, क्योंकि बैडमिंटन ऐसे क्रिकेट जैसे उतना तो नहीं है, लेकिन अभी तो आ रहा है धीरे धीरे. बट एक ये बूस्टर जैसे उसके लिए थॉमस कप का इंडिया में आना बैडमिंटन को बहुत आगे ले जाएगा.
मैम, ये और और उसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
हाँ, ये तो उनका एक बहुत बड़ा, बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है जो उन्होंने ये डिसीजन लिया कि टीम को अप्रिसिएट किया जाए और उनको कुछ इस उसमें जो भी उन्होंने धनराशि उनके लिए प्रोवाइड कराई है, जितना भी है, बट वो एक आप कहिए प्राइज़ है उनके लिए, तो जैसा भी होगा वो उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा और वो ये मोटिवेशन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। बाकी जो अपकमिंग प्लेयर्स हैं या और भी गेम्स के जो प्लेयर हैं, इस सब चीज़ों से उनका बहुत अच्छा मोटिवेशन होगा और ये गेम के फील्ड में या स्पोर्ट्स के फील्ड में बहुत एक अच्छा कदम है उनका। ये बहुत सराहनीय कार्य किया है उन्होंने। इसके लिए मैं, और वैसे भी मैं अनुराग ठाकुर जी को, अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर को या पूरे इंडिया को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस कहना चाहूँगी। और वो बच्चों के लिए इतना कुछ कर रही है, वैसे भी हमारी सरकार बहुत कुछ कर रही है, तो इसी वजह से ये रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं। उनको हम थैंक्स भी बोलना चाहेंगे और ये एक सराहनीय कार्य किया है उन्होंने।
और मैम ओवरऑल जीत कैसा था, आपको कैसा लगा उनका?
हाँ, आज तो लक्ष्य बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट था। आज उसको था कि मुझे ये मैच जीतना ही है, क्योंकि फाइनल है तो करना है और हमें गोल्ड मेडल लेना है ऐसे। और अच्छा खेला वो। फर्स्ट गेम में थोड़ा सा गेम को स्टडी करने में लगा या जैसे भी जो भी रहा होगा, लेकिन सेकंड गेम में वो बिल्कुल ऊपर था, फुली कॉन्फिडेंट था, अच्छे से मैच उसने निकाला। एंड थर्ड गेम तो फिर वो अच्छी, मतलब फुल परफॉर्म में था, अपना बहुत अच्छा किया। अच्छा, एक्चुअली बच्चे हार्ड वर्क करते हैं इतना और उसके बाद उनको ये अचीव होता है तो बहुत अच्छी बात है उनके लिए। ये मोटिवेशन के लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है।
Singh Chauhan breaking away from Rakesh Tikath on the death anniversary of his father Mahendra Singh Tikath and forming Bharatiya Kisan Union Rajnatik. This is a huge cadre base that is breaking away from under the leadership of Rakesh Tikath and effectively makes his leadership of farmers groups redundant. Day 2 of Gyanvapi survey concludes. Reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu science. Who's trying to hide the truth in Varanasi?
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी। और
All right, breaking news coming in from Madhya Pradesh, and a massive crackdown on the poachers who shot dead 3 cops in the state a couple of days back. Police have now shot dead 2 accused involved in the incident. This comes after 2 others who were accused of the crime were eliminated last evening. Listen in to Rajiv Mishra, Guna, Superintendent of Police.
मध्य प्रदेश के गुना में सनसनीखेज वारदात हुई, जिसमें शिकारियों ने 3 पुलिसकर्मियों की हत्या कर दी। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम पर रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत के लिए गुना एसपी राजीव मिश्रा जी हैं, हम उनसे बात करेंगे। ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, वो अचानक क्या सूचना क्या मिली थी जब आपकी टीम वहां पहुंची थी उनको अरेस्ट करने?
रात में अचानक ये खबर आई थी थाने पर कि कुछ बदमाश बरखेड़ा गांव के आसपास से निकलने वाले हैं। उस सूचना पर से चूंकि बहुत शॉर्ट पीरियड में वो सूचना आई थी, तो जो उपलब्ध बल वहां गश्त में और एम्बुशेस में रहता है, वो तुरंत वहां रवाना हुए और उन्होंने अपनी वहां पोजीशन ली। तो ये कुछ बदमाश मोटरसाइकिलों से आते हुए नज़र आए। उनको आगे जाके इन्होंने पहले हिदायत दी, रोकने की कोशिश की, परंतु वो रुकने की जगह आगे भागे। आगे एक पुलिस पार्टी और लगी थी, वहाँ को पुलिस की गाड़ी भी खड़ी थी। उसको देख के वो वापस लौटे, और वापस लौट के जब वो उन्होंने देखा कि वो लगभग फंस चुके हैं, तो उन्होंने फायर का इस्तेमाल किया। उसी फायरिंग के दौरान दोनों तरफ से फिर फायरिंग हुई। पुलिस को अपनी बचत में फायरिंग करनी पड़ी उसके परिवार को।
टोटल कितने लोगों का एनकाउंटर हो चुका है, कितने लोगों की शिनाख्त हो चुकी है, कितने लोग अरेस्ट हो चुके हैं?
2 लोगों का एनकाउंटर हो चुका है, 2 लोगों की अरेस्ट हो चुकी है। बाकी 4 लोग अभी फरार हैं, उनके पीछे हमारी टीमें लगी हुई हैं। लगभग हम उन तक पहुंच चुके हैं और बहुत जल्दी ही हम उनको भी गिरफ्तार करेंगे। और इसके साथ ही उनके जो भी एसोसिएट्स हैं, जो उनके मददगार हैं, उनकी जो अवैधानिक संपत्तियां वगैरह हैं, उन सबको हम नेस्त नाबूद कर रहे हैं।
तो टोटल मतलब 8 आरोपी हैं या इससे भी ज़्यादा है?
8 अभी।
Up next, Ravneet and Ravi Rana fire another warning at the Maharashtra government, say they are not ready to back down just yet. Also, a shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत।
And here are the top stories at 5:30 p.m. It's a historic Thomas Cup victory for India. Men in blue bring home the first Thomas Cup in 73 years. Rakesh Ticket completely loses control, expelled from the BKU as it breaks up into 2 parts.
When the judiciary is pressurized, we see it when the arms of the election commission are twisted.
Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions and judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. It's day 2 of the Gyanvapi survey. It has concluded. Reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu sites. Who is trying to hide the truth? Jammu and Kashmir LG breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindus. Marathi actor Ketki Chitale is sent to police custody for remarks against the NCP president Sharad Pawar. Well, viewers, we're tracking a very breaking update and a massive victory for Team India as well. It has won the Thomas Cup after 73 years as well. There are massive reactions pouring in. Congratulations to the Team India as well. Let's listen in to several ministers who have congratulated our team.
भारतीय बैडमिंटन टीम ने आज इतिहास रचा है। 73 सालों में पहली बार थॉमस कप जीतकर एक ऐसा कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया है। मैं अपनी ओर से और सभी देशवासियों की ओर से सभी खिलाड़ियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इसमें 14 बार की चैंपियन इंडोनेशिया को तो 5 बार की चैंपियन मलेशिया और डेनमार्क को भी हराया है। ये छोटी नहीं, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के लगातार प्रयास, उनकी योजनाएं, जो खिलाड़ियों को प्रशिक्षण भी देने का काम, सुविधाएं देने का काम, मनोबल बढ़ाने का काम समय समय पर किया है और हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने भी पूरी ताकत लगाकर एक के बाद दूसरा चैंपियनशिप जीतने का काम किया। मैं अपनी ओर से और खेल मंत्रालय की ओर से 1 करोड़ रुपए का नकद पुरस्कार।
That was Anurag Thakur congratulating our team who has won the Thomas Cup. India finally registers a victory after 73 years. And our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joins us on the broadcast. Abhishek, a massive victory being registered for Team India, isn't it?
Removed close to 1,500 obsolete laws and provisions which are becoming a burden for the common man. And we are in the process of identifying more such acts which are not required in the present time. Some of the colonial era laws, some of the provisions which are not necessary in today's time. We are working out. I am also engaged with my colleagues and the team, and to identify that India is the India of emerging new India, and in this emerging 21st century, India must take a lead role, not only in terms of other issues, but also in terms of providing the best access of justice to the common man.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Germany ahead of an informal meeting of the NATO foreign ministers in Berlin. The gathering will consider moves by Finland and Sweden to join the military alliance, as well as ways in which NATO can support Ukraine as well. SpaceX launched another 53 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The Falcon 9 first stage booster returned to Earth following stage separation and landed on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Clashes broke out between supporters and opponents of the Peruvian President Pedro Castillo in Lima as his detractors gathered to march through the capital streets. Police intervened as two sides came together in the Plaza San Martin, swinging sticks and flagpoles at each other. New York City held its first ever Japan Day parade to celebrate Japanese Americans and their heritage. The parade included dance and musical performances and was led by event's Grand Marshal, actor George Takei. Ukrainian military said that the Russian forces were pulling back from the northeastern city of Kharkiv and focusing on guarding supply routes. As the troops withdrew, Ukrainian forces and officials continued the grim task of recovering the remains of the Russian servicemen killed in the battle. Officials said at least 41 bodies were recovered from villages near Kharkiv on Saturday itself.
एकदम शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हो रहा है। पूरी नेतृत्व जो है पूरी टीम की हम ही कर रहे हैं और पूरा वादी प्रतिवादी पक्ष उसमें सहयोग कर रहा है।
So the district magistrate has just left from here. We are showing you the pictures of DM of Varanasi who is now leaving from here. Remember that survey was peacefully done, and after conducting survey for more than 4 hours, finally the day 2 survey has come to an end.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Jammu and Kashmir LG breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindus. And Marathi actor Ketki Chitale is sent to police custody for remarks against NCP President Sharad Pawar. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
And viewers, here are the top stories. Navneet and Ravi Rana fire another warning at the Maharashtra government, say they are not ready to back down just yet. Shocking video emerges from Pune. BJP leader slapped in his office allegedly by NCP workers. Absconding owner of the Monka complex, Manish Lakra, arrested by Delhi police. Persecution of minorities continues in Pakistan. 2 Sikh shop owners shot dead in Peshawar. And we have some breaking updates that are now coming in, where in fact the atrocities on minorities in Pakistan is on the rise. Now 2 people of the Sikh minority were shot dead in Peshawar today itself. Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, both were shop owners that had been shot dead at the Batatalal Chowk Bara Road in Peshawar itself. And now massive protests in fact have erupted in Peshawar against these killings that are taking place. Remember viewers, over the past few months we have tracked several such incidents that have been coming to light, and now the latest one being where 2 people of the Sikh community in fact had been brutalized. They had been killed by there in fact, and these 2 of the people in fact had been shop owners is what we're being given to understand, and investigation will also perhaps have to take place. But as of now, the community members there gathered there. A lot of anger in the people that can be seen who have gathered to protest against these atrocities that are in fact on the rise there in Pakistan. Now in the latest incident of 2 people of the Sikh community that have been targeted and they have been killed off, both had been shop owners in Peshawar. And we are learning more details, and we are seeing how there is a lot of sporadic protests that in fact have also broken out. And we have seen over the past few months how there have been an increase in the number of brutalized killings of minorities there, of several communities, the Hindu community, and now the latest being that 2 members of the Sikh community had been killed.
After conducting survey for more than 4 hours, finally the day 2 survey has come to an end. Tomorrow once again the process of survey will take place. District magistrate has just left from here. The videography has been completed. The work of entire survey exercise which has been carried out has almost been completed. Tomorrow they are going to conclude the survey.
भारतीय बैडमिंटन टीम ने आज इतिहास रचा है। 73 सालों में पहली बार थॉमस कप जीतकर एक ऐसा कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया है। मैं अपनी ओर से और सभी देशवासियों की ओर से सभी खिलाड़ियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इसमें 14 बार की चैंपियन इंडोनेशिया को तो 5 बार की चैंपियन मलेशिया और डेनमार्क को भी हराया है। ये छोटी नहीं बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के लगातार प्रयास, उनकी योजनाएं, जो खिलाड़ियों को प्रशिक्षण भी देने का काम, सुविधाएं देने का काम, मनोबल बढ़ाने का काम समय समय पर किया है और हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने भी पूरी ताकत।
And on this historic occasion, when our badminton team has created history in Thailand, we have Mr. Krishna, we have the parents of Kidambi Srikanth joining us live on Republic TV. I'd like to go across to them on this very historic Sunday. Mr. Krishna, and to your entire family, we'd like to congratulate you on behalf of all our viewers on Republic TV. Congratulations on Kidambi Srikanth and the entire team creating history. I want to get your reactions first. I think the badminton story in India, Mr. Krishna, has been fantastic over the years, in the last 2 Olympics and now the Thomas Cup for the first time in 73 years. I'd like to hear from you, sir.
It's a very, first of all, thanks to all. And it's a very happy moment that Indian team had achieved that Thomas Cup after such a long period. I think from the beginning, there is no, because this is the first time Indian Thomas Cup team had entered semis and finals. So it's a great achievement on behalf of all the Indians. I was also very happy at this present moment.
You know, Mr. Krishna, something seems to have changed in Indian sports, sir. Something seems to have changed in Indian sports in the last few years, especially in badminton. You've had that Sindhu moment in the last 7 years, and then you've had, Kidambi Srikanth and the whole lot of players coming in from Hyderabad. What, in your view, has changed for Indian sports, sir? Have you spoken to your son?
No, not yet. I had not spoken to my son at the moment. Actually, from the time Gopi Chand sir had achieved his All-England title in 2001, from that day the badminton had been day by day developing in India. After Saina and after Sindhu achieving medals at Olympic level, and immediately in next Olympics, Sindhu achieved another medal. Excuse me. And the popularity of badminton sport had been raised a lot. Meanwhile, Srikanth had achieved 4 titles in 2018. So badminton sport had been drastically established in India. Thanks to Gopi sir, who had done his part to bring this sport to these heights. And also thanks to Badminton Association of India and Sports Authority of India, as well as the state government and central government.
I think Mrs. Radha is also joining us. Congratulations, madam. Hi, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Congratulations. 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 Must be a fantastic feeling for you. Radha, madam.
Yes. Who's that? Myself?
Yeah, I'm speaking to both Mr. Krishna and your wife, and that's Radha madam, I'm guessing, Radha ma'am. So I just wanted to congratulate both of you. I'd like to hear from her. Radha madam, if you can hear me, a lot of viewers are watching you right now. We'd like to hear from you. How are you feeling? Mr. Krishna, you can ask that question to her. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Actually, she's not having the headphones, so
you can ask her. You can ask her. Go ahead. You can ask her. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
ఎట్లా ఉంది మాట్లాడు ఎట్లా ఉంది అని అడుగుతున్నారు. నీ ఫీలింగ్స్ ఏంటి? బాగుందని తెలుగులో చెప్పేసి ఏ అక్కర్లే, చెప్పేసే బాగుంది అని చెప్పేసి.
ఏం చెప్పాలి?
మాట్లాడే వాళ్ళు నువ్వు మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు బాగుందని చెప్పేసి.
చాలా బాగుంది, చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది. థ్యాంక్స్ టు ఆల్.
Congratulations, congratulations, Radha madam. Congratulations. We are all very, very proud of you. And
actually, she had thanked to all the supporters who had made this achievement from and behind the Srikanth's game and other Indian team.
No, thanks.
She is very, yeah.
No, that is fantastic, sir. Good to talk to both Radha Madam and you, Mr. Krishna. We remember speaking to Kidambi before the, before the Tokyo Olympics, Mr. Krishna, and he was speaking about the different challenges. I remember he spoke to us. He spoke to Republic TV. He spoke about the different challenges in his training, in his preparation for the Tokyo Olympics, and he spoke about the challenges, while going to the academy, and the different challenges that our sports persons face during COVID. It hasn't been an easy time, and despite that, for him to and the entire team to come from the back and win this Thomas Cup, how hard has your son been training for this, Mr. Krishna?
Actually speaking, myself and my kids won't talk about this particular about sports in house, especially because he will be coming home after a hectic schedule in the academy. After coming from, just we want him to be relaxed, having his dinner and to go bed, and because he has to go early in the morning, so we never ask him about the things happening at the academy or anything about the sport. Just we ask him about how your leg pain is concerning you. Only that one. Otherwise, we won't ask about the practice sessions or anything else belonging to the sport.
Yes, and you must be flooded with a lot of calls. You must be flooded with a lot of calls, Mr. Krishna. Why don't you tell our viewers a little bit about what this moment means for all of you? And what a fantastic story it's been for the badminton, India's badminton. It's not for us, it's not for you, but for India's badminton story. You've had Sindhu, you've had Saina, you had Pulela Gopichand, you have Kidambi Srikanth. And it's a fantastic story, sir, from Hyderabad.
Yeah. Certainly, it's a very good development as far as Hyderabad is concerned. Undoubtedly, it's a big achievement in the sports arena. So it's a very, very good moment to achieve this one. As my son is also a part of that, achieving that epic. It's a very happy moment.
Mr. Krishna, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Thank you, and congratulations once again to you and Radha Madam for this moment that we're all cherishing together, celebrating together India's Thomas Cup victory after 73 years. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Look forward to speaking to you again, Mr. Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
एकदम शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हो रहा है। पूरी नेतृत्व जो है पूरी टीम की हम ही कर रहे हैं, अब पूरा वादी प्रतिवादी पक्ष उसमें सहयोग कर रहा है।
So the district magistrate has just left from here. We are showing you the pictures of DM of Varanasi who is now leaving from here. Remember that survey was peacefully done, and after conducting survey for more than 4 hours, finally the day 2 survey has come to an end.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Rakesh Tiket completely loses control, expelled from the BKU as it breaks up into 2 pieces. Now Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions and judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. Stay tuned, viewers, for more details on the other side.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके 3रे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
Following incessant rain across the northeast for the past several days, flash flood and landslides have hit the state of Assam and Meghalaya. In fresh reports coming in from Dima Hasao district and Barak Valley, landslide have disrupted communication in the area. Several trains have also been cancelled due to landslide as the railway tracks have been blocked. Meanwhile, in Dima Hasao, a portion of the national highway has also been washed away by the flash floods. With video journalist Asok, I am Anirudh Dhavakat and this is Republic Media Network.
Taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of how the Jammu and Kashmir LG breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindus. And Marathi actor Ketki Chitale sent to police custody for remarks against the NCV President Sharad Pawar. Don't go anywhere, we're bringing you details on the other side.
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी उस्सी लेके कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया, रस्सी उस्सी लेके।
Rajesh Singh Chauhan breaking away from Rakesh Tikath on the death anniversary of his father Mahendra Singh Tikath and forming Bharatiya Kisan Union Rajnatik. This is a huge cadre base that is breaking away from under the leadership of Rakesh Tikath and effectively makes his leadership of farmers groups redundant.
TV viewers, we have a lot of new breaking updates and exclusive stories lined up with you with Niranjan Narayan Swami. Over to you, Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Priyanka. In fact, two big breaking stories coming in, one from Pakistan and the other from Delhi. Starting with the headlines on This Is Exclusive. Politics over Munka fire incident continues. Now Aam Aadmi Party lashing out at BJP, says BJP is responsible for the death of 27 people in this tragedy. Aam Aadmi Party claims building owner who's been arrested has links to the BJP. AAP lashes out as BJP claims the party ran poll campaign in 2015 from the same building. Absconding owner of the Munka complex, Manish Lakra, arrested by the Delhi police. Delhi police say no tenant verification was done in the Munka building. And on This Is Exclusive, we're getting in some breaking news now. Pictures coming in from Pakistan of the protests that are ongoing. In Pakistan, there are protests as we speak. Let's cut across straight to those pictures after 2 Sikhs were killed in Pakistan in broad daylight. We have the pictures of the protests now on your screen. These are pictures from Peshawar, Islamabad Road. That's the Islamabad Road, Peshawar to Islamabad Road in front of Kila Bala Hisar, blocked by the members of the Sikh community to register their protest against the killing of 2 Sikhs in Peshawar in Pakistan. I'll repeat that. Peshawar to Islamabad Road in front of Kila Bala Hisar, blocked by members of the Sikh community to register their protest against the killing of 2 Sikhs in Peshawar in Pakistan. Getting in more details of how 2 Sikh businessmen were shot dead earlier today by unidentified gunmen in Pakistan's northwestern Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, the latest targeted killing of minority community members in the province bordering Afghanistan. We have details of the 2 people who were killed, and these are exclusive pictures coming in from Pakistan, exclusive pictures of the Sikh community which is now protesting in Pakistan over the killing of the 2 Sikh community members. Saljit Singh, 42 years old, Ranjit Singh, 38 years old, killed on the spot after being attacked by 2 bike-borne assailants this morning. The 2 Sikhs were in the business of spices, had their shops in Peshawar, close to Peshawar, where they were shot dead. I'm going across to Khalid Jamil joining us. From Islamabad. Khalid, what do we know about the attackers? It seems to have been targeted killings. Khalid.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate and sad incident which was happened today in the morning, 17 kilometers away from Peshawar, the capital of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It was a Batatal Bazaar in Sarban, and where the 2 bike riders came and shot at the 2 Sikh persons, namely Saljit Singh, age of 42 years, and Ranjit Singh, the age of 38 years. And they were shot dead by the biker, and they, after the firing on these 2 Sikhs, ran away from the site. Though the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government and Chief Minister of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa condemned this incident and ordered the police officials immediately start investigation and trap the culprits and bring into the justice. Right now, there has been no arrest by the police, and no any group claimed this incident. Unfortunately, in last 4 to 5 years, there were some incidents in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa where the Sikh community persons killed by the different groups, and even in some personal cases, the Sikh community leaders were killed. In September 2021 last year, a doctor, Hakim, who belongs from the Sikh community, was shot dead in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa capital city Peshawar. Similarly, 2018 in Charanjit Singh, he was a community leader and he was also killed in the Peshawar. In 2020, Ravinder Singh, he was a media person and he was killed again in the Peshawar, and a senior politician from the Sikh community, and he was the member Provincial Assembly of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa from PTI. At that time, PTI is still in the ruling party in the KP, and in 2016, PTI was also ruling party in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and Saran Singh was a member of the Provincial Assembly from the PTI, and he was killed by a person who was also belongs from the Sikh community.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Khalid. Taking a short break now. Those were pictures right now. We're moving on to the next story that we are breaking on. This is exclusive. These are pictures that came in earlier from close to Peshawar. From close to Peshawar. These are pictures that came in of two Sikh businessmen who were shot dead. I'm going across to the big story from Delhi now. The big story from Delhi, there's an allegation. A fire that killed 27 people. Until now, there are over 20 people still unaccounted for. Over 20 people still unaccounted for. And there is a fight between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party on who's responsible. On who's responsible. Let me go across now and get you the reaction. What the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming. Here's what the fight is all about. And then we have the debate on This Is Exclusive.
हम सब ने देखा कि मुंडका के अंदर परसों आग लगी और उस भीषण अग्निकांड में 27 जानें गई, कुछ लोग घायल हो गए। बहुत दुख का विषय है, लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता को ये जानने का हक है कि एग्जैक्टली हुआ क्या। मैं बड़े सिलसिलेवार तरीके से सारी जानकारी आपके बीच में रख रहा हूँ। साथियों, ये जो पूरी बिल्डिंग थी, ये लाल डोरा एक्सटेंशन लैंड थी और यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी नहीं हो सकती। 2016 में इस बिल्डिंग ने फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस अप्लाई किया एमसीडी को। जो भी नियमों को ताक पर रखकर एमसीडी ने इसको 2016 में फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस दिया। मुझे लगता है कि उसके 8-10 महीने बाद ही उनको रियलाइज़ हुआ, कई लोगों ने कंप्लेन किया तो उनको समझ में आ गया कि ये लाइसेंस गलत है, तो उन्होंने 2017 में इस लाइसेंस को रिवोक कर लिया। लाइसेंस रिवोक होने के बाद भी इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटीज़ रुकी नहीं, चलती रही। 2019 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा बनाई गई मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी ने इस बिल्डिंग को सील कर दिया और आज भी जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं, आज भी ये बिल्डिंग सील है। एमसीडी के कागज़ों में ये बिल्डिंग सील है, लेकिन उसमें एक छोटा सा रास्ता बनाकर, एक छोटा सा दरवाज़ा तोड़कर अंदर इंडस्ट्रियल कार्रवाई की जा रही थी, अंदर सारे के सारे काम किए जा रहे थे। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न ये उठता है कि सारे नियमों को ताक पर रखकर एमसीडी को इसकी पूरी जानकारी थी कि ये बिल्डिंग सील है, यहाँ पे अनऑथराइज्ड तरीके से एक इंडस्ट्री चल रही है, उसके बाद भी ये पूरी की पूरी कार्रवाई चल रही थी। क्यों? इस बिल्डिंग के ओनर हैं मनीष लाकड़ा जी। कौन है मनीष लाकड़ा? ऐसी क्या पावर है उनके अंदर कि मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी के सील करने के बाद भी फैक्ट्री चल रही है। एमसीडी ने फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस कैंसिल कर दिया है, फिर भी फैक्ट्री चल रही है।
And I'm going across to Praveen Shankar Kapoor, who's the spokesperson of the BJP, joining us live from Delhi, along with Syed Asad Abbas, who's a political analyst, joining us live from Bengaluru. The allegation is, Mr. Praveen, that there is a BJP link to it, and that the BJP, you heard what the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson said, right? Now, your response to it, and I'll get Syed on it.
I have already replied to it. I have tweeted about it. I have replied it through a press note also. BJP has no connection with Manish Lakra. He has never been a BJP member or office bearer. I challenge Durgesh Pathak to give evidence that he has held any position in BJP ever, or even he has been a member of BJP. During the election time, so many people in villages support a political party. That doesn't mean that they become a political party member. The other day we saw Ansar wearing a cap of Aam Aadmi Party at Jahangirpuri. But
Sir, Ansar was also wearing BJP cap. Mr. Praveen, Ansar was also wearing a BJP cap.
So that's my point. That's my point. That wearing a cap or wearing a scarf during an election time cannot be constituted to say that such and such member was, such and such person is a BJP member or Aam Aadmi Party member. Let's not debate on, it's a human tragedy. And I really feel shameful that a political colleague, Durgesh Pathak is a political colleague, he's a member of political fraternity, and he lies upon human tragedies. It's so shameful. He says that the building was sealed, while the fact is that this building was sealed in 2019 as a Delhi government liquor shop was illegally opened in this building. After the complaints from villagers, the monitoring committee sealed the building. The building owner removed the shop, paid the penalties, and the building was desealed in 2020. So we can't imagine how Durgesh Pathak manages to lie to such an extent.
But sir, let me get inside the bus. Syed Abbas, I can let you respond to him, but I think there are legitimate questions also of whether the MCD gave any special benefits to this person called Manish Lakra, right? This Lakra guy. Okay, but I'll let you respond to him, and I'll get
Yes.
Praveen on that after that.
Niranjan sir, quick response to my friend from the BJP. Respected sir, it was your party which was in power which gave the license to this particular building and its owner. Also, as a matter of fact, time and again we do see these many of these corruption charges being accused against MCD, which is again the Delhi North and South, both coming under the BJP's rule. Also, we need to understand, sir, when you say that the particular building owner had no links with BJP, why was it then this building was used, which was sealed 2015, your elections were managed from this particular building? So basically, sir, you try and use these respected people as per your benefit in elections and politics, and when it does not suit you, you completely cut off the umbilical cord of the same. So respected sir, why did you give license to them with your MCD? And also, when the building was sealed, why were you running your party operations from there? Also, it is easy to put a blame game. You might put a blame on AAP might put a blame on you. But the fact of the matter, Arvind Kejriwal ji has announced 10 lakh to each family which has succumbed. Also 50,000 rupees compensation for those in injuries. Apart from the blame game, what have you done, sir? What steps has the MCD taken? Or is it only a blame game?
See, my friend, no license was ever issued by the municipal corporations. No license was ever issued by the municipal corporations. There was a scheme at one point of a time that was a self scheme under which the building owner whoever it was, or the building occupant, whoever it was, obtained a license in self-scheme, which the MCD cancelled in 2017 itself. Then and now coming to your another question, that when the building was sealed, how was the BJP office opened? The building was sealed in 2019, and you are saying that in 2015 election office of BJP was opened in this building. I am not sure about it, but for the election office, political parties often take on rent premises. Maybe it was rented out. So where is the question of the building owner being BJP supporter? Now I raise a question to you. How was a liquor shop of Delhi government opened in a Lal Dora extension area? How was it opened? What was the association of Aam Aadmi Party government with this building owner that allowed that liquor shop to be opened in that building? Okay. How was it done?
Let me quickly answer you, sir.
Secondly, how are so many heavy electricity connections were issued by Delhi government controlled BSES to this building? Third,
okay, sir. You asked me question, allow me to answer.
How did the fire department issued a NOC to this building?
Okay, sir. Now allow me to answer you. First things first, you completely denied the charges which Durgesh Pathak presented, that it was through the Delhi MCD, the Delhi Municipal Corporation Department, which gave them the license. First thing. Second thing, I'm glad that you agreed 2015, the premises of the same building was used for your 2015
I
Delhi
didn't
elections.
agree. I said maybe it
Allow
has
me
been
to
used.
finish.
I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about it. I'm not committed on it. Even if the office was open,
allow me, sir,
it might have been rented. I said this.
Okay. Now I also said that Arvind Kejriwalji has announced the compensation, sir, 10 lakh to each family who's lost, and also 50,000 compensation. What has your party done, sir? What did your party do apart from blame game?
Prime Minister Narendra
Modi
was
away
first
from my
to announce
question.
the 2 lakh rupees.
You're running away, you're
compensation for
speaking
each of
over
the
me
dead.
and you're running away. What has your party done other than the blame game? Arvind Kejriwalji announced 10 lakh rupees compensation to each of the families who lost
Prime Minister
their loved
Narendra
ones.
Modi announced a
27
2 lakh
people killed.
compensation.
Apart from the blame game, what have you done, sir? 50,000 to those who are injured. What concrete measures or steps has the MCD taken? Have you charged those who are responsible for this?
MCD is not supposed to take any action in the matter, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who first announced a compensation of rupees 2 lakh for each of the dead on the very night of the incident.
Sir,
okay, I'm getting some breaking news now.
Lost.
Sir, last,
families have lost.
Last 10 seconds. Last 10 seconds,
sir. We need to be a little more sensitive.
Yeah, the irony is both parties are blaming each other while 27 lives are lost, and we are hearing that still 20 people are unaccounted for. 20 people are unaccounted for. I have some breaking news now coming in on India's victory in Thailand. I'd like to go across to that. More reactions now coming in to that big victory in Thailand. Home Minister Amit Shah has just tweeted saying that India has clinched the Thomas Cup, a momentous day for Indian badminton team that will be etched in the annals of our sporting history. Congratulating the entire team on this great accomplishment. Every Indian is immensely proud today. President of India tweeting heartiest congratulations to the Indian badminton team for the first ever Thomas Cup victory. The team has created history, setting higher standards for the future. I have appreciation for the skills, resilience, temperament shown by the team. India is proud of its champions. And Lakshya Sen, part of history that's been carved out in Thailand, saying thank you to the Prime Minister, saying thank you, sir. You talking to us and congratulating us has further motivated us to do even better for the country. We need your blessings and support. That's Lakshya Sen also thanking the Prime Minister for his call earlier today. Once again, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has also tweeted just a few minutes back saying that India has clinched the Thomas Cup, a momentous day for the Indian badminton team that will be etched in the annals of our sports history. Congratulating the entire team on the accomplishment, saying that every Indian is immensely proud. The President of India has just tweeted a few minutes back saying heartiest congratulations to the Indian badminton team for its first ever Thomas Cup victory. The team has created history, setting high standards for the future, and that's the tweet of Lakshya Sen. Lakshya Sen, part of the winning team in Thailand, saying that, thank you, sir. You talking to us and congratulating us has further motivated us to do even better for the country. We need your blessings and support. So on that note, we are taking a short break here on Republic TV. When we come back, on this is exclusive, getting you details of how Rakesh Tiket's BKU has lost control. He's been expelled. BKU itself has been broken up into two pieces now. Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions and the judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. That's coming up. We're getting you the full details.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया। सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं।
कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
Across India, and in Delhi today there's a new benchmark, a new mark that has been crossed. Delhi crossing the 49-degree mark as heatwave surges. The mercury hitting 49 in some parts of Delhi today. And this is breaking news now coming in. Record temperatures now being seen in observatories in Delhi's base stations, recording a maximum temperature we are hearing of 49 degrees Celsius. And this is way ahead of the highest this season we have seen. And this is the heat wave being witnessed across India. And a few days back, in fact, temperatures had hit 47. It's now touched 49 degree Celsius mark, and it's reached 49 in different parts of the national capital as observed by the observatories. And let me go across to Sumi joining us with details. It's a record high. Sumi, do we have details of where these temperatures were recorded?
maximum temperature predicted to cross the 49-degree mark. And in fact, this scorching heat is going to continue also at least for a week. And it is all because of a cyclone Asani. And that is really unfortunate that the Delhiites will have to now take precautions while stepping out and venturing out of their residences, because the temperature is going to get more
deadlier with each day passing. It is going to sustain for more than a week. But for now, the 5 days are going to be extremely challenging for all of the citizens who are residing in Delhi.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Sumi. Joining us with details of the record temperatures being recorded in the national capital. Taking a short break now. News continues when we come back. Olympics to Thomas Cup. Other sports take center stage. Badminton superstars win. IPL crashes. Has India become bored with cricket? Join Arnab at 8 p.m.
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे है, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
Olympics to Thomas Cup. Other sports take center stage. Badminton superstars win. IPL crashes. Has India become bored with cricket? Join Arnab at 8 p.m. Record temperatures being witnessed in Delhi, Najafgarh and Munijpur are recording about 49 degrees. 49 degrees. And my colleague Abhishek, who's in Noida, a few kilometers away from Delhi, getting us the live and breaking bulletin right now. Abhishek, you're indoors, but hearing about this severe heat wave and the orange alert, it's breached the 49-degree mark. That's a big breaking news update. Over to you, Abhishek.
Thank you, Niranjan. In fact, it was hot there in Delhi. I was there in town and the car won't cool even at 4 or 3. So typically it does at 2. So I could sense that It's really hot out there. Welcome viewers, 6:30 p.m. live and breaking, and here are the headlines. Thomas Cup victory for India. Men in blue bring home the first Thomas Cup in 73 years. Rakesh Tikait completely loses control over the Bharatiya Kisan Union, expelled from BKU as it breaks up into two parts. Rahul Gandhi attacks institutions and the judiciary even as his own party faces a crisis. Day 2 of Gyanvapi survey concludes in Varanasi. Reports emerge of attempt to hide proof of Hindu science. Who's trying to hide the truth? Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor breaks silence on Rahul Bhatt's killing, says will beef up security and eliminate the threat to Kashmiri Hindu. And in Maharashtra, Marathi actor Ketki Chitle sent to police custody for remarks against NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. All right, viewers, in a stupendous sporting achievement for the country, India's top shuttlers, led by Kidambi Srikanth, have won the Thomas Cup. First time in the history of India's participation in the game. And how they played like pro and played like champions all through the tournament, winning all the 14 matches. Joining us, Kidambi Srikanth's brother Gopal. Welcome, Gopal, and your thoughts on the fantastic victory of Kidambi and the Team India in Thomas Cup.
Thank you, and it was amazing and proud moment for complete India, and it's been like it's a dream for every badminton player who has been playing over the years, and extremely happy.
Congratulations to you, in fact, from a nation that's feeling proud and happy at the achievement. In fact, Prime Minister has spoken to the team, leading the country in expressing gratitude and happiness and excitement at the win. Gopal, have you been able to speak to your brother, and what's the sentiment there?
Yes, we had spoken 15 minutes back, and yes, he's very happy, and yes, as you said, like he already spoke to the Prime Minister, so it was a proud moment.
Right, and what celebrations planned at home once Kidambi is back?
Sorry?
Gopal, if you are getting me, I'm asking what celebrations are planned at home once Kidambi is back?
No plans yet. We just hoping Srikanth have one more week. There's another tournament. So I think after a week he'll be back. But what he told me was he'll be taking a call in by tonight whether he's tournament or he's coming back to India. So no plans yet for the celebration. So I think until Srikanth comes, we don't decide anything.
That's some level of commitment. He's already thinking of the next tournament. But if you could just give us some glimpse of the preparation that went into the days leading up to the tournament, Gopal. How busy was Srikanth? What was the schedule he was keeping? What was the day plan he was keeping as a preparation to the Thomas Cup?
The preparations are the same before the tournament also. But I think what exactly made this team was like environment between the teams, coaches and the supporting staff that really, maybe inspired they to put 30% extra than what they play. And in fact, Srikanth has lost to Jonathan Christie, the Indonesian guy. In last 2 months of times he lost. And I think this was something, what he played is like unbelievable and us very, very happy. And, with the way he executed, like what exactly he wants to play.
Right. Gopal, this victory is going to enthuse hundreds and possibly thousands of youngsters in picking up badminton as a sport. It's a game of stamina. It's a game that tests your resilience to really come back whenever you lose. And you mentioned that Srikanth actually had lost to Jonathan some time back. So just give us a glimpse of the mental preparation that Srikanth went through ahead of the tournament.
Srikanth is someone who is like, what I personally love about him is he's someone who is like, who takes things very, very calm. So he's like steady. He don't overreact when he win or lose. And when it comes to the team championship, especially I've seen him, over years, the way he plays for individual and when it comes to the team event, he'll be more focused. When it comes to to take the crucial challenges. And recently a couple of years back the Commonwealth also, when we won the Commonwealth gold, and Srikanth beat Lee Chong Wei on the first single, which is like crucial, and he never won Lee Chong Wei. This time also it's the same, like he lost couple of times with Jonathan Christie, and when it comes to today, he was a bit more aggressive than what he was, and he was very, very conscious. And see, end of the day, it's like a team environment who supports, that is really matters. So not only Srikanth, everyone who executed doubles is something very, very crucial when it comes to, Indonesians, India versus Indonesia. So we have to give the credit to everyone. Yep.
Right. And what's coming next? All England title, Olympics. I think Srikanth would already be in that frame. Gopal, you know him. He's your brother.
Okay, this year he has like Commonwealth and the Asian Games. So right now his focus was towards the Commonwealth and the Asian Games medals. So I think for the All England we have still more time, because it will be happen every March. So the All England. So we have enough time. But before this, we have the Commonwealth and the Asian Games this year, which is very, very important for the country.
Right, packed schedule there ahead over the year for Kidambi Srikanth. Thank you so much, Gopal, the brother of Kidambi Srikanth, joining us live. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूँ कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे.
Debating tonight with Arnab Goswami.
Aise? All right, news came a while back of 2 Sikhs having been killed in a busy business square in Peshawar, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. Now, we have BJP leader Manjinder Singh Sirsa expressing concern over the security of Sikhs, a minuscule minority in Peshawar in Pakistan. The two, Ranjit Singh and Kuldeep Singh, shop owners, were shot dead in the Batatal Chowkpara Road area of Peshawar a couple of hours back. Viewers, this is something which brings to mind what's happening to the Citizenship Amendment Act, an instrument aimed at giving protection to minorities suffering in Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, in fact, joins us over the phone. Mr. Sirsa, what's happening to the CAA? This episode again reminds us that maybe we need CAA activated again.
Yes, definitely we need a CA and CA2 that should be activated against the person who moves to India in a current situation. The reason being there is too much of problem for Sikhs in Pakistan, and same is with the Hindus also. I'm in constant touch with the people there in Pakistan. So I've seen hundreds of cases who want to migrate back to India. For reason being they are a citizen of that country, but now their religion is in a danger. Either you convert to Islam, or you will be killed, or your family will be kidnapped, or your daughters will be forcefully married to a Islamic or a Muslim guy who is already married, who might have 3 or 4 wives. So the situation is getting worse there in Pakistan, and the today incident you have seen is a target killing just to terrorize the Sikhs. There are almost 4,000 Sikhs left in this area of Peshawar, and now their lives are in danger. So definitely we need a new CA which should accommodate the people who wish to come right away from Pakistan, Afghanistan or Bangladesh.
Mr. Sirsa, you have also written to the Ministry of External Affairs. What have you demanded of the ministry?
So I have requested them, also spoken to the Joint Secretary concerned who is holding the desk of Pakistan and Afghanistan to kindly summon the Pakistani High Commission. Reason being this is the continuous terror against the Sikhs there, and especially a Sikh was killed just a couple of months back. Then also we have raised, but nothing went in. Now those murderers were arrested. Those perpetrators were not arrested. So I urge the Ministry of External Affairs to immediately summon the Pakistan High Commission and ensure the safety and security of Sikhs in Peshawar.
Right, Mr. Sirsa, also just one final question, because you closely monitor the region and in fact you were closely involved in the evacuation of Sikh community from Afghanistan. What could be the issues there? It's a minuscule minority, just about few thousands. Why? All right, pictures coming in from Mumbai where former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, senior BJP leader, is singing Hanuman Chalisa. Hanuman Chalisa Rao is not going to die down soon. It's a challenge to the MV government, which had passed an order
Hallelujah.
कहते हैं विदेशी सरजमीन पे पहली सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हनुमान जी ने किया, तो हनुमंत लाल पूरे बीएमसी में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करें और भाजपा का कमल ऐसे ही खिल जाए।
जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम। एक बार फिर से मैं आप लोगों से विनती करता हूं, कृपया आप लोग मंच से थोड़ा दूरी बना लें। कार्यक्रम के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मित्रों, जैसे कि हमारी हिंदू प्रथा में आए हुए अतिथियों का हम स्वागत करते हैं, हमारे मुख्य अतिथि आज के सत्कार मूर्ति पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, विरोधी पक्ष नेता, महाराष्ट्र के जननायक माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का स्वागत मैं नगर सेविका सुनीता यादव जी से कहूंगा कि कृपया पुष्पगुच्छ देकर के देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का स्वागत करें। सुनीता यादव जी। इसके पश्चात नहीं मैं कार्यकर्ताओं से विनती जल्दी जल्दी करें। हम सबके बीच में मुंबई के अध्यक्ष आमदार माननीय मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी उपस्थित हैं। मैं संध्या सुनील यादव जी से विनती करूंगा, कृपया आप स्वागत के लिए पुष्पगुच्छ लेकर आए। पूर्व मंत्री आमदार और नियोजन समिति के अध्यक्ष माननीय आशीष शेलार जी हम सबके बीच में उपस्थित हैं। रानी द्विवेदी जी से मैं विनती करता हूं, कृपया आप स्वागत करें। साथ ही आमदार अतुल भातखलकर जी जो मुंबई के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रभारी हैं, मैं सुधा सिंह जी से विनती करूंगा, कृपया पुष्पगुच्छ देकर के स्वागत करें। उत्तर मुंबई के सांसद लाडले नेता माननीय गोपाल सेठी जी का स्वागत सुमिता सुमन जी सिंह जी करेंगी। हम सबके बीच में विधान परिषद के विरोधी पक्ष नेता प्रवीण दरेकर जी भी उपस्थित हैं। मैं रेखा राम यादव जी से विनती करूंगा, कृपया वो उनका स्वागत करें। ईशान्य मुंबई के सांसद मनोज कोटक जी उपस्थित हैं। रेखा राम यादव जी कृपया मंच पर आए, आप मनोज कोटक जी का स्वागत करें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता किरीट सोमैया जी हम सबके बीच में उपस्थित हैं। मैं सुधा सिंह जी से विनती करूंगा, कृपया आप किरीट सोमैया जी का स्वागत करें। गोरेगांव की स्थानिक आमदार विद्या ठाकुर जी, इनका स्वागत संध्या सुनील यादव जी करेंगी। राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता हम सबके बीच में भाई प्रेम शुक्ला जी उपस्थित हैं। रानी द्विवेदी जी से मैं विनती करूंगा, कृपया आप प्रेम शुक्ला जी का स्वागत करें। विधान परिषद के विधायक राजहंस सिंह जी हम सबके बीच में उपस्थित हैं, उनका स्वागत संगीता शर्मा जी करेंगी। पूर्व गृह मंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उपाध्यक्ष उत्तर भारतीय मोर्चा के प्रभारी भाई कृपा शंकर सिंह जी का स्वागत सुधा सिंह जी करेंगी। मित्रों, आज के कार्यक्रम के लिए
All right, even as the BJP continues its Hanuman Chalisa event, Majid Memon joins us, senior lawyer from Mumbai. Majid Memon, BJP protesting the Maharashtra government order of not letting Hindu religious events happen around religious places like mosques. Maybe it's not targeted at Hinduism per se, but then the BJP believes that it was targeted on Hanuman Chalisa.
आज हम लोग इस महासम्मेलन में हिंदी भाषी लगभग उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड, उत्तराखंड, राजस्थान के प्रदेश से हम सभी लोग यहाँ हम सबके सत्कार मूर्ति महाराष्ट्र के जननायक माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का सत्कार करने और उन्हें सुनने आए हैं। कार्यक्रम में मैं प्रस्तावकी के लिए भाई आर्यू सिंह जी से मैं विनती करूंगा कि कृपया अपनी प्रस्तावकी रखें।
आज महाराष्ट्र और राष्ट्र के सबसे चर्चित नेतृत्व महाराष्ट्र के सर्वश्रेष्ठ नेता माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, भाजपा मुंबई के अध्यक्ष श्री मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी, श्री आशीष सेलार जी, मंच पर विराजमान हमारे सांसद गोपाल शेट्टी जी, मनोज कोटक जी, अतुल भातखलकर जी, आशीष सेलार जी, उपस्थित सभी नेतागण, बहनों और भाइयों, आज देश की निगाहें इस कार्यक्रम पर लगी हैं। यह कार्यक्रम मुंबई के हिंदी भाषी समाज ने 12 मार्च को ही निश्चित कर लिया था, जब देश में 5 राज्यों के चुनावों का परिणाम आया तो महाराष्ट्र हो या राष्ट्र हो या विदेश हो, सबकी निगाहें उत्तर प्रदेश पर लगी थी और महाराष्ट्र के उत्तर भारतीयों की, हिंदी भाषियों की निगाहें उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ साथ गोवा के चुनाव परिणाम पर भी लगी थी। गोवा एक ऐसा राज्य है जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने धीरे धीरे अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, लेकिन वहां की जनसंख्या की जो प्रतिशत है उसके कारण हम पूर्ण बहुमत के लिए कहीं न कहीं चूक जाते थे। भाइयों और बहनों, यह पहली बार है कि गोवा विधानसभा के चुनाव परिणाम पूरी तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में आए और उसके पीछे अगर किसी की रणनीति है, किसी की नीति है, किसी की राजनीति है तो वह माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की है। रोम एक देश था, पुराना साम्राज्य था, वो हम कहते हैं ना, यूनानी, मिस्र, रोमा सब मिट गए जहां से। रोम एक संस्कृति थी और वहां का सम्राट था जूलियस सीजर। जूलियस सीजर के बारे में, उसके पराक्रम के बारे में, उसकी रणनीति के बारे में कहा जाता है, लैटिन भाषा में है, लेकिन अंग्रेजी में विलियम शेक्सपियर ने लिखा है, ही केम, ही सा, ही कॉन्कर्ड। जूलियस सीजर आया, उसने देखा और उसने सब कुछ जीत लिया। भाई और बहनों, उसी तरह जूलियस सीजर की तरह देवेंद्र जी गोवा गए। ही वेंट, ही सा, ही कॉन्कर्ड गोवा फॉर भारतीय जनता पार्टी। वे वहां गए, गोवा को देखा, परखा, वहां की राजनीति को देखा, वहां की रणनीति को देखा और गोवा को उन्होंने जीत लिया। यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए सबसे बड़ा गौरवपूर्ण क्षण था 10 मार्च को। और भाई और बहनों, जब देवेंद्र जी वहां गए, और कौन कौन गया था मालूम है? पीएम विन वेटिंग ममता दीदी गई थी और उन्होंने कहा था हम गोवा जीतेंगे। और कौन गया था? वहां गए थे शिवसेना के लोग और क्या कहा था? हम किंग मेकर बनेंगे। अरे भैया, तुम्हारे महाराष्ट्र में तो तुम्हारे किंग का मेकर कोई और है, तुम गोवा में कैसे किंग मेकर बन सकते हो? इसलिए लेकिन भाई और बहनों, ममता दीदी पंजिम से कोलकाता चली गई, बाकी लोग मुंबई आ गए, लेकिन देवेंद्र जी ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन में जो धाक बनाई, उन्होंने संगठन में जो रुतबा बनाया, उसके लिए आज का कार्यक्रम है। हमने कहा आपका सत्कार करेंगे, लेकिन देवेंद्र जी ने कहा हमारा सत्कार मत कीजिए, हम आएंगे, हम उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता, गोवा की जनता और उत्तराखंड का अभिनंदन करेंगे, जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत आया है और योगी जी की सरकार आई है। एक मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में विरोधी पक्ष नेता के रूप में आप कभी कभी क्लिप देते होंगे। महाराष्ट्र की विधानसभा में जब देवेंद्र जी बोलने के लिए खड़े होते हैं, सरकारी जो मंत्री हैं ना, वो ऐसे हो जाते हैं, सहम जाते हैं, सिकुड़ जाते हैं। उनको पता नहीं चलता देवेंद्र जी कब कौन सा विषय लेंगे और उस विषय पर क्या बोलेंगे। यह आज की महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा का मैं चित्र बता रहा हूं। अतुल जी, आप बहुत पढ़ने वाले हो, आप जानते हैं फ्री प्रेस जर्नल में 1976 में एक लेख छिपा था। वो लेख था डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के लिए, और लिखने वाला कौन था? एस.के. पाटिल। मैं बार बार देखा, एस.के. पाटिल तो यूनियन मिनिस्टर थे, कांग्रेस के थे, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के बारे में वो क्यों लिख रहे हैं? लेकिन उन्होंने लिखा था और यही कहा था, जब डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी हिंदुस्तान की संसद में खड़े होते हैं, नेहरू जी के कई मंत्री संसद छोड़कर भाग जाते हैं और कई बैठते हैं तो सिकुड़ के बैठते हैं। आज हम देवेंद्र जी में डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का एक चित्र देखते हैं, उनकी एक छाया देखते हैं और भविष्य का डॉक्टर प्रसाद मुखर्जी देखते हैं। भाई और बहनों, बातें बहुत हैं, लेकिन हमारे नेता ने एक मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए इसी हॉल में आप 12,000 15,000 लोग आए हैं, इतने लोगों के बीच में चोखा बाटी खाया था। आज तक कोई महाराष्ट्र का नहीं, कहीं का भी कोई नेता इतने लोगों के साथ चोखा बाटी नहीं खाता है। ये उनका प्रेम है। रिक्शे वाले हैं, उनका परमिट फ्री किया। यही नहीं, हमारे उत्तर भारतीय जो चालियों में झोपड़े में रहते हैं, 269 स्क्वायर फीट घर मिलता था ये सारे में, उसको देवेंद्र जी ने कितना किया? 305 स्क्वायर फुट। एक बहुत पहले फिल्म आई है भोजपुरी में, एक ही कोठरिया में आना और जाना, एक ही कोठरिया में रहना और आम। भाई और बहनों, देवेंद्र जी ने उस मिथ को खत्म किया। आज यहाँ का उत्तर भारतीय ये सारे में वन बेडरूम किचन में रहने के लिए गया है तो श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के कारण गया है। मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन सिर्फ एक बात, आया था वो हैदराबाद का हरामी औरंगाबाद में, उसने श्री राज ठाकरे के खिलाफ क्या क्या बोला। मैं महाभारत का सिर्फ एक वाक्य कहता हूं। महाराज युधिष्ठिर ने कहा था, हम पांडव 5 हैं, कौरव 100 हैं, लेकिन दुश्मन के लिए हम 105 हैं। और यह ठाकरे परिवार के किसी व्यक्ति को गाली दी जाए, नवनीत राणा को, किरीट सोमैया को, रवि राणा को, आप रास्ता खोजते हो जेल में डालने का। और उस हैदराबाद के हरामी को जो गालियां देकर गया, वो राज ठाकरे से हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है, राजनीति हमारी उनके साथ नहीं है, तो भी महाराष्ट्र के किसी व्यक्ति को वहां से आकर कोई अपशब्द बोले और यहाँ की सरकार उस पर कुछ कदम नहीं उठाए। भाई और बहनों, यह देश के लिए घातक है, इनके हिंदुत्व के लिए घातक है। इनको महाराज युधिष्ठिर का याद रखना चाहिए। वयम पंचकाधिकम शतम, हम दुश्मन के लिए 105 हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, राज ठाकरे आपके भतीजे हैं, आप साथ में खेले हैं, खाए हैं, पढ़े हैं, लिखे हैं। लेकिन आपको इतना नहीं हुआ कि उसको हैदराबाद जाने से पहले उसको गिरफ्तार करके किसी जेल में डालें। आपका हिंदुत्व कहाँ चला गया है, कितना कम हो गया है, कितना ठंडा हो गया है। लेकिन भाई और बहनों, मैं आज यह कहते हुए आज देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का आप सभी लोगों की तरफ से स्वागत करते हुए नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, जय उत्तर प्रदेश, जय बिहार, झारखंड, उत्तराखंड, छत्तीसगढ़। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आर्यू सिंह जी। आपने बहुत ही अच्छा किया कि ओवैसी और ओवैसी जैसे लोगों की मानसिकता को चैलेंज किया है। हम सभी हिंदी भाषी आपको गवाही देते हैं कि हम इस ओवैसी जैसी मानसिकता को उखाड़ फेंकेंगे। मित्रों, हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। यहाँ के स्थानिक आमदार पूर्व मंत्री मैं भाभी श्री विद्या ठाकुर जी से विनती करता हूं, कृपया स्वागती भाषण करें।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे। यहाँ पर बहुत ही सुंदर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ हुआ है। तो प्रभु राम लखन की, बजरंग बली की, सीता मैया की। आज मंच पर हिंदी भाषी महासंकल्प सभा में हमारे पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय माननीय विरोधी अपोजिशन लीडर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ। साथ में विधान परिषद में हमारे नेता प्रवीण दरेकर जी का भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारे आमदार और मुंबई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी का भी मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ। साथ में हमारे अतुल भातलकर जी का, हमारे खासदार मनोज कोटक जी, गोपाल शेट्टी जी का भी मैं अभिनंदन और स्वागत करती हूँ। और हमारे नेता, हम सभी के चहेते ऐसे आशीष शेलार जी का भी मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ। मंच पर सभी आदरणीय और माननीय गण, सभी पदाधिकारियों का मैं स्वागत करती हूँ और आप सभी लोगों का भी मैं बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ। दोस्तों, मैं तो सिर्फ स्वागत के लिए यहाँ पर आई हूँ, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहूँगी कि आज हिंदी भाषी महासंकल्प सभा में आप सभी का जो मैंने स्वागत किया है, सत्कार किया है, अभिनंदन किया है, लेकिन ये जो खास सभा आप लोगों ने बुलाई है, यहाँ पर हमारे आदरणीय माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का हम लोग स्वागत करने के लिए, अभिनंदन करने के लिए ये सभा रखी गई है। आप जानते हैं कि गोवा में जिस तरह से सफलता मिली देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व में, जिस तरह से उन्होंने विजय श्री दिलाई गोवा में, और साथ में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर, उसी समय उत्तर प्रदेश का चुनाव था और उस चुनाव के अंदर मोदी जी और योगी जी के लीडरशिप में, उनके आशीर्वाद से, राजनाथ सिंह जी के आशीर्वाद से और अमित शाह जी के आशीर्वाद से और हम सभी कार्यकर्ता माननीय देवेंद्र जी के आदेश से जो उत्तर प्रदेश में गए और जो विजय श्री मिली, उसके लिए खास अभिनंदन माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का आप सभी लोगों के तरफ से, हम हिंदी भाषियों की तरफ से और आप सभी की तरफ से मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। और दोस्तों, मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूँगी कि इस अभिनंदन सभा में मुझे एक बात अचानक याद आ गई। मुझे लगता है कि 2.5-3 साल पहले यहाँ पर एक बट्टी चोखा का कार्यक्रम रखा गया था। हिंदी भाषी और उत्तर भारतीयों का एक कार्यक्रम बड़ा रखा था। तब एक प्रेस वालों ने, जहाँ तक मुझे ध्यान है, कि देवेंद्र जी को पूछा कि उत्तर भारतीयों के बारे में आप क्या राय रखते हैं। उन्होंने बहुत गर्व से कहा कि उत्तर भारतीय मेरे दिल के अंदर हैं, उत्तर भारतीय मेरे दिल के अंदर हैं। और मैं भी ये कहना चाहती हूँ देवेंद्र जी से कि उत्तर भारतीयों के दिल में आप हैं और हम सभी आपका बहुत मान सम्मान और इज्जत करते हैं, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि आप सभी को प्यार करने वाले हैं, सभी समाज को प्यार करने वाले हैं, सभी का मान सम्मान करने वाले हैं। इसलिए हम हिंदी भाषी और उत्तर भारतीय समाज आपका इस मंच से अभिनंदन कर रहा है, इस मंच से आपका स्वागत कर रहा है। मैं सिर्फ स्वागत के लिए यहाँ पर खड़ी थी, आप सभी का, और बड़ी संख्या में आप लोग आए दोस्तों, इसलिए आप लोगों की बहुत बहुत आप लोगों का स्वागत, अभिनंदन। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी। विद्या जी, कौन कहता है कि हमारे देवेंद्र जी हम उत्तर भारतीयों के नहीं हैं? इसका सबूत आज हम सबके सामने है कि यदि हमारे हैं, इसीलिए आज ये अपार जनसमूह यहां उमड़ पड़ा हुआ है उनके स्वागत के लिए। मित्रों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चुनाव समिति के अध्यक्ष आमदार व पूर्व मंत्री एडवोकेट आशीष शेलार जी से मैं विनती करता हूं, कृपया अपने 2 शब्द रखें।
का हालचाल बा? आवाज तो जोरों में आनी चाहिए। जरा पूरा आवाज पीछे तक जाता है कि नहीं पता चलना चाहिए। इसके लिए एक बार जोर से सब लोग नारा देंगे, भारत माता की। दाहिने वाले थोड़े कम बोल रहे हैं, भारत माता की। अब वो ज्यादा बोल रहे हैं, ये कम बोल रहे हैं। बोलो भारत माता की। देवेंद्र जी आप आगे बढ़ो। आज के इस मंच पर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी के महाराष्ट्र के नेता सम्माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, मंच पर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष माननीय मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी, हमारे विधान परिषद के विपक्ष के नेता सम्माननीय प्रवीण दरेकर जी, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे पार्टी के मुंबई के प्रभारी अतुल भातखळकर जी, जिन्होंने इस पूरे कार्यक्रम का संचालन और पूरी मेहनत अपनी कार्यकर्ताओं की, पदाधिकारियों की टीम के साथ मजबूत किया, ऐसे हमारे आयुष जी, मंच पर उपस्थित अभी जिनको पार्टी के उत्तर भारतीय आघाड़ी के प्रभारी इस नाते जिम्मेदारी दी, ऐसे कृपाशंकर सिंह जी, मंच पर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी के महासचिव मेरे भाई संजय उपाध्याय जी, और मुंबई से और विशेष रूप से मुंबई महानगर पालिका से जो आवाज विधान परिषद तक पहुंची है, ऐसे हमारे भाई विधायक राजन सिंह जी, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे सांसद सम्माननीय गोपाल शेट्टी जी, मंच पर उपस्थित ईशान्य मुंबई की बुलंद आवाज और मुंबई महापालिका में जिनका काम बोलता है, ऐसे हमारे सांसद मनोज कोटक जी, पार्टी के उपाध्यक्ष और विधान परिषद के सदस्य सम्माननीय प्रसाद लाड जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता जिनको हम रोज टीवी पर देखते हैं, हमारे भाई प्रेम शुक्ला जी, पार्टी के उत्तर भारतीय आघाड़ी के प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष भाई संजय पांडे, मुंबई के अध्यक्ष भाई जेपी सिंह, और इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने के लिए बहुत मेहनत करने वाले हमारे मुंबई के नेता आचार्य पवन त्रिपाठी जी, मंच पर उपस्थित यहाँ पे हमारी स्थानिक विधायिका हमारी बहन विद्या ठाकुर जी, जयप्रकाश ठाकुर जी। मेरा भाषण का समय बचे इसके लिए सबका बाकी नाम नहीं ले रहा हूं। अमरजीत मिश्रा जी भी है और विनोद मिश्रा जी भी है। उपस्थित सभी भाई और बहनों, मुझे इस बात की जानकारी है कि आप सब लोग आज देवेंद्र जी क्या बोलने वाले ये सुनने के लिए आए। और देवेंद्र जी ने भी बात खुली खुली कह दी है, जवाब तो मिलेगा। और आगे क्या बोला है, जरा जोर से बोलिए, बोला तो सही है, जवाब तो मिलेगा और ठोक के मिलेगा। भाइयों, ये सभा जो है, ये सम्मेलन जो है हमारे हिंदी भाषिक भाई बहनों का सम्मेलन है। जिस तरीके की भीड़ उमड़ चुकी है, ये देखकर एक बात तो स्पष्ट हो चुकी है, अब मुंबई महानगर पालिका पर अगर कोई राज करेगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही करेगी। मुझे इस बात का आनंद भी है और विशेष रूप से मैं मंगल जी का, अतुल जी का और सभी मुंबई के टीम का बहुत अभिनंदन करूंगा, क्योंकि आजकल मैं देख रहा हूं राजनीति में बाकी सब दल बहुत विचलित अवस्था में है और वो विचलित अवस्था में है। कोई दल संकल्प सभा कर रहा है उधर जयपुर में और परिवार में एक ही व्यक्ति को टिकट मिलेगा कहता है, नीचे जोड़ देता है गांधी परिवार छोड़ के। कोई दल अपने झंडे का कलर बदल रहा है और सत्ता में बैठा हुआ दल तो ना विकास की बात कर रहा है, ना हिंदुत्व की बात कर रहा है, ना मुंबई से लेन देन है, ना महाराष्ट्र से लेन देन है। ऐसी विचलित अवस्था में अविरत और अविचलित अगर मुंबई में और हमारे महाराष्ट्र में कोई दल नियोजित तरीके से काम कर रहा है तो आपका मेरा दल भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। मैं अभिनंदन मंगल जी का इसके लिए कर रहा हूं, पत्रकार भी इस बात को समझ ले। हमारे बूथ प्रमुखों का सम्मेलन वार्ड वाइज हुआ, मुंबई में चौपाल के कार्यक्रम करीब 500 से ऊपर हमारे हुए। अगले पड़ाव में हम गए, हमने मराठी कट्टा का कार्यक्रम किया, 250-300 से भी ज्यादा मराठी कट्टा के कार्यक्रम किए। हमने बूथ प्रमुख, शक्ति केंद्र प्रमुखों का सम्मेलन किया। 1 मई को महाराष्ट्र दिन में हमने देखा, हमने पोल खोल भी शुरू कर दी, वार्ड वाइज पोल खोल, और उस पोल खोल के अमित साटम जी यहां पर है, 200 से भी ज्यादा कार्यक्रम पूरे मुंबई में हमने किए हैं। आज हिंदी भाषिकों का कार्यक्रम है, एक एक करके पूरे मुंबई के हर व्यक्ति तक पहुंचने का कार्यक्रम, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का यश है। बहुत विनम्रता से हम हमारी बात मुंबई वासियों से दो टूक कर रहे हैं और उस समय पर सत्ता पक्ष में बैठे हुए लोग जिस तरीके का प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, जवाब तो मिलेगा, देवेंद्र जी के मुंह से मिलेगा। मित्रों, ये बात सहन नहीं हो सकती। आर्यू सिंह जी ने सही कहा, महाराष्ट्र में राजनीति किस तरीके से चल रही है। मुझे डर लगा जब इतने बड़े पैमाने पर बैठे हुए मेरे भाई बहन हनुमान चालीसा बड़े आवाज में कह रहे थे। अपने घर में भी कहो, और मैं कहता हूं बाजू वाले के और दूसरे घर में भी जाकर कहो, कोई रोक नहीं है। किसी को तकलीफ देनी हमारी मनीषा नहीं है, लेकिन हनुमान चालीसा कहें, ये अगर हम कहते हैं तो जेल, और औरंगजेब के कब्र पर सर झुकाते हैं तो उसको कुछ नहीं है। औरंगजेब के कब्र पर सर झुकाकर वो ओवैसी का बच्चा इस महाराष्ट्र से खरोच भी न आते हुए, एफआईआर भी न होते हुए निकल जाता है। और इसी मुंबई में भगवान श्री राम का नाम लो, हनुमान चालीसा कहो, तो आपके ऊपर क्रिमिनल केसेस होते हैं। ये कौन सी सरकार है? ये कौन सी सरकार है जिसकी दिशा और दशा क्या है, ये अब तक तय नहीं हो चुका है। सवाल हमसे पूछे जाते हैं और इस कल जो परसों भाषण हुए उसका वर्णन क्या करें? मराठीमध्ये आम्ही ज्याला म्हणतो प्रवीणजी पुचाट सभा, आता पुचाट पण शब्द आम्ही बदलला, थूचाट सभा। थूचाट म्हणजे काय? थुकून चाटणे। दुर्दैव आहे या महाराष्ट्राच्या राजकारणामध्ये महाराष्ट्राचे सन्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री सभेला संबोधित करताना त्या सभेचं नाव म्हणतात हृदयात राम आणि हाताला काम। हाताला काम म्हणजे काय? जैतापूर प्रकल्प महाराष्ट्रात येणार, आमच्या लोकांना रोजगार मिळणार, जैतापूरला शिवसेनेचा विरोध, हे कुठला हाताला काम? नाणार प्रकल्प येणार, महाराष्ट्रातल्या आमच्या लोकांना रोजगार मिळणार, नाणार प्रकल्पाला शिवसेनेचा विरोध, हा कुठला हाताला काम? मुंबईवरून अहमदाबादला बुलेट ट्रेन जाणार, रोजगार वाढणार, रोजगाराच्या संध्या वाढणार, शिवसेनेचा बुलेट ट्रेनला विरोध, हा कुठला हाताला काम? मुंबईमध्ये मेट्रोचं जाळं देवेंद्रजींनी विणलं, त्या माध्यमातून रोजगार निर्मितीची साधनं निर्माण होणार, शिवसेनेचा मेट्रोला विरोध, हा कुठला हाताला काम? समृद्धी महामार्गाची संकल्पना देवेंद्रजींची, या समृद्धी महामार्गाला सुरुवातीला शिवसेनेचा विरोध, हा कुठला हाताला काम? मेट्रोच्या आरे कवरशेडला असेल किंवा मुंबईमध्ये असलेल्या कोस्टल रोडला असेल, सगळ्याला विरोध, हे कुठला हाताला काम? कशाचा कशाला संबंध नाही। मी आज या ठिकाणी सांगतोय, मुंबईतल्या जनतेच्या मनातलं सांगतोय, मुंबईत येणाऱ्या प्रत्येक नागरिकाला जे वाटतंय ते सांगतोय, आणि मंचावर आणि समोर असलेल्या कार्यकर्त्यांच्या मनात आहे ते सांगतोय। मुंबईचा मेट्रोमॅन कोण? मुंबईचा मेट्रोमॅन देवेंद्र फडणवीस, देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस आहे। मेट्रोला तुम्ही विरोध केलात, दुर्दैवाने वाटतंय मुंबईकरांच्या राशीत लिहिलंय काय? जर देवेंद्रजी आज मुख्यमंत्री असते तर आज या गोरेगावच्या इथे मी तुम्हाला सांगतोय, कदाचित 1.5 वर्षापूर्वीच संपूर्ण मुंबईतल्या सगळे मेट्रो लाईन सुरू झाल्या असत्या, मुंबईकरांना सुखसोयी झाल्या असत्या। पण नाही, केवळ घोषणा आणि त्याही पोकळ घोषणा, या आधारावर या महाराष्ट्राचं आणि मुंबईचं राजकारण चालू आहे। मुंबईच्या पोलखोल सभा आमच्या सगळ्या लोकांनी घेतल्या, आम्ही सवाल उपस्थित केले, जवाब तो आपको देना चाहिए था। माननीय उद्धव जी, आपसे तो अपेक्षा थी, आपके अगल बगल वाले बोले, ये कल्पना थी। राहुल भट्ट का क्या हुआ पूछते हैं, कश्मीर में राहुल भट्ट का क्या हुआ पूछते हैं, अरे आपका क्या संबंध? हमारा जो सवाल है मुंबईत डॉक्टर अमरापूरकरांचा मृत्यू का झाला त्याचं पहिलं उत्तर द्या. डॉक्टर अमरापूरकर मुंबईतला आमचा माणूस, पावसामध्ये पाणी तुंबलं, घराकडे निघाले आणि घराकडे जाताना रस्त्यामध्ये बीएमसीचं मॅनहोल उघडं असल्यामुळे 70 फूट 80 फूट खाली सिव्हरेज लाईन मध्ये मृत्युमुखी पडले. डॉक्टर अमरापूरकरांच्या मृत्यूचं काय सांगा. देवेंद्र जी, आपको याद होगा वन अबाउट द पब और उस कमला मिल में आग लग गई. बीएमसी ने इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन तोड़ा नहीं और वहां पर उस कमला मिल में, उस वन अबाउट द पब और मोजो इस बार में, रेस्टोरेंट में आपके मेरे जैसे मुंबईकर नागरिक 10 से ज्यादा जिंदा जल गए. 13 लोग मृत्युमुखी हो गए. देवेंद्र जी, आप मुख्यमंत्री थे, मुंबई वासियों को न्याय मिला. रेस्टोरेंट का मालिक हो, चलाने वाला हो, बीएमसी का अधिकारी जिसने कार्रवाई वहां पर नहीं की वो हो, सब जेल के अंदर थे. बेल नहीं मिल रहा था. मेरे मुंबई वासियों की जान ली, मैं उसको छोड़ूंगा नहीं, ये देवेंद्र जी का नारा था. सरकार बदल गई, 1 साल हो गया, मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव जी हो गए. 11 लोगों की जान लेने वाले वो बीएमसी के अधिकारी, रेस्टोरेंट का मालिक, मील का अधिकारी, सब लोग जेल के बाहर आ गए. सब जेल के बाहर नहीं, वो सब डिस्चार्ज भी हो गए, कानून से परे हो गए. मुंबई वासियों की जान लेने वाले उन सब लोग को बचाने वाला माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नजदीक का आदमी. मैं आज कहता हूं, उसी कमला मिल में जिसकी ऑफिस है, रोज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को मिलता है. क्या कहना था उस व्यक्ति का जिसके कारण कमला मिल की लगाई हुई इस आग को बुझाकर 11 लोगों की, 13 लोगों की मौत का गुनहगार को बाहर निकाला. जवाब तो मुख्यमंत्री महोदय आपसे हमको ये चाहिए. आरे कार शेड क्यों नहीं हो रहा? मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उत्तर द्या. अहो, काश्मीरचा प्रश्न सोडा, ते बघायला माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी त्या ठिकाणी सशक्त आहेत. आमच्या ह्या प्रश्नाचं तर उत्तर द्या. तुमचं राज्य असताना आमच्या प्रभादेवी मंदिरासमोर परधर्मीयांचा दगड मंदिरात जाण्याला अडकाठी म्हणून का लावला गेला? शिवसेनेने का लावला? उत्तर त्याचं.
Why Shivasena put that stone there?
आम्हाला उत्तर याचं द्या.
First you should answer.
आमच्या भागोजी किराणी केलेलं दत्त मंदिर,
Our Datta Mandir,
ऐतिहासिक दत्त मंदिर माहीम मध्ये,
our historical Datta temple,
मुंबई महानगरपालिकेने त्याला अनधिकृत डिक्लेअर करून
BMC declared that temple
उत्तर याचं द्या.
unlawful
आणि म्हणून प्रश्न तुम्हाला विचारले,
made a decision to demolish it.
उत्तर तुम्ही देऊ शकत नाही, ती परिस्थिती आहे.
We are asking you questions, but you are unable to
मुंबई
answer.
महापालिकेच्या या पोलखोल सभेचं काम आमच्या अमित साटम बघतायत. त्यांनी एकच प्रश्न विचारला आहे
Of the
3 लाख
Bombay Municipal Corporation
मुंबईच्या स्थायी
is
समितीतून
being
कंत्राट मंजूर झाली.
observed by
या
the
3
Amit
लाख
Satam.
कोटीचा आम्हाला
The
हिशोब
3
द्या.
lakh crore rupees contracts
म्हणून
have been
या
sanctioned
सगळ्या
by the
गोष्टींना
BMC.
जे हिशोब देऊ शकत नाहीत,
You should show
आज
us
जनतेला विचलित
the
करायला निघालेले आहे.
audit
जनतेसमोर
pending.
भ्रम पैलवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत.
You are
पैसे
misguiding
खायचे
people.
तर कुठे खायचे? नाल्यात खाल्ले, गटारात खाल्ले,
Wherever,
रस्त्यात खाल्ले, खड्ड्यात
everywhere you are-
खाल्ले, चरीमध्ये खाल्ले, कचऱ्यामध्ये खाल्ले, सिवरेज मध्ये खाल्ले,
You are
सिवरेज ट्रीटमेंट मध्ये
make-
खाल्ले, पेंग्विन मध्ये खाल्ले, आता तो
Corruption.
मंदिरात पण खाल्ले. काय सांगावं. मुंबई महापालिकेला आम्ही प्रश्न विचारला. मुंबईच्या गल्ल्यांमध्ये झोपड्यांमध्ये बाहेर राहणाऱ्या झोपणाऱ्या माणसाला मूलभूत त्रास कोणाचा असेल तो उंदरांचा आहे. उंदरांवर काय कारवाई केली.
maximum problem faced by the people living in slums
दरवर्षी
is
कारवाई
of rats.
करतो. आम्ही प्रश्न विचारला या वर्षी काय
So
केली.
we asked question on that.
त्यांनी उत्तर दिलं या वर्षी एका वॉर्डामध्ये
Mumbai
1 महिने
Municipal Corporation
उंदीर मारण्याचं
replied
काम आम्ही केलं.
that
आम्ही
we
म्हटलं
have
एका
done
वॉर्डात एका महिन्यात किती
work
उंदीर
of
मारले.
rat killing in one ward.
महानगरपालिकेने उत्तर दिलं एका महिन्यात
Municipal
एका
Corporation
वॉर्डात
of Mumbai
आम्ही
replied
10,000 उंदीर मारले.
that we killed 10,000 rats in one ward
खर्च किती
in
केला.
1 month.
महापालिकेच्या सत्ताधारी
We
शिवसेनेने
asked that
उत्तर दिलं 10,000 उंदीर मारायला 1
The
करोड रुपये
ruling
खर्च केले.
Shivsena replied us
1
that
करोड रुपये खर्च केले.
1 crore rupees
आम्ही म्हटलं
were
हरकत
spent
नाही. उंदीर कुठे
for the
मारले.
killing of rats.
त्यामुळे आम्ही
in the
पटकून
slum.
मारले. म्हटलं पटकून मारले मग
We
कुठे
asked
ठेवले.
them that how did
त्यांनी
you
सांगितलं
kill
आम्ही जमिनीत
the
पुरले.
rats.
आम्ही म्हटलं पुरलेली जमिनीची जागा दाखवा.
The municipal corporation
सांगितलं त्याच्यावर
replied
आम्ही
us that
झाडं
we
लावली.
killed them by
आम्ही म्हटलं
putting
झाडं
on
कुठे
ground.
लावली ते दाखवा. त्यांनी सांगितलं गेल्या
We
महिन्यामध्ये
asked them
तुफान
that
आलं
show us
त्यात झाडं पडून गेली.
where did you
आम्ही म्हटलं
show them
पडलेली झाडं
and
कुठे
killed
होती
the rats.
ती जागा तरी दाखवा. ते म्हणाले आजूबाजूची
Show us
झाडं
the
सुद्धा
place
त्याबरोबर पडलीत
where
त्यामुळे
did you
ओळखता येत
kill the
नाही.
rats.
आम्ही म्हटलं ओळखता न येणाऱ्या जागेचा पंचनामा
We
दाखवा.
asked them
त्यांनी सांगितलं
that
पंचनामा
show us
आम्ही
the
केलाय तो वॉर्ड
panchama
ऑफिस
of
मध्ये
that
ठेवलाय.
place
आम्ही म्हटलं
where you
वॉर्ड ऑफिस
killed
मध्ये
that rat.
पंचनामा कुठे ठेवला तो कागद दाखवा.
We
शिवसेनेवाल्यांनी
asked them that
सांगितलं
where
गेल्या
is
महिन्यामध्ये
the
पाऊस
paper of
पडला
the Panchanama
वॉर्ड ऑफिस मधली
in
सगळी
ward
कागदं
office.
निघून गेली. उंदरांचंही सोडत नाही हो. हे कुठले वाघ.
They don't even spare
आणि म्हणून
rats. Where so
तुमच्या
far
आणि
the corruption is
देवेंद्रजींच्या मध्ये
concerned.
मला जास्त वेळ थांबायचं नाही. पण जवाब तो मिलेगा.
But you will get befitting
जोर से
reply.
बोलिए जवाब तो मिलेगा. जवाब तो मिलेगा. जवाब तो मिलेगा. जवाब तो मिलेगा. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
बहुत खूब बहुत खूब बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशीष शेलार जी. हम हिंदी भाषियों ने भी ठाना है कि देवेंद्र जी को फिर से लाना है. मित्रों अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. मुंबई के महानगर पालिका की चुनाव की जिम्मेदारी जिनके कंधों पर है और हम सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मार्गदर्शक एडवोकेट मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी से मैं विनती करूंगा कि आप अपने 2 शब्द रखें.
भारत माता की, सियावर रामचंद्र की, पवन सुत हनुमान की. हमारे सबके लाडले नेता माननीय श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, चुनाव संचालन समिति के अध्यक्ष श्री आशीष शेलार जी, विरोधी पक्ष नेता श्री प्रवीण दरेकर जी, हमारे प्रभारी अतुल भातकलकर जी, हमारे सांसद माननीय गोपाल शेट्टी जी, माननीय मनोज कोटक जी, प्रेम शुक्ला जी, किरीट समैया जी, विधायक राजशंकर जी, कृपाशंकर जी, पवन त्रिपाठी जी, स्थानीय विधायिका विद्या ठाकुर जी, जयप्रकाश सिंह जी, संजय पांडे जी, संजय उपाध्याय जी, अमरजीत सिंह जी, और जिनके निमंत्रण पर आप और हम सब यहाँ पर इकट्ठे आए हैं, ऐसे इस कार्यक्रम की रचना जिनके दिमाग में आई, वैसे श्री आरयू सिंह जी और उनके साथी आरडी यादव जी, ज्ञान मूर्ति शर्मा जी, जयप्रकाश ठाकुर जी. एक बार इन सारे लोगों के लिए जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम में आप सबको बुलाया है, जोर से तालियां बजाकर इनको धन्यवाद दीजिए. उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी जी कसन काम करे ध्यान. महाराष्ट्र में योगी जी चाहे ना, आप देवेंद्र जी ने अगला महाराष्ट्र में मुख्यमंत्री अपन वापस मिलकर सब बनाएंगे. बोलो भारत माता की. हम सब यहाँ पर माननीय देवेंद्र जी का भाषण सुनने के लिए आए हैं. समय की मर्यादा है, पर मैं इतना जरूर, मैं भी आप में से चूंकि एक हूं, और इसलिए हम सब अपने गांव छोड़कर जब मुंबई आए थे, कुछ सपने लेकर आए थे. घर वालों को कहा था कि बड़े बनेंगे, सबको बुलाएंगे, अच्छी तरीके से रहेंगे. 25 साल के इस मुंबई के महानगर पालिका के कुशासन के अंदर हमको क्या मिला? एक रोड ऐसी नहीं है जो हर 3 साल में नहीं बनती हो। एक फुटपाथ ऐसा नहीं है जहां आप 1 किलोमीटर भी चल के जा सको। एक लाइट का पोल ऐसा नहीं है जहां की हर में 365 दिन लाइट जलती रहे। एक चौराहा ऐसा नहीं है जहां बरसात में पानी नहीं भरे। एक हॉस्पिटल महानगर पालिका का ऐसा नहीं है जहां हम अपने बच्चों को जान पूछ के जाके जरूरत पड़ने पर भर्ती करा सकें। एक महानगर पालिका की स्कूल नहीं है जहां पे शिवसेना के नेता का एक भी बच्चा पढ़ा हो। ऐसी महानगर पालिका के अंदर जिन्होंने हम सबके जीवन को नरक बना के रखा है, उनको हटाने का, भगाने का मौका आज हम यहां से निश्चय करके जाएंगे। माननीय देवेंद्र जी, ये तो एक झांकी है, ये आपकी हिंदी भाषी तो एक रेजिमेंट है, एक रेजिमेंट। मुंबई में ऐसे 50 रेजिमेंट आपके लिए तैयार हो चुके हैं। पूरी मुंबई अब आपकी है। आप मुंबई को इनके भरोसे छोड़ के महाराष्ट्र में आगे जाइए। और यहाँ पर हम सब जो यहाँ पर
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था। जब
जेपी ठाकुर जी, जयप्रकाश ठाकुर जी, आरडी यादव जी, कृपा शंकर सिंह जी, राजहंस सिंह जी, आचार्य पवन त्रिपाठी जी, आरडी सोनकर जी, संजय उपाध्याय जी, अमरजीत सिंह जी, अमरजीत मिश्रा जी व जयप्रकाश सिंह जी, मैं आप सभी से विनती करता हूं कि काशी विश्वनाथ, बाबा विश्वनाथ जी की भव्य प्रतिमा देकर के हम सबके लाडले नेता माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का जाहिर सत्कार करें। हर 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 जय जय श्री राम। मित्रों, इस जाहिर सत्कार में उत्तर भारतीय मोर्चा प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष भाई संजय पांडे जी व उनकी टीम में ब्रिजेश सिंह जी, संतोष ठाकुर जी, अनिल राय व राजेश राय। उत्तर भारतीय मोर्चा के प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष माननीय संजय पांडे जी, ब्रिजेश सिंह जी, संतोष ठाकुर जी, अनिल राय, राजेश राय जी माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का भव्य स्वागत कर रहे हैं। इसके पश्चात अरे देखो देखो कौन आया। देवेंद्र जी आप संघर्ष करो, देवेंद्र जी आप संघर्ष करो। भव्य हनुमान जी का गदा देकर के हमारे लाले नेता माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का सत्कार किया जा रहा है।
देखे धुआं धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
देखे धुआं धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था। बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
आग लगने के बाद धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था वहाँ पे। एम्बुलेंस वाले भी बहुत लेट आया, 5-8 वाला भी बहुत लेट आया, सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका था जब।
फूल सिंह जी, शिव कुमार झा, मनोज झा, फूल सिंह जी, बिहार मोर्चा द्वारा हमारे नेता माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का स्वागत किया जा रहा है। मिथिला पेंटिंग बहुत ही प्रचलित पेंटिंग है ये बिहार में, और पाग जो बिहार में एक बहुत बड़ा सम्मान माना जाता है, वो पगड़ी पहना करके हमारे देवेंद्र जी का स्वागत किया जा रहा है। इसके पश्चात जैन समाज, अनिल जैन जी जहां कहीं भी हो मंच पर तुरंत आए। जैन समाज जी द्वारा यह एक स्वागत किया जा रहा है। मित्रों, अंत में, इस स्वागत के अंत में ओबीसी समाज के लोग आज
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आइए,
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई।
सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा?
जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे।
धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई। हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना, आदमी लोग तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके तीसरे मंजिले से कूदे।
4 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने। ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे।
शीशे तोड़ के